It is now 2024 and an ordination ceremony is taking place at Lijiang's Second City Academy. This is a very important event for the students, but even more so for this young man. A year ago, you transmigrated into this world as Chaoyi. Before you could get used to this new identity, your mother passed away. Immediately afterward, Chaovan's sister suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. Medical expenses kept rising, and her part-time job income wasn't enough. So during this class change, Zhou Yi was forced to switch to a combat profession to earn money in the dungeon and take his sister to see a higher-level pastor. Fate favored him, and during the ritual he activated a system and received a rookie gift package with a hidden profession, a super VIP class in this world. After the goddess's blessing, Chaoyi received 3 options: Light Mage, Holy Bishop, and Holy Knight. The Light Mage is a pure damage-dealing class, unleashing powerful energy but with few protective skills. In a world dominated by demons, it's very easy to get injured or lose your life. The Saint Preacher has many protective skills and is also knowledgeable about the powerful resurrection technique. Unfortunately, their combat ability is too weak, too dependent on others, and not suitable for me. The Holy Knight is a well-rounded class with absolute power. Defense can withstand, offense can attack forward. Although not possessing any outstanding skills with divine light and talent here, it suits me best. With this in mind, Zhou Yi decided to choose the Paladin profession. Congratulations on switching to Paladin. Level 10. After Zhou Yi finished the ritual, his classmates immediately rushed over to flatter him eagerly. Class monitor, that's great. Can I join the college entrance exam team? I want to latch on to you. I am a summoner, our team can definitely score high. I'm a mage, come with me, don't gather here, disperse. A former student pushed the students aside, then with shining eyes looked at Chaoyi and said, Your performance isn't bad, rest well today and come to the principal's office tomorrow. Back in his room, Zhou began to analyze his individual stats more deeply. Strength, 20 stamina, 18 agility, 17 willpower, 15 with 10 unallocated attribute points. After changing class, not only do the attributes increase significantly, but there are also unallocated points. Prioritize strength first, then physique, as having enough damage output can kill monsters more effectively. While thinking, Chaoyi operated the system and his strength increased by 6 points, while the other 2 stats, physique and agility, were both raised by 2 points. You can feel a surge of power flowing through your body. This is the change brought about by the attribute points. Checking the fake profession for the first time to assign attribute points activates the Holy Knight's quest. The daily quest allows you to choose 2 rewards from the options below. Reward 1, gain an extra 10 attribute points. Reward 2, receive a random Holy Knight equipment. Accept or decline. With such an attractive reward, of course, Zhou chooses to accept. Match the random training field to the appropriate level, successfully defeating a level E Golabi monster. Please take this training seriously. If defeated in the trial, they will also disappear from reality. After the notification, Zhou was teleported to another space. Are you vigilant and observing around the mineral mine? That makes sense, the textbook says Golabi monsters mainly live inside mineral mines. Although they are not carnivorous monsters like other beasts, they become violent and bloodthirsty upon seeing humans. Feeling the danger behind him, Chaoyi quickly leapt into the air, easily avoiding a surprise attack from the Golabi beast. Since it's his first time facing a monster, Zhou decided not to use his skills to see if he could handle the monster with basic attacks. His body became much more agile, and his jumping ability improved significantly, thanks to the increase in his 4-dimensional attributes. Just as Zhou was feeling proud of repeatedly avoiding Gulabi's attacks, he suddenly got pierced in the abdomen by its sharp tail like a dagger. Then Zhou finally regained his composure and immediately used the level 1 C-grade healing skill. Within 30 seconds, it heals a certain amount of health for 2 team members within a specific range, and even low-level monsters shouldn't underestimate its power. Seeing the monster charge again, Chaoyi consecutively uses the pure white sword level 1C and the 4-clawed tiger armor to counterattack. After being hit by the attack, the enemy suffers damage from the light magic attribute and enters a stunned state. The level 4 D-rank tiger form grabs a target in front of it, runs forward a distance, and then throws them. It can deal more damage to enemies it hits while running. Ultimately, after Zhou combo punch, the Gulabi monster vanished. Defeating the Gulabi demon beast completes the trial. Achievement A. Please select your reward. Reward 1, gain an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2, learn the Paladin skill. Reward 3, receive a random Holy Knight equipment. Attribute points and skill points are the source of strength for the profession of Pretender. For now, I don't need to level up my skills. Free attribute points are the best choice. A suitable weapon will also greatly assist me in future trials. Luckily, the system rewards weapons otherwise with my current financial capacity. I wouldn't be able to buy one. I'll choose attribute points with random equipment. Receive 10 free attribute points as a reward. gained a basic sword as a reward, leaving the trial grounds. Chao Ngi returns to his familiar room. Just as the phone rang, the preset notification on the screen displayed 17-bed hospital. Meanwhile, Cha Van was sitting on the hospital bed watching the news when the TV suddenly turned off. The head nurse raised the remote, held up the bill, and demanded loudly that the payment for the medicine be made. 10,000, 10,000. Chao Van tremblingly takes the bill. Why is it so expensive? Weren't they always 5,000 before? Could there be some mistake? My brother works 3 places a month to earn 5,000. Where else could the rest of the money come from? The head nurse angrily replied, You've been taking a lot of medicine this month, including suppressants and stabilizers, inviting the pastor once, and then relapsing 3 times mid-month, causing all the night shift nurses to be busy, caring for you. How can someone like you speak so rudely? If you feel there's an issue, check it yourself. Zhou Wan hurriedly explained, I didn't mean it, please don't misunderstand. Let me tell you, if you're not from a wealthy family, don't get wealthy people's diseases. Poor folks should accept it. If treatment doesn't work, don't bother. Nurse, I think I hear you cursing at a patient. A middle-aged man smiled strangely as he spoke. Next to him was a tall, dark, and foul-smelling bodyguard, making the nurse wary. This person doesn't look like a good person. I think she's wise to leave, and before she goes, she reminds Chao Van that today's medication costs must be paid. Who are you all, I wonder in my heart, if you're here to collect a debt? The man pulls out a business card, smiling as he replies, You must be Miss Chao Van. I am your sister's friend. A moment later, Chao Ngi entered holding the hospital bill and asked Tuvan, I just went to pay the hospital system, shows 100 inches the account. Do you know what happened? Chao Ngi looked away from the bill, raised his head to look at Xiao Van, and seeing the 2 unfamiliar men, he cautiously asked. The middle-aged man introduced himself as Zhao Wenbin, the mayor's secretary, and wanted to discuss something with you. Then he extended his hand forward. The mayor is the top figure in Quangtai City, and the mayor's secretary can sometimes even represent the mayor himself. Why would someone like that come looking for me? Chao Ngi politely shook hands with Tru Van Ban. There's no privacy in the hospital room, let's change to a different place. Zhao Wengen happily agreed, and carefully instructed his bodyguard to stay with Chao Van before leaving. News about Zhou Ni receiving a hidden profession has been repeatedly reported by the media, so it's now easy to see people discussing him. For example, 3 female students sitting in a coffee shop not far from Zhou Ni. Have you watched Hot C? The second academy has already revealed a hidden profession. It seems his name is Chao Ngi. There's a picture of their school circulating here. He also looks quite handsome. Tru Van Ban heard this and chuckled as he spoke to Chao Ngi. Mr. Chao, congratulations on receiving rank S talent, the protection of a divine angel, and your transition to saintly knight. It was just luck. Receiving an S-grade talent through a normal transfer ceremony can't be just luck. The mayor highly values it and specifically instructed the media not to bother you. At this point, he took out a box containing a key and continued also arranging some cultivation resources for you to prepare for the university entrance exam. The resources are stored in the Citibank vault. This is the only key to Vault K. If you have any other requests, just say so. It seems the mayor believes I have the potential to become a talented person in this field, which is why he's willing to invest in me without hesitation. So it will only bring benefits and no harm. But in this world, nothing comes for free. The mayor clearly hopes that one day she can repay him. Seeing Chao Ngi silent, Tro Van Ban immediately pulled out his trump card. Starting today, a team of professional doctors will be at Lady Chao Van's service 24/7. Additionally, the mayor has contacted the second-tier pastor level 36, who will make a special trip to Quangtai City in a month to treat Lady Chao Van. Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately agreed to accept the grant from the mayor. After talking with Zhao Wenbin, Zhou Yi returned to Chauvant and told her everything. After hearing this, Chu Van couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, so that means I'm already reaching for the sky. Can you make jewelry for my feet? Chao Ngi teased Chao Van affectionately, only saying random things. Now you need to rest and recover well. At this point, Zhou Wan asked curiously, each profession has its own dedicated skills. What is yours? Hearing that, Chao Ngi suddenly remembered something. After changing class, the 3 specialized skills of the Holy Knight appeared: the Pure White Blade for attack, the Healing Touch for recovery, and the Blessing Weapon for support. The Healing Touch can restore health points and can be tested on your sister. Chao Ngi placed his hand on Chao Van's head, then tried to activate his skill. It was so relaxing, like being in a hot spring. Then he massaged her body. Little Van, do you feel better now? Chao Van, who was lost in a sense of relaxation, suddenly snapped out of it and excitedly told her brother, I'm not in pain anymore and my hand's getting warmer. You're so good. Zhang Yang looks at his sister with a silent smile, secretly choosing the Holy Knight profession, partly because of her illness and partly because of her strength. After all, the Holy Knight is also a caregiver profession. Although I can't completely cure Chao Van, helping to lessen her pain and suffering is good enough. The next day, Principal Lahang personally came to Chaoyi's office, happily recounting on the way, "Last night, dozens of universities contacted me for direct recruitment. My phone almost burst from all the calls. Today, in just a short while, 4 teachers from a top 10 school have already called. Show your best and seize the best resources. These teachers are all second transfer credential holders with a level 35 or above. If you can be directly admitted there, you will definitely receive top-tier training in the future." "Principal, which schools are those?" Zhou Yi asked. "Vinzhuang University, South Xuan University, Anka University, and Hancheng University. Aren't the 3 top universities calling you?" The top 3 universities have always relied on exam results rather than talent or family background, so they don't have direct admissions. As soon as Zhou Nishi entered the office, he and the principal heard voices arguing inside. "Old Jiaoshuan province is more than 4,000 kilometers from Guangxi City. Weren't you the one using a special fighter jet? What's a fighter jet anyway?" "I use the teleportation array for extremely long distances. Each activation consumes a level 30 demon core." "You actually dared to do that. For a genius, there's nothing you wouldn't do, right?" "Chaoyi, our Xuannam University is definitely recruiting. Then let's see what both sides can do." At that moment, Lahang pushed the door open proudly and said, "The recruitment teachers and genius student Chaoyi have arrived." Then he turned to introduce each person to Chaoyi. "This is Teacher Chu Tianfu from Vinzhuang University, Teacher Li Bang from Xuannam University, Chu Nok from Hanxiang University, and Teacher Nok Yuyan from Ankat University." Zhao Ning immediately bowed in greeting. This action pleased them greatly, yet he remained humble and composed, not arrogant or impulsive, acting like a well-behaved child. At this moment, Zhao Tianfu directly got to the point, saying, "Let me state the condition of Vinzhuang University, just 200,000 mid-level coins and 3 specialized skill books from the saint." Yi was a bit surprised after hearing this. His ordinary family's monthly income was only about 6,000 yuan, but Vinzhuang University offered 2 million at once, along with the Saint Knight's specialized skill books that ordinary people could never access. Not even the mayor would provide such resources. "Ha, is that all? Vinzhuang University is still as stingy as ever." Li Bang sneered sarcastically before making a proposal. "If classmate Zhou Ning enrolls at Cross Southern University, he will receive 3 million in scholarships. 3 skill books from Saint Knight are published annually, personally taught by the 3rd-tier Saint Knight at level 56. Level 56. That is the closest to the peak in Lam Tin. If you can become his disciple, the future will be extremely bright." Lahang silently sighed, but the moment he heard Chunok speak, he was even more shocked. They still haven't shown enough sincerity. "Enrolling at Han University costs only 2 million. But as soon as you enroll, I'll immediately give you a B-grade cultivation resource." "B-grade cultivation resource," Lahang couldn't hold back and exclaimed, then glared at Chaoyi intently, as if to say, "Just say yes quickly. B-grade cultivation resources aren't something you can buy with money. Even those talented genius treasures could be turned into the strongest demon beasts with a single strike." Yet Zhou Yi still refused the enticing direct admission offers from the 4 universities. "Because you want to get into the top 3 universities. Among the top 10 universities, the top 3 are Taheng University, Thonkin University, and Mado University, which are the most prestigious and are called the top 3 universities of Zhangxiaguo. They admit only a few thousand new students each year, and the enrollment quotas are not limited to humans. Races like elves and giants can also apply to the top 3 universities. Since the strength of extraterrestrial races is already greater than that of humans, plus the vast land and abundant resources of Zhangxia country, with talented individuals emerging in every batch, getting into the top 3 universities is truly as difficult as ascending to the sky." That's why upon hearing Zhou Yi's reason for refusing Zhao, Tianfu suddenly unleashed his power, angrily scolding him, thinking he was a good seed, only to discover he was just a fool who doesn't know his place. "I've also reviewed your materials. 18 years ago, you lacked a lot, and without good resources to compensate your strength was weak, with low attribute values. It's not just that with your current abilities, it's very difficult to get into the top 3 universities. Even if you manage to get in, you'll only be the lowest ranked existence without strong and precise training. You'll only have this in your life." Chaoyi tried to stand firm, thinking to himself, "Your aura is too strong. If it were me from before, I would probably have already fallen to the ground." Lahang is now stepping in to shield Chaoyi, and also unleashing his strength to confront Zhao Tianfu's aura. "Teacher Zhao, what do you mean by this? Trying to bully my students on my turf?" Chungok watched Chaoyi from the side, secretly impressed he could withstand Tru Tianfu's pressure. For more than 3 breaths, this kid truly is extraordinary. Zhao Tianfu realized he was a bit too aggressive, so he withdrew his pressure and left. The entrance exam considers not only potential but also character. Such a person would be difficult to succeed even if admitted directly. "I'm leaving now. See you later, Director Law." Student Chaoyi is very ambitious, so I can't stay much longer. The two teachers also followed Tro Tianfu as he left, and Lahong hurried to catch up and stand up for Chaoyi. Suddenly only you and teacher Chun Gok are left in the room. You are very brave, but teacher Zhao's words are not without reason. Among the numerous geniuses in Zhonghua, there are also supernatural beings born with power surpassing humans, making it truly difficult for Chaoyi to get into the top 3 universities. Chaoyi confidently replied, I will prove my strength with my university entrance exam results. There is just 1 month left before the university entrance exam. With the help of the system, you will surely be able to raise your strength to an unimaginable level. At that time, the top 3 universities will be at your disposal. How long has it been since I saw such a determined, deep gaze, like returning to those days of fighting on the front lines back then? In this peaceful place for a long time, my thoughts have also become more stable. So now there's a generation gap with the younger ones. Chunok looked at Chaoyi for a long while, then turned and walked out the door smiling as he said, All right, I look forward to seeing your performance in the college entrance exam. See you then. Student Chaoyi. Time flies like a dog running across the fields. A month has passed in the blink of an eye, and the university entrance exam is upon us. In the hall, the students kept discussing that this year's exam was set by the notorious Duong Dai Ma Dao. We're doomed. A few years ago, he was the one who set the questions, and the average score for our province dropped to the lowest in history. Did you hear that Chaoyi declined direct admission and wants to take exams for those 3 top universities? No way. He's bragging too much. No matter if he's a genius of the province or the city, no one would claim they could definitely pass the exam. What right does he have? He comes from a rare, hidden profession, so he's arrogant. This time, he's definitely going down hard. With over $1 million in admission fees, if it were me, I would have agreed long ago. Such a pity. At this moment, Zhou Yi appears, and the young man who had been gossiping about Zhou Yi behind his back suddenly looks at him in surprise, then speaks with a strange tone. Why does he feel Zhou Yi doesn't seem the same as before? He has a kind of aura of a powerful expert. Unlock the dungeon. After a loud shout, the dungeon information immediately appears. The dungeon secret deep in the dark, eerie forest ranges from level 10 to 13, with difficulty settings of easy, normal, hard, and nightmare, requiring 1 to 5 people. Be aware that the depths of the dark forest are filled with demon cats and minotaurs. They are inherently evil and enjoy devouring humans. Damn it, it's in the dark, deep forest. It probably also has swampy terrain inside. Right, agile cat demons and hefty minotaur monsters appear fully armed. Demon, Lord Yang clearly doesn't want us to survive. The maximum number of people needed for the dungeon team corresponds to the difficulty of the dungeon. Previous exams allowed up to 3 people, but this time it's 5. Just as the contestants are complaining, Lai Huangduong steps forward and loudly reminds them, remember to act within your abilities. If you encounter danger and die, everyone inside the instance will immediately use the scroll to teleport out. Dying inside the instance means you'll die outside as well. Even if you fail the university entrance exam, you must still prioritize your own life. It's time for all contestants to enter the dungeon. As Li Huangduong finished speaking, the contestants here immediately transformed into light and were teleported into the dungeon. At the same time, large screens started broadcasting footage of the contestants inside the dungeon for everyone to observe directly. Level 1. Zunquang Profession Warrior Challenge Level O. The number of solo teams in the first challenge level includes 3 teams, Longfei, King Feng, and Prince Jian, with professions of Assassin, Elemental Master, Sharpshooter, and Undead Mage. Grade 5, Holy Knight at Nightmare, difficulty 1-player team. Grade 2, Zhongwei Wanglei, Zhao Tianhong Dung Erlang, with professions of Archer Mage, Fire Element, Swordsman, and Apothecary. 4 players in each team, truly a missile line, mostly completing dungeons alone, gaining all experience points, but the higher the score, the higher the risk of death. Only Senior Tuyen Hoa Tian dares to do this. Everyone was talking excitedly when suddenly a girl pointed at Chaoyi's screen and shouted, Look everyone, that's Chaoyi clearing the nightmare level instance alone. At the same time, in a VIP row, Director Dao from the Education Department was wide-eyed as he looked up at the screen. Here he goes, slamming the table and turning angrily to Lahong sitting beside him shouting, The support ability of the Holy Knight is extremely powerful, and regardless of which team he joins, he will devastate. Why does Chaoyi have to clear the dungeon alone, and even choose the nightmare difficulty, with a higher than 40% death rate? Principal La, this month, the city has provided Chaoyi with many resources to help him achieve the best results. If he happens to die in the dungeon, the reputation of the entire Lijiang city government will be severely affected. The way he's acting shows he clearly doesn't take the government's training seriously. Director La hurriedly smiled and tried to reassure him. Rest assured, Director, Chaoyi isn't a reckless person. He must have some trump cards. Returning to Chaoyi as he moves, he suddenly notices a shadow swiftly gliding across the high branches. Chao-Yi, with a serious expression, draws his weapon ready to fight, wielding a copper blade. After being equipped with a long-handled axe, strength increased by 7, agility decreased by 2. Quickly, a monster leapt down from the high branch claws, reaching towards Chao-Yi. Just in time, die. Shouting loudly, Chao-Yi swung his axe down, splitting the monster in half. Strength 45, physique 51, agility 43, intelligence 52. Yi looked satisfied as he closed his personal sheet and thought to himself, in just 1 month, although he had only reached level 10, the average attribute value had already reached 47 points, equivalent to a level 13. Pseudo-class. Looking over the whole Tuhang province, I can also consider myself among the top contenders. Then Chao-Yi smiled and spoke. Not brave enough to come, then I'll start the attack. You charge forward towards the monsters hiding behind the bushes, your weapon now covered in a golden aura. The Blessing Weapon level 4 C tier condensed with Holy Light can increase the weapon's strength, physical attack, and critical hit rate for allies within a certain range. Zhou Nei, like a tiger among sheep, swiftly dispatched one monster after another without exception. Under the influence of S-grade talent, the protection of the Holy Angel, the blessing effect of the weapon, and the exclusive skill of the Holy Knight are all strengthened. The power of the One Lance has increased by 21 points. If other contestants knew how powerful the blessing boost was, they would definitely admire it. After all, in the university entrance exam dungeon, the 3-star Jade weapons are the highest usable level, but with his one-blade spear and the power increase, its effectiveness can match that of a 5-star bronze weapon. In the college entrance exam, every attribute is incredibly valuable, which can create a huge gap between me and others. At this moment, a group of monsters suddenly ambushed from behind Zhou Engi. Yi withdraws his weapon, turns around softly, murmurs, the white sword gleaming. A cross-shaped beam of light shoots from his hands, slicing the monsters into pieces and making them fall to the ground. The white blade has been upgraded to level 5, now wielding a strong light attribute damage, and with the blessing of a holy angel's protection, it can directly eliminate low-level monsters. He quietly said. Zhang Yi casually grabbed a clawed limb from the monster and threw it forcefully at the distant creature. It is the lucky monster that escaped death after your skill attack. The amputated limb with sharp claws shot towards the monster, stabbing into its belly and dragging it to be pinned against the tree behind. At the same time, outside the dungeon, viewers watching on the big screen cheer excitedly as they see Zhou Yi's performance. Wow, that was really dangerous. The timing of Senior Zhou's skill launch was perfect. It was as if he shot out the white blade the moment he was attacked. After transforming, this move was instantly shattered. That was amazing. Senior Chao truly is mighty and heroic. I've seen this axe at the shopping mall, it's very heavy. Why does head Senior Zhou wield it like he's just playing around? Does he add all the free attributes to his strength? Hearing that, Dong Tianjun furrowed his brows again. As a teacher, his observation skills are better than these students, so he can see more things. That's not right, everyone, watch carefully. Chao-Yi's speed is even faster than that of the ghost cat. Not only is the speed fast, but skill deployment is also extremely quick, and the power of his magic is incredibly strong. Among the free attributes, intelligence is absolutely not low. His swing, angle, attack, distance, control, and power all are very well managed, truly a battlefield genius. Upon finishing, Tang Tianjun glared at Li Huangduang with envy and whispered, such a talented seed, why was he put in class 5 at the beginning? Elsewhere, Jia Dao spoke with a serious expression. Zhou Neng has a very strong fighting spirit, but what he did was really unwise. Dealing with the first wave of demon cats only wasted his energy. The Nightmare Dungeon not only has powerful monsters, but also an extremely large number of them. Even the best mages can fail due to exhaustion of their magic power. The weight of the battle axe is a heavy burden for the profession user. If it's just swinging the axe a few times, he might not feel it, but swinging hundreds of strikes continuously will drain his strength so much that he might not even be able to hold his battle axe anymore. In the end, he was torn to pieces by the cat demons. At that moment, the audience saw a new wave of monsters charging toward Chao-Yi, causing an immediate commotion. It's already the next wave of demon cats, and there's no time to breathe at all, too. Cruel, at least over 100 demon cats. Will senior brother Zhou Engi be able to do it this time? All the audience are focused and full of anticipation watching his performance. In the dungeon, Zhou Engi also did not disappoint them. He skillfully combined weapons and techniques to quickly eliminate this wave of monsters. As the last monster falls, a small vortex appears in front of Zhou Yi and gradually widens. This is the entrance to the next stage. He whispered, then decisively stepped into the whirlpool. As he emerged, a large group of monsters was already waiting in front of him. On the outside, the host points to Chao-Yi's screen, broadcasting live to the viewers. Welcome to Ava's live broadcast. I am your favorite host, and now broadcasting live is the performance of Nivian's most talented student, the S+ gifted Holy Knight, shining the brightest Chao-Yi. He used incredible efficiency to complete the first stage of the Nightmare Dungeon in just 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Everyone, what is this supposed to be? 3 minutes, 17 seconds. That's 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. Because of his enthusiasm, Big Brother almost pressed his face against the camera lens, making the cameraman helplessly say, "Please don't block the lens anymore." Nearby, a female audience member softly spoke. One guy running and swinging his sword all the way until the last one finally took a deep breath. How much stamina does the senior really have? Tuang Fifi wiggles her fingers and continues. The fake squad leader said it wasn't wise to deplete too much stamina during the first Demon Beast attack, but now it seems we can't predict anything. At the front row, Li Huangduang reminds her to watch quietly, as the fake squad leader's words might also be false. Tuang Fai playfully covered her mouth and joked, "Teacher Li, I think your smile looks pretty happy too, so don't talk nonsense." But even so, Li Huangdong felt a bit uncertain, massaging his face and muttering, "Is my smile really that obvious?" Scholar Zhou has entered the gate. I don't know who yelled, but everyone stopped discussing and focused on the big screen. In the instance, thanks to the appraisal skill, the information about the monsters became clear to Zhou Yi. The monsters, the Minotaur level 14 with silver grade talent, raging chaotic skills, savage melee combat, and brute force. The first obstacle is facing the recon troops, and the second is confronting a well-trained army. The threat of death suddenly skyrocketed hundreds of times, leaving Xiaoyi little time to think as the monsters suddenly launched their attack. The melee fighters immediately charged forward while the mages stayed in place casting spells. Suddenly black hands sprouted from the ground, grabbing onto Xiaoyi and immobilizing him. It forces him to confront the monsters head-on amid the incoming fireballs, while onlookers outside gasp in horror, and senior brother Xiaoyi faces the cursed feline. Oh my god, this is dangerous. In this dungeon, Zhou Nai faced this dangerous situation and smiled as he spoke. The Vanguard Warrior, the Bishop boosting the state, and the Mage casting support spells worked together smoothly. I saw Yi waiting until the claws of the leading monster were just within reach before he raised both hands to summon the Holy Cross light. Immediately, a large cross-shaped light erupted, emitting a golden glow that engulfed the entire horde of monsters. The sacred cross light level 4B level gathered into a cross-shaped sword that hovered behind him, causing enemies within a certain range to be continuously burned by radiant fire for several seconds. The screams of agony echoed, and when the golden light disappeared, instead of a swarm of snarling monsters, there was a forest of bodies lying on the ground. Outside, Fake Dao gaped and said, "That was too strong." All low-level monsters were killed instantly. So who told me that the Paladin is a support class, and that the group-wide B-rank divine skill is like a talent, with skills also divided into levels from low to high? In 7 tiers, the higher the rank, the more powerful and rare the effect. Besides, Jia Dao also felt a bit suspicious. The main government resources are mostly level C skills, so how does he have a level B skill? This kid Xiaoyi is not simple at all. Back to the dungeon scenario, all monsters are dead, except for the last remaining Minotaur. Xiaoyi points his weapon at the monster and taunts, "Let's see what you've got." Immediately after, everyone saw the Minotaur use 2 Rampage and Berserk skills on itself, then it attacked with a Spear Thrust skill, stomping hard on the ground to create a crack leading straight to where Xiaoyi was standing. Xiaoyi reacted quickly, jumping high to avoid. While he was airborne and unable to dodge, the savage Minotaur used a ferocious charge attack straight at him. Because it was in a berserk state, any damage couldn't break its charging stance. Yi also had no intention of escaping. He used his balancing skill to clash head-on with the Minotaur, successfully knocking it back. Then he crossed his arms and drew a cross-shaped streak of white light with his sword towards the Minotaur while rushing forward. The white sword was embedded into the beast's body, causing it to cry out in pain and stagger back. Immediately after, Zhou appeared in front of it, raising his weapon high with thick skin and muscles. He quietly said, Xiaoyi quickly charged down, slicing the body of the Minotaur in half. The Minotaur was still not dead, lying in a pool of blood with its eyes wide open staring at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi's face darkening, he stomped directly on the head of the Minotaur. This time he was absolutely sure the Minotaur was dead because he saw the familiar vortex reappear beside him. Seeing the vortex, Xiaoyi muttered to himself, "The next stage is definitely the boss battle." Outside the dungeon, the spectators are now boiling with excitement. Many can't contain their enthusiasm and stand up shouting, "Wow, an axe beheads the 4-meter-tall Minotaur, so shocking." Don't forget, this Minotaur monster is in a berserk state. Its power is hard to believe. The continuous combo is too handsome. Senior Engi, I love you. The MC looked at the clock and exclaimed that the second challenge only took 59 seconds. Even Zhao Dao had to stand up and applaud. So skilled, perfectly targeting the skill shot and controlling power. Absolutely, it's hard to believe he's just a new student who was promoted only a month ago. Then Jia Dao turned to smile at Lahang and said, "Congratulations, Vice Principal La. The second institute is about to have a genius emerging." Lahang also happily replied, "The river has a bend, people have their turn, our turn has come for talented individuals to appear in our second institute." In his heart, he secretly hoped that since the school was founded, the top-performing student from the second institute, ranked 72nd in the entire province, perhaps Chaoyi could elevate the second institute to a new level. Suddenly someone pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Senior Chaoyi, why did he go straight into the boss fight without resting for a while?" Hodu, if he entered the boss fight without fully recovering and lost his advantage, it would be a big mistake. In Lahang's mind, Tahang province is densely populated with talent, and the top students mainly aim to rank within the top 100 inches, the province usually choosing to farm nightmare-level dungeons alone. With the same difficulty level to become the champion, they must clear the dungeon in the shortest possible time. Back in the dungeon, as Zhou Yi entered the third level, he saw the boss monster sitting not far away. So he used appraisal magic on the boss. The Minotaur boss is level 16 with a golden talent skills unknown and a huge gap in level impossible to assess. Note monarch of the Minotaur race. Human dare to enter my palace, then you must be prepared to die. As he spoke, the Minotaur king charged forward, swinging his weapon at Chaoyi's position. Lamin Truk Fuk grants courage blessings from the gods, blessings of protection. A series of skills are used simultaneously by Chaoyi, then he appears fully armored behind the boss, waving his hand and calling out, "Kid, I'm here." All upgrading buffs increase the basic level of the novice knight form. The boss angrily turns back and Chaoyi also rushes forward to attack. Despite Chaoyi's attack, the Bull King simply raised his hand to block, and even with 4 buff skills activated, he couldn't inflict any harm on his flesh. Feeling incredulous, Chaoyi slipped in front of the Bull King to land another blow on his body, but he felt like striking a piece of metal, sparks flying everywhere. King Bull's head roared angrily and swung his weapon down at Chaoyi, causing a quake and clouds of dust to billow up. Chaoyi narrowly dodged that attack, and just as he emerged from the dust, he saw a flash of purple light. 1 second later, Bull King suddenly appeared in front of Chaoyi and swung his weapon to strike. Chaoyi couldn't dodge in time and was knocked flying, piercing through 5 large pillars before coming to a stop. Luckily, thanks to the Holy Knight's defensive armor, my bones didn't shatter completely. Well done, our first fight. Now I know what to do next. The truncheon just now wasn't wasted. He calmly said. Chaoyi slowly raised his right hand and shouted, "Victory Spear." In an instant, many small yellow whirlwinds appeared around Zhou Nuo's body, followed by sharp yellow spears protruding from inside the whirlwinds, shooting straight at the Bull King in the distance. The level 3, C-rank Victorious Spear, forged from divine power to impale enemies, deals enormous damage upon hit. The Bull King neighed and swung its weapon to defend unaffected regardless of how many spears Chaoyi hurled. After a while, a notification appeared in front of Zhou Yi. "Warning, magic power is running low, please replenish magic power." Chaoyi glanced and then looked away, continuing to use his skills while rapidly considering countermeasures. The king is really strong with physical strength and power far beyond mine. Using force to suppress it is impossible. Usually people would loosen the kite string to kill it, but doing that would not guarantee victory. Considering the person who set the challenge surely wouldn't let the students be in danger, so there must be many ways to solve it. While I and the bull-headed King Du Qian can feel that its agility attribute is very low, attacking continuously from multiple angles will make it hard for it to counter. Thinking so, Changyi directed the spears to attack from multiple directions. The result was immediate, with several spears successfully stabbing into the knee of the Minotaur King. "Warning, magic power is low, please replenish magic." Changyi clenched his fist and detonated those spears, making the Minotaur kneel down. Besides his poor agility, Oxhead King also has a weakness in combat. He has high endurance and health stats, but is vulnerable to negative effects and serious damage when attacked. Therefore, within a short time frame, you must continuously use high damage skills. But to do so, you need to precisely time the skill execution and control the number of releases. If he doesn't drain his mana before killing the bull-headed king, he will lose his qualification to compete. Calculating precisely, Chaoyi knows his moment has come. You took advantage of the fact that the Minotaur is still kneeling on the ground, controlling a barrage from all directions to be fired at it and then detonated immediately. Warning, mana levels are dropping low. Please replenish your mana if you wish to perform a powerful move. Unfortunately, there is no more time left. He softly said. Zhou Nuo charged straight at bull-headed king, drew his weapon, and delivered a final blow, splitting its body into 2 halves. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare level Yuling secret realm of the Samplam dungeon. Your time through stage 9 was 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Your test time has been recorded. Your stage score is SSS. Congratulations on being confirmed as the top scorer for this dungeon run. Hearing this news, Zhou En, agreeing, was taken slightly aback and whispered, "Could the leader really have decided that I am the top scorer of this Tahang district exam?" But soon Chaoyi responded happily, clenching his fists and softly shouting, "Great, I did it. Chao Ngi silently thought to himself that in the year he traveled here his mother died of illness, his sister was seriously ill, his foreign debts soared, and all of Xiao Van's medical expenses weighed down on him, making it hard to breathe. But despite those harsh circumstances, he chose not to give up and couldn't increase attribute stats. So I risk my life practicing fighting skills and strengthening my will to fight. The appearance of the system has given me a second chance to change my life, but I hold my own destiny in my hands. I have to seize this chance and try harder than anyone else. I've made up my mind not to waver, so I've turned back. After finishing, he adjusted his mood and took off the armor, then headed towards the vortex. System notification: congratulations, you have gained 5,121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and 20 skill points. Levels up to 11, levels up to 12, levels up to 13. You have received the Tropical Forest Belt with plus 10 physical attribute and plus 7 strength. Level 10 required. The effect of the gear set during combat in the jungle provides a continuous boost based on your own stamina. Rebirth speed x3, stamina recovery rate x3, magic recovery rate x3. Congratulations on obtaining the Tropical Forest Ring equipment level requirement 10. The effect of the equipment set during jungle battles provides continuous buffs based on your physique, including tripled respawn speed, stamina, recovery, and mana regeneration. 10 strawberries item used 10 times. Note that after use it will restore a certain amount of mana. Golden level 1 bullhead card item. Pay attention to the magic talisman material. After successfully applying the spell, the power can upgrade equipment to plus 20. Ni stepped out of the vortex and was greeted with a burst of cheers. Welcome back, Senior Zhou. I love you, Zhou Senior, you are my god. Senior Chao is so talented. Brother Ingi is so strong. Twin gods, twin gods, twin gods. Chungi was startled awake. Before he could even adapt, he heard the click, click, click sounds ringing in his ears. When Ni turned around, he saw a group of reporters pointing their cameras at him. The black flash kept flashing repeatedly as two people approached him, the principal Lahong and the acting director of the education department. Lahong led the way, smiling and talking as I spent 10 minutes alone facing the nightmare dungeon boss. This is something that the two halls have never seen in 100 years of glory. With many years of experience in studying the competition, Zhou Ngi can definitely earn the top spot in Tahang County. Your future prospects are bright. Chao Ni smiled and replied, you flatter me. At this moment a car arrives, causing a commotion. Whose car is it? Why would it drive directly into the exam site? Isn't this the magic S400 vehicle that can switch to flying mode? Huh. Is this the S400 vehicle that can be converted into a house in the capital? Yes, that's it. The car stopped not far from Zhou Ingi. Jade Dao voluntarily opened the car door and told you, the results will be in within 3 days at the latest, and we will notify you immediately then. Thank you, Director Jade. Then Zhong Yi, guided by Lahong, headed towards the S400 car. Lahong also spoke, telling you to rest and wait for our good news. Soon after, Chao Ngi arrived at the hospital to visit Tuvan. After their last conversation, Truvan Ban quickly kept his promise. Xiao Yan is placed in the most luxurious medical room in the hospital, with a professional medical team monitoring her condition around the clock. Mr. Cho, you're here. Chao Ngi nodded and said, yes, I came to visit Xiao Yan. I have some good news to tell her. I heard your test results today were probably very good. As the elevator ascended, the two inside suddenly felt the temperature dropping rapidly. The nurse trembled slightly and asked, it's strange, why is it so cold today? Is the air conditioner set too low? That was when Chungi noticed each gust of cold air flooding in from the door gap, his face turning serious. When the elevator reached the 26th floor and opened, the scene before the door made the nurse scream in horror. What is going on? What is happening? The entire long corridor is covered in ice. Even the people here have turned into ice statues with faces full of fear. Xiaoyan silently called out. Chao Ni worried quickly, ran to Xiaoyan's side, leaving the nurse behind. Chao Qian. The nurse was about to call Chao Ngi, but before she could finish speaking, she was also turned into an ice sculpture. Chao Ngi broke through the ice wall in Xiao Van's room and rushed in shouting her name, but a second later he was stunned by the scene before him. Xiao Fan is lying in pain on the hospital bed, with a continuous stream of energy escaping from her body, forming a large ice dragon in the air. Nearby, a person is maintaining a spell, seemingly healing Xiao Fan. Seeing Chao Ngi about to attack the ice dragon, the girl performing the healing magic suddenly shouted, Ni, stop, don't attack. Hearing that Chao Ngi had no choice but to abandon his attack. Chao Ngi approached the girl and asked Tin, explain if you injure it carelessly. Tu Van's heart may be disturbed and break. Chao Ngi then asked, why is there a dragon? Sister Tin replied that Xiao Yun's cold suddenly worsened, and everyone would be frozen into ice blocks by the cold air. Now I can only suppress the cold air here, you better leave quickly. Chao Ngi worriedly shouted, but Sister Tin interrupted Tu Ngi without an advanced priest. There's very little I can do. Chao Ngi briefly calmed down. I understand then. All skill points gradually heal and level up, gradually strengthening from level 4 to level 10, allowing teammates within a certain range to recover their stamina and mana, with effects lasting for a certain period. Immediately afterward, Chaoyi uses the gradual healing skill on Xiaovan, causing Sister Tin to gasp in amazement at the power contained in the Holy Knight's healing skill. It's so strong, even surpassing her level 23 priest status. While maintaining the skill and guarding Chaoyi, quickly says, "Sister Tin, I am here to support you. Need to hurry and inform Secretary True to invite a high-level priest." Sister Tin responds, "The schedule of a high-level priest is full. Secretary True has booked an appointment with her for next week. Even if we go now, it's too late." Zhou Ni turned around, serious expression on his face, and said, "Tell Secretary Zhao that as long as he can invite a senior priest, I will unconditionally agree to anything he asks in the future. I will never lie." Sister Ting looked at Zhou Ni in silence for a moment, and then nodded, turning around to find Secretary Zhao. Zhou Ni continues to treat Xiao Yan as the onset of cold air as something she has endured every night for a year. Under the influence of cold yin energy, her whole body is in excruciating pain, feeling worse than death. Recently, the cold yin has worsened increasingly, and I never expected that the cold energy could affect externally. He whispered to himself. Zhou Nishi gritted his teeth, and continued the treatment, even as signs of cold energy invaded his hands. As time passed and night fell, just as his magic was about to run out, a green sphere suddenly flew into the room. It's like a rubber ball constantly bouncing as if struck by it. Bang Long's body almost cracked apart. Seeing Tuvan's pained expression, Yi shouted, "Wait, don't touch her." Suddenly, the green sphere crashed into Chaoyi, knocking him backward. Then a girl appeared in the room holding a giant pen like a staff, teasing Bing Long with a playful wave. Ao Bang Long shouted and lunged at the girl. The girl swung the pen like a cudgel, striking Bang Long's head hard, then repeatedly waved the tip to draw special symbols on Bang Long's body. Then her eyes suddenly flashed with blue light, as she sharply brought the pen down on Bang Long. A magic circle appears, and Bang Long is struck back towards Tuvan. Its body shrinks gradually, until it finally transforms into an ice sphere, merging into her body. Seeing that Xiao Yun's expression relaxed and no longer looked pained, Zhou Yi suspiciously whispered, "It's fine." Only then did the healer girl turn to look at Zhou Yi and say, "Are you Zhou Yi? I have heard of your reputation for a long time. I am Thoi Lietna, second-tier bishop level 35 from Convan City." Chaoyi greeted her, and Thoi Lietna said that the fake chief requested me to treat your sister first. Watching Zhou Ni, Thoi Lietna thought to herself, if it weren't for the false taskmaster saying this person's name might mean they are the top scholar of the province, she wouldn't break the rules. If even facing the cold aura for that long, the false taskmaster wouldn't deceive her. Ning opened her mouth and asked her, "What exactly is my sister suffering from? Can it be cured?" Though Lietna responded, cold air gushed out and formed into a shape. "This is a sign of bloodline awakening." Zhou Yi was shocked and exclaimed, "The bloodline awakening." He knew that when the Eternal Game appeared, many players chose races like the Spirit Race, Giant Race, and Demon Race. And after the game merges with reality, players of different races will also show the traits of their respective bloodlines, such as elves having green eyes and elongated pointed ears. People with giant bloodlines can reach a height of 34 meters. Over 200 years, when mutant players marry humans, their bloodlines gradually weaken through generations, and their appearance and special abilities fade, except in certain rare cases where the bloodline remains fully awakened. At this moment, Doi Liet Na explained that awakening bloodlines bring both danger and fortune. Successful awakening grants access to racial powers, skill upgrades, and easier learning, while failure can lead to paralysis or death. Your sister is suffering from cold energy, and because she is too weak, she can't withstand the power of her bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, she has awakened the Frost bloodline, a rare bloodline. To endure this rare bloodline, the body must be altered. As far as I know, only a rare treasure called Cold Ice Chain Genius can alter a person's body. The only problem is that this item is very rare. The last time it appeared was 30 years ago, at an auction where it was bid for by a mysterious person for 13 billion. In 3 months, the cold aura in your sister's body will fully solidify and become uncontrollable. Another way is to use a great sealing technique to directly seal her bloodline. After you decide, contact me with a token. But the price is that your sister's future will no longer be able to advance in rank. As soon Li Na leaves, Zhou Nuo holding the token falls into deep thought. 5 days later, Zhou Yi just finished his daily tasks. A system window appeared. Squats, 200 over 200 push-ups, 200 over 200 sit-ups, 200 over 200 weapon swings, 200 over 200. Upon completing the daily mission, I chose my reward and allocated attribute points. Chao Yi announced his attributes. I usually choose free attribute rewards for daily missions. For a Saint Knight, physical and mental points are extremely important, but other attributes shouldn't be overlooked either. Usually, distributing attribute points in the 2-3-3-2 method for balanced development is the best way to minimize weaknesses. While deep in thought, a system interface appeared before Joe Nixing displaying the exam results. You have completed the achievement mission. Congratulations on becoming the top performer in Tutang province in this exam. Based on your achievements, you have earned the reward. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Beast, S-tier God skill. Congratulations on obtaining the S-rank Sacred Artifact Cross Resurrection Sign. Congratulations on mastering the one-time Divine Secret Technique, S. Congratulations on obtaining a rare skill. You have reached the range A. Congratulations on obtaining 30 free attribute points. Congratulations on obtaining 30 free attribute points. Since the college entrance exam ended, news about Joni spread across all newspapers and media outlets. When Joni became a holy knight, I knew he definitely had a bright future. That's why I proposed to the city government to strengthen Chongyi's training, all thanks to my sharp eye. A group of students listening to Jia Dao being interviewed on TV couldn't help but be amazed. The top scorer being a holy knight, doesn't that mean he has a powerful support skill? I haven't learned much, don't trick me. Holy Knight takes a long time to play dungeons. You can clear nightmare dungeons at level 10, are you kidding me? Is there cheating? A female student immediately takes out her phone to defend Changyi. I have footage from that time. I can prove it with evidence. At this point, even the students still doubting Changyi's ability had to admire. His power was too fierce. The Holy Light Cross seems even more powerful than high-level fire magic from mages. The Blessed Bamboo Weapon, a gift from the gods and the courage to bless it. Can anyone tell me how many top scorers there are in this province? Elsewhere, the red-haired young man sat in a luxurious apartment, attentively watching Changyi's performance, and then offered his comment. Recently, the 9-minute 24-second challenge was even 20 seconds faster than me. Changyi is quite interesting. At this point, the red-haired man pointed to a spot not far away with his hand causing it to explode, then grinned viciously. If they dare to steal his glory, there is only death for them. The next morning, while Angi was on his way to visit his sister, he suddenly received a message on his phone, saying his bank account had just received a large sum of money from the government and Lijiang City Education Bureau. Changyi immediately called Secretary True and received a response. Chow, because of your outstanding performance in the exam, the government will reward you with 5 million in cash and a luxury villa. Do you have a preferred neighborhood, or shall we choose one for you? It seems they also found out that I am the top scholar of the province. Changyi thought to himself and replied, you help me choose. I hear the top 3 universities are sending representatives soon. Do you want me to arrange a car to pick you up? No need, they've arrived already. Changyi responded, then looked at the man in front of him. He smiled, kindly handed over a business card, and introduced himself. I am an alumnus of Vinduang University. Vinduang University. Just as Changyi was a bit surprised, an unfamiliar voice spoke up. I remember at first Vinduang University said that classmate Changyi was too arrogant and criticized him for being reckless. Why has it changed now? Zhao Tianfu's words truly revealed his blindness to the grandeur of Taishan. He had already been expelled from the school long ago. After speaking, the Vinduang teacher looked at Changyi in confusion. Changyi, if you want to come to our university, Vinduang University is willing to pay 40 million. Whatever conditions Vinduang University is willing to offer, Mado Du University will double it. I am sure I can get Changyi for Mo University, so everyone should leave while there's still time. The burly Manlander confidently said, making the teacher from Vinduang School want to bang the table. Right at this moment, a girl's voice rang in Changyi's ear. Have you asked Thon King University yet? Immediately afterward, the girl with purple hair and angel wings hugged Changyi and flew into the sky before the muscular teacher could seize him. After isolating Changyi for herself, the purple-haired teacher whispered by his ear, you may not have much at Thankin University, but I have plenty of cultivation resources. 4 years of university with level A cultivation resources provided each year. As the purple-haired teacher finished speaking, a sudden formation appeared behind her and pulled her in. At that moment, a female teacher with a black staff stood in front of Changyi, and the other teacher slowly threatened. Stealing the top scholar means risking resources, finances, and fame. If Tianjin University can provide it, then Tohang University can too. Stealing someone directly like that. If you don't lower them, don't blame me for being rude. The muscular teacher has now also flown up to join the fun. That's right, ripe melons are not sweet. Changyi Ba. Do University I not only provide you with A-level resources once a year, but also give you a full set of gold-level equipment. The purple-haired teachers, though furious, are wise enough to gradually let Changyi down and then smile friendly. I'm not kidnapping you, I just want a private friendly chat with classmate Changyi for a little while. Classmate Changyi, it's your choice. My fellow student Chao, I am Tu Mi Ni from Tuhang University. Tahang University upholds strength as the king, and as long as you can rank on the school's leaderboard and celestial list, I can provide you with A-tier resources, even S-tier resources if needed. Moreover, Tohang University has consistently ranked first in the freshman exchange competition for the past 4 years, showing that its student training capability is also top-ranked. The purple-haired teacher said dissatisfiedly, "What do you mean, to me? Winning a few competitions doesn't make you arrogant. Tahang University, winning is an undeniable fact. Miss Tone still needs to encourage the teachers and students at Thon King School to work harder." While the two teachers are passionately arguing, Jo Niji is seriously contemplating which school to choose. The special recruitment benefits offered by the 3 schools are roughly the same, and choosing any of them would lead to a bright future. But I want to gain stronger practical skills in university, which suits me best after careful consideration, and in the end, Jo Yi decided to attend Tohang University. Tumini immediately pulled out a scroll and said, "This is Tahang University's special enrollment contract. Take a look and sign if there are no issues." Professor Luke Luong, who was about to lose his talent, couldn't help but feel disappointed but was already beaten to it by Tahang University. Miss Tan still didn't give up and said, "If you don't find it suitable at Tohang University, you're welcome to transfer to Tsinghua University." Tomini immediately shot a deadly look at Miss Tan. Zhou Engi was reading the contract in shock and then asked Tomini nervously, "What is your 2 profession level?" "The second level mage is at level 42. Ni looks even more confused, but she appears to be under 30 years old. The outside world is so vast. Once you enter university, Tahang will be able to see many more young, talented experts. That's wonderful. Zhou Ni replied excitedly. After all, recently, he basically had no rivals his age, so entering Tahang University, if he could meet someone to spar with, he would improve even faster. Alright, you have 1 week to pack your belongings, and I will come to pick you up for enrollment in a week. What? Why is the registration date for Tohang University so early? Tu Mi winked and replied, "Of course, students who haven't yet confirmed their enrollment need to arrive early for advanced training, which helps improve their skills faster, so they can perform better in the National University Freshman Exchange Competition." A week has passed, and after Zhou Nian and Zhou Yun moved into their new villa, it was time for Zhou Nian to start school. Before leaving, he asked Secretary Zhao to look after his sister while he was away. Then he casually reminded Zhou Yun of everything in life before getting into Tu Ni's car. Seeing Chao Ngi turn to look back at his sister, Tu Ni smiled and asked, "Is this the first time you've been away from home?" "That's right, so you have to prepare well." Before Ingyi could even understand what Tu Ni meant, the car quickly passed through the spatial gate, and the university's security force appeared directly in front of him. "We're not in a hurry. There's no need to use the teleportation magic array." Chao Ngi looked around in amazement at the magic array, driven vehicles flying everywhere. Ordinary teleportation magic arrays are usually controlled by the army, and even small teleportation arrays used by clergymen require approval from the city government. Tahang University cooperates with the military district, so they built a large teleportation array near the campus, which is very convenient and safe. "To me," Ni explained, then flicked her chin forward. "We're here." Looking at everything unfolding before him, Ni couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too showy already. Let's go, I'll take you to introduce yourself." Tu Ni says to Zhou Nei. While Zhou Nei is still looking around, he suddenly feels something brush past him. It turns out it was a young man who had just been kicked away by a girl. "I told you I don't want to get to know you. That last kick was a warning. Don't provoke me, or I won't hold back anymore." And with that, the white-haired girl walked away. The crowd gathered around, laughed, and mockingly looked at the young man who had just been beaten up. This time, Xiaodong met his match with Madame Lasat. Every year at the beginning of the term, he tries to woo the younger female students, but now he's faced a real challenge. Seems like destiny has its eyes on him. Ingyi looked at the white-haired girl and thought to himself, "Ma Wen, she has the bloodline of the demon race." Tumini, recalling Zhou Ni's background and noticing his current expression, kindly warned him, "There are quite a few students and teachers in the university city with bloodlines of other races, so if you encounter them later, you must not show any unusual expressions. Don't worry, even if everyone is of other races, as long as they stand on the side of humans, I will not hate them. I'm not so lose my mind that I hate the entire demon race because of my father's death." "That's good, this is your student ID card." Tu Ni creates a card and hands it to Chao Ngi. Chao Ngi quickly skims through the information on the card, including the order and credits. "I'll go over the rules in the school, starting with the ranking system. Each academic year has a corresponding ranking. The higher your ability, the higher your position. The freshman rankings are based on university entrance exam results. You are in first place, so you're the strongest new student, but that's only a temporary ranking. In a month, there will be a competition among new students, and the rankings will be adjusted based on the results. From today on, you will become the target of attacks. Everyone will want to take your position. If I am now the top student, I will not let go of this spot." Zhao Ni arrogantly replied. Tu Mimi smiled and continued to guide Zhao on a tour, explaining as they went. Next is the credit rule. New students will receive basic credits based on their series number. Credits can be used for meals, equipment, medicine, skill books, and so on. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy anything you want, including skills and S-rank resources. Besides the ranking system, there are two other ways to earn credits. First is the credit mission, where you can use a student ID card to register for quests on the website, accept suitable tasks, and earn corresponding credits upon completion. The second method is to receive fixed credits each month, based on your ranking in the underworld and divine realm. The entire university has around 1,000 students. Those who want to reach the local and celestial rankings must not be arrogant. In addition, this university has 3 secret dungeon instances. The first is Goblin City Underground, with a level range from 17 to 21. The second dungeon is the Distorted Forest, with levels ranging from 23 to 26, and the third is the Hellfire Training Ground with levels from 28 to 31. Besides meeting the level requirements for the dungeon, you also need to spend a certain amount of credits to enter. Until you reach the required level, you can practice in the training area where the targets can be real people or robots. The strongest experts with absolute authority and the most resources are the key to survival here. A group of students walk against Chao and Tumini. The young man leading the group nodded and continued walking while a few students stared at Zhou Nuo and whispered among themselves. Who is he that the teacher is guiding around? We all went on the tour in groups led by seniors. Could it be that Wang Loi took the back door? A knowledgeable young man in the group said. So you didn't know. The top scorer in the entrance exam is always given special treatment by the admissions officer. Firstly, so he can quickly familiarize himself with the school environment. Secondly, to attract the top students in future school choices. In that case, he's the top scorer of this entrance exam. Ba Q-sin, what's his background like? Tell me more details. The new students, including the girl with white hair, eagerly awaiting the answer from Ba Q-sin Chao Ngi, the top student of Tuhang Province and level 13. Saint Knight also couldn't help but be amazed when they first heard about Chao Ngi's profession. Are you sure there's no mistake? The Holy Knight is just a support profession. I remember you said that the second place was Shen Lingfeng, a level 14 berserk warrior. How can someone like your assistant surpass a berserk warrior? Hey, what are you guys saying? Don't you believe me? My reputation for Baku-sin is not just for show. A female student unable to hide her passion for beauty comments admiringly. He is so handsome he could become a celebrity. Hearing about Chao Ngi's impressive profile, the white-haired guy couldn't help but glance at him and assess him. He is the top student among the new students. Just when Lu Qin saw Crass with white hair intently watching Chao Ngi, he became jealous and deliberately insulted him loudly. I think that top ranking is just a name without real substance. Chao Ngi immediately turned his head toward the voice. Lu Qin stepped forward in front of the students and issued a challenge to Chao Ngi. Lu Qin, the level 13 Knight of Punishment, is ranked 38th. I doubt you have the strength to hold the top spot. I want to challenge you to a duel. Classmate, challenging to a duel is your own business. Don't waste everyone's time. The male student leader patted Lu Qin on the shoulder and warned him with a hidden curse in his heart. Stupid. Freshman guide, I will earn a credit. What are you causing trouble here? For Lu Qin pushed his hand away and replied, Sorry sir, I will stay restrained. The leading male student became even angrier. This idiot's ranking was decided jointly by the principals and teachers of the major academies. It can't be wrong. The new students hearing Lu Qin's challenge started to gather and wait to see the show. There's a good show coming up, just wait a little longer and then we'll move on. Lu Jing wants to use challenging the top person as a stepping stone to boost his reputation. Saint Knight isn't a strong profession. I wouldn't be surprised if someone wanted to take his position. So what do I get out of agreeing to your challenge? 100 credits. If you beat me, it'll belong to you. If you lose, you'll have gained nothing. Looking at Lu Qin's uneasy face and the new students, Ni quietly thought to himself that for the peace he's been wishing for, he had no choice but to accept this challenge. But I just want to scare them with a small threat so the price he pays will be even heavier. That way they'll remember it well. So Zhou Neiyi set the bet at 300 credits. I will have a match with you. Lu Qin's face immediately changed color after hearing this. The students started whispering again. I'm ranked 40th and only have 400 credits. Lu Jing ranked 38th, probably isn't much better. Losing that many credits would be disastrous. He's daring to appear right at the start of the term, so he's not going to be a useless side character in the story, right? Lu Qin felt a bit guilty at this moment, but as soon as he saw CR still staring intently at Chao Ngi envy, it clouded his judgment, and he finally accepted the price Ni asked for. 300 is fine. Let's go to the arena. You're sort of brave, but there's no need for you to get on the arena. In 3 moves, if you don't kneel, I lose. In the end, they all gathered at the arena, with Tu Mini personally taking on the role of referee. After 3 seconds of counting down, Lu Jing immediately rushed forward to attack. He silently calculated that both the Punishment Knight and the Saint Knight belonged to hidden classes. Punishing Knights rely on brute force, while Holy Knights focus on support. Quickly defeating them without hesitating against a Holy Knight using a potion makes it easy. At that moment, Lu Qin involuntarily looked at the white-haired girl standing on the arena. She would be looking at him. Regaining his composure, Lu Qin swung his sword and used the qi and blood-cutting slash towards Chaoyi, but Chaoyi easily dodged and then kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. Vovai, Chaoyi said, feeling a bit disappointed, thinking he had some tricks up his sleeve but had fallen easily. The male student led the team to check Lu Qin's injuries and then reported to Tu Mini. Ma'am, Lu Qin has broken 5 ribs with internal bleeding and is in a coma. Yes, send the priest to treat him. Tu Mini said, as she used Lu Qin and Chaoyi's student cards on the system, then returned the cards to Chaoyi. 300 credits have been transferred to his student card. The fierce battle left the new students awestruck. The blood spirit of the Punishing Knight is hard to stop, so all he needs is one kick to break it. Is this the strength of the #1 ranked person? They are on a completely different level. The power attribute of the two must differ by at least 20 points. At that moment, the white-haired girl could no longer stay still. She stepped forward to challenge Chaoyi to a fight. Seeing her at the door, I realized she not only has the bloodline of the demon race but also inheritance gear. It was the first time I saw inheritance gear, and I wanted to see how powerful it really is. Chaoyi used his appraisal technique to check information about the opponent weapon: hidden moon, ancient sword quality, 3-star inheritance race, human profession requirements, swordsman with unclear effects. After a while, Chaoyi replied, "Alright, another match is about to begin." Seeing that the opponent is not to be underestimated, Chaoyi decided to use the luminous battle banner to confront the white-haired girl. Weapon Huang Guang Battle True. Gold 3 seconds quality with physical attribute plus 18 intelligence plus 24, which increases all level B or below light system skills by 1 level. Source reward system draw. This time even the 52nd-year students came to watch. Look, a new student just joined and there's already a conflict, but it's just a chicken pecking another. Lai Dong. Thang. One of the ministers of the Ultraviolet Society, a level 29 village archer, happened to pass by. Saw Tumini approached to greet her, then casually stayed to watch the match. 3, 2, 1, start. The signal just sounded as both sides charged at each other. While the white-haired fighter used the extreme shadow slash to strike with lightning speed, Chaoyi used the method of violent thunderbolt to lift the giant spear and slam it into the ground, causing area damage and knocking back the enemy. As soon as their attacks collided with a loud explosion, both of them were knocked back by each other's moves. Impressive, truly, a monster. He thought to himself that the white-haired opponent increased her power, using shadow attribute Dark Slash to enhance her weapon, and unleashing a powerful shadow slash toward him to confront Zhou Nuo. Zhou Nuo saw the enemy strike, and didn't hesitate, even excitedly shouting, "Great, finally, someone who can face me head-on. Keep going, lift the enemy into the air, allowing you to attack from below upward. Lift the enemy into the air." The second rapid enhancement during the attack strikes a second blow forward. The 3-spike slash delivers a powerful attack at the enemy ahead, and releases the 3 spikes. Liatba will unleash multiple attacks on the enemy, knocking them back. Bansonkich leaps a short distance forward and slams his weapon into the ground. There are many instances where attacks are judged, and the final blow could cause the enemy to fall. Both sides skillfully utilize their techniques to attack each other, but the outcome remains undecided. The audience watching from below the arena stare in astonishment as they observe 2 figures moving at lightning speed across the stage. Could these really be 2 students battling each other? Lai Dongthang, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. A spirit swordmaster will lose quickly, without a trump card. The male student leading the group asked with some doubt. Really, I think it's hard to tell who will win between them. Lai Dongthang analyzes fortifying with a move that absorbs all attacks from the opponent. At first, she only needed to block one of the Saint Knight's 3 attacks. Now that the Saint Knight has swung twice, she is forced to use her sword to block. In both defense and attack with large weapons, he usually swings at a certain level to conserve stamina. When he spots an opening in the opponent, Chaoyi will suddenly strike to suppress. Moreover, he has no intention of conserving his stamina, either out of stupidity or absolute faith in his strength. From the beginning to the end, Qian Chui has been restricting the movements of the Ingulin Si, forcing her to use her sword to block Qian Chui's attacks. Every strike Chaoyi throws is of top quality. Someone in the crowd exclaims, "That's a beautiful lady who doesn't hold back. This holy knight really is ruthless." The start is complete. With that, Chaoyi immediately activates the divine blessing. With courage and blessing weapons, Lemin's blessing and guardian blessings activated, a huge aura immediately surrounds him. This oppressive feeling is so intense. Is this really his best state? While the white-haired figure hesitated slightly, Chaoyi used his victorious sword skill and extended an arm to point. Seizing the opportunity, the white-haired opponent used the Ghost Shadow Slash to close the gap and struck to take down Chaoyi. Who would have thought Chaoyi would smile with satisfaction and say, "I knew you would use that move." Then he swung his spear to strike the white-haired person. At this point, Whitehair could only helplessly close her eyes and wait to be defeated, but she waited so long nothing happened. "Do you want to continue?" The white-haired person opened their eyes to see Chaoyi had already withdrawn his skill, standing there with his truncheon and looking at her. He was no longer fighting, and his attack was nearly crushing. Fighting on will only lead to the same result. You haven't used your full strength. Chaoyi reveals that in this battle both her powerful swordsmanship skills and her dark attribute strength are not being used. "Caught me, I was just testing my limits. I won't use my trump card. Moreover, you also didn't use your full strength. I've watched your test video, so let's be friends, and we'll compete again next time." After both of them finished their chat, Tumini continued to take Chaoyi on a tour of the school, feeling a bit of anticipation in her heart. The first day of school not only earned 600 points, but also made all the outstanding students envy the special admissions. This freshman year seems to be about to heat up. The first-year student dormitory is located in a small mountain peak. The dormitories for regular students are at the foot of the mountain facing the back of the school, while the special enrollment dormitories are located at the top of the mountain. Furthermore, the student dormitories are specially selected as private villas with varying levels of luxury and amenities based on the ranking order. You will live here in the future. Tumini tilted her chin towards the huge house in front of her, swiped her card and stepped inside, then suddenly remembered something and told Joni, "That's right, I heard you're looking for the Extreme Cold Lotus." A small team saw the Extreme Cold Lotus in the Storm Mountain range, but high-level monsters guarded it, so they gave up harvesting it. "This is information from 6 years ago. I can't guarantee its accuracy." Based on the details Tumini provided, Chaoyi then threw himself into investigating the Storm Mountain range. It is known that this is a large mountain range formed after the combination of the Eternal and Lomtin games, spanning a vast area full of geniuses, rare treasures, exotic herbs, and monstrous creatures. Even someone changing their class for the third time wouldn't dare to venture deep inside casually. With Zhou Nuo's current strength, if he encounters a high-level demonic beast, he'd have no choice but to retreat and save his life. But luckily, after completing the college entrance exam, the system rewarded you with a life-saving trick, so even if things go wrong, you can survive. There's no need to hesitate. Buy some skills and equipment, and then let's get started. Ni is browsing skills on his computer, receiving notifications, and notices that as a top student in a special admission exam, he can learn A-rank Holy Knight skills for free, including complete immunity to all physical damage. Highly effective, then I'll buy it. Long-range weapon skills are a must. Free is indeed too good to be true, Pepsi. As a result, all the powerful free skills Chaoyi has secured. It's just a pity that there's one thing he still has to spend reward points from the college entrance exam to collect, which is the Forest Explorer outfit. The preparation is complete. Chaoyi immediately rushes to the Furious Mountain Range to find the Cold Hail Lotus to heal his sister, and during his wandering there, he witnesses a massive explosion not far away. Being naturally curious, he immediately grabbed his pants and ran over to check out the situation. Meanwhile, Kwang So-nien, after adding Chaoyi on WeChat, took the initiative to send a message and start a conversation. But ever since Chaoyi said he would come to Kwangfong Mountain, he's been completely unresponsive, so Kwang So-nien couldn't help but feel bored and called her best friend to share her youthful feelings. "I met a very special boy yesterday. I challenged him to a fight, and during the battle, I unleashed some demonic strength. He was completely unmoved, not even a hint of infatuation in his gaze." Kwang So-nien casually responded, then decided to do the same as Kra and head to the Windstorm Mountain Range. In a certain area of the Raging Mountain Range, a fierce battle is taking place between demons and a 4-person team consisting of Engineer Chu Nyo, Summoner On Tien, Tuan Artillery Master Chu Dan, and Swordswoman Tathan Lian. First, Chu Nyo drives the tank while launching small bombs attached to discs toward the demons. As soon as the demons stepped on them, the discs automatically exploded, and a few survivors continued to recklessly charge at the tank. On Thien, Nuan used the Summon Ice Spirit Grandmaster skill to create an ice wall blocking the demon's advance, without noticing that another one was rapidly jumping along the trees, aiming to approach their vehicle from behind. At 9 o'clock, following Chu Nu's advice, Chu Dan immediately opened fire, causing the creature behind to be blasted away. All done, she continued to fire her machine gun and shout, and it was at this moment that Tathan Lian activated her top-tier swordsman skills to handle the remaining monsters. "We did it." Chu Nu laughed happily. An Tianruan turned to look at Chu Nu for celebrating. Her face suddenly turned pale. Then she pushed Chu Nu aside, quickly cast a spell, and created an ice shield at the driver's side window. But because the fiery spell from the forest was too powerful, Ong Thien Yuan's ice shield was instantly shattered, and the tank was overturned. "Are you guys okay?" Tathan Lian hurriedly ran over to ask, but Ong Thien Yuan shouted a warning, "Watch out behind you." The other three simultaneously looked back and saw a group of other demons, like fierce fiends, rushing madly toward them, ready to burn them with fire magic. Squad, we had to use all our tricks to take down 4 demons. Are we really going to die here today? Just as the 4 girls in the squad were giving up and resigned to fate, Ingi rode a white wolf from the woods, rushing in using a divine wind spell to sweep the demons away. Justice gathers, the storm descends, light converges, and the hurricane has arrived. As Ngi finishes speaking, a giant sword descends from the sky, stabbing directly into the eye of the tornado, obliterating the demons. The entire area suddenly drowned in a sea of flames. At this moment, Joe Nigi gently pats his pet beast, and the white wolf, understanding the signal, opens its mouth and instantly extinguishes the fire. Then Zhou Ngi approached the group of 4 girls who were still dazed, using magic to heal them. Tu Thon Lian embraced on Thien Yuan, who was still unconscious, and looked up with a smile, saying, "Thank you, younger brother Zhou. I didn't expect you to know me. The Than Lone Squad is the second-ranked team in the entire school, so of course I knew, and that made me feel even more ashamed." Tu Thon Lian shyly replied with a smile, then her expression turned serious as she made a suggestion. "Junior brother Chao, your light attribute skill can weaken demons, but demons are very dangerous, so why don't you come back with us to the electric base? I've explored the entire surrounding area over the past month, but there's still no news about Extreme Cold Ice Lotus. 3 days later, the freshman competition will be held, so I can only wait for it to finish before continuing to look for Qcon Bang Lian. I think Ingi will understand." Tu Thon Lian turns to look at Chunya. Chunya nods in understanding, then begins chanting the metal spell as it roars spirit speed, demonic growls, and fierce energy burst forth. As the spell finished, a giant robot car emerged from the magic circle created by Chunya, drawing admiration from Zhou Ngi and White Wolf. "There's no time to explain, hurry and get on." Chunya quickly urged them forward. Tu Thon Lian, seeing her comrade Emser, kept silent and silently admired, "She's truly amazing." On the way back, Zhou Nishi asked, "Senior 2 is the Berserk Peak mountain range normally, where demons live." Tu Thon Lian honestly replied, "My team has been in the Berserk Peak mountain range for over 2 months, and this is our first encounter." Seeing this, Ngi deduced that these demons came from deep within Kongfeng mountain range, or a recent interdimensional rift, and the demonic creatures escaped from there. "Yes, we must return quickly to the base to inform the military district." Chaonging e fai cho chut giatming. Quan hu chang fai cho fap sudang giam. Sat cha hu fuksao. This place, Kwangfong mountain range, has many demonic beasts to prevent them from attacking and breaking into the city. The entrance to the mountain range is guarded by a supply trading outpost built by the military, and there are mages from the army base constantly monitoring the movements of the demonic beasts in the range. Tu Thon Lian furrowed her brows and replied, "If they are, the problem is that these monsters are too low level." Chao Ni became even more confused after hearing that. A level 30 evil beast like Bai Yan is not exactly low level. Sensing Chao Ni's concern, Tu Thon Lian explained, "The mages primarily monitor the deep regions of Kwangfong Sanmak and the behavior of high-level demonic beasts, those of legendary rank, and the aura of demons beneath their surface are below the threshold of detection set by the mages, so perhaps even the mages can't figure them out." At this point, a few doubts surfaced into Thon Lian's mind, but if it were a dimensional rift, why would low-level monsters be sent here? If the soldiers at the base discovered monsters, they would immediately obliterate them. A dimensional rift, capable of accommodating level 30 monsters, could also allow level 50 monsters to pass through. The way the alien realm operates not only involves risking life, but also revealing the location of the rift. "Forget it, this isn't something we should worry about. Just take the news back." At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a loud shout from many demons, "Food! Food!" At the same time, a streak of light appeared in the sky and shot straight to the ground, causing an explosion not far from Zhou Ngi's convoy. "Demon, there's someone surrounded by demons over there. This aura is intense," Chao Ngi hurriedly said. "Everyone go ahead, I'll go and come back." Then, despite everyone's efforts to dissuade him, he hurriedly rushed to the scene of the explosion alone. He will never forget this aura. Why is she here? Not only Chao Ngi's group but also another squad knows about someone being in danger. At this moment, one of them hesitated and spoke up, "The white gold demon beast. Level 20, that girl won't last long, let's help her." Everyone fell silent. After a moment, one person spoke up saying, "Better not try, we're trapped here and can't look after ourselves. If she can escape and use her strength to destroy the demons, she will definitely be a genius in the future." But unfortunately, they all turned their worried eyes towards the explosion site as Kwang. So Nian, injured and exhausted, struggles against the monsters. As she fought off the monsters, So Nian grit her teeth and thought to herself, "It seems their state is limited in time, only encircling but not attacking, trying to trap me. These fiends are scattered across the plane in groups, so even if I eliminate the 8 in front of me, the surrounding fiends will immediately advance, making it impossible to escape back to the base. If the ghostly power disappeared before breaking through the encirclement, Huang So-Nian's gaze turned cold at the thought. Just as she was about to use her skill, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking the surrounding white-silver magic beasts, and instantly killing them all. Huang So-Nian quickly turned around toward the source of the footsteps. Ni, riding a white horse, no, a white wolf, charging like a god while shouting at Huang So-Nian, who is still stunned. Huang So-Nian moved back. The demon behind her is howling loudly, creating a deafening sound that she can't bear, forcing her to cover her ears with her hands. The evil spirits use the berserk skill, flame fire, frenzy, and scream as they charge forward to attack. Huang So-Nian shouted a warning, "Chaoyi, run now." That is the frenzy of the demon tribe. She secretly worried that the power of the evil spirits had increased tenfold. Chaoyi is definitely no match for it. If I self-destruct, I have a 90% chance of defeating it and protecting him. Suddenly, Chaoyi rode the white wolf and appeared behind Huang So-Nian slipped his arm around her waist and lifted her onto the wolf's back. Huang So-Nian was startled and cried out. At this moment, a demon lunges forward with a punch, and immediately, the white wolf leaps forward to dodge it. Chaoyi sat on the white wolf, then turned his head back, raised his hand and shouted. Lightning strikes instantly, unleashing a barrage of thunderbolts from the sky to destroy the area in front of you. Chaoyi smiled, and said no wonder everyone wanted to become a sorcerer. Feeling the thrill of battling monsters from afar isn't bad, but the move he just performed created such a loud commotion that it attracted all the evil spirits on the field rushing over. They quickly formed a large circle surrounding the two of them. The 180 demons capable of using group attack skills to eliminate them are now scattered. He whispered, then Zhou Nuo used 2 fingers to tap her forehead, telling Huang So-Nian to attract the demons to the left and not to be aggressive. Huang So-Nian hesitantly speaks out. Zhou Ni. Chaoyi didn't say anything and began performing a series of buffs for Huang So-Nian. Hold back the chaotic energy. Lamin Juyin blessing, weapon blessing. The divine gift. Huang So-Nian was shocked and silently exclaimed, it's an additional buff from the Holy Knight Legion. She quickly opened her personal profile to check. Level 16. His title Swordsman, a dual demon body state. Looking at the strength, speed, stamina, and willpower stats all increased by 25%, Huang So-Nian was left in shock. Chaoyi doesn't have time to notice Huang So-Nian's reaction. Before she can finish speaking, he jumps off the wolf's back, draws his weapon charges at the nearest group of monsters, and swings his hammer to explode the area. Behind Huang So-Nian, she also dismounted from the wolf's back. She quietly admired Chaoyi and said, amazing. The attribute boost of 25% doubles my strength. As far as I know, neither the 16 No nor even a level 20 Holy Knight can do such a thing. At this moment, a group of monsters has also approached Huang So-Nian's position. Without anyone giving the order, the white wolf rushed at a monster and opened its mouth to bite. It's not the time to think about these things now. I have to follow his orders. Reminding herself, Huang So-Nian's expression turned serious as she drew her weapon and began to fight. As for Chaoyi, he is moving at high speed with each strike capable of killing one or several monsters. Suddenly, a monster manages to slip behind him and swings its weapon aiming at his head. Just as the blow was about to land, a purple whip suddenly struck the monster's hand, sending its weapon flying and averting danger for Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning looked back and saw Huang So-Nian controlling the purple whip to attack the monsters. The Shadow Immortal replied, gather the demonic energy in your hand to form a whip that lashes at enemies, dealing heavy damage and additional dark damage, proving that wielding the Holy Light profession can indeed attract demons. A multitude of demons have gathered here on the plains. I can use this move now. Tham casually cast the Holy Light shield skill toward Huang So-Nian, and White Wolf forming a protective cage for them, then warned Huang So-Nian, wait inside this. Guarding Saint Light B+, brings the team within a sacred glow, making them immune to all physical damage for a limited time. Then Zhou Ni shouts Holy Cross Radiance. The Holy Cross summons sacred light to gather the Holy Cross behind you, causing enemies to take continuous light-based fire damage within a 200-meter radius at level 7. Only the large cross appears emitting a golden light that shines on the monsters. The next second, a golden flame burst out, engulfing them and burning relentlessly, causing them to scream in agony. Huang So-Nian's eyes sparkled as she gazed at this scene in astonishment. After the attack subsides, most monsters have been defeated, leaving only the Judai monsters with high resistance still alive. All darkness will vanish under the light's illumination. Divine light gathers, storm of wind and light descends, summoning a congealed holy light storm at the designated location, dealing minor magic damage to all enemies within a certain radius. As Ni finished speaking, giant sacred lights condensed in the sky, then fell to the ground, forming a large circle around the monsters. 1 second later at the center, a whirlwind quickly forms, engulfing the monsters and tearing them apart into many pieces. Near the bushes, a group of people stare in shock at the battle outside. Is it really terrible? Who is this? Are they human? Boss, do we need to go say hello? The team member asked, and the team leader paused for a moment. Our team has only one level 26, the other 4 are all level 24. Don't even think about 1 versus 1, 6 versus 1 is impossible to handle. This person is truly terrifying, and he's still so young. In the end, the captain decided to lead the team to meet Chaoyi. He silently thought that they must form a team. But before the group could move, they saw a machine rushing quickly toward Chaoyi's position. Wait for the machine to stop. Chu Dan and the 3 others, Chu Nu, An Tianruan, and Tuan Than Lian appear on the back of the machine. Chu Dan waves, "Hello Junior Chao, we're here to help you." Only when they clearly saw the situation around them did the 4 of them freeze in place for 5 seconds. Ni turned his head, glanced at them, then took out a healing potion and drank it all in one gulp. System notification. Congratulations on reaching level 17. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations on reaching level 18. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Chaoyi's level is 18,324. Over 42,000. Strength 160, stamina 162, intelligence 172. Ni silently thought 180, demon 6,000,000 experience points. Unfortunately, the fake profession has a experience cap at 0 level. This battle could yield even more points. Seeing the potion bottle slipping from his hand, Chaoyi whispered, "The magic power has increased significantly, but having too many high-level skills is still not enough. After returning to school, I need to ask the teacher. Maybe she has a solution." At this moment, Chu Dan and the others finally snapped out of their surprise, jumped off the mechanical spider, and walked over to Zhou Nifei. Tuo Than Lian spoke up, "Zhou Nifei, all of these things are made by you." Chu Dan also spoke, "Chaoyi, your strength exceeds what I imagined." Before Chaoyi could speak, Huang, Sun Yen suddenly sat down heavily on the ground. The girls asked worriedly, "What's her condition?" Chaoyi replied, "I guess she pushed herself too hard and has entered a state of weakness." The girls went to help Huang, Sun Yen, while Than Lian watched Chaoyi carefully, and asked, "Did you encounter any particularly difficult demons while destroying them?" Ning looked up at me thoughtfully for a moment before replying, "The highest level demon I've killed is level 23 gold. None are particularly difficult to deal with. What's going on?" Than Lian frowns and explains, "The demon army and human army both have commanders. If there is no commander here, then most of the demon army is not present. This place isn't safe to stay long. We need to return to the base immediately." Zhou responded immediately. In the bushes behind, seeing Chu-Ni and the others leave, a member asked the captain, "Should we go out now that they seem to be leaving?" The captain hesitated. Okay." Before the team leader finished speaking, they suddenly felt an invisible force pressing down on them, making them feel terrified. "Boss, what's going on out there?" The team leader looked outside, his face full of fear, as he shouted with the dense demonic aura. "That is an evil spirit. The sky has turned blood red as a vast area is covered by a dark cloud." Immediately after, a hole opened in the membrane, and a dragon crawled through, carrying a humanoid creature on its back that radiated a large amount of demonic energy. Through the diagnostic technique, basic information about the 2 creatures appears before everyone's eyes. Monsters level 30 demons. Talent, legend, utility skills. Notes: utility monster, fire dragon level 24, golden talent. Firestorm assault skill. At the same time, at the military zone, the surveillance screens turned red in warning. Warning. Warning of an emergency alien gas concentration exceeding the limit. Analyzing data. The level 4 invasion has locked in the position. The eastern mountain range at stormy wind longitude 111.454 east, latitude 15.305 north. The monitoring staff, upon seeing this scene, immediately took out the radio to notify the entire military zone. Confirmed 4th level alien intrusion. All members of the Legion are to assemble immediately and prepare for battle. Authenticating the 4th level invasion by otherworldly beings. All Legion members, please assemble immediately to prepare for battle. Snow Dragon Legion soldiers and knights, please finish training quickly and move to the square for assembly. The Snow Dragon Legion's priest team is ready to assist, ensuring their bodies are full of magical power. The logistics team is distributing mana core resources. The Snow Dragon Legion's mage team has secured the longitude at 111.454 east and latitude at 15.305 north, forming a large transportation formation. Soon, the Legion's members lined up neatly within the large yellow formations on the ground. A soldier approached the commander of the Snow Dragon Corps to report that Vu Chu had informed the division commander that all personnel had assembled and were awaiting orders. From Vu Chu drew his sword pointed forward and shouted loudly, like a sword piercing through all thorns, like a shield protecting a direction. The soldiers below also shouted in unison, like a sword piercing through all thorns, like a shield protecting a direction. Every single demon in the Legion is a chosen and carefully selected member of mine. In the half-year since arriving at Lam Tin, we have lost fewer than 100 of our people, but in the final moments of despair, just before returning to the Holy Realm, 100 clansmen were hunted down and sacrificed. In half a day, we will return to the Holy Realm. Before we leave, we must show off proudly." The demons below roared in excitement. "Thank you, Your Highness. I am grateful." Back in the present, the demon lord riding on the fire dragon looks down at Zhou Nuo's group and says, "I will not forgive you. I will seize your souls and burn them with hellfire." Then the demon lord begins summoning his army. Olimus, the demon's son, used his summoning skill, and the silver demon and the gold demon were summoned. Tathan Lian immediately used her appraisal skill to scan the group of demons. The legendary level demon, the golden-ranked demon knight, and the silver-ranked demon sorcerer. Her expression turned serious as she took out her weapon, stepped forward to Chaoyi, then turned back and said, "Chaoyi, later, the Thanlone squad will protect you. If there's a chance, you must break through the encirclement and escape." "Yes, Chaoyi, you must keep living," Chudan said. Then she, along with the two other girls, moved forward toward Chaoyi. They secretly believe that Chaoyi is the most extraordinary genius they've ever seen, and with his talent he deserves everything they have to protect him, including their lives. At this moment, a large, yellow magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. That is the Snow Dragon Legion. The Snow Dragon Legion is made up of level 30 or higher officers, and the Legion commander is even a level 51 warrior. We're saved. While Chudan's group celebrated, Zhou Yi frowned, silently suspicious. If it's a teleportation here, why not locate and teleport directly there? Chaoyi's suspicion is immediately cleared, as the opposing demon lord suddenly laughs out loud. "Haha, humans, don't worry, the magic formation is covering us, your legion can't get in." Tathan Lin exclaimed in shock, "What? No way." She looked up at the sky and then realized that a large number of soldiers were standing outside the big yellow formation separated by a red veil. "What's going on? Why is the teleportation point so far away?" Vuong Luong places his hand on the red curtain, sensing it for a moment before seriously replying that it is a forbidden-level magic array of the Blackfire demonic race. After activation, the interior space cannot be transmitted, and attacks from outside will also be blocked. At least 2 more armies need to gather their strength before they can break it. Then we can only wait for it to dissipate on its own after the time runs out. Tu Vuchu frowned and asked, "How long does it take for the magic circle to disperse?" Vuong Luong replied, 5 minutes. Hearing that, Tu Vuchu closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and issued a heavy order. He checked all the information about those people and kept a record. Wait for the battle to end, and inform their families to come and claim the bodies. At the same time, inside the dark Flamebick summoning array, the system detected the appearance of a legendary-level demon, and a new mission has been issued. Achievement task: please eliminate the demon. Failure will result in punishment. No. S+ talent reward Duok to Fuklin. Looking at the system panel, Zhou Ning quietly smiled and said, "The new achievement mission has finally arrived." Then Zhou Ning's body radiated a golden light as he slipped past Chu Dan's crowd and moved forward. Tathan Lian quickly grabbed Chaoyi's hand and shouted, "Chaoyi, the demonic lord from the opposite side is focusing his gaze on you. Such dense, sacred energy, it looks like you've harmed our people. To show my respect for you, I will personally cut you into 100 pieces so you can depart in endless agony." With that, the demon lord rides the fire dragon and charges forward. Chaoyi brushed away Tathan Lian's hand and drew his weapon, preparing for battle. At this moment, the fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a stream of magic towards Chaoyi below. Tathan Lian frantically shouted, "Chaoyi." Chaoyi calmly raised his hammer, creating a golden light that soared into the sky. The attacks of both sides collided in midair, with Zhou Nuo's strike tearing through the fire dragon's attack and continuing upwards, slicing off one of its wings. With one wing lost, the fire dragon could no longer fly and fell straight down. The demon lord also fell freely as a result. A loud crash sounded as Hoa Long's massive body slammed onto the ground and remained motionless. The demon lord lands safely but still feels some impact. Seizing the opportunity, Chaoyi appears behind him and swings his hammer. The demonic lord sensed the danger and swung his weapon backward, but only struck Chaoyi's shoulder armor and it fell off. Soon after, he saw a golden light approaching his face closely. So he quickly raised his weapon to block and used the force to push himself back. Seeing the ground where he had just stood being shattered by Chaoyi's hammer, the demon lord couldn't believe it and silently shouted in his heart, "What kind of cage is this? This human is only at level 18. How can he have the power to oppose me?" Zhongyi also didn't rush to attack again, placing the hammer aside, cracking his knuckles as he looked at the demon lord and spoke. "You're holding up pretty well. Oh right, you are the first legendary-level monster I've ever met." After insulting humanity, the demon overlord lunged forward and thrust a sword at Zhou Engi. Ning Yi retrieves his weapon, jumps high to dodge, while striking down a large cross-shaped attack on the demon lord below. The pure white branch's stun status is successfully confirmed. he whispered to himself. Chao Ngi raised his hand and shouted. The stun effect didn't last long, and before the lightning struck, the demon lord had already regained consciousness and shouted out, "Fire demon shield." Seeing the shield in front of the demon lord's face, protecting him from the lightning, Zhou Nijiang whispered, "Even the light realm can't deal with him. It seems ordinary techniques are simply not enough to defeat this legendary level demon. So he can only use the reward system skill after the final trial. As for the demon lord, he issues orders to his army. My beloved warriors, defeat him for me." The demons, upon receiving the order, immediately roared and charged at Chao Ngi. Chao Ngi paid no attention to them. Around him, rays of holy light appeared in abundance, and his body gradually rose into the air, radiating waves of golden magic. Everyone was watching Chao Ngi intently, only to see him raise both hands high, a huge vortex immediately appearing with a giant hand reaching out from within. Why does it feel like some terrifying existence is about to emerge? The evil demon leader finished speaking, and the entire space was immediately dyed golden. The giant hand struck down from above, causing him and his subordinates to shake the ground, which cracked and shattered from the whirlwind sweeping around. Am I dreaming? Is this really Chao Ngi's skill? Kwang. So Nian feels the demonic bloodline inside her body, trembling in fear. Outside the red curtain, Tu Vu Chu speaks. This power equals demon spirit cannon. Have you found out who is trapped inside yet? Vuong Luong replied. They are all Tahang University students, and the one who used the skill just now is this year's top student. Sacred Knight Chao Ngi. Tu Vu Chu sighed with regret and said, top scorer, it's a pity that the level gap between both sides is too big. If Chao Ngi had a bit more time to grow with just that one skill, he could have already defeated that demon. As expected, Vu Chu was right. After Chao Ngi's attack, the demon lord of the lava demons was still alive, and his aura now radiated even more terrifyingly than before. The demon lord of the lava. Demons roared in fury. How dare you insult the mighty Veman Legion, charging forward the flaming legion's magic. Immediately, the four directions were filled with demon corpses charging at Zhou Nas. The demon lord turned to the healing demon and said he's only an 18th level holy knight. The demon who is healing confirms it. After many battles, his magic power has surely been exhausted. Without magic power facing our three-person army, sheer numbers alone can determine whether he lives or dies now. That's right. Satisfied, the Atma leader once again looked towards Zhou Ning. At the center of the attack, Zhou Nuo calmly thought to himself that the divine shield was almost completely depleting the magic within his body, and the equipment's mana regeneration was too slow, so he could only rely on himself. A skill panel appeared before Zhou Nuo. The Holy Saint Technique S is a one-time secret spell of the Holy Knight Temple that does not consume mana and is unaffected by silence skills. After using this spell, you will gain some of the power of the divine light, and depending on your body's endurance, the 4 corresponding attributes will be increased. The level of all divine and light skills will be temporarily increased by 5, and the recovery speed of HP, stamina, and magic will be multiplied by 20. The effect will last for a period of time, and after the skill ends you will enter a state of exhaustion. And then a second later, a beam of light descended from the sky, piercing through the red curtain, shining on Zhou Yi. What's going on now? Suspicious, the demon lord looked up and saw Chou Ni in the yellow light pillar, surrounded by a goddess with 3 pairs of wings, with feathers falling from above, and burning any demon they touched until they disintegrated into smoke. Vu Chu reached out and touched a feather and suddenly exclaimed, so it's a divine form technique. Vice Captain Vuong Luong of the Snow Dragon Legion listened curiously and asked Commander, what is a divine stance? It is a high-level skill mastered by those pretending to be gods, allowing the use of all divine energy and faith. I once saw a preacher perform a divine stance, and with just one move he could restore an army to its peak condition. Because of the divine form technique, only our army can patiently wait for reinforcements while surrounded by 3 demon legions. With divine energy as vast as the sea without us, he could also destroy the demons. No way, this is clearly a top-secret technique. He's an 18th level holy knight, how can he possibly use divine energy? Your Highness, once you cast the divine form, you can only cut it with divine energy of the same level. Once he finishes the ritual, our entire army will be doomed. It's just a skill after all. How long does it take to set up the magic array in the hidden tent in the valley after the cover is erected? 1 minute later, the mage replied, I understand. Now is the time for you to show your loyalty. Yes. The mage responded, then loudly shouted, all demons obey the order. Offer everything you have to the demon lord. Immediately after he was the first to offer his soul, Great Devil Olima Roskin, I vow to dedicate all of myself in reverence to you. The Great Devil, Olima Roskin, I pledge to dedicate all I am in reverence to you. Countless demons shout slogans and willingly sacrifice their souls. Then their souls were all absorbed by the demon lord. Seeing the dark aura emanating more and more from him, the goddess contemptuously said, pathetic, ugly, low-grade creatures. Holy Knight, I grant you divine energy. As the goddess spoke, she raised Chaoyi's hand, pointing at the demon lord, his eyes immediately shining. Then a beam of light from his hand shot straight at the demon lord, absorbing the sacrificial soul. The ground shook, and an apocalyptic explosion occurred, billowing dust everywhere. But as the dust settled, everyone saw that the Devil King was still able to rise. He even amassed a gigantic fireball. The power of the demon fire is the strongest innate skill, condensing the fire element to its limit with a surface temperature of up to 15 million degrees Celsius. If it weren't for the tribesmen offering a sacrifice, I wouldn't be able to unleash this skill. The devil instinctively shouted, "Die, holy knight," then hurled the fireball at Chaoyi, but only managed to disappoint himself. As the dust cleared, he still saw Chaoyi standing unharmed, realizing then that they were not on the same level. So he hurriedly grabbed his pants and ran toward the magic circle to escape. But Chaoyi, of course, did not give him that chance. "Delusion, I hereby judge you in the name of a god." After condemning him, Chaoyi waved his hand, causing a beam of light from above to descend and directly take the demon lord's life. "I'm returning now. I have completed my task, my glory." Returning to the holy realm, the demon lord mumbled a few words before taking his final breath. Witnessing this scene, the remaining evil spirits, like headless snakes, screamed in fear. "What do we do now? The demon lord has sacrificed himself. The magic formation has been destroyed. How can we return to the holy realm? It's finally over." Zhou Nishi said a word, and then fell into a weakened state, gradually losing consciousness, causing his body to drop down freely. Trao Ngi Kwang, So Nian and the Than Lone team rushed over worriedly. Vice Commander of the Snow Dragon Legion quickly ordered Minister check on Chaoyi's condition immediately. Team 1 and Team 2 quickly searched for remaining fake professionals around the mountain area. "The other military personnel and I will launch a surprise attack. It's too heavy, I can't breathe. It feels like something is pressing down on my chest. I can't move. Is this sleep paralysis? Am I about to die?" Hearing that, Chaoyi suddenly woke up. Then you realize you're in a hospital room, and indeed you are possessed by the shadow that weighs about 50 pounds. Kwang, So Nian, rubbing her sleepy eyes, said, "Chaoyi, you're awake now. You've been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Let me go tell everyone." "That's right, thank you for saving me," this girl Chaoyi said helplessly. At this moment, the system panel suddenly appeared, showing that I haven't completed 200 push-ups, 200 squats, and 200 sit-ups for today. I slept for 2 days and missed the daily rewards for those 2 days. Let's see if the achievement rewards for completing the Demon Slayer tasks can compensate for it. The Demon Slayer achievement has been completed, and the corresponding reward has been distributed. Congratulations, you have acquired the S+ Death Resistance innate skill. Your body can resist death and recover quickly from any damage received. Congratulations, you have received the S-rank magic potion, Fuklin. After consumption, it will increase the user's luck for 12 hours. Can a talent heal injuries? Traits like this are available across classes, but the effects vary. But being an S+ level talent and known as death resistance, it must be extraordinarily special. Thinking of this, Chaoyi excitedly pulled out a knife, pierced it lightly into his chest without hesitation, then pulled it out and waited for the result. Seeing the wounds heal at lightning speed, Zhou Nuo couldn't help but be amazed. Recovered in 2 seconds. Alright. In this situation, during combat, normal damage effects won't affect you, and your survival ability is also increased. What if it's a serious injury? Thinking of this, Chaoyi transformed into an axe. But after some contemplation, you finally didn't dare to be foolish and put away the axe, then continued to study the reward of the blessing potion that increases luck. Luck, huh? How much does it increase? Can I go outside and instantly get a legendary grade weapon, or just a bit of luck like an old woman crossing the street who turned out to be a triple-class fake, or suddenly buying a top-tier equipment by the roadside, a potion that can unlock infinite possibilities. Later, while Chaoyi was about to shut down the system, a notification caught his attention. Holy Flame Radiance, Ring Level A, condenses a sacred glow ring around the user, allowing control over fire element, increasing damage from fire and light elements by 20% for a duration. Flame Radiance Ring, what is this? Divine skill. Chaoyi remembered the moment of battle with the Demon Lord at that time. The protection of the S+ grade Angelic Divine is bound to the user. Your light attribute is increased. All light and divine skill effects are multiplied. The Holy Flame Halo level, A, condenses into a halo of holy flames around the user, allowing control over the fire element and boosting their own and allies' fire and light damage by 20% for a certain duration. The Flame Halo belongs to the light element skill category, and is enhanced by the protection of the Divine Angel. When using the Holy Flame Ring, you can increase the damage of light and fire skills by 40%. If you also use the light punishment during this, wouldn't that make you a dual-element thunder and fire mage? While Zhou Nani was lost in thought, the knock on the door brought him back to the present, and an unfamiliar young man came to visit him. After settling into his seat, he introduced himself. "I am the Deputy Commander of the Snow Dragon Corps Sorcerer Wang Liang. Thanks to you schoolmate Zhou Ni for destroying the monster in time and damaging the teleportation array. Otherwise we couldn't have captured so many demon prisoners. Zhou Ni modestly replied, "You're too kind, I was just doing my part. Is there something you need from me? The squad leader should have come to thank you himself, but he's busy now, so I have to go on his behalf. Your classmate, Chao Ni's final strike, although destroying half of the cursed mountain, still preserved the traces of the demon's arrival perfectly. The army has uncovered the secret of the demon." The squad leader went to report the matter to his superiors, then took out a sphere. As soon as the sphere was activated, the entire room transformed into an illusionary space filled with countless items appearing before Chao Ni. The treasures accumulated by the Snow Dragon Legion over hundreds of years. "Don't be so formal, just tell me what you like," Wang Liang said generously. Chao Ni looked around in surprise. "Are there also high-grade S-level Earth treasure resources?" After some searching, Zhou Niji asked Commander Vuong, "Does the Snow Dragon Core warehouse have ultra-cold ice chain level S? Please wait a moment while I check." Vuong Luong performed a few actions, then pointed at the screen and asked, "Is this it, exactly?" Chao Ni shouted excitedly. "Okay then." Vuong Luong outwardly pretends to be okay, but deep inside tears are like an ocean. 100 million contribution points equal 3 years worth of his salary. "I guess I have to ask the team leader to cover it. Cold ice chain is stored in the main warehouse, so you need to wait here for a few more days. If you feel bored, I will arrange more people to accompany you on the monster hunting in the mountain range." Vuong Luong, while pretending to be indifferent, approached the door, but couldn't help but smile when Chao Ni wasn't looking, as he encouraged the young members of the team to strengthen their bonds by hunting monsters together. When Chao Ni becomes a top-tier powerhouse, the Snow Dragon army will also shine a bit brighter. My move might be considered perfect, but as Vuong Luong was feeling pleased with himself, Chao Ni's next words sounded like a cold splash of water. "Sorry, I have to go back to school tomorrow to participate in the freshman competition. Just send the cold hard ice lotus to my dorm. I forgot he's still a student." Vuong Luong sighed and replied, "The Kukan Bang Lian will be delivered to your dormitory at university to hang dormitory 1 inch 2 days. If you encounter problems that can't be resolved at Fongsan Mok later on, be sure to contact the Tuyet Long Army Corps." After saying that he left, Zhou Ni sank onto the sofa, unable to hide his happy smile. "Xiao Van has been saved. I really should thank that damn demon. Without it, I wouldn't have had the chance to get the extreme cold ice lotus from the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse." Glancing at the clock, Ni muttered silently, "It's almost 12 o'clock. I must finish today's daily task first." At the Thon Lone squad, as Thon Lian stepped out of the bathroom, she was immediately surrounded and begged by her teammates. "Captain, we want to invite Ngi to join the Than Lone squad. Do you think that's possible?" Thon Lian said indifferently. "I don't think he will agree. With his strength, defeating monsters alone is even more effective." Chu Dan smiled and said, "If you don't try, how will you know? Besides, isn't the captain also wanting him to join our team like us?" Old Tian Yuan agreed. "I saw the captain secretly visiting Zhou Ni a few times." Thon Lian didn't reply, and silently recalled her previous visit to Chao Ni when she had actually invited him to join the team, but he cleverly rejected her. Although Thon Lian was reluctant, she couldn't keep herself from saying before she left, "By the way, thank you for saving us at Quangfang Mountain. This is a special token of appreciation for you." Then she kissed Chao Ni on the cheek and smiled brightly as she left. Chao Ni involuntarily thought of Kwang So Nian's similar action and couldn't help feeling a bit shy. A special reward, a special thank you. Girls these days are really bold. In a different development, Tuvu Chu is reporting to his superior. According to the investigation, during this invasion by evil demons compared to 3 years ago, they took turns appearing in the furious Wind Mountain range. The investigation shows that the evil spirits have mastered the method of moving through medium-sized cracks. Are you sure? Do you know what this report means? From Vu Chu confirmed that so far extraterrestrial creatures can only invade Lam Tin through large space cracks. Because large space cracks are rare, the risk of alien invasions is not high. But medium-sized cracks on Lam Tin are countless. If alien creatures can pass through medium-sized space cracks to invade Lam, Tin will face a disaster of extinction. Therefore, this investigation result has been thoroughly reviewed multiple times. Fortunately, we discovered that only foreign creatures below level 30 can pass through medium-sized cracks. The man with horns immediately ordered that a response strategy be devised quickly. Senator Yang, please inform all major armies nationwide to immediately investigate all medium-sized space cracks within their jurisdiction. Senator Zhang, attend this international UN session to report on this discovery and monitor the reactions of other countries. At this moment, Principal Wang Yu of Tahang University asked Division Chief Tuo, "Was this intelligence obtained from an 8-year-old teenager?" "Yes, that's correct." From Vu Chu's projection, the image of Zhou Yi appears on the screen. This young hero named Zhou Yi is a rising holy knight, the top scorer in Tahang Province University, a new student leader at Tahang University, who summoned divine magic to defeat demons, and also destroyed the teleportation array. This action has brought us tremendous benefits. Others upon hearing this couldn't help but be surprised. The saintly knight becoming top scholar of the province is quite rare. In Tahang Province and with the surname Chao, could he be a descendant of the Bing Xiong Chao family? At this moment, the senior official turned to Vuong Ui and said, "Second Scholar Vuong, when you return to school, please help me check on Chao Ngi. Alright, if he's a promising talent, remember to let us know and don't hide anything from us." Someone teased playfully. Yuan Wuchu secretly admired Chao Ngi. All of these are top experts in the country. If you earn their favor, your future will definitely soar. 2 days later, the major freshman competition officially begins. A drone flies around Tahang University announcing that the freshman tournament will start precisely at 10:00 a.m. Students, please take this time to gather at the exercise yard. As the time approaches, the director of the War Academy, representing the judging panel, will stand up and say, "I am Enjo Mang, director of the War Academy. Welcome to Tahang University." This new student competition is divided into 2 stages. The first phase is a copy of the challenge to the secret realm, based on the difficulty level of the last few stages to determine the order. The second phase is free combat. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge high-ranked opponents and successfully change the rankings. As No Mang speaks, Tumini stands nearby, continuously anxious. Why haven't Chao Ngi and Kwang Sonien shown up yet? If they don't come to the exam, they'll lose their chance to participate in the new student competition. It's really not good to tell him anything about Qcon Bonglian until there is definite news. Now it's about to end for me, and it's not just Tumini who notices Chao Ngi's absence. The other students start whispering and speculating as they can't find him anywhere. "Hey, have you seen Chao Ngi? Not yet. Has he forgotten about the freshman competition? That's quite possible. Anyway, he hasn't returned to school in a month. That's good for us. We can eliminate a rival directly." Tham Lin Fong stood among the crowd, quietly laughing to himself. "Chao Ngi, you didn't stay at school to train, wasting a month of time. Now you don't even have the courage to join the freshman competition. Opportunities are right in front of you, but you can't seize them. Truly pitiful." Then the first stage of the freshman competition begins with the white-silver replica challenging the illusion. As Ngomang finished speaking, the door to the mysterious realm opened. A dark flame burst out and engulfed the vast space. The strength and scale of this new student are the greatest in history, to allow everyone's abilities to be maximized. This time, the copy of the secret realm not only has easy, hard, and nightmare levels, but also adds the deep abyss difficulty. Hearing this, a student couldn't help but get excited, and they already opened the deep abyss level. No wonder the great gate of the secret realm is burning with such flames. It's unreasonable. I remember the difficulty of the abyss model being 10 times more terrifying than a nightmare. Next, it's going to be fun. My little master will definitely clear the deep level clone later. As Ngomang finished speaking, the information about the secret realm appeared, and the students began to prepare their supplies and weapons to enter. The copy of the lair of the 12th to 19th level Fobong with nightmare or abyss difficulty can be chosen easily. The required group size is from 1 to 6 people. Pay attention to the dark and gloomy forest where a group of ferocious Fobong reside. People say that a human body can't even fill the stomach of a small Fobong. After that moment, all the new students were teleported inside the secret realm. No Mang glanced at the screen showing the options of nightmare difficulty or abyss and whispered a sigh. Not bad at all. They are all kids full of positive energy moving forward. Just then Enjo Mang noticed something unusual. Why couldn't he see the numbers 001 and 003? Tumini hesitated and replied, "Report to the dean. 001 and 003 have been training in Fengshan Mine from the beginning and haven't returned yet, causing a blockage." Ngomang angrily shouted, "The new student competition determines the direction and resources for cultivation in the future. How can such an important matter be late? Being young and relying on a high ranking makes one arrogant and careless. Director Chao Ngi is not that kind of person. He just doesn't want to anger." Tumini, who is trying to defend him, but before she finishes, explaining, No Mang interrupts her with a wave of his hand. Students like them should focus on cultivating their character. If they can't make it, they don't need to participate and can just accept the last place. At this moment, Chao Ngi hurriedly ran over carrying Kwang So-nien. "Sorry, we're late." Then he and Kwang So-nien directly chose the depth level difficulty. Then both of you quickly teleported inside the replica dungeon. You chose the deep abyss difficulty. Be careful, the monsters at the abyss difficulty level are extremely fierce. Please seize the opportunity to retreat. Hopefully the difficulty lives up to the rumors. Zhou Neon, while speaking, activated a series of buffs like Dawn's Blessing Gift of Courage, God's Gift, and Guardian's Gift while drawing out his weapon ready to fight. The monster, Fobong Warrior, level 17 with silver talent. The Spirit Guardian technique Furious Attack, the UA warrior monster soaring through the air. Level 18, Silver Talent, Indomitable Aura Skill, War Spear Mastery. Looking nervously at the information about the monsters howling and charging towards him, hoping to unleash all his strength, Ngi excitedly exclaimed, then leapt into the air swinging a hammer. Elsewhere, Huang Sonyan is using her B-level skill, Xunying Po Quan Tran, continuously summoning weapons and launching sword energy to pierce through the enemy's defenses. Meanwhile, Tham Lin Fong concentrates his full fire flame power, unleashing his ultimate fire fist to deal massive damage to a single target in response to the monsters. Another top student chose to use the level C skill, Quang Fong Tai Tam. Thick turned around, then jumped up, kicking the enemy to the ground and knocking it out temporarily, but 16 copies attacking simultaneously still left him overwhelmed. The judges watched the students' performances on the screen and began to give their first comments. Overall, the performance of this year's new students is quite good. The Phantom Clone is the most difficult Secret Realm clone our school has. In the past, freshmen would be overwhelmed and eliminated upon entering the clone, but this year everyone has managed to hold on steadily. At this moment, Ingomong orders the technical team to display window 001. I need to see how much progress has been made after a month of wandering in the Feng Feng mountain range. The screen immediately displays an image of Zhou Yi. Only then do we see him turning around surrounded by thick smoke and flames while the system shows a notification. Congratulations on defeating 16 goblin bots in the first wave in just 5 seconds. The results are so astonishing that Elemental Academy Dean Chu Huayang is left in awe. 5 seconds to pass the barrier. Why could Chaoyi, using only the Holy Flame Radiant Wheel, support Skill Harness, the maximum firepower, to directly destroy the monster? Director Tong Qi of the Weaponry Academy was somewhat puzzled, unless Chaoyi's intelligence attribute was extremely high. Ngomang, encountering such a situation for the first time, did not dare to make a bold conclusion, and had to cautiously analyze. There are many reasons why the skill causes high damage. Intelligence attribute a significant boost, genius treasure. It's just that one battle isn't enough to determine which. Even someone with years of combat experience like me can't see through the peculiarities of the Divine Light Wheel. What kind of skill is that, and how effective is it? Chaoyi did not waste this month at all. This kid is interesting. Chaoyi, unaware that he's causing a stir among the judges, remains fully focused on the battle. The punishment of the light. As Chaoyi finished speaking, thousands of lightning bolts struck the monsters, directly sending them to their ancestors. Then the notification board continued to appear. Congratulations on passing the second level by defeating 200 Fobong in 1 minute and 23 seconds. Thua Thang charges forward, while Chaoyi continues to use the spear attack to victory, successfully passing the third level in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Through the Deep Realm clone, you completed the 4-minute 57-second challenge with an SSS rating, earning recognition as the top record holder. Rewards include a B+ skill book, the Penitent Grey Hammer, with 13212 experience points, 25 free attribute points, and 25 skill points. The Dark Repentance Hammer, wielding this divine power against enemies, will cause great damage. Hide the fact you are the first to clear the level, unlocking a special innate achievement. Please choose one of the 3 options below. Quang Hoan A. Reaction speed increases by 30%, and when using skills, there is a 30% chance of not being interrupted. Action. ATR. After entering combat state, movement speed will continuously increase up to 50%. Steadfast Guard. ATR. When using a shield as a weapon, resistance and durability will increase by 30%. Chao Ni was surprised to receive the notification. Being able to gain new talents through the clone, does that mean a professional's strength is heavily influenced by their innate abilities? At first, I only managed to activate the Holy Knight class through my S+ level talent. This must be a privilege reserved for silver level clones or higher, right? After all, my bronze copy from the competition has some new notes, but it doesn't come with such a prize. Choosing the third one is quite humane. No need to worry about getting a useless talent. Thinking about this, Traoyi started to calculate, firmly guarding in line with the Holy Knight when riding the tank, but I don't have many options to use, and reckless actions aren't bad either, just a bit behind in focused light burst. In actual combat, the time spent observing the enemy and executing a counterattack is crucial. The stronger the opponent, the quicker their attack, making fast reaction speed all the more valuable. The battlefield is constantly changing. The focused light orb can reduce the risk of interruption from skills functioning as a pivot in the battle. At this moment, another dark aura-filled gate opens, and a deep-level clone's message appears on the portal. Wanting to activate the secondary door card, the hateful aura from the teleportation gate reaches out, hoping it can make him feel a bit happier. Zhou Nuo is full of anticipation and steps confidently through the gate. Outside, Chaoyi's performance just now once again left the judges in awe. Each of them offered their comments based on their own expertise. That's a rather fierce fighting technique. Perfect control of elemental power, quick and agile, thinking strong adaptability, and the deep-level clone, indeed it was worth opening. Chaoyi is very versatile, not only mastering powerful offensive magic but also enhancing his strength with close combat skills that are equally impressive. However, the skills of Chaoyi's Holy Knight are too well-rounded. Leveling up constantly consumes a lot of resources, so the results tend to be just average. Ngomang nodded in agreement after Director Trunglong from the Tactical Institute spoke. Yes, this is indeed a problem. I'll personally talk to him once the new student battle is over. Songji and Chu Hoa Yang cheered up and responded enthusiastically. Director Ngo Chaoyi hasn't decided which academy to attend yet, so it's better for the principal over there to discuss which school he chooses. That's right, everything depends on Chaoyi's decision on which academy to pick. Zhou Nian is very skilled in elemental magic, which makes him a perfect fit for the Elemental Academy. This is the start of a recruitment. The words I just spoke immediately drew everyone's attention. The principal, it seems, everyone is very pleased with Chaoyi. It's a pity I arrived late and didn't get to see him unleash his full power, Vuong Hui said, with a smile, as he turned back to Chaoyi. As soon as he stepped into the side entrance, a dark and deadly scene appeared before him. Looking at the pile of bones not far away, Zhou Nuo wondered. This scene wasn't where a Ta-Thon ritual was once held. You stare fixedly at the skeleton on the throne placed atop the pile of bones, and whisper, "The world already has the light god, so of course there is a corresponding dark god." The dark god is not just the name of the shadowy deity but also a common term for chaotic, insane gods. These two are very different. Worshipping the light or the dark gods only requires loyalty, but worshipping the evil gods demands pure life and souls. The notorious Blood Abyss event a few years ago was caused by a third-generation priestess worshipping the Ta-Than, who secretly plotted to sacrifice a mid-sized city, causing millions of lives to perish in a single night, and in quote, that moment she instantly leveled up from 54 to 89. Although he was destroyed by the Legion and the patrol envoy, the millions of souls devoured by the demon god could not be revived. From then on, the Zhangxia kingdom banned the worship of the demon god. Once discovered, they are executed immediately, but the power of worshipping the Ta-Thon continues to grow, and many willingly venture into danger. Of course, not only humans worship the Ta-Than. Beast tribes, elves, and angels can also worship the Ta-Than. He quietly thought that Zhou Nuo was stepping into the red magic array on the ground. Instantly, a thick cloud of purple smoke enveloped the skeletal figure on the throne. And then the monster awakens. The level 19 U-Spirit monster. Pay attention to the Fobong U-Spirit tribe leader who has evolved after the Dark God ritual. It's been a long time since I've encountered pure blood and flesh. Humans, you smell so good. I didn't expect you to be an indestructible creature, immune to physical damage. If the fighters saw this final boss, they would definitely lose their minds. Seeing Ning carrying a hammer on his shoulder, he said to the boss with an excited tone, "Healthy, come and eat." Then he used the Divine Light Storm skill to summon a holy light storm at the designated location, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain range as a silent message. Like throwing eggs at rocks. As soon as the boss finished speaking, it was sucked into a vortex and then crushed. But after a moment, the boss recovered back to its original state and praised. "The human, I admit, your holy light is truly powerful, but compared to the immortal strength bestowed upon me by Lord Xia, everything is just like throwing eggs at a stone." Seeing the aura surrounding Ingyi growing stronger, the boss deduced, "With such intense holy light, it seems you're planning to use the final blow. It won't work. Everything you do is just futile struggle. How much power do you still have left in your body after throwing all your deadly moves? Next time I come back to life, it will be the moment you have to sacrifice." "Oh, is that so?" Chaoyi sneered, then raised his hand toward the boss. Immediately, a giant orb shot straight at the boss, causing it to scream in agony, but before disappearing, it still stubbornly said, "I told you you can't kill me." Nonsense. After saying that, Zhou Yi stood still and kept firing light orbs at the boss, causing it to be wiped out instantly. Congratulations on completing the boss raid in 1 minute and 12 seconds. Clearance reward. You have earned 7,113 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 19. You have received the gold tier Phantom Monster. It turns out that endless resurrection was just a myth. It seems you only need to exhaust its power to defeat it. Before leaving the dungeon copy, Zhou Yi looked back with a touch of contemplation, recalling the violent surge of energy he felt upon entering this space. This source of power is not elemental, but using divine magic feels similar, so I suspect it is leftover power from the demon god. When the Yuhan Hung Kwai first revived, that strange energy disappeared a bit. Therefore, it is speculated that Yuhan Hung Kwai's number of respawns is limited. The correct way to pass the challenge is to destroy Yu Han Hung Kuei one by one, causing it to continuously drain the remaining demonic energy in the space, until all the energy is exhausted. While Zhou Yi had already completed the task, other students still struggled to pass the exam. Some students were defeated by the boss, but others managed to defeat it. Like Tham Linfong is an example. The side quest is indeed the hardest part of the dungeon. It takes defeating the evil spirit creature 10 times to fully destroy it. Fortunately, not long before I had gained 2 levels, allowing me to complete the passage within 8 minutes. Thinking of this, Shen Linfeng secretly felt pleased and quickly left the dungeon. Spirit Guardian can Zhou Nuo use S-rank skills. Director Enjo Kok Kan was pleasantly surprised and smiled happily. The other teachers started whispering again when Zhou Yi stepped out. He just made a random move and found a shortcut. Oh, so this is the shortcut. Let's see a new student try it out. That makes sense. It seems our saintly knight has his own secrets too. An S-rank skill is not something a student from a backwater district can access. As the teacher was still about to finish his sentence, he heard the suggestive cough from the principal and immediately understood to stay silent. She couldn't help but feel nervous inside, but the principal was covering for a student. At that moment, Tu Mini was staring intently at Chao Ngi and suddenly let out an excited hum. His level seems off. Why is it level 19? Everyone else started to discuss whether that was really level 19. When the exam rankings were announced, Chao Ngi was only at level 13, and even a Deep Realm dungeon couldn't have helped him level up 6 times so quickly. This person is truly terrifying. I also know some of the inside story. Wang Hui explained, and after reporting, Zhou Yingyi left school to go monster hunting and level up. Chao Ngi went through a trip at Quangfong mountain range and also gained quite a lot. He reached level 18 as soon as he entered the dungeon, and defeating the Burning Demon Legion by himself, the freshman tournament is now an easy task for him. If the freshman conference isn't the main basis for resource distribution, he probably wouldn't participate. When Shen Lingfeng stepped out of the instance, he was surprised to see Zhou Nuo standing outside as he had seen him earlier. Why is he here? Could he have finished the dungeon before me? Thinking this way, he convinced himself that it was impossible. Surely he had failed the side quest and retreated early. Wearing the glory of the 8 great clans of Jiangning, I absolutely cannot lose to someone from the poor north. Shen Lingfeng told himself, then reverted his skills to his normal appearance, and his gaze Han Shui flicked past Zhou Nian without a word of greeting, leaving Zhou Nian feeling perplexed. Are you that angry? Did you fail the dungeon challenge? At that moment he heard a scream not far away. Chao Ni immediately looked towards the sound and saw Kuang Sonien falling freely from the dungeon entrance. Be careful, Chao Ni shouted, and swiftly ran over to catch Kuang Sonien. Big brother Zhou Ni, you really cleared the level faster than me. Big brother. Chao Ni looked at Kuang Sonien with a puzzled expression. You're several months older than me, so shouldn't I be the one calling you big brother Kuang? Sonien replied casually. All right, since it's a small matter, Zhou Ni also went along with Kuang Sonien's wishes. Just then, a bunch of students like Kuang Sonien fell freely out of the dungeon entrance. But they weren't as lucky as Huang Sonien to be loved by the popular guy. It seems like being inside the copy world isn't easy either. As soon as they entered the real world, they kept crying out in pain and begging for help. The rescue team quickly provided treatment. Hurry up. Tu Mini urgently ordered while running to treat a severely injured male student. An hour later, all the students finally emerged safely. Ngo Mang sealed the secret realm entrance and announced that Phase 1 was officially over, now revealing the ranking and clearance times. Finally, it's finally announced. I can't wait any longer. Tham Lin Fong was smirking confidently, but when he saw the scoreboard, his face immediately twisted in disgust. Top 1, Zhou Yi. Clear time for the dungeon, 4 minutes 57 seconds. For the side screen, 1 minute 12 seconds. Second place, Tham Lin Fong. Completed dungeon run in 13 minutes and 35 seconds, and the side screen in 7 minutes and 42 seconds. Top 3 Kuang Zonin. Top 4 Tong Halan. Top 5 Tan Fong. Did he really finish the Shadow Abyss dungeon before me, and he did it 15 minutes faster? I absolutely will crush you under my feet. Chao Ngi didn't know what was on Tham Lin Fong's mind, only being distracted by his frantic actions. Why climb so high? Next, the second phase of the free challenge round officially begins. Gomine clapped his hands, and a series of arenas appeared in midair, each with 3 challenge chances and a 5-minute break after each attempt. The second phase is finally here. I want to challenge the 754th rank. My profession isn't suitable for fighting monsters, but is perfect for competing with others. I want to challenge rank 86. I want to challenge Zhou Ning. Shen Lingfeng shouted loudly, then leaped onto the arena, looking at Zhou Ning with a challenging gaze. Come on, Changyi, let's see who's stronger. Kuang Sonien shared some information with Changyi. He is Shen Linfeng, the second ranked from Jiangning clan, possessing the extremely rare In-Fire Dragon bloodline. Because of his appearance, his hope to be number 1 in Tohong shattered, which is why he hates you so much. Clearly his strength is far beyond mine, but he doesn't realize it himself what a brainless idiot he is. Chaoyi thought to himself as he jumped onto the arena, hoping he could unleash his full power. Come on, Chaoyi, the Holy Knight versus the Berserker to see who is stronger, Tham Linglong said arrogantly. As soon as the referee shouted start, he immediately unleashed his power and charged at Chaoyi with Shichviam Qian and Huyet Chi Kuang. Below the stands, Wang Hui saw this and recognized Tham Lin Fong's plan, a signature move of Bo So-ser. Tham Lin Fong here wants to win quickly. Ngomong agreed, immediately activating Blood Frenzy and Crimson Flame Fist to launch the first attack. Wanting to cut off Chaoyi's ability to boost his growth, Chu Hoa Duong admired how Tham Lin Fong is truly from a prestigious family and chose a very decisive combat method. Although Tham Lin Fong has good strategic thinking, he is still a step behind Chaoyi. As soon as he realized his attack was ineffective against Chaoyi, Tham Lin Fong was stunned and exclaimed, "When did you activate Holy Light Shield?" Holy Light Shield is a B+ level skill that can defend against some physical damage. It's the one I least wanted you to use, but in the end I was still a step too late. Tham Lin Fong silently lamented. That was a wise choice. Your attack was indeed very quick, but when I activate the Holy Light Shield, it only takes me 1 second. Chaoyi said smugly as he took out the penitence hammer. I was hoping you would give me a proper fight like this, so I intentionally didn't attack first. I'm sorry, but you can't just get me interested like that. How can he have such strong energy? While Tham Lin Fong was distracted, he suddenly realized that Chaoyi had approached him all along. As Chaoyi's hammer comes crashing down, Tham Lin Fong is once again knocked off the arena floor. But unlike before, this time he uses the Flaming Dragon Claw. After blocking one of Chaoyi's hammers with one hand, he charges forward, unleashing a lightning-fast punch towards Chaoyi. Chaoyi, while speaking, moved as lightly as a breeze, dodging Tham Lin Fong's rapid attacks, while inside he harbored some thoughts. Seeing Kuang So Nian, like this Tham Lin Fong as well, those with professional disguises and powers seem capable of wielding a powerful trump card from their bloodline, which indeed makes me somewhat envious. Even if you activate your bloodline power, you're no match for me. Chaoyi grabbed Tham Lin Fong's raging attack arm and swung his hammer again. But this time it's different. Tham Lin Fong surprisingly dodged this attack, catching even Chaoyi off guard. My Inferno Dragon bloodline is not limited in close combat. Today I will show you the power of the Inferno Dragon Claw. Long Tuk. As he finished speaking, Tham Lin Long opened his mouth and spat fire at Chaoyi. Oh, so it's Long Tuk, the bloodline skill of the Flaming Dragon bloodline. Tham Lin Fong was forced to use his trump card, and yet Chaoyi didn't seem to use his special bloodline, which could put him at a disadvantage. Chaoyi has lost. Kuang So Nian is worried, and hearing the crowd say that her concern deepens. On the arena, Chaoyi is now using the Sacred Flame Halo, absorbing all the aura from Tham Lin Fong's Long Tuk attack, making Tham Lin Fong suddenly feel an ominous premonition. Chaoyi's gaze at this moment makes him feel as if a deity is facing a sovereign. There's no way he can accept the truth in front of him, so Tham Lin Fong stubbornly releases his dragon aura toward Chaoyi. It's useless, your flames cannot escape my control. Chaoyi gathers Tham Lin Fong's dragon aura with his hand, then swings his hammer to push the flame back at him. Since the fight has reached this point, it's time to end it. Using my fire to defeat me, dream on this is me taking back control of the flames. Tham Lin Fong used the Dispel skill, but unexpectedly, the flames still reached their target and hit him directly in the face, knocking him to the ground. Zhang Nijing. As soon as the referee announces the results, the rescue team rushes in to treat Tham Lin Fong, who is repeatedly called reckless and has been defeated in a crushed state throughout the entire process. Moreover, his strength had not been fully unleashed. If he showed his full power, it would be even more terrifying. With such high rank and combat knowledge, defeating Tham Lin Fong is actually quite normal. Honestly, who would have thought he could reach level 5 in just a month? As everyone was buzzing with discussion, Ngomong tilted his chin toward the arena and said excitedly, "Look there, another top scholar, a petite girl in Taoist robes, challenging Zhou Nuo. I am Song Halan, level 17, Spirit Druid eager for guidance." Spirit Mage is a special hereditary profession in the lower country, extremely rare. Its expertise lies in using various charms and sealing techniques. After confirming that Xiao Van's strange illness was caused by her awakened bloodline, the bishop suggested using sealing techniques to control it, and unexpectedly, he found an opportunity here. Chaoyi silently assessed his opponent, and then responded. Holy Knight level 19 Chaoyi. Chaoyi, you probably haven't used all your strength just now, right? Can I feel your full burst of strength when the fight begins later? Don't worry, I won't interrupt when you unleash your enhanced skills. Under the stands, many students heard this, and finally understood it's hard to believe how long Chaoyi has been level 19. No wonder I couldn't use the appraisal spell to investigate him. It turns out he's 3 levels above me. That's right, when Chaoyi fought Tham Lin Fong, he didn't use any skill-enhancing abilities. This is too hard to believe. Isn't Tong Hallan the heiress of the Tong family from Kwai Van province, the only clan with official proof of traveling outside? Hearing this, Chung Yi smiled eagerly and said, "No need to concede, I'll follow your lead." "Then it's decided." Tozing Halan smiled with her hands clasped, and their battle officially began. Chaoyi activate the skills of Lemingzhu, Blessing Courage and Blessing Protection, leaving Tong Hallan stunned and amazed. "This is the peak moment of my power, now enjoy watching our fight unfold." After saying that, Chaoyi waved his hand, causing a beam of light to fly towards Tong Hallan. "Since it has come to this, I must fight with all my might." Tong Hallan's expression became serious as she activated her talismans and recited her repentant spell. A series of talismans floated in the air, forming a barrier circle separating her from the beam of light shot by Chaoyi. Then she took a talisman, recited a spell to make the light explode, and as she fled through the thick dust that obscured her view, she found that Chaoyi was no longer in his original position. "Are you thinking that changing your position alone can escape my pursuit?" As Ni spoke, he swung his hammer up, and Song Hallan reacted quickly and skillfully, immediately turning around to create a shield, with a charm successfully avoiding Chaoyi's surprise attack. But inside, she couldn't help feeling a bit conflicted. When did he arrive here? Actually, even though all the protective spells were activated, they could only barely hold on, so she decided to gamble with this move. Tong Hallan shot a few fireballs at Chaoyi to buy more time, then recited a spell to summon an army of beanpod soldiers. Seeing this, Inghe smiled with interest and said, "It's interesting, I didn't expect the formation of demon soldiers by the Taoist sect." Following Tong Hallan's command, the demon soldiers charged forward simultaneously. Chaoyi was able to defeat the legion of beanstalk soldiers after a few punches, but they quickly resurrected and attacked him again. These troops aren't difficult to handle individually, but they share a regenerative ability similar to the fierce soul monsters. This is a bit complicated. It seems only cutting off their magical supply can truly destroy these armies. As Chaoyi thought, he continued fighting while Tong Hallan watched in confusion. "That's unbelievable. My legion formation is strong enough to contain a level 30 pseudo-occupation, yet Chaoyi can handle it freely." Just as Tong Hallan fell into deep thought, Zhou Nua once again swept behind her, like a gust of wind swinging a hammer. Tong Hallan immediately raised her hands in surrender. "I surrender." Chaoyi wins. Chaoyi paused his move, looking puzzled as he asked why. "Aren't you planning to have a proper fight with me? The two of us are basically not on the same level, I concede completely." Tong Hallan chuckled, and replied, secretly thinking that joking aside, sparring isn't limited to just one match. Being stubborn will only lead to the same fate as Thamlin Fong. "Next time, if there's a chance, I will gladly learn from you." Then Tong Hallan jumped off the ring. Chaoyi now twirled the hammer in his hand before looking down and coldly asking, "Is there anyone who still dares to challenge me? I am here waiting for everyone to come forward." Of course, no one wants to be beaten, so the 7,749 Institute makes excuses for not challenging Chaoyi. Kwang Sonyan looked up at Chaoyi and grinned, saying, "As expected of you, Chaoyi." Tumini also looked up at Chaoyi, increasingly impressed. His physical strength outclassed agile warriors, and his superior intellect surpassed that of sorcerers. Chaoyi's strength completely exceeded my expectations. At this moment, a skeptical teacher asked the male colleague standing nearby, "He really comes from a poor, resource-scarce family in the north, not a noble or prestigious one." Topping the freshman rankings, the word genius no longer seems enough to describe him. This is the monster. At the same time, Ngomang looked at the anxious expression of the deans of the academies, thinking to himself that the second round was about to end, and it was time for the student selector. You don't even need to think. Chaoyi will definitely become the target of competition among the academies. Tumini also understood this, so she turned to quietly ask Ngomang, "Dean, rest assured I have prepared early. Chaoyi is someone I must obtain in a different turn of events." Taking advantage of Thamlin Fong's injury after the match with Chaoyi, many students challenged him, successfully raising his rank. And Thamlin Fong's ranking just kept falling relentlessly. Though bitter, he could do nothing, silently cursing inwardly, waiting for his injuries to heal so he could make you all regret it. Half an hour later, the second round of the competition ended with Chaoyi, Kwang, Sonyen, and Tong Hallan taking the top spots. The entire freshman tournament officially concluded. Now everyone has been rearranged in order, and then the contestants' accommodations and credit points will be redistributed. Even if your ranking is lower and your points are a bit less, there's no need to worry. The school has many ways to earn points as long as everyone tries their best. Next is the introduction of the academies. First, our 5 deans will give a brief introduction to the educational philosophy of each academy. Ngomang, who has spoken, is the first to introduce his academy, the War Academy. Although the dark age of monster invasions has passed, countless fake warriors still sacrifice their lives on the battlefield each year. The goal of the War Academy is to train students with stronger combat skills to improve their survival rate in extreme and brutal conditions. That is the motto of our War Academy. The Elemental Academy only admits sex focused on elemental magic power. I will guide you to discover the truth of elemental power. The Weaponry Academy aims to enhance your weapon skills instead of relying on a variety of techniques. Come to our Weaponry Academy. With only body and weapons, you will gain ultimate power. The Tactical Academy is designed to train students to command and fight effectively. No matter what profession you have, join our Tactical Academy. Everyone knows that in war, top tacticians can significantly reduce casualty rates for the entire unit. A strong logistics system is the foundation of all successful operations. Hello everyone, the role-playing profession is a type of activity. Please choose our Logistics Academy. Here, although we are not famous for our combat skills, you will learn professional knowledge about various occupations. Once we grow up, the soldiers might even be begging us. Haha, when the dean of the Logistics Institute finished speaking, he laughed boisterously while pounding his belly so hard that the other deans just wanted to reject the familiar faces. Nomang clears his throat, and then concludes that all information about the academies has been fully introduced. Now students can log into the system to choose the academy they prefer. Mr. Chaoyi, which academy would you like to select? Kwang Sonyen asked, but Chaoyi remained silent, only staring intently at his phone screen. At this moment, Ngomang turned to Chaoyi and said, "If you come to the War Academy, I will become your personal tutor." Private tutor Chaoyi asked curiously. Ngoma explained that each private tutor could select an outstanding student to mentor, and that the resources they hold would also be prioritized for that student. In addition, I have prepared some gifts for you, including 3 Level A skill books and a Level A resource exchange order, among other things. Oh wait, another institute chief has also started to join the Lurking Lion Hunt. Chaoyi choosing a private tutor is not a small matter. You need to consider it carefully. If you come to our Elemental Academy, I guarantee I will equip you with a legendary set of gear. The Weapon Institute director, who was standing next to the War Institute director, suddenly used teleportation to appear in front of Zhou Nu and make the offer. As long as you become a member of the Weaponry Institute, you can freely choose and use any external resources that help improve your strength. Hey, I was here first, Ngomang angrily said from the upstairs. It's not about who was first or second, the key is sincerity. Looking at Ngi, he looked a bit awkward, scratching his chin, and quietly thinking this must have happened before in the past. Other students witnessing this couldn't help but feel envious. The 3 deans personally vying for Ngi. Is this special treatment reserved for the top candidate in the entrance exam? It's truly enviable. The position of apprentice to a mentor is equivalent to a true disciple within the family, and they also enjoy special privileges to access the mentor's resources. But the conditions set by the 3 deans seem a bit too generous. A. Level skill books are rare enough, but the Elemental Academy dean even offered a legendary gear set. Old Chu, Old Song are really planning something big here. It's one thing with the Weaponry Academy, but what are they doing at the Elemental Saint Knight Academy? While Ngomang was secretly condemning his 2 old friends, he heard the principal say something shocking. Look, Engi, become my true disciple. The principal all turned their eyes to Dean Vuong Hai. I will perform the bloodline fusion magic for you once. What is the bloodline refining technique? It is a forbidden magic that requires mixing blood from different races to cast. This magic can grant you a special bloodline. This technique will greatly enhance your physical body. Every time I level up, I gain more free attribute points and skill points. The event where Principal Vuong wants to take Zhou Yi as his disciple immediately makes the other students envy. Even though you just cast a forbidden spell right away, it's a bit too much. You should know that Vuong Hui's highest disciple is the president of the Thien Vu Guild, the top guild in the middle and lower countries. If Chaoyi becomes a disciple of Principal Vuong, he can immediately leverage his relationship with the principal to rise to the top. Tham Lin Fong, standing nearby, felt even more envious upon hearing this. That bastard is really lucky. If it weren't for Zhou Yi, I would be the top freshman, and I would also have a reliable backing like Dean Wang Hui. Chu Hoa Duong knew he couldn't compete with Vuong Hui, so he could only smile bitterly. Who would have thought that Chaoyi's charm was so strong that even the principal couldn't help but intervene? There are still many surprises coming from Chaoyi. Vuong Hui replied, then took out something and handed it to Chaoyi. This is the reward from the commander of the Snow Dragon Corps, who specially sent a teacher to deliver it to you. Tham Lin Fong immediately recognized what it was, a gold medal. How could that be? Even the Tham family, one of the 8 great clans in Nin, Anne doesn't have a gold medal, so what kind of thing does it look like that could have such a rare medal? Oh my god, I didn't see it wrong, that is the honor medal. Tong Halan exclaimed in shock. Kwang Soru Nien excitedly said. And it's the gold contribution medal. My father fought on the front lines for many years and only received a silver contribution medal. We honor those outstanding contributions who overcame all obstacles and moved forward for the civilization of Zhongxia. Chao Yi looked at the award information, confused about when he had made such a great contribution to Zhongsha. Sensing his doubt, Wang Hui explained, "You earned the Golden Dedication Medal for your performance in the Wild Wind Mountain Range, the Crazy Wind Mountain. But even the Demon Legion's mind could not obtain the contribution medal. Is there something else hidden behind it?" Thinking to himself, Chao Yi still accepted the gift and didn't forget to say thank you, Principal. Chu Hoa Duong chuckled and teased Chao Yi. "If you're so distant, why do you still call him Principal?" Chao Yi immediately understood and bowed to Wang Hui, saying, "Teacher, I am honored to become your student. There's no time to delay. Please take me there." Then Wang Hui used his spiritual power to take Chao Yi away. Huang Nomang smiled and approached Huang Sonyan, but before she could speak, Tong Qi cut her off. "Miss Huang, Sonyan, if you agree to become my personal disciple, I promise to treat you as I did. Chao Yi, before Old Tong, you are intentionally obstructing me, aren't you?" If Chao Yi has already been courted by the dean, then of course Huang Sonyan can't let him have him back. Returning to the male lead, Chao Yi is taken by Wang Hui to his private villa, where he mainly keeps some extremely valuable items. "From now on, if anything happens, you can come here to find the teacher. First, he will take you to select the necessary materials for the bloodline refining technique." Chao Yi secretly thought that this villa must be President Vuong's private vault, accessible only through instant teleportation, possibly located outside Dahang province or even beyond Zhongxia. At this moment, a magic array appeared before Chao Yi. Wang Hui concentró la fuerza elemental y advirtió que después de usar la técnica de fusión sanguínea, tu línea de sangre podría deteriorarse fundamentalmente. Además, la mayoría de las personas serían atraídas por hechizos prohibidos, pero ignorarían que la clave radica en la esencia sanguínea de la transformación de la línea de sangre. The bloodline potential of ordinary people is extremely limited, and with each level up, the benefits gained from leveling up will gradually weaken. Because many people, after failing to promote, resorted to manipulating the strange bloodline to improve their strength, Zhou Engyi was surprised to hear this. "What? Even with a master's level like yours, are you still worried about the difficulty of leveling up? That's only natural. After a transmigrator advances to the third transformation, each level up requires a huge amount of experience. Now that you are level 64, ordinary extraterrestrial creatures of the same level are usually Lord-level warriors and seem hard to defeat easily. The Master has prepared 3 types of primordial bloodlines for you. They are divided into the Angel race, the Titan race, and also the Dragon race. They are all divine bloodlines. The fusion technique can entrust you with a special bloodline, so you only need to choose one of the 3 primal bloodlines. This angelic primal bloodline is a essence extracted from the bones of an angel. The angel race is a divine lineage of the luminous gods. If you fuse angelic materials, you will gain attributes to interact with high-level light magic. The Titan race believes that the thunder god was born with the ability to command lightning. Combining it will enhance the power of any lightning skill you use repeatedly. The Dragonkin clan is directly descended from the dragon god, possessing the purest bloodline of the dragon race. After fusion, it will have the ability to suppress all beast, tribes, angels, titans, and dragonkin. All of these are high-level clans, at least level 60. Even with the system's help, I still don't fully understand this world, so I dare not make a decision lightly. Thinking to himself, Zhou Nuo hesitated and asked Wang Hui, "Do you think I should choose which one? Which one is more suitable for my current situation?" Facing these 3 extremely rare primal bloodlines, an ordinary young man might have been swayed and just chose one based on instinct. Being able to keep his composure and seek advice at this critical moment shows his calmness and stability. Wang Hui secretly praises and then offers advice. The primordial Titan blood and the primordial cursed dragon blood are both very powerful, but after fusion, it will mainly enhance your energy and magical abilities. Considering your close connection with the God of Light, the prime blood celestial messenger will be the best choice. Maybe you'll achieve a level up beyond your expectations. After some consideration, Chao Yi finally decided to follow Wang Hui's advice and choose the primordial blood angel. "It seems that the pure blood celestial angel suits me very well. I am your 5th student. I still have 4 older brothers and sisters. There will be a chance for the teacher to introduce you to them. Teacher, I have one more question. Why did you give me that outstanding dedication medal? Destroying the demonic legion certainly couldn't earn such a valuable medal." Wang Hui said seriously, "Then I won't hide it from you anymore. Your killing the demon legion in the Tempest Mountain range has exposed their plan. The army discovered that alien creatures can invade through medium-sized rifts." Ningyi instantly understood the seriousness of the situation. "So are there really many alien creatures hiding in Zhongsha Kingdom?" That's right, the initial investigation across all of Trung Ha Quoc found hundreds of extraterrestrial creatures emerging from various dimensional rifts. Luckily, those creatures are all low level. The entire army can respond. Many military units across the country have been ordered to eliminate the alien creatures. In the future, the school system will also assign related missions. As your teacher's student, I hope you can grow strong like the students before you and dedicate your strength to the country. Chao Ngi clenched his fist and replied with a determined look, "Yes, sir." Vuong Hui hands Chao Ngi a cube and advises him, "The bloodline fusion technique requires a few more preparations. Go rest now. Take this transportation device and use it to reach the master at 9 in the morning." The next morning, Zhou Ni looked through the system menu at the rewards and wondered which one to choose. His teacher had said that the effectiveness of bloodline refinement depended on his physical condition and each person's destiny, which was also chance. Thinking of this, Chao Ngi immediately chose the Blessing Spirit Medicine grade S. This Blessing Spirit Medicine can make a person lucky for 12 hours after drinking it. I hope that the S-rank Divine Medicine obtained after defeating the monster will work. Then Chao Ngi used the Divine Medicine and proceeded to open the random treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received the S-rank Genius Treasure Long Long Ning Fruit, a magical fruit grown from the corpse of a giant dragon that can improve your physique and increase magical damage after eating it. Ngi looked so happy, jumping up and down, yet it's only a Class S treasure. The random treasure chests opened before were all trash, and after drinking the Divine Medicine he finally got something good. It's time to meet with Master Vuong Hui, so Chao Ngi quickly used the teleportation device to reach his house as scheduled. When he arrived, he happened to overhear Chu Hoa Duong talking to Vuong Hui. "Headmaster, are you really willing? The remains of the angelic clan are extremely rare, making it nearly impossible to produce primal blood angels, and leaving some primal blood outside could cause the armies to fight over them. I have always been waiting for someone I trust enough to willingly hand over the original blood, and the person I chose is him. I am very satisfied with him. Of course, there is nothing reluctant about it." Chen Yi ignored him at this moment and spoke up. Director Chu Vuong Hui looked at Chen Yi and then smiled, saying, "Very well, it seems you've successfully adjusted your body to the best state. Come through here, this is the bloodline refining technique I prepared for you. Take off your clothes and sit in the center of the magic circle. Chairman Chu, please start the ritual. I will stay here to guard the formation." "All right." Chu Huoduang agreed and began activating the formation, initiating the bloodline fusion technique. Immediately, a light of primal qi enveloped Zhou Yingyi's body, but soon after that, golden light was suppressed by a blue light of cold ice. Chu Huoduang was amazed to see this. The ice-cold power is too terrifying, so Chao Ngi's body must have a special bloodline. Soon, the entire villa was covered in thick ice. Watching his frozen casting hand, Chu Huoduang couldn't help but marvel even more. If Chao Ngi switches to the mage profession, he could also become a top ice mage in the future, thanks to this incredible ice-cold power. I know Chao Ngi's sister is awakening her ice-cold bloodline, so I suspect Chao Ngi might have a similar one. The angelic bloodline is one of the highest bloodlines which suppresses lower-quality bloodlines during cultivation, so I didn't pay much attention. But now the angelic bloodline and the ice bloodline are connected and even have a counter-supporting force. With such high-quality ice bloodline, Chao Ngi's background is probably extraordinary. Vuong Hui frowned and thought to himself that the bloodline of the various races and humans seems to originate from the earliest players who participated in the Eternal. After the Eternal merged with reality, those with higher-level classes would be able to inherit the full bloodline. The ice and snow power on Zhou Yi can counter the angelic bloodline. More precisely, his ancestors were high-level players who participated early in the Eternal world. Otherwise, if Yingyi is not a descendant, he wouldn't be able to trigger the terrifying ice bloodline. Without the ice bloodline blocking, the angel bloodline could completely integrate into Chao Ngi's body. Currently, the Hanbing bloodline and the angel bloodline are fighting against each other. Even if the Hanbing bloodline is eventually fated, there won't be much of the angel bloodline left. Losing a large amount of celestial sacred soul origin blood could lead to worse consequences than using an A-grade treasure from heaven and earth. Now all that's left is to leave it to fate. Forcibly doing so would break the ritual of fusion, causing Chao Ngi to fall into madness and likely die. Hopefully Chao Ngi will have a good destiny. Chu Hoa Duong sighed. At this moment, after enduring the pain caused by the two angel and Hanbing bloodlines, an unexpected event occurred. The consciousness door was activated. Do you want to enter the spiritual realm? In Chao Ngi's subconscious, he is in a different space. Over there, an angel smiled and said to you, "My son, you've finally arrived. Is this your spiritual realm?" While Chao Ngi was still doubtful, the angel continued, "My son, congratulations on receiving the blessing of the gods. The gods have sent me to deliver to you the true energy. You will not be bound by morality or limited by rules, and you only need to follow your desires and wishes. So are you willing to accept that energy source or not?" Behind that head covering, it wasn't the face of an angel but the sadistic smile of a demon. It's so nauseating. Why does just seeing her make me want to summon the Holy Ream to destroy her immediately? Son, don't be afraid, just trust and accept the blessing it offers. You will gain a power you've never had before. The female angel, with a mischievous smirk, smiled as she extended her hand toward Zhou Yi, but in just an instant, she was struck square in the face. Seeing Yi with a hammer on his shoulder, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction inside. Things are much better now. Indeed, following your own way is the best choice. At this moment, the angel Heng Du is somewhere watching Chao Yi, and seeing this scene, she sneers. The female servant looked at her with an evaluating gaze. It's okay, I just saw someone very interesting. Then she snapped her fingers, secretly hoping inside. Kid, don't let me down. What are you doing? You dare to disrespect the gods, and they will bring down their punishment, leaving you dead without a grave. Now kneel immediately, and beg the gods for mercy and forgiveness. I can consider and intercede on behalf of the gods to forgive you. No need. Yi points his weapon at the fallen angel in a sign of defiance. That bastard really doesn't know right from wrong. The murderous smile reappeared on the face of the Faki angel. Then she extended her hand with the sharp claws forward, making a grasping motion, and suddenly thousands of shackles ensnared and restrained Chao Yi, countless red eyes, appearing all around. Angel Fake now chuckled, satisfied, and said, all these pleasant sounds are the result of disrespecting Lord Aya. Sha, you are a subordinate of the demon god. As Yi finished speaking, he was immediately slapped an act of disrespect. What you have successfully attracted your master's interest, and the master has specially sent me to baptize you. Create your own blessings, and the great master will guide you in the right direction. Immediately after, the evil forces relentlessly corrode Zhou Naji's consciousness. At the same time, outside, a dark aura enveloped Chao Yi. Recognizing it as the power of the dark god, Vuong Hui quickly used his strength to prevent the protective array from breaking, and wondered why the power of the dark god was appearing within the angelic bloodline. Unless the skeleton of that angel was slain by the demon god. Seeing the energy, Vuong Hui added, being pushed back by the formation, Chu Hoa Duong's face turned ashen. Something's not right. Chao Yi is in danger, and the Tathon's forces will use any means to destroy the angel's power. The Han Bang bloodline and the heavenly spirit's aura gradually overpowered the dark energy, also in his subconscious. Thanks to these two bloodlines, Yi was able to break free from the angel's shackles, leaving her astonished. It's obvious they want to swallow Okan's soul, so why did such a strong divine Qiluk suddenly appear? At this moment, Trong Yi has transformed into a shining warrior with icy wings, drawing a weapon from behind his back and charging directly at the fallen angel, who then disappeared, replaced by the true form of the demon minion. He chuckled and said, Kid, are you scratching an itch for me? Your resistance is just adding small trouble to my plan. As he finished speaking, the demon servant threw his iron chain again, but only managed to break a section of the ice wall. Before he could react in surprise, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and sharp ice blades erupted from it, piercing through his body. Haha, I acknowledge this festival. What you call human energy is just a tiny light granted by the gods. As the most devout follower of Lord I, what I call energy is something that mere mortals like you will never comprehend. The demon servant's body expanded, thousands of eyes on him, emitting destructive beams of light at Chao Yi. Yet Chao Yi could easily evade all those deadly rays. As expected, insects only know how to run away. Saying that the demon servant used chains to tie up Chao Yi, making him unable to move, then launched the ultimate attack. He just didn't expect Chao Yi to break free from the chains and create a shield, successfully escaping his deadly attack. What? The demon servant was stunned, but quickly regained his composure, continuing to attack Yi with thousands of eyes emitting beams of light. Just like before, Zhou Yi skillfully dodged and even got closer to the demon servant's core, eventually using the one yang finger to successfully make the demon servant vanish. At this moment, a sphere of light falls from the sky. Yi, sensing the power, raises his hand to catch the sphere. Immediately outside, a pillar of light shone straight at Chao Yi, causing Chu Hoa Duong and Vuong Hui to be both amazed and excited. This is the angel's power that has completely eliminated the evil spirit's energy. Blending the angelic bloodline with the Hanbing bloodline also seems to be an incredibly clever method. An angel appeared, embraced Zhou Yi from behind, and then gradually disappeared, signaling the official end of the refinement process. Chu Huayang stroked his long beard with a smile and said, Chao Yi's fate is truly exceptional. To think he received the blessing of the divine light at a critical moment, turning danger into safety. Wang Hui couldn't hide his pride and smiled, showing concern for his favorite student. Chao Yi, how do you feel now? It seems like your strength has experienced a leap. Chao Yi replied. Just then, a series of notification windows appeared before him. Special Bloodline, Six-Winged Angel Divine Bloodline, Quan Min Divine Script, A. With Quan Min Divine Script, you will have a very strong connection to the elements of light and ice. As your bloodline evolves further, your relationship with other elemental magics will also grow. The innate bloodline with B+ magic immunity has a certain ability to resist spells and skills cast by others, including purifying and cleansing, which do not cause actual damage. It belongs to the Six-Winged Angel bloodline, inheriting two innate bloodlines. Zhao Yi exclaimed. Chu Huaduang upon hearing this widened his eyes in shock. Six-winged angel, it seems your bloodline has successfully fused and evolved, and it is the highest level of the six-winged angel bloodline among angels. Furthermore, with the innate talent you inherit in the six-winged angel bloodline, once your rank increases, you can continue to evolve to S+ level. Master, I also possess the S+ mystical bloodline known as the Divine Region Angel. Chao Yi stammered as he read the message just displayed. The S+ level secret bloodline technique of the Divine Angel Shrine releases a portion of the stored bloodline power within the body and transforms it into the six-winged angelic lineage. The higher the level, the more bloodline power can be unleashed. Note that before level 50, the angel bloodline power has not been fully absorbed and refined. After activating this secret technique, you will enter a period of weakness. Now try to activate the secret technique, and let me see how far your strength has really improved. Following Vuong Hu's instruction, Chao Yi began to channel his energy and use the bloodline secret technique of the angel deity. The immense angelic energy erupted, leaving Chu Huaduang wide-eyed in astonishment. The elemental energy fluctuations are too strong. Wang Hui activates his spiritual power, looks at Zhou Neng in a circle, and then evaluates. Good. Chao Yi, how do you feel now that you've used the secret bloodline technique, and your power is 5 times stronger? I really can't believe it, my whole body is filled with energy I've never experienced before. The light element and the ice element are both loyal allies, and I can control and manipulate them at will. The excessive power source caused the security system in Vuong Hui's villa to scream with alarm warning high-level elemental energy, detected activating level 3 defense mode. The six-winged angel is the favorite of elemental energy. Quickly retract your secret technique, or the house's defense system will attack him. Chao Yi swiftly withdrew his power, and the system within Vuong Hui's house immediately returned to normal. At that moment, Zhou Yi suddenly felt unwell and used healing skills, causing Chu Huayang nearby to worry. What happened? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Although the secret technique significantly boosts your strength, you haven't experienced a prolonged battle before, and now you're feeling your whole body swollen and in pain. Vuong Hui explained, the secret bloodline magic can indeed greatly boost your fighting power, but the energy of the six-winged angel bloodline is too strong. For you now, it would be an excessive consumption, so it should be kept for a last resort. Looking at Vuong Hui and Chao Yi, exchanging ideas, Chu Huaduang secretly admired that the six-wing angelic bloodline's dual evolutionary talent, combined with the S-level angelic secret realm bloodline, is almost unreachable. For most newcomers, perhaps becoming just a dream for them. Based on her recent attempts to awaken her own bloodline, her teacher guesses that her sister's ice bloodline might not be weaker than hers. If you want the girl to awaken her bloodline in the best way, then prepare extreme cold ice linked into a cold ice pill for her to use. Tudai specializes in pill crafting, so you can directly order the pills through the school system. Now go back and rest well. Vice President Yue patted Zhou Nuo on the shoulder before leaving. Then Chu Huaduang, with a serious expression, asked Principal, why does Zhou Nuo's energy attract the gaze of the demon god? If he encounters an unexpected problem, it will be a huge loss for Tahang University, even for the entire Central South Kingdom. Chao Yi might have escaped death, thanks to the blessing of the God of Light. I will investigate thoroughly and not overlook any possibilities. Returning to the dormitory, Chao Yi kept thinking about his sister's attempt to refine the extreme cold piece. Besides the main ingredient of extreme cold ice chain, I also need an A-rank heaven and earth treasure, the ice lang plant. Soon the Snow Dragon Legion will deliver the extreme cold ice chain, and as for the ice lang plant, looking at Ngi's mistake, the bronze medal rewards 500 credits, the silver medal 1,000 credits, and the gold medal, the highest, with 2,000 credits. I already have enough credits for now, so I can probably buy it easily in the school's general store. Just then, Tumini, following the director, Nugo's instructions, brought the promised resources from the War Academy to Chao Yi. Somehow, in just one day, without seeing him, Chao Yi has already become much stronger. This feeling of oppression does not come from leveling up but from the nobility of the bloodline. Tumini silently admired. Chao Yi was a bit surprised to hear Tumini say that. Didn't you already choose teacher Vuong Hui? Why did Dean No give you these resources? Tumini explained, Dean Vuong Hui is your personal teacher, but usually your classes are held at our academy. Furthermore, these resources are allocated by the War Academy, and all new students with top rankings can benefit from them. I see, but why is it our War Academy? Miss Tu, aren't you a mage? Why aren't mages allowed to teach at the War Academy? Tumini joked, then distributed resources to Chao Yi, including an A-rank Earth Treasure Heavenly Mountain Dragon Root, an A-grade Heavenly Treasure, the Ice Lotus Herb, an A-grade weapon, the Chaos Regiment Sword, B-grade equipment, the White Scarlet Cloak of the Guardian Knight, B-grade alchemical ingredients, the Storm Tracing Secret, Vase, B-grade alchemical ingredients, the Earth Dragon's Celestial Blood. Level C Skill Book, Cold Ice Shield. C-grade skill book, light ray benefits. Although there are many items, the only thing that caught Zhou Ning's attention was the ice orchid grass. The ice orchid herb can be used together with the extreme ice chain to craft the extreme cold pill. This pill significantly increases the chances of awakening your ice bloodline. This is the wish granted at last. No wonder it's a divine blessing potion. Once you have the extreme cold ice chain, gather a few more auxiliary ingredients, and you'll be able to refine the extreme cold pill. After Zhou Nuo finishes confirming the items, Tuo Mixon said, "Alright, the main task is done now. It's your turn to teach him. His strength is greater. Venturing into the raging mountain range for training is no problem, but entering the inner area is like playing with fire. Always make sure you can protect yourself before taking action." At this point, Miss Tuo's face looked a bit sad. Every year, many talented graduates from Tuohang University, but truly becoming a shining gem is extremely rare. You need to realize that many talented individuals face unpredictable situations outside and lose their lives directly on the way. Don't complain that I talk too much. Being a little more cautious is better. I can't tell miss. To that, I have a protective system. The danger level, when entering the demon ravine, also remains within a controllable range. I understand the good intentions of Miss Tu, and will remember them well. There is one more thing I want to ask. Since my strength has increased, could you recommend some safe training spots, so we can do some real combat training together? You're really a monster. Tumini mused, and then led Chaoyi to a place filled with robots. I can summon training robots to carry out combat practice and set different difficulty levels for challenges. These training robots have combat stances ranging from level 1 to level 10, and the more robots there are, the greater their combat power becomes. In a level 10 combat stance, the robot can defeat level 20 experts. At the same time, your challenge will be fully recorded with detailed photos taken by the surrounding telescope robots. They can also monitor your various data during the challenge and generate detailed reports after it ends. Although you can pause at any time, she still recommends starting at a low difficulty level. You have to go to class now, take it step by step, remember to know your limits and don't push yourself too hard. All that's left is for you to give the command to the visual sphere to start the challenge. As soon as Tumini left, Chaoyi ordered the visual orb to begin leading them into their level 7 combat stance to receive the next set of commands. The operation has been executed. Battle monitoring has begun. 50 training robots have been fully deployed. Please note that the 7th level combat mode officially commences. As soon as the visual bridge finished reporting, a storm of bombs and bullets rained down on Chaoyi. But for the boy who's a master at dodging like him, these were just mosquitoes. After escaping the robot attack, Chaoyi began his counterattack with his newly gained Ice Fist, after merging with Bloodline Ice, destroying the giant robot with a single punch. It seems the Ice Fist technique is usable. Chaoyi smugly smirked, then unleashed the Ice Gale Storm, destroying an entire army of robots with a single move. Chaoyi, congratulations on passing the Level 7 combat form test. According to the training results, a total of 50 Level 7 robots were defeated in just 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Overall, assessment is excellent. Hanbing's power truly has amazing effects in controlling the enemy. If a level 7 battle form can be so easily mastered, I wonder if the highest difficulty is possible to challenge with full force. After some thought, Chaoyi decided to give it a try and directly enter the level 10 combat mode. Seeing that the training robots were too damaged, the level 10 combat mode initiated the preparation procedure. Accordingly, the robots began to be upgraded and transformed into a level 10 combat form superhuman training robots, taking over the front lines. The attribute values of the superhuman training robot are equivalent to a level 25 common pseudo-profession, and also activate the supreme power privilege. If the battle threatens your safety, please immediately issue a ceasefire order. Hearing that, Chaoyi becomes even more excited, as it was exactly what he intended. Now he can fight with all his might. After a 3-second countdown, a robot suddenly used Ice Laser attack to strike Chaoyi, surprising him, but he quickly jumped high to evade, and then used Ice Divine Aura to create a crystal ice clone of himself, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish reality from illusion, and then used Holy Light Trident to attempt to destroy the robot's weapon. Unexpectedly, it copied Chaoyi's counterattack move, knocking away his weapon. How could it possibly copy the skills I used? Could it be that the visual bridge has synchronized its combat data with it? The attack system is synchronized, greatly increasing combat efficiency. The weapon optimization process is complete and back online. That's Chaoyi, in shock as he sees one side of the cannon turn into a mechanical wolf. Even the congenital wolf can copy. It seems only direct combat can work. Thinking that Zhou Nuo quickly dialed the number and punched the wolf robot away with a punch. Activating the angel wing, I wonder if you can clone it. Meanwhile, after becoming a true disciple of Dean Song, I gained a large amount of rare resources and made significant progress in my cultivation. The last time I challenged the level 7 combat form, I always failed. Now I try again. Kwang So-nyen confirmed her fingerprint to enter the training room with the robot when she received the notification. Sorry to inform you the training robot has been severely damaged. Please try again tomorrow. This training area is for new students. Generally, no one has surpassed level 6 in their attempts. Even if Big Brother Chao-ngi wants to challenge level 10, it's not easy at all. Who could possibly be inside? Returning to Chao-ngi, after activating the angel's wing, he used the holy light chain to emit a chain of holy light that tightly restrained and limited the enemy's actions, then used the light foot to grasp the weak points and hidden abilities of the enemy, providing guidance for the next attack. When he discovered that the robot's weakness was the energy core device on its chest, Chao-ngi aimed straight at the robot's chest and threw a punch, turning the robot into a pile of scrap metal and inadvertently blowing up the training area as well. Level 10 combat state has been successfully defeated. Access rights have been restored. Due to the training grounds being seriously damaged, please return next week for the challenge. Level 10 combat state challenge successful. Who is the deity inside Kwang? So-nyen anxiously and cautiously steps forward. Student Chao-ngi, congratulations on passing the level 10 combat status test with a time of 5 minutes 32 seconds. Your overall score is outstanding, with the highest single physical attack at 27304, the highest single magic damage at 56021, and the highest total skill damage at 106021. Without the surprise attack from the robot wolf, you could have won this battle easily. Looks like I need to make a quick contract with a battle-ready beast companion. As Chao-ngi was pondering, he heard a call from behind. Mr. Chao-ngi Kwang. So-nyen ran over with a happy expression and asked, Chao-ngi, have you completed the bloodline cultivation already? How come you're so strong after just a day apart? It's nothing, I just finished practicing the bloodline integration this morning, and now I have the 6-winged angelic bloodline. Kwang, So-nyen said with admiration. That's great. This is an extremely rare divine lineage. My demonic bloodline is just one of the relatively high-quality bloodlines. Kwang So-nyen naturally agreed happily. An hour later at the Demon Beast Market, the youngest white-silver tier Shichdium pit, which can now grow to level 20, only needs 110 more learning points. Level 19, mature longhorn deer, with 210 points of dragon lineage, only one available, first come, first served. Kwang. So-nyen took Chao-ngi for a walk around the market and asked, do you like any of the demon pets? Chao-ngi looked thoughtful and replied that he had tamed a wind devil from the furious wind mountain. Unfortunately, after defeating the demon, he fainted and missed the perfect opportunity to form a contract with it. He hopes to find a young wind spirit beast with innate wind magic to form a contract. Just as Chao-ngi finished speaking, someone immediately approached with a sale. There is a young man wearing glasses who just arrived and is offering to sell a young wind demon. Hello everyone, I am a third-year student at the Logistics Academy of Medical Treatment and also a level 22 trainer. There was a young wild beast I personally raised here. Would you like to see it? Kwang So-nyen suggested that the trainer belongs to the profession of life skills. This student is also a student at our Tuhang University. Compared to the social figures of other stalls in the market, the quality of demon pets he provides is even better. Ngi immediately responded when he heard that. At this moment, Lu Trihawk raised an animal with 2 different colored eyes and rambled on endlessly. This diseased wind wolf is only about 10 days old. Its mother is a diseased wind wolf of the white-silver rank. I have used appraisal techniques to confirm its talent level as white-silver grade. If you want it, just 60 points. Ngi looks a bit disappointed. Do you have white-silver tier and golden gold tier versions? Huang Jingai, don't say it's me. There aren't many of these pets in the entire beast market. If you really want one, as soon as I get news about a rare Tatfong Lang of the Huang Kimjai, I will notify you immediately, but the price will definitely be much higher. Then forget about this one for now. Chao-ngi picked up the little Tatfong Lang. The little Tatfong Lang seems to like Chao-ngi, softly mewing like a spoiled kid. Chao-ngi, I feel like this young one has some issues. Its size is too small, clearly its development isn't normal. Lu's sister Hawk felt a bit uneasy when she heard that. Tatfong Lang already has a smaller physique compared to other magical beasts, and a young one's body is about the same as this. Ngi lifted Tatfong Lang up high and smiled, saying, no problem, I'll buy this one. You have to understand there are no useless magical beasts, only useless owners. I see its potential. After the successful transaction, Lu Jihao smiled broadly and handed Zhou Yi a scroll. This summoning contract scroll for a magical beast was a free gift costing only 60 points in total. Now you can form a contract with this young Tatfong Lang and later keep it in your contract space, which is very convenient. Lu Trihawk was secretly quite happy. In this litter of young Tatfong Lang, only this one is in the worst condition, originally worried about not selling it but unexpectedly met a daring guy. Fortunately, he has already paid for the previous class points. If this little one grows up weak and dies during the contract process, it will be hard to handle. Come on, I believe you can definitely become stronger. With that, Zhou Nuo began forming a contract with little Tat Fong Lang. Thanks to Fuklin Du Octet, it can bring luck to a person for up to 12 hours after taking it, and the young Tat Fong Lang, once a defective product, has become a super Viper class familiar that shocks all who witness it. Could this purple light actually be an epic grade demon pet from Legend? And is it really possible to buy an artifact grade demon pet in this market? You're really lucky. Hey, do you want to sell that young malformed wind spirit? I offer 1,000 points. Young Master Zhongyi truly has the eyes like a torch. So this young wind demon beast is actually a corrupted 5th grade demonic pet. After gaining its magical power from its nurturing, it immediately restored its original innate talent. Ni scratched his head and chuckled embarrassedly, secretly thinking that the long-term cultivation was more effective than he had expected, and the sighs of admiration only made Lu Jixue even more jealous. Damn it, I actually sold a demon pet of the handling stage at a low price to a new student. Yeah, come on Chaoyi, you haven't named it yet. Kwang so nien yak nyo. Chaoyi ngam ngi mo toiroi dap goi la tia hoi di. While Kwang So Nian and Chao Ngi were playing with little Hoa Lu Jishui, betrayed, and said, if you want to keep it now, you'll need to pay an additional 1,500 points due to my mistake. Of course, you can also break the contract and return the demon pet to me. I will give you back 300 points. You better decide quickly. If you don't learn to be considerate, don't blame me for not holding back. The crowd around them started to discuss clearly. Lu Trihawk didn't check this rookie properly. Otherwise, how could they sell him so easily? Lu Jia, the backing behind Lu Jixue, is a long-term partner of the school. We're in trouble this time. No matter what the demon pet at the 6th age, just being in his hands means he probably can't hold on to it for much longer. I've never heard of this before, but he managed to sell the item and then wants to get it back. Chaoyi unleashes his power, his fierce face, saying, get lost and stop dreaming nonsense, with just a glance making Lu Trihawk feel fear and doubt life itself. He is clearly just a freshman, so why is he so powerful just from his aura alone? Seeing Chaoyi step closer, Lu Trihawk trembled with fear and stammered to explain. My brother is my mistake. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You can take this unruly little brat, just do as you wish, but it's best if I don't see you again, or you'll bear the consequences. Then Zhou Ngi and Kwang So Nian turned and walked away. The softness in his hand made Kwang So Nian feel so delighted. Ngi, can I come to your place later to pet little Koi? Anytime is fine. Wait, that's Chao Ngi, the top-ranked new student. Chao Ngi, who is officially recognized as the exclusive disciple by Principal Vuong Hui, is said to have been awarded a gold medal for dedication. Lu Trihawk always relies on being from the Lu family and acts crazy, but this time we finally caught her off guard. Make way, please. Oh wow, Lu Vothan is Lord Lam. Is he here to support your younger brother? Vothan Lu walks through the crowd to Lu Trihawk. Seeing him, Lu Trihawk quickly reports, Big brother, you must uphold justice for me. They haven't even finished talking, and Lu Trihawk was immediately kicked in the face. Useless. Do you know what it means for a new student to receive a gold medal for dedication? Others might forgive you, consider yourself lucky. From now on, don't stay here, and irritate others, go as far away as possible for me. Lu Jishua held Suang Fu's face, doubting what he had done to anger such a terrifying character, then turned back to the male lead and said, indeed, Tap Fong Lang, even as a newborn, can naturally utilize wind element powers at such a young age. While Chao Ngi was testing Xiao Kai's abilities, someone from the Snow Dragon Legion brought the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus directly to him, making him grin widely. I didn't expect the efficiency of the Snow Dragon Legion to be so high. They brought this to me in less than 3 days after I left the Crazed Wind mountain range. The ultimate cold ice chain is finally in hand. Once I refine the ultra cold pill, the risk of Xiaovan's bloodline awakening can be easily resolved. Remembering teacher Wang Hui's words, Chao Ngi quickly makes an appointment with the alchemist. We have scheduled Master Ha Dian, a 9-star alchemist, for you. Due to the rarity of materials and the security needed for crafting a level S treasure, please come to the potion department to discuss the details. Upon receiving the message, Zhou Ni quickly headed to the pill department. Unfortunately, teacher Han Dian was at class, leaving only his student Lin Yi on duty. Which pill did he want to craft? If there's any problem, I can answer you first. Top grade, S Cold Divine Pill. As Chao Ngi spoke, he brought out the materials, causing Lam Wai to gasp in amazement. A level S treasure, the Extreme Cold Ice Chain, along with an A-level Ice Lang Herb. He seems to be a new student. Why does he have so many rare treasures? Chao Ngi smiled modestly, just lucky. If he had already prepared the Extreme Cold Ice Chain and Ice Lang Herb, he only needed to add 800 study points to create an S-rank medicinal pill. Leave your contact information with me, and once the Silver Freeze is ready, I will inform you to come and pick it up immediately. Here he happened to overhear 2 students talking. Did he know? Recently, many places have reported discovering alien creatures below. Is that true? Haven't you heard recently many legions and guilds have been reassigned from the front lines? The person in my legion revealed that it seems the whole central South province has detected the presence of alien creatures. It looks like news of the alien invasion has spread everywhere. Zhou Yi was pondering when suddenly someone patted his shoulder. Song Halan, you're in this class too. Of course, my instructor is Director Ngo Meng. Looks like we'll be classmates from now on. Chaoyi, I look forward to learning more from you in the future. I hope you can teach me a lot. I laugh, saying, you're so talented it seems impossible for me to teach you, but if you need any help later, just ask. At this moment the monster teacher entered, and it was none other than Tu Ni. Before the class officially starts, I have a few important announcements to make. As rumors suggest, many alien creatures have indeed appeared in Zhongxia country. Even though these alien creatures are not very strong, the nation is very important for their appearance. Faced with the looming threat, the middle and lower country's army has entered a level 3 readiness state. At the same time, the school's major resources are invested 3 times more, so our Tahang University allocates resources to students each month, increasing by 70% based on their rankings. At the same time, after completing the tasks assigned by the school, you will receive significantly more course offerings than before. The authority of the Deep Abyss mode in the 3 major dungeons at the school will be unlocked, but you will need to use course points to buy Abyssal Spirit Stones to unlock it. The students immediately began to discuss excitedly. The nation is providing a large amount of resources. This is a determined effort to cultivate strong individuals at all costs. Finally, the Deep Enlightenment mode is unlocked. That means I'll get even more resources. Even the course credits and mission rewards have been increased. It seems the school is making a big move. Please calm down and steady your feelings. Tumini clapped her hands on the podium to activate her energy immediately, causing the students to fall silent. No matter how the resources are adjusted as students, you just need to focus and strengthen your abilities. It seems I am not the only one improving. Teacher 2 is also much stronger than the first time I met. Chaoyi quietly thought to himself, all right everyone, let's begin today's lesson. He flipped the pages to the marked page, and after a few hours the class was over. Now I've reached level 19. I have the extreme cold ice link, so I no longer need to enter the dangerous Storm Mountain range. As for the dungeon raid to seize Deep Abyss, this is the perfect place for me to gain experience and level up. As Chaoyi was lost in thought, he suddenly saw Kwang So Nian standing nearby. Little Nian, why are you here? I heard the rewards for passing the 3 school dungeons also increase, so I want to invite you to come and try together. What a coincidence, I have the same idea. After teleporting to the dungeon hall, Kwang So Nian asked Brother Chaoyi, which difficulty are you planning to challenge? Deep Abyss level is too difficult for me. We and he are very different. I think I can only challenge hard difficulty. Nam Yi gently holds her hand to comfort her, and says it's okay, once I get through the Deep Abyss, we will team up and challenge again. Let's decide on that. I'll try the difficult level first, you keep going. Huang, So Nian replied shyly before turning to leave. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn as a person appeared. Only Min Hian, why is he here? It's been a while since a master came to challenge the dungeon. Don't you know? Breaking the record on the Deep Origin dungeon unlocks a special talent achievement. It's true, without a special opportunity, you can't earn that achievement. No wonder Chi Min Hian hurriedly came here. Ji Mingxian, a level 23 mage with a dungeon order of 86, is bored and also trying to challenge the Deep Mystic dungeon in his spare time. Traoyi glanced at Ji Mingxian's information, then chose the Go-Pink Deep Mystic dungeon and entered, causing a stir throughout the hall. Zhongyi, isn't he the top freshman, haha, but a level 19 holy knight daring to challenge the difficulty of the Deep Abyss. He truly doesn't know his limits. I doubt his 400 learning points are just being wasted. Only Min Hian stood nearby, secretly sneering in his heart. It seems that adjusting resources makes some people overly confident. You have chosen the Deep Abyss difficulty challenge, so your account will automatically have 400 training points deducted to exchange for the Deep Abyss Demon Stone. Teleporting to Gobin Lower City. Note that monsters in the deep level dungeon become more aggressive as the difficulty increases. If you find it too tough, crush the Deep Soul Core to escape the dungeon immediately. Why is this place so ruined? Could it be the result of the demons occupying and destroying it? While Chaoyi was deep in thought, a goblin ambushed him from behind, but with a light wave of his hand, he sent the goblin to meet its ancestors. Just a few seconds later, a whole army of monsters surrounded Chaoyi and charged together. A level 22 elf warrior with white-silver talent assault skill and cutting charge. There are quite a few goblin groups this time, but the stronger the enemies are, the more challenging it becomes. After saying that, Chaoyi swung his hammer, wiping out the entire horde of goblins in one strike. Another group of elves suddenly appears, forcing Zhou Nige to reevaluate his strategy. It seems that the difficulty of this stage is that a large number of elite soldiers will carry out death-defying attacks. This will lead to excessive mana consumption. I have to conserve my mana to ensure I have enough to use skills against the boss. Chin He decided to use the light spectral slash skill to rapidly attack with speed of light, unleashing a series of powerful strikes to wipe out the monsters. Congratulations, you have defeated the group of elves and gained 1, 1, 2, 3, 6 experience points. Level 1, 9, 2, 2, 743, over 54,000. As expected, the higher the level, the more difficult it is to level up. No matter how many elf monsters I kill, I can only reach level 20 at most. I hope that after defeating the boss, the experience points will help me break through soon. Zhou Yi continued to advance inward, and soon found the boss, a level 24 Demon King monster, with a mediocre innate talent and unclear skills. Note, the Demon King led the orc tribe to seize some human cities. A human weakling, welcome to the deathland I have prepared for you. How dare you massacre my entire clan? That human must die. After finishing, the Demon King swings his axe down, forcing Chaoyi to leap into the air to evade. This demon is really strong, huh? Despite his large size, his speed is unaffected. I secretly thought Ni was gathering strength for a counterattack, but in this berserk state he can resist all physical attacks and activate his shield to reflect part of the boss's damage. That move just now was no different from a flick of steel. I know it's hard to rely on physical attacks. Chaoyi switched to using his magic system to create chains, and successfully immobilized the boss, then delivered a direct palm strike that took the boss's life in an instant. Congratulations on completing the Deep Abyss dungeon. Your completion time is 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Based on your previous record, you have set a new record for completing this dungeon faster. Congratulations on defeating the boss and earning 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24119 experience points. This Elf King is still a Tham Yuyen dungeon boss, and I defeated it with just one move, even though I kept a large amount of mana and was ready to use stronger skills to deal with it. At this moment, another notification appeared. When you beat a new record in clearing a dungeon, you will unlock a new talent. The A-level casting speed talent increases your spell casting speed significantly, allowing even low-level spells to be cast instantly. As expected, the new record for clearing the Tham Yen dungeon also unlocks a new innate skill. With the blessing of the A-level spellcasting speed talent, my strength is boosted even further. It's time to go back now. The only regret is that I just nearly reached level 20. I have many courses now, so I'll bring Xiao Nian to challenge the Deep Mystic Dungeon again later. At the same time, outside the dungeon lobby, many players who chose the Tham Yen level dungeon had to give up due to the intense heat inside. They looked up at the leaderboard and chatted animatedly. No one has succeeded so far. This Tham Uyen dungeon is just too difficult. As soon as I entered, I was surrounded by hundreds of white-silver level demons. If I didn't escape quickly, I might have been trapped inside. No wonder the difficulty level of the Deep Abyss raid is so terrifying. It seems we can only rely on top-tier experts like Chi Min Hien. Kwong, Sun Yen stood among the crowd, thinking to herself that luckily she only chose a moderate difficulty level so she could pass the challenge smoothly. Now she just hopes that big brother Chaoyi can also get through this level. I heard that the Deep Abyss dungeon has also been opened in this year's freshman competition. How many people have succeeded so far? That's right, there seems to be someone named Xiaoyi, a level 19 holy knight, leading the freshmen who even set a new record. As the two young men were talking, someone shouted out that the dungeon record had been broken again. Is that the guy named Chaoyi at the top of the leaderboard? Number 1, Chaoyi. Abyss level difficulty, completion time of 10 minutes and 56 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the fastest clearance of the Deep Abyss dungeon at the Tham Uyen level. The crowd erupts in excitement. Finally, someone has beaten the Tham Uyen difficulty. Chaoyi. Why have I never heard of this name before? Could it be the senior of Dai Tam, Chaoyi? This person is the leader among the new students, but no matter how strong he is, he can't defeat the level 24 Demon King of the Undead. I just joined the first-year student competition too. It's only been a few days. Why has Chaoyi improved so quickly? Just wait a little longer. Hienka probably entered the dungeon a bit later than Chaoyi, so he's a little behind. A young man confidently laughs out loud, thinking to himself when Hienka sets a new record and steps out, Chaoyi's rank will definitely drop on the leaderboard. Unexpectedly, just then, Chi Min Hien staggered out of the instance, looking battered, causing the young man to quickly rush over and support him. Chi Min Hien cursed under his breath, then suddenly realized that few people around him paid any attention to him like a few minutes ago, and they were just gathered around the ranking board talking excitedly. Although he felt a bit puzzled inside, he didn't dwell on it for long, and took out a potion to treat his wounds. It was only when my junior told me that Zhou Yi had cleared the Tham Uyen dungeon with an incredible time that I was stunned and choked on my medicine. Hurry and look, Zhou Yi is already out. No way, it's only a level 19 newcomer. On what basis could it have completed the Deep Abyss dungeon? How can I not be better than it? I have to ask for an explanation. Now you finally come out, maybe it's even Jianlan. Min Hien angrily threw the Duok Thui pill in his hand and then smiled genuinely to start a conversation with Chaoyi. But before he could finish speaking, Chao Yi smoothly brushed past and went to Kwang So Nian. Congratulations on passing the level easily for him, while for me, it was barely getting through the hard challenge. It feels like he's gradually leaving me behind. Chao Yi approaches to pat Kwang So Nian's head, comforting her, and says, "Don't worry, loving the Celestial King is easy to handle. Then I will show you all the tricks to get through this level, and now I also have enough experience. I'll take you to try a few more times until you master the key points, so you can challenge the Tham Uyen difficulty level." While the couple fluttered affectionately, the crowd continued to praise Chao Yi. Meanwhile, Chi Minhyun sat slouched in the corner, accepting the truth that under Chao Yi's spotlight he had become a has-been. True to his promise, Zhou Nanyi teamed up with Kwang Sunian to conquer the abyssal dungeon, fighting alongside her while boosting her strength and pointing out the weaknesses of the fairies so she could easily eliminate them. Everything was going smoothly until they faced the boss. A Tham Uyen level boss is no joke. How did Brother Chao Yi manage to clear the dungeon successfully? It looks powerful, but in reality it has very low magic resistance and can be easily defeated with powerful magic skills. Huang Sonyan, upon hearing this, volunteers to fight the boss. Because the boss has weak magic resistance, Kwang Sonian first decides to test his demonic bloodline magic with the evil demon spell, unleashing a giant wave of slash energy. The demonic power contained within the slash will erupt upon hitting the target, dealing additional shadow attribute damage to the enemy. Instead of destroying the boss, this move actually boosts its magic power, making it even stronger. The boss then stomps the ground, creating a shockwave that causes an earthquake, pushes enemies back, and can stun them. Yi unleashed his power to fight back against the attack, and worriedly called out, "Xiao Nian, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Xiao Ni Kaka, it's all my fault. I didn't control my magic well, which allowed the boss to absorb it and become stronger. No need to blame yourself first. Check if your tactics against it are effective or not." Saying that Yi used the light shield to attack the boss, but it was blocked by its shield. Actually, the skill's effectiveness isn't as strong as before, and its magic resistance seems to have increased significantly. Thinking this through, Zhongyi said, "It's indeed a bit difficult to handle. Let me try again. If there's no way to beat it, crush the Deep Abyss Orb. Remember, this is only a test clone, don't hurt yourself." After finishing Trong, Yi created magical chains to restrain the boss, but the boss easily shattered the magic chains in an instant. Witnessing this, Huang Sonyan felt even more guilty. Everything was her fault. She had made everything worse. What should I do now? What should I do? This negative state of Huang Sonyan has awakened the devil woman within her. Yes, it's all your weakness. If you can fully master the demonic power within the Ingyi demon's bloodline, then there's no need to quietly watch Brother Chaoyi fall into trouble. Only by becoming stronger can you help Brother Chaoyi with one hand. It's time, release your true power. Get stronger, Huang, so Nian murmured hypnotically, her eyes gradually turning to a deadly red. Tiny Nian Chaoyi stared blankly at the girl behind him. "Big Brother Chaoyi, let me take care of the monster. Why can't I absorb this magic power? Instead, it's continuously invading my strength." The boss panicked, shouted, "Don't worry, this is just the appetizer." And with that, Kwang Sonian raised her hand to transfer more magic power to the boss. "I want it, give it to me quickly, give me more mana now. Your current appearance looks really disgusting." Kwang Sonian looked at the boss with contempt before delivering a decisive blow to defeat it. Congratulations to student Kwang Sonian for eliminating the Demon Lord boss, earning 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23200 experience points, finally vanquishing this annoying monster. Huang Sonian retracted her power and approached Chungyi with an alluring manner that left him culturally stunned until he finally noticed something unusual and asked coldly, "Oh, is it really little Ni?" At this moment, the demon girl, Kwang Sonian, suddenly froze and then gradually returned to her usual appearance. "Brother Chaoyi, everything that just happened was caused by the evil Ma power in my bloodline acting out." Ning lifted Kwang Sonian's chin to look at her for a while before exhaling in relief. "That's great. I thought the demon had taken over you." "How could that be?" "That's right, Xiaonian, maybe we should form a team and try the challenge a few more times. I believe that after you become familiar with the Demon Lord, you can also conquer the Deep Abyss dungeon alone. Besides, we and the King of Monsters are old friends. Do you think he will understand us?" No matter what, students are like that. As long as the boss is defeated, it's fine, but if students want to earn more dungeon rewards, there are still many things to consider. Chao Yi said with a mischievous smile that even the great Troll King on the Heavenly Party was stunned. Outside, everyone was still stunned by Chao Yi's successful record when the leaderboard displayed a new record even faster than the previous one, by a full minute, and the one who completed it was none other than Chao Yi, shocking them all. Could it be that Chao Yi is now allowing others to pass safely? He actually managed to pass through the door faster. It's terrifying. Suddenly, the leaderboard displayed a new record, surpassing Chao Yi's, with Kwang Sonian choosing the Tham Yuyen difficulty, completing it in 9 minutes and 23 seconds. It has been confirmed that this is the fastest clear record currently for the Goban dungeon at Deep Realm difficulty. Isn't this something only a rookie should challenge in hard mode? Now she can clear the Tham Uyen dungeon alone. Kwang So Nien, after all, is the second best among the new students, and with Chao Ngi's guidance, she might even surpass her potential. Now Chi Min Hien's follower rubbed his head and sighed. Hien Chie, now I finally understand how you feel. Realizing the gap between himself and a genius, that feeling of helplessness is truly hard to bear. Chao Ngi and Huang So Nien continued to challenge the Deep Abyss level dungeon alone, formed a team once, and then returned to the hall. Chao Ngi, I heard the Elemental Academy is hosting a fireworks display for new students today. Shall we go see it together? Chao Ngi smiled and replied, great, this is a good opportunity to relax a bit. So the two of them set off for the Elemental Academy. Looking at the surrounding scene, Zhou Nuo couldn't help but feel delighted. No wonder it's the Elemental Academy, even the streetlights are controlled by magic. Who would have thought that while we were sweeping the dungeon it would turn into evening unnoticed? This time, conquering the Void Realm instance can bring great rewards when we return. Luckily, I had your help. Your effort is the key, I was just supporting a little. Chao Ngi smiled, and just as he noticed a giant statue, he couldn't help but pause and ask, is this a statue? Yes, this is the wizard Wei Wang, known as the Guardian Deity. He once successfully blocked several fierce offensives by the demon legions alone, so his heroic deeds have been widely celebrated. Unfortunately, during the Great Battle, he was ambushed and killed by a level Lord Demon, sacrificing himself heroically, because his soul was completely fated beyond salvation. He truly is a great hero. He still has very little knowledge of history. Can you just briefly tell me about the Dark Age? Of course I can, Kwang So Nien says. Actually, to talk about this period of history, we need to start from the Golden Age 80 years ago. Starting from the year 254, many professionals with innate talents rose up one after another, making that year known as the Golden Age. Just like the traditional hero with sword saints, sword healers, peacekeepers, fire gods, and even now they still defend the front lines. But when everyone is full of hope and prepares to counterattack the extraterrestrials, a dark era suddenly descends, bringing the most frantic invasion by the alien creatures. The heroes of the Golden Age sacrificed their precious lives, one after another, when facing the threat of invading alien creatures, and after a long 30-year struggle, with hundreds of millions of warriors fighting bravely, we finally achieved the peaceful time we have now. The invasion of alien creatures has happened again, but I hope it's just your illusion, don't worry too much. Ngi patted her head to reassure her. The large-scale appearance of alien creatures this time only comes through interdimensional space cracks, and their strength is not powerful. Moreover, we are no longer the same as before. If darkness returns, it will be those alien creatures that are unlucky this time. Huang So Nien was amused by Chao Ngi's words, saying, exactly, we've rested and recuperated for so long we've already prepared the strength to face the alien invasion again. At this moment, fireworks explode into the sky, illuminating the entire horizon. Huang So Nien excitedly grabs Chao Ngi's hand and pulls him along. Let's take the opportunity to go to the observation point ahead. It will be even more beautiful. Yes, Chao Ngi Kwang Tri replies. The next day, Chao Ngi takes the train back to visit his sister. Tin, why isn't your brother back yet? Don't worry, he just said on the phone a little while ago that he'd be home soon. Nying just finished speaking when Chao Ngi arrived at the door. He cheerfully welcomed him home. On the way here, I was still worried about your condition, but seeing you so spirited, I feel at ease now. Ngi is back. Chao Ngi looks at a Tin and smiles, saying, Tin, it's been a long time. Xiao Ngi, how long do you plan to stay this time? Probably around 3 or 4 days, since I mainly took leave to finish the final treatment for Xiao Van. Is it really that short? Xiao Vuan said sadly. Then quickly, she excitedly asked, do you have a gift prepared for your adorable little sister? Of course, I brought a special reward for you through this dimensional raid. As he spoke, Chao Ngi pulled out a horn from his inventory. Just blow this horn, and the fierce spirit at the gold level will appear instantly to protect you. Xiao Van clapped excitedly. No wonder he's your brother, just hearing it makes it sound really impressive. Nang Ngi patted his sister's head and said, I believe your illness will heal soon and you can become as strong as me. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao took Thoi Liet Na to Chao Ngi's residence. Secretary Zhao, you and Thoi Liet Na are here. Mr. Chu, I contacted her yesterday. She traveled here from the neighboring city overnight. Shady Liet Na laughed softly and said, Secretary Zhao, you should know that Chao Ngi's invitation is not something I can take lightly now. Ngi modestly replied, you flatter me, I should thank you for coming all the way to help me. I almost forgot to congratulate you. Not only did you obtain the extreme cold ice lotus, but you also turned it into an ultra-cold pill with even better effects. Extreme Cold Dan's Secretary Zhao couldn't hide his surprise. An S-rank pill is an invaluable treasure on the market. Zhou Nuo scratched his head and smiled. Luckily, with the help of the Triple Inheritance Pill Master, recommended by my teacher, I was able to successfully refine it. We should still take the opportunity to perform the final healing ritual for my sister. Yes, the main thing is more important. After a while, little Vuan grabbed Chaoyi's corner and asked worriedly, "Are you really okay? Little Vuan doesn't need to be too tense. Don't worry, soon after taking this pill, you'll be able to awaken your Hanbang bloodline, and your Hanbang power won't disturb you anymore." Chaoyi then handed the extreme cold pill to Xiao Yun, who took it, and standing confidently in the ritual array said determinedly, "I'm ready, brother." Chaoyi immediately used skills like Blessing Liming, Protective Blessing, and Courage Blessing to support Xiaovan, creating the best conditions for Thoi Liat Na to perform the treatment. Although he was a second-tier priest, he still seemed to be less refined than Chaoyi in the purity of the holy light. Tu Lietna, lost in thought, was urged by Chaoyi to proceed, then had to bother her to activate the magic circle, while Thoi Lietna unleashed her strength to start the formation, and also instructed Tiovan to immediately use the extreme cold pill. In just a moment, a massive wave of icy cold aura burst out, causing everyone to instinctively step back. Xiaoni Tiovan's cold energy is erupting. This shouldn't be a problem, right? I'm fine, I will handle it. Chaoyi used the holy light circular to eliminate the burst of cold energy, and confidently said, "I believe this is Tiovan's final outburst of cold aura, under the effect of the extreme cold pill." "I closely observed Tiovan's condition then," happily said. "The hardest phase is finally over, now we just need to wait patiently for Tiovan to complete her bloodline awakening." After a while, the treatment of Xiao Yun was finally completed. Chaoyi approached Xiao Yun anxiously and asked, "How do you feel now?" "It seems like your illness has been completely cured," Xiao Van cheerfully replied. "My little Van, quickly check your personal information to see if it has changed. Now that the ice element, and you are in perfect harmony, you can control them, and do whatever you want. Could it be that awakening your bloodline can also grant you new talents? Awakening a normal bloodline of course doesn't grant the bloodline talent, but you're my sister Zhou Yi, and you awakened the rare ice-cold bloodline." Zhou Yi proudly replied, thinking to himself, "We brothers all benefit greatly from the ice-cold bloodline. Could it really be that our ancestors were indeed powerful bloodline professionists of the Hanbang type? But even if it were true, considering past situations, it's very likely that the family earlier made a mistake. Although Xiaovan's Hanbang bloodline has successfully awakened for safety reasons, I will bother her to do a comprehensive check once more." "No problem," Na Weina happily replied. At this moment, Secretary Zhao spoke, "Sir Zhou, Miss Xiaovan's body has fully recovered, and her cold ice bloodline has been awakened. The mayor values this greatly, and has arranged a batch of cultivation resources for the two siblings to bring here." Chaoyi shook hands with Secretary Zhao gratefully, and said, "Thank you, I will return to school soon, after which, Xiaovan will need to trouble Secretary Zhao to help care for her." "You're too kind. It's my pleasure." Seeing Xiaovan happily playing with Ating Chaoyi, suddenly asked, "Have you thought about which profession you want to pursue in the future?" "Of course your profession should be a mage. Once you reach level 10, I will find a profession-specific secret mage skill book for you." "That's great, you've sensed the awakening of the dark power within you. I believe the day we unleash our strength is not far off." Dark power. Tuvan's sinister gaze and words leave everyone stunned. Liatna immediately rushed over to check. "Did I miss any part I haven't examined? How can there be dark power like that? I wonder if when Trung Yi and Xiao Wan were little before they awakened their powers, they often cosplayed as superheroes to save the world." "Don't let the dark power seduce you. We must seal it away to protect world peace." Little Van, at 3 years old, said, "Let's go back to the present," and saw her younger sister about to say more lines, breathing heavily. Engi proactively went to Loi Tu Van outside. "You should still take her to learn the true ice cold to save her sister. Your brother wants to uphold justice and sacrifice himself. Looking at Miss Chaovan's performance, I believe she will definitely become an outstanding magician in the future." Actually, normally it's not like that. While Secretary Zhao and Atin excuse Xiaovan's childish actions, Thoi Liat Na looks serious and quietly thinks about the dark power. Just after the awakening process finished, Chaoyi suggested a martial arts exchange with Chao Van. "You and I will summon spirits and freeze all the power blocking her path." With that, Zhou Vian shot a pure elemental blast towards Zhongyi, but all were deflected by Zhongyi's sacred light shield. "It seems your body has fully recovered, so next I can arrange your training schedule." Chao Van starts playing a card. "I feel like the chill in my body is acting up again. It seems I can't continue training with you anymore." And then, under Chaoyi's strict supervision, Chao Van reluctantly joined the training. After intense training, she was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, sighing. "Brother, it turns out training is so tiring. The great mission of saving the world will be left to me to complete alone later. You're truly hopeless." Chaoyi sighed helplessly and summoned little Koi. "It's a demon companion he just contracted, so let it stay with you to train over the next few days. But if that happens, even Tu Koi won't be able to fight back. There's nothing left to say then." "No problem. Now that Xiao Kui is with you, you will definitely work hard to cultivate," Chao Van said happily while stroking Xiao Kui. "Xiao Kui, follow me. Let's quickly sign the Dark Pact and become allies." Chao Yi chuckled at how much he resembled Tai of Xiao Kui and said, "Xiao Kui, I will remember the price you pay." A few days later, as Zhou Yi carried Xiao Kui back to school, Tuo Mini arrived at his house, catching him by surprise. "Miss Tuo, what are you doing here?" The nationwide freshman exchange match between universities and colleges is about to start. The team event requires groups of 5 to participate. This time, I'm visiting mainly to ask you to confirm the list of members for our school's expedition team. As the top scorer among the freshmen in the competition, the important responsibility of team leader naturally falls on your shoulders. Moreover, building the team is ultimately the responsibility of the captain you appointed. "No problem," Chao Yi cheerfully replied. "This is the top 10 student list in the freshman ranking excluding you. You need to select 4 teammates for yourself." Chao Yi replied immediately without hesitation. "Kodo, I plan to choose the top 4 ranked freshmen as my teammates." Tumini scolded, "You really are too casual. In team battles, it's normal for the fight to extend to later stages. This is a test of the team's endurance in combat. Therefore, the cleric profession that helps maintain recovery of the fake profession status is an extremely important factor. Even if you are a holy knight, capable of adding many buffs, your recovery ability is still not enough compared to a cleric. Moreover, since it's a team of 5, you should pick a new priest as well." Ni confidently replied, "I don't think it's necessary. As long as we can defeat the opponent quickly, there's no need to worry about recovery skills. Teacher 2 for the individual events in the freshman exchange. I am confident I can win first place. Moreover, during the team battle, when I activate my angelic Sate line, I can even go head-to-head with the entire opposing team alone. In the freshman tournament, Zhongyi's strength far surpasses that of other new students. With Zhongyi there, there's really no need for a priest just crush the opponents from other schools directly." Thinking this over, Tumi Ni had to give in. "If you're so confident, then I will report this list to Director NGO. Yes, your sister's bloodline awakening issue has been taken care of already. It's all settled. I'm glad. I should thank you, Miss Tu, for initially telling me about the extreme cold ice chain. That's a relief." Tumini smiled and answered. At this moment, Zhongyi suddenly remembered something and asked Miss Tu if she knew where to find a professional secret-keeping letter. "Is the hidden professional license for your sister, I see?" Ngithan truly replied. "After discovering that the alien creature came through the dimensional rift from the Middle Crossing universe, I began to faintly sense a feeling of oppression. So I had to find a way for Xiao Yuan to quickly acquire the power to protect herself. You're very thoughtful, and the hidden professional role letter is available on the school website, but it's not as easy as it sounds to buy it," Tumini said casually before quickly leaving. Ni was confused by what Tumini said, but when he opened the school's website to check, he understood. To limit the purchase of hidden profession letters, the lowest level students need to reach level 25, must have grades above level A, complete school A-level missions, and earn a top 10 ranking on the local leaderboard, or be in the top 100 of the heavenly list. So that's how it is. It's really difficult to buy a hidden professional letter. Even the cheapest hidden professional letter costs at least 20,000 learning points. It seems there's no way to win in a short time, but I'll try to achieve my goal within half a year." Just then, Chao Yi received a new mission from the system. After checking, the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament is about to begin, and the achievement mission results are now being announced. The system will award corresponding achievement rewards based on the capsule owner's overall performance in the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. Nhi looks elated after reading the information. Both times before, the achievement rewards have significantly boosted her strength in incredible ways. It looks like I also have to put in my best effort this time to achieve the top performance and get the most generous reward elsewhere. The deans are currently in a meeting discussing the upcoming nationwide university and college freshman exchange tournament. The person chosen to participate in the team battle has already been sent over. I'll give everyone a brief overview. Why is there no minister in the team, according to Director Wu? Tongqi agreed and said, yes, isn't a team like this very dangerous? Without a priest's support, the team's error rate would be significantly reduced. While the other deans were worried about this team composition, Chu Hoa Duong thought differently. I personally felt that this plan also had no issues. I believe that with Chao Yi's ability, having a priest is unnecessary. In his heart, he secretly thought that after Chao Yi displayed his bloodline endurance, no one sitting here understood Chao Yi's true strength better than himself. Even without teammates, Chao Yi might be able to win the team battle alone. In fact, he not only contributes to growth, but also has excellent defensive abilities, and many of his skills are even more powerful in attack. It seems he's handling 3 roles at once: swordsman, tank, and support. Commander Zhang Lang, the strategist, has been silent until now, and finally spoke up. I have no objections. With Chao Yi's abilities, he has the full advantage and effective tactics himself, so Tongkai thought for a while, and then decided. Then my side also agrees. I hope that in the friendly match, Zhou Yi can showcase his true strength and surprise everyone. Alright, let's decide that way. The team formation issue has been settled now. It's time for the training. Director, Ngo, from now on you'll need to oversee their training. Although this new student group is quite capable, their teamwork still needs to be improved. No problem, I will ask. To me need to inform them, and we will meet at the War Academy in 3 days to return to the main character. Meanwhile, Zhong Yi, diligently completing his daily missions, receives a message from teacher Wang Hui about giving him private lessons. This is the first lesson since I became your student. It's likely that you'll teach me a new skill. But today I should still choose the skill point reward. Please select today's reward. Reward 1, gain 15 attribute points. Reward 2, gain 15 skill points. Reward 3, a random skill book. Reward 4, a random spirit. Zhong Yi selected the skill points reward and immediately felt a transformation happening inside his body. As long as you complete your daily tasks, you can earn attribute points and skill points. With the system here, staying ahead of others is truly easy. Teacher, do I need to chase away this pack of level 23 demon wolves? Here is the deep forest. The Thienvu guild you established here has training points, so there's no need to worry. Sure enough, less than a second later, the Leviathan appeared in the sky, letting out a roar that frightened the wolves into chaos and flight. Seeing Chao Yi's amazed expression, Wang Hui explained, Kulong ranks level 62, which is my senior's demon dragon, usually responsible for terrifying the monsters in the forest. Even a demon dragon like that shows how formidable my senior must be. Wang Hui proudly smiled and said, my senior brother once reached level 64, even surpassing me in actual combat skills, so I trust him to lead the Heavenly Vu Guild. Chunyi couldn't help but feel admiration after hearing this. At only 30, he's already level 64, and his talent as a master is truly extraordinary. After so many years I've met many profession players, but you are the most talented one. Try your best. I believe your future achievements have hope of surpassing your elder brother. Alright, Xiaoyi, pay close attention. I will demonstrate a special skill to teach you. So Wang Hui combined the Holy Light skill and the Shield of Darkness to create 2 giant shields, then gradually closed the distance until they collided with a loud bang, causing a deafening explosion that leveled a large area, leaving Chao Yi in shock at the power of the false profession Tom Truyan. All set, Wang Hui handed Chao Yi a book. Little Ni, this is the first skill I taught you. Please place the consciousness onto the surface of the skill book and learn by using skill points. Understood. Ni nodded once and closed his eyes, following Wang Hui's instructions, successfully learning the new skill. The Holy Light Shield, A+ level 1, forms 2 barrier walls in front, within a certain range. The 2 barriers gradually approach each other, collide, and create a large explosion, causing significant damage to enemies with light attribute magic, while your team can pass through the barriers but the enemies cannot. Note that this is a Sacred Knight inheritance skill. After reading about the skill, Zhou Neiyi couldn't hide his curiosity about the Sacred Knight inheritance skill. How do you also know the skills of the Holy Knight Master? Quang Tam Thuan is a skill unique to my senior sister when she was a 3rd degree Holy Knight. Back then, it was from my senior sister that you inherited this skill. Now I will pass it on to you. You've learned the skill right, show it to me now. Ni, looks like you're doing exactly what you were taught, and although the power is not great, Wang Hui still shows satisfaction and praise. You're only at Sacred Light Shield level 1, but reaching this level is already very good. This skill is specially prepared for your team combat. You can use the shield to divide the battlefield, thereby limiting the enemy's normal actions. If you've mastered the new skill, the next step is the practical combat training session. As Wang Hui finished speaking, a dragon serpent descended and stood behind him. Glan will deploy demonic beasts around to launch an attack on you. How much experience you gain from defeating them depends entirely on your own effort. No problem. Yes, teacher. Receiving the answer, Wang Hui signaled Glaron, who then roared loudly. The monsters within the soundwave area immediately became aggressive and targeted Chao Yi. One lurking in the bushes behind him lunged for his head but was caught off guard and was taken down with a simple strike. Are you risking your life like that? I didn't expect you to run out of your last bit of stamina and magic energy. Aren't you afraid there are still monsters approaching? Are you still here? Teacher Trong Yi replied with a smile, drinking the healing potion to recover his stamina while secretly thinking, but that insane experience gain was truly awesome. Congratulations on reaching level 22. You have gained 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Yi immediately used all the points he just received to level up the Holy Light Absorption Shield from level 1 to level 3. Not bad. I originally thought you could only defeat about 100 monsters, but in the end, you actually defeated nearly 400. Luckily, with your guidance without it, it would be very difficult to level up within a month or 2. Zhou Ning gratefully responded. At this moment, Wang Hui advised that since he boldly formed a team without a minister during the exchange match, as my student, you must stay calm in critical moments and never let your guard down. Don't worry, teacher, with me here. The first place this year will definitely be ours. At the rest area in the Furious Wind Forest, an announcement is broadcasting about the upcoming college exchange tournament for new students nationwide. A total of 218 colleges are participating, but who will take the top spot? Am I seeing things? Tohung University doesn't even have a pastor? With such an extreme team, probably only lower-ranked schools would use that, right? Chu Nyo and Chu Dan just happened to walk by, overheard the two female students talking, then approached to check the list and interrupted. Trao Ni is indeed the team leader Kwang, so Nian is the vice team leader. Scrolling through a few comments online, Chu Dan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Some people even said in the comments that our school team's coordination was incorrect without a minister. That comment saying our team would definitely lose without a pastor is just laughable. Chu Nyu also agrees. They don't realize how terrifying Zhou Nigi's strength truly is. The two girls looked at Chu Nyu and Chu Dan with judging eyes and asked angrily, "Who are you?" "Unwan, please let the staff know that I will settle their bill today. This year's champion will definitely be ours." Getting back to the main events after the lesson with Wang Hui Zhou, Ni spent the entire day sparring with the robots in the training yard. Since reaching level 22 fighting, the robots in the training yard became too easy for Zhou Ni, and the training effectiveness gradually declined. Just as Zhou Ingyi was about to ask Tumi Ni for her opinion, she called to inform that Dean Ingo would start special training today. Since the students participating in the friendly match need to gather at the War Institute Hall, Chao Yi must be called immediately. Besides, Kwang So-nyen and Tong Ha-lan, who are already familiar, there are two more people in the hall, Wei Thiet Tam, a level 18 warrior, and Duong Lin Hai, a level 18 mage. While the students were getting to know each other, Ngomong used his scanning ability to check Chao Yi over. Remarkably, under Principal Wang Hu's guidance, Chao Yi advanced in level so quickly. Kwang So-nyen was surprised to hear that, and turned to look at Chao Yi. He leveled up again. With the help of the teachers, I was lucky enough to level up a bit. Alright, time is tight, so I'll keep it simple. To help you prepare for this nationwide freshman exchange match, I will be the instructor responsible for your training. Next, I will lead you in the team battle. In individual battles and survival competitions, professional training will be conducted. Today's training will mainly focus on assessing your team cooperation and combat skills. First, the students need to form a team to challenge the Goblin Dungeon at the Deep Realm level. Of course, the school will cover all the costs for the training involved in this Deep Realm level dungeon. No wonder Kodo was always urging us and Tietar to level up quickly to 18. It turns out she wanted us to prepare in advance for the Chaos Battle Deep Level Dungeon. Everyone's skills are good, and with a team we can easily get through the deep level even without much trouble. Moreover, thinking about this, Dong Lingxi secretly glanced at Zhou Nuo sitting next to her, and with her alone, Zhou Nuo could pass the Deep Abyss level, plus their group of 4 probably couldn't fail. Seeing Dong Lingxi look at him, Zhou Nuo turned with a charming smile that made Dong Lingxi bashfully rush to hide behind the team, causing Zhou Nuo to be a little confused. Was my smile really that terrifying? This is our first time working together as a team, so I will organize the tactical plan for everyone. No problem. The rest of you responded in unison. V. Thiet Tam is responsible for defense and attracting fire. Kwang, So Nien and Duong Lin Hai handle magical and physical attacks respectively, and Tong Ha Lan is in the back, providing additional power attacks while I support everyone. Just after Zhou Yi assigned the tasks, the goblin horde appeared. V. Thiet Tam volunteered to go first, punching the ground to push the monsters back. The power of the punch surprised her, and her skill effectiveness has increased by over 40% compared to before. Is this the leadership's supportive ability? Duan Lin Hai watched Zhou Yi use his skill and couldn't help but be surprised. No way. The casting speed is truly fast. The team leader managed to unleash 3 growth skills in less than a second, which even a professional mage like me finds hard to match. Quickly, Duong Lin Hai didn't dare to relax and cast the Phantom Disintegration spell to slow down the goblin swarm's advance. Kwang So Nyen also seized the opportunity to rush forward and slash the monsters with her sword. Xiao Nian Ve Thiet Tam, beware of a sneak attack. Thanks to the warning beforehand, V. Thiet Tam managed to quickly use a barricade and successfully block the ambush from the goblin archers. Kwang So-nyen suddenly realized something was unusual. This was completely different from before. How could goblin archers appear here? The information about the monster Gobin level 23 archer silver grade talent stealth and burst skills made Chao-ngi smile and say, "Looks like the reason why we've had more challengers over here. Gobin has also upgraded their attack methods." At this point, Chao Yi used the punishment of light to wipe out the Gobin archers. "I'll handle these troublesome ones first and leave the rest to you." After all, Zhou Nuo entered the dungeon this time mainly to improve team coordination, and fighting alone would go against the original plan. No problem. Kwang So-nyen and V. Thiet Tam agreed. Seeing everyone try so hard, Zhang Ha-lan was even more motivated and began using charms to attack the goblin horde. At the same time, Ngomong watched the students battle on the screen and nodded in approval. Compared to the rookie battle, Zhou Nian's spellcasting speed has more than doubled, with some skills even possible to execute instantly. Tuomi Ni speculates that after passing the Depth Realm dungeon, his talent seems linked to rapid spellcasting. Considering the progress, Chao Ni's development is truly astonishing. Just after enrolling, he already led Kuang So Nian to top the leaderboard in the Tham Uyen dungeon. Ngomang then chuckled and said, "So I want to take a step further to test Chao Ni, especially since I've increased the difficulty a bit for them." Inside the dungeon, thanks to coordinated effort, the overwhelming number of goblins was quickly wiped out by Chao Ni's team without a single mistake. As for the monsters approaching her, Huang Sonyan snorted coldly, using her obsession/skill to cut repeatedly at high speed, easily taking down the monsters. The others weren't idle either, starting to showcase their talents. Tang Halan tore apart a talisman and used the divine technique of the Five Thunder to attack the monsters. Dao Lin, Hai, then cast a wind-type dark magic dragon scroll to conjure a freezing cyclone through the monsters and shouted Tishan give them a final blow. Understood. With a reply, Wei Tietan immediately jumps high and uses her Lich Serene kick to deliver a rapid series of blows at the monsters. By the time she landed, all the monsters were on the ground, overwhelmed by the enhanced boost, feeling light and completely overpowering the demons. That was amazing. She felt very satisfied inside. Wei Tietam, still craving more, smiled and looked at Duong Linhai, probing for a response. "Is there still a need to say that we've already taken care of these goblins?" Duong Linhai responds. Xiao Bai told me that there are no more goblins around." Nuoji chuckled loudly, saying this is just the warm-up. "What's there to be afraid of? Second brother, your buff skill doubles my strength. With your support, isn't clearing this dungeon just a breeze?" Tong Halan cheerfully agreed. "No mistake, even student Zhou Ngi can easily clear this dungeon on his own." Lin Hai nodded in agreement. "Yes, the captain's strength really impresses me." Hearing that Zhou Nuo felt a headache and muttered to himself, "Are they desperately setting goals for me?" Kuang Suo Nian stayed silent, just standing aside and secretly laughing. After a while, the group approached a large door. Wei Jietan asked, "The final boss must be inside, right?" Chao Ni replied, "No, just as I approached the door step by step, I felt that something was off inside." "Forget it, we should go in first and talk later." He secretly decided. Zhou Yi pushed the door open, and as everyone entered, a giant boss appeared before them, speaking, "You finally arrived. Stupid fools, monsters, the second king of the elves, level 25, cursed talent skills unknown." After the old king's death, he became the new leader of the elf clan, replacing the former demon king. Lin Hai suddenly exclaimed, "A level 25 chaos boss, huh? I heard there's a distinguished guest. I prepared a few gifts for you and your party." Then the boss grinned strangely and lifted its weapon, creating a gigantic fireball thrown toward Lin Hai. "This is fireball magic. How is it so strong?" she muttered in her mind, still stunned, standing motionless and staring blankly at the approaching fireball. "Lin Hai, get out of the way!" Vithiat Tum shouted urgently, rushing forward to push Dong Lin Hai back, then instantly creating a shield to block the fireball, but it was completely ineffective. The shield only lasted less than a second before cracks began to appear. "It's useless. It can't hold back at all." Vithiat Tam clenched her teeth and secretly lamented, "Damn it, with the team leader's buff. Her strength had clearly doubled, yet she still couldn't even withstand an ordinary attack from this monster." The boss suddenly let out a strange laugh and said, "Don't rush. This is the end I've prepared for you all long ago. Turn into ashes and disappear." At the same time, its actions continued, repeatedly creating more fireballs to throw at the crowd. One fireball has already left everyone helpless, and now facing many more despair is unavoidable. This is also the moment when the true worth of a team leader is revealed. Everyone stepped back. Chao Ni ordered sharply, "You step forward to everyone using your ice power to create a large, thick ice wall that is much stronger than Vithiat Tam's shield to block the incoming fireballs. The team leader, beware, this is not an ordinary fireball attack." After Du, Lingxi reminded them she saw the fireballs drained of energy by the ice wall and turning into a fire orb the size of a ball. Thu quietly shouted as the mini fireball was pulled into Zhou Nuo's palm. "You squeezing it so hard makes it vanish, and the protective orb is indeed difficult to deal with. This boss's power far surpasses the one we faced before." Hearing that, Song Halan took the initiative to speak up. "Then let me lead the fight this time." Then Tong Halan quickly made hand seals with both hands, creating a swarm of talismans that floated around the boss. The heavenly mandate was clear. The spirit led the way. The divine talisman shone brightly, obeying the violent command. As soon as the word "bow" escapes from his mouth, the talismans explode, creating a large fire that engulfs the boss inside. 1 second later, the fire is sucked into the boss's mouth. The talismans it squeezed in its palm showed no effect at all on the boss, who remained completely unscathed. Tsing Halan cried out in disbelief, "Why was there no effect at all?" At this moment, Tang Lingxi looked serious and said, "Lan, trade your spell with me and try attacking." Then Tang Lingxi cast Fire Element, Dark Magic, Magic Spear, and launched a series of missile arrows toward the boss. Let it take my attack too, Kwang, so Nian shouted, using the demon spiritual sword skill to slash several swords toward the boss. The techniques of the two intersected, targeting the approaching boss, causing a massive explosion and a shockwave to ripple outward. Yet the boss remained unharmed. It's currently surrounded by a purple energy layer. That's quite interesting, but it ends here. As he finished speaking, the boss opened its mouth, and a small purple sphere immediately condensed there, constantly absorbing the surrounding purple energy and growing bigger. In the end, the sphere blasts toward the group facing them. Lu Jingzi desperately exclaims, "Our levels are too far apart. It seems we can't fight this boss." As everyone gave up resistance, Chaoyi stepped forward once again. "Don't be afraid, I am here." Then Chaoyi created a barrier of golden light to block the boss's attack. As his voice echoed, the boss's final strike was once again thwarted by him. "Thiet Tom," says Nika, "let me try a close-range attack." Chaoyi smiles, places a hand on Wei Jitang's shoulder, and says, "Boss level 25 is really a bit much for everyone right now. Leave the rest to me then." After that, Chaoyi used the Kwang Chi Chan technique on the boss. Kwang Chi Chan Thi clearly identifies the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, providing guidance for the next attack. This Demon King is actually one level higher than the previous one, but his attributes are doubled. If I use the S-level Bloodline Secret technique, I could activate my power several times stronger. Targeting myself so clearly like this is very likely a special test deliberately set up by Director Wu. If that's the case, I will show everyone now. The body of a divine celestial envoy, my true strength. Director setting the difficulty of this boss is probably too high. Is it really necessary? Ngomang explains that although their current strength is indeed not ordinary, other schools also have talented individuals, and in the exchange competition, the geniuses from Mado University and Thon Kin are their strongest enemies. That's why I need to let them experience a defeat to understand the brutality of the game, Tomihi whispered softly. A defeat. Then she laughed and said, "Director, you really underestimate Chaoyi." Ngomang also smiled in response, hoping that he could match my strength. At the same time, inside the dungeon, the boss, after witnessing Zhou Nu transform, expressed his interest and spoke. "Interesting, you've even turned into a glowing little bird. Kid, if you've got what it takes, go all out. I'll let you have your wish." Chaoyi then used the Bright Righteous Energy Surge attack against the boss. The boss spoke, "You little brat, your tone is quite bold, but remember, you're the one challenging us." Then the boss used the Spirit Fire attack to retaliate, and the skills of both sides clashed, causing a huge explosion. Energy waves immediately spread out everywhere. Kwang So Nian quickly drove her sword into the ground, using her magic to protect everyone inside. Tong Ha-lan exclaimed in amazement, "Is this the true strength of classmate Chaoyi?" Up to now, she finally realizes that everyone's strength and Zhou Nian's are fundamentally not on the same level. Tong Ha-lan suddenly looked at Kwang So Nian and asked, "Tu Nian, did your classmate Zhou Ni previously transform into this form?" "Kitrandao, dao tienke tuk cha kombasva, Chaoyi de binanvosu." The boss sneered and asked, "Little demon, is that all you've got? No matter what form you take, you can't possibly defeat me, is that right?" Chaoyi then used holy chains to trap the boss, binding its limbs and body. As the boss was stunned by the chains, Chaoyi launched a successful spear attack, sending multiple spears descending from above. Next, both offense and defense change form. Chaoyi then added a radiant flamestorm move, forming a fiery cyclone surrounding the boss inside. This time, Chaoyi's combo chain delivered a devastating amount of damage to the boss. Damn it, this boss roars in pain as it gapes wide. Chaoyi saw this and smirked, saying, "Don't worry, there's more." Chaoyi sped forward, punching fiercely into the jaw of the howling boss, unleashing thunderous fury. A moment later, as Chaoyi's skills passed through the boss, reappeared blood streaming from its mouth weakly, saying, "It seems you still haven't used your full strength. I can't satisfy you. I truly apologize." Chaoyi smiled and replied, "It's a bit regrettable. I initially wanted to test the divine shield in the form of the six-winged angel, but I guess that will have to wait for next time. But seeing you still have a breath left, I will finally send you off." With that, Tongyi raised two fingers to gather energy and shot it at the boss. Outside the instance, Nomang exclaimed in horror, "This Demon King, this is the boss. I have fiercely adjusted to the point that even a level 26 fake class struggles to fight against it. Chaoyi's current strength is truly terrifying." Then Nomang turned to Tomi Ni and asked, "Do you have any data on Chaoyi's usual performance in the training arena?" Tomi Ni replied with a smile, "Yes, just before Chaoyi came here, he tested at the training ground, and only took 6 minutes and 12 seconds to clear the level 10 combat form challenge." Ngomang then said with a smile, "No wonder you and old Chu are so confident in him." Tomi Ni also smiled and responded, but Chaoyi was able to prove his strength right in front of him. Back in the dungeon, as the final blow from Chaoyi defeated and made the boss disappear, a notification immediately appeared. Congratulations on completing the Deep Abyss Dimension dungeon. The completion time was 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Rewards will be distributed below. Immediately, a leveling up light appeared on Dong Lingxi, making her look surprised, as she wondered, I already gained 8,000 experience points. Wei Jitang's expression was no less shocked as he spoke. I also gained 8,000 experience points. Completing the Deep Abyss dungeon once yields more rewards than a week of training outside. As for Zhou Yi, he has reverted from his transformed state to his original form. A notification window appears beside him. Congratulations, you've gained 6 experience points. Congratulations, you've received 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points. Chen Nei silently thought that if things kept up like this, he could level up again very soon. Just then, Kuang Sonyan ran over and asked with concern, Are you okay, Chen Nei? Are you hurt? Chao Yi got up, dusted the dirt off his clothes, and said, It's nothing, just quite a bit of energy spent. We should still go see what rewards this boss drops. Okay. So they went to the defeated boss, and saw a yellow shard lying there. As they opened it, the items inside immediately appeared before their eyes. A gold-level weapon, a flaming sorcery staff equipment requiring level 24. Golden-level weapons fire, spirit shield equipment level 24. Golden-level weapons flaming demon ring, equipment level 24. V. Thiet Tam excitedly exclaimed, This reward is really too generous, isn't it? And they are all gold-grade equipment. Second brother has so many rewards. Zhou Ning smiled and said, Looks like luck isn't bad this time. Do any of you need these 3 pieces of equipment? The other 4 took turns sharing their opinions. First is V. Thiet Tam. The level requirement for this equipment is too high for me to use it at all. Duong Lin, hi, said the fire attribute growth is not suitable for me, and I can't use it either. Kuang, so Nian said these equipment are not suitable for my class in Ha Lands. Tong Ha Lan suggested Chao Yi, you contributed the most this time, so you can take these items. Chao Yi also didn't refuse. He collected the items and said with a smile, Too bad, I will take these equipments first. When I get back, I will auction them at school to exchange for credits and distribute them evenly to everyone. Wei Zetian quickly refused. Don't do that, Brother Ni. No matter what, you get 70% or nothing. Without you, we simply couldn't pass through so easily. Tong Ha Lan quickly blushed and spoke. That's right, after all, he's the key to beating the boss, and I hardly contributed at all. Zhou Nian smiled and said, Just share it equally, so everyone can rest easy about their grades for a long time. Kuang Sonyan nearby also smiled and said, Just take it without worry, since Chao Yi is the one who never lacks for grades. Having said that, the others naturally couldn't refuse and all happily accepted, so it's settled. After distributing the rewards, Chao Yi smiled and reminded us, Remember, our goal is not just to win this match, but also to protect the school's honor. Wei Jitan resolutely said, Second brother, I won't let you down. In the next training, I will double my efforts. Classmate Nguyen, I will give it my all too. Captain, me too. Chao Yi replied with satisfaction. Alright, everyone's determination is the key to success. I believe that in the friendly match, our team will definitely be able to win honorably. As Chao Yi and the others exited the dungeon, they heard No Mang's applause congratulating them on successfully completing the Tham Uyen level dungeon I specially designed. Di Nao too. No Mang keeps praising without stopping. Your performance was excellent, exceeding my expectations. Of course, especially Chao Yi, you brought me a great surprise. Chao Yi smiled at Ngo Yi, scratching his head and saying, I am just doing what I should. Ngo Mang asked Chao Yi, Do you have any opinions on the first place in the exchange tournament? Chao Yi clenched his fist and declared, First place is definitely ours. All right, to become the champion, you need this kind of confidence. Tu Mini suggested that Chao Yi's versatile support and attack abilities could be used to develop 2 different combat strategies, initially placing him in a support role to temporarily conceal his true strength. Wait for the critical moment, then he will fight with all his strength so the opponent won't be able to defend. In that case, the top spot in the exchange match might become even more secure. Ngomang smiled in agreement, paying close attention to the moment to let those old men see for themselves how powerful Chao Yi really is. Even geniuses have their limits. Tu Mini continued speaking, pointing out that their team's coordination still lacked some fire, and this aspect needed more practice. Yes, tomorrow we can focus on training specifically against their weaknesses. Alright, that's enough for today. Everyone go back and rest. Of course, to keep your training interesting, we've also prepared a few punishment methods. Chao Yi was startled, and nervously asked, What do you mean by punishment tactics? Can you tell us a little? If I reveal too much, it won't be fun anymore. We have to go now for some other business. Then Tumini and Ngomang left together. Chao Yi tried to call them back, but Tumini seemed not to hear, and a few steps later, they were out of sight from everyone. Then forget it. Chao Yi turned to his teammates and said, Let's harden our training and prepare to face the challenge in the upcoming friendly match. The crowd from Dongthan replied, Yes, as time passes, just another ordinary day outside the dungeon entrance. The commoner sighed and lamented. The goblin dungeon on nightmare difficulty is truly too hard. The NPC said, yes, I've tried twice and failed both times. Nightmare level is already tough enough. I can't imagine how insane the difficulty of the abyssal level must be. As the bystander finished speaking, a voice asked, do you think we can complete this deep abyss dungeon challenge in 10 minutes or not? Yeah. The two bystanders were startled and gasped softly, then turned to see a group of 5 people passing by, laughing and joking. The person speaking was the girl with black hair in the group. This group is the Chaoyi team here today, to challenge the dungeon. In response to Vithiat Tam's question, Duanglin Hai smiled and said, we've all trained together for so long, plus the team leader's buff completing it in 10 minutes shouldn't be a problem. Wei Jitan admitted, well, that's also true, and yesterday Director Ngo even gave me a few more pointers. Dong Lingxi smiled and said, I'll be looking forward to it today. After Chaoyi's team entered the dungeon, the background character asked, what kind of background do they have since the Deep Abyss dungeon feels like a racing game? The character replied, they are the team representing our school, participating in this year's National University and College New Student Exchange Tournament. The civilian character exclaimed in shock, Tan Sin, I remember the highest level of our batch's starting team was only level 19, and their lowest was level 20, which is unbelievable. The boy's strength just now didn't look bad either. The character casually points to the leaderboard, lets out a sigh of admiration, and says, look up, he is the #1 on the record through the door. When a certain NPC hears this, they look up at the leaderboard in curiosity, and immediately shout Chao Ni, so he is the existence that even the top players on the leaderboard cannot surpass. About 7 minutes later, inside the dungeon, little demons go ahead first. The boss still unleashes fire attacks on Zhou Yi's group before being defeated. Vithiat Tam excitedly laughed and said, finally, I've been waiting for you to make a move, break apart from me. She shouted loudly with energy wrapped in red, charging fiercely to smash the boss's attack into pieces. In her heart she whispered, under the guidance of my master, I now have the strength to fight against your attacks. Suddenly the boss's voice rang out. The weak are still the weak. Don't think that a little progress makes you superior in front of me. Vithiat Tam flinched slightly, turning around to see a huge fist just inches from him. Tam stepped back. Zhou Yi gave an order and rushed ahead of Wei Tiatai, punching directly into the boss's fist. In an instant, the boss's entire arm was twisted apart, causing it to scream in agony. My arm, Chen Gi, turned to look at Vithiat Tam and said with a smile, you've already done very well to hold off the boss's attack on your own. Next, let's work together to defeat it. Donglin Hai also smiled and said, take a rest for now, let us handle the rest. At this moment, the boss roared in fury, I want all of you to die. Just as it was about to act, it was already restrained by the shining yellow chains. Then a large amount of lightning travels along the chain into its body, causing it to scream in pain again. Seeing Yi holding one end of the chain and smiling, he said, now you know pain, huh? But don't worry, even if you shout loudly, we won't let you go, Tao Jialan said. Exactly. Her expression serious, she quickly performed the hand seals. The Feng Tian Array and Earth Seal, a large number of talismans flew out and covered the boss completely. Next, Duanglin Hai also spoke, let me try out this move that Kotu taught me. An electric magic beam, a thick lightning bolt strikes directly down on the boss. Finally, Kuang Sonyen rushed forward and shouted, delivering a final strike that decapitated the boss and sent its head flying into the air. The system notified, congratulations on completing the Deep Abyss dungeon. The completion time was 8 minutes and 36 seconds and the rewards began to be distributed at the door. After a while, Zhou Yi's group left the dungeon. Ngo Mong immediately praised him. Not bad, the time through the door has already broken through to 9 minutes. This time your performance is so good that even I cannot find fault. Ni looked surprised and asked Director Ngo, why are you here? Ngo Mang's face turned serious as he said, I am here to inform you that the time for the friendly match has been set for a week from now, because tomorrow I must lead everyone to the venue of the match. When she heard that, Tong Halan cheered with joy. This is perfect, the exchange match finally begins. Kuang So Nian clenched her fists and exclaimed excitedly, having trained for so long, it's all been for this moment. Vithiat Tam also smiled and said, after all this practice, we can finally fight in the match. Lin Hai curiously asked, I wonder what Tosente University looks like. As for Zhou Yi, he clenched his joints, smiling with anticipation, and thought to himself, I've already beaten my boss in the dungeon repeatedly. Finally, I get a chance to compete with the top genius from another school. The next day, as scheduled, Nomang arrived to take Chao Yi and his group to the venue of the friendly match. Before leaving, he reminded them that for safety, he would lead everyone through the school's dedicated teleportation point, directly transporting them to the event site of the Thonkin University Exchange Tournament. At the teleportation site, Principal Vuong Hui and the deans had been waiting beforehand. After exchanging greetings, the principal told the students, everyone here is outstanding among the new students, carrying the school's honor on their shoulders. We have been champions for 4 consecutive classes, and I hope you can bring home the 5th championship for the school. Understood. Chao Ngi's group replied in unison, then Vuong Hui ordered Chu Hoa Duong to activate the teleportation formation. So in just a moment, Chao Ngi Ngomang and Tumi Ni had arrived at Thon King University, which left Chao Ngi stunned. They arrived at the University of Thon Kin so quickly. Weren't the two schools more than 2 million kilometers apart? Tumi Ni replied with a smile. Luckily, it was thanks to Director Chu's spell. Otherwise, we'd be on a ship for days to reach here. This kind of super long-range teleportation array also requires a third realm mage to operate. At this moment, a voice announced warmly, welcoming the teachers and students from Tuhang University to Thon King University. Your presence is truly an honor for us. Old man Trin, why are you here? Ngomang happily approached, clasping his hand and smiling as he asked Trin Vin Xuan, a third-tier mechanist. Old friends come to visit, I must personally see everyone off to their accommodations. Trin Vin Xuan replied cordially, then looked at the group nearby. This time, bringing these kids here actually isn't a bad idea. I hear your school has some talented freshmen who are not to be underestimated. So next time we will meet on the competition field. That's obvious. After the introductions, Nomong turned to give instructions to the students. The official exchange match begins on the 10th. The match officially begins after the opening ceremony. After a month of training, the team has probably reached their limit. These days, there's no more extra-level training, so everyone can relax a bit. But recently, Jingkang has been seeing a large influx of tourists, and there's a chance spies from alien races could be among them. Almost every year, major events involving these prodigies have been targeted by monsters from other worlds. Alright, that's all for today. In a few days, you can go out and have fun, but be sure to stay safe. Welcome, you have entered the Thon Kin University residential area. If you encounter any problems, feel free to ask for my help. Ngi stood by the window, gazing at the city for a moment before opening the system panel, using up all his accumulated experience points to successfully reach level 23, gaining an additional 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. The jump to level 24 is much more difficult. Anyway, a lot of my skills are still at C and B levels. After reaching the second transition, the skills that a Holy Knight can learn should be at least above B level C plus or higher. I might even be able to learn an S plus skill like the Darkhorn Pearl. The Quantum Fragment can enhance teammates' attributes, turning the Shadow Fragment into a destructive force against enemies. If it's the third transition, talking about it still feels too far off. Forget it, I should focus on completing the system task achievements for this round first, then plan ahead. 1 week later, the National Freshman Exchange Tournament for the 157th class of Zhongxia Republic officially begins with the first match between the students of Tohang University and Vinjuang University. The bustling and lively scene at the gymnasium made Chao Ngi can't help but admire. No wonder everyone wanted to participate in the nationwide college exchange match. Such a scene is truly shocking. Huang, so Nian, standing nearby, added that today is only the beginning, and by the time of the finals, the number of spectators could at least double. While Chao Ngi's group looks excited, the team from Vin Duong University is not as pleased. Unfortunately, they drew to Hang University. There's nothing we can do. Our luck just isn't on our side, so we're seen as obstacles. Besides, Tahang University was the champion last year, so everyone just has to accept their fate. Hearing my teammates say that, the brown-haired person snorted coldly and said, "What are you afraid of? Our rank last year was also in the top 30. No matter what, we can still hold them back a bit." At the same time, on the stands, everyone started to discuss nervously. The Holy Knight standing in the back seems to be at level 23. Yes, that level really is capable of suppressing others. Luckily, it's only a support role. If it were an attack position, it might cause more trouble. It looks like Vin Duong University is sure to lose against them. Now we'll see how many of their secret weapons Vin Duong can reveal through the team representing Tahang Academy. On the arena, Brown-haired also recognized Zhou Ning's rank. Though nervous inside, he still confidently said, "The representative team of Tuo Hang University does have some skill, but rank doesn't prove everything on the arena." Both teams are in position, starting to set up the arena and establishing their defenses. The robot announced and began the countdown. As the 3-second countdown ended and Vin Duong's students prepared to launch a surprise attack, Brown Hair held them back and said, "Let's prioritize defense and see what tricks the opponent has." At that moment, Brown-haired saw the young Holy Knight from the opposing side raise his hand, and a bright light enveloped the two Hang University students, causing their stats to spike instantly. The audience couldn't help but be shocked, as within just a few seconds, several skills were unleashed. Do you believe this? Holy Knight Zhou Ngi rightfully deserves to be the captain of Tohang University. Trinvin Xuan was also surprised by this. Old Wang Captain Chao Ngi of the Holy Knight is pretty good. If he keeps growing, your team's collective stamina will increase by 50%. Ngomang smiled proudly and replied, "The Holy Knight is a concealed role with its greatest effect being to expand the battlefield significantly. In this small team match, the performance was equally impressive. Jing Weishuan remained silent, secretly thinking that luckily his school's team also had some key players, or else relying solely on Chao Ni would have been quite exhausting. Next, let's see if the response from Vinduang University is worth emulating. Unfortunately, at this moment, in the eyes of Vinduang University, Chungi's group looks no different from evil monsters, with one of them even trembling so hard that they dropped their weapon. Captain, what should we do now? Perhaps I can hold them back. After assessing the situation, Chungi smirked contemptuously and said, "Looks like their team's strength is average, so let's go with the simplest plan." Everyone immediately launched their strongest attack to break them apart. Kwang Siran and Tong Halan answered together, "I understand." As soon as she received the order, Dong Lingzi excitedly created a fireball shield and said, "Captain, let me lead the attack this time." Instantly, Dong Lingxi fired countless fire magic missiles towards the Vinduang University group. The sudden attack forced the students of Vinduang University to grit their teeth and create a protective shield, forming a defensive barrier. The captain of Vinduang University, while defending, said, "We can hold them off. It seems that's all they've got." Suddenly, the student behind turned pale and told the captain, "It's happening again." In front of them was the image of Wang Tietang rushing forward with sharp, cold eyes and no mercy. Her fist powerfully shatters the protective barrier, then Kwang. So Nian swings her sword downward countless times, demon claws in hand. Then, a thunder energy burst appeared. Under continuous attack, an enormous explosion was triggered. Their relentless attacks completely defeated the people from Vinduang University. Seeing their exhausted and defenseless state, the system announced, "This battle is over, you win." Tuhan University system rises high and then continues. "Thank you two teams for bringing us an exciting fight. Please wait a moment, the next team battle is about to begin." When the match ended, Kwang So Nian sighed and said, "My opponent is a warrior, but I have to wait until match 27. Tong Halan nearby also sighed and said, "I have it worse." "What year and month will the 45th match be?" Chuni asked with interest and said, "I am the 6th match. My opponent is a swordsman. It seems my luck isn't bad either. The second group will be able to go on stage soon." Kwang So Nian and Tong Halan could only envy and admire after hearing that. At this moment in the stands, everyone started whispering among themselves, as Chungi had not yet shown his hand in the previous match. "I'm actually curious to see what kind of strength he really has. Can a support class Holy Knight really participate in individual matches? I bet Chungi is hiding his true strength, after all, he is the team leader." Soon after Chungi's match began, everyone immediately cheered excitedly. Chungi, Luka, come on." As soon as the two stepped onto the arena, the system announced their introduction. The 9th match of the individual tournament to Hang University's Chungi versus Suyen Nam University's Lu Kuang. Please prepare, the match is about to begin. This time, Chungi's opponent is Lu Kuang, level 18 swordsman, from Suyen Nam University. Lu Kuang sneered dismissively, thinking to himself that he's just a support class, but luck seems to be on his side, scoring such a big pick straight away. The people behind Lu Kuang are also discussing excitedly. Lu Ka's opponent is the captain of Tuhang University. That's right, it looks like an intense battle is coming. Haha, the Holy Knight is just a support, Lu Ka will definitely go straight for him. The system has already started counting down, so the others won't have to wait long. 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Kang quickly raised his sword to launch his attack. He sneered and said, "If you admit defeat now, I might let your pride go a little." But Chung Yi smiled calmly and answered, "Haha, you want me to admit defeat, but can you bear to see the person in front of you lose face, and then boast like this?" Lu Kuang immediately swung his sword down and shouted, "You arrogant kid in front of me." Bullfire iron sword, but Chuni easily dodged these numerous sword strikes. His speed surprised Lu Kuang, who exclaimed how fast he was. He disdainfully continued, "This should end here," but at that moment Lu Kuang's leg was trapped by ice and he looked on in shock. But when he looked up, Chung Yi was already throwing a punch with his fist raised. Lu Kuang cursed in frustration, so annoying with this move now. But Lu Kang used fire magic to escape from the ice trap under his feet. Lu Kang angrily lunged forward, swinging his sword and shouting, "Incompetent talent, I didn't expect Chung Yi to block with a weapon." His defensive move left Lu Kang bewildered and shouted, "Blocked." Then Chung Yi delivered a powerful punch directly to Lu Kang's stomach. He cried out in shock, "No way." His attack sent Lu Kuang flying more than 10 meters away. Everyone downstairs was frantically asking each other what just happened, and how did the captain get thrown out like that? I didn't even catch Chung Yi's attack clearly. The teacher sighed and told the two that the opponent was the captain of Tuhang University, Lu Kuang, who likely underestimated his opponent too much. Although he was just a support role, his combat capability should never be underestimated. After the smoke gradually cleared, Lu Kuang appeared with a bloodied face, his body completely unable to move. The system quickly moved in to observe and announce that Lu Kuang's fight could no longer continue. The system announces the winner. Chun Yi. Chung Yi clenched his fist and contemptuously said, "It's too weak. I didn't expect even my C-level skillful punch couldn't be blocked." Everyone in the stands instantly erupted in shock. That was a truly formidable punch. Just a few moves and he held the opponent off. Unbelievable. Ha ha ha, maybe this still isn't all of Chung Yi's true power. Outside, Professor Chunok, from Thon King University, exclaimed in surprise. It's only been a few months since I went to recruit Lijiang, and Chung Yi's strength has advanced so rapidly. Dean Wei, standing beside him, smiled and said, "Miss Chu, based on that, Chung Yi almost became a student of our school." Chunok regretfully said, "That's right. If I had known earlier, I should have fought desperately to get the top scholar like him. 2. If we had Chung Yi now, wouldn't we be in chaos and slaughtering each other?" Xiaoshu level 19 looks at Chung Yi with interest before slowly speaking. Chung Yi seems to be the special student mentioned by Xiao Nian. His strength is really not bad, surprisingly skilled in support melee and magic. In contrast, Chu Hyubach, an 18th level priest, appeared worried, thinking that Chung Yi's speed in casting the freezing skill seemed off even for a family ice mage. Suddenly, the bracelet lit up, and Chu Hyubach looked surprised, thinking to herself, "Wait, this is the resonance of a family treasure. Could he be a fake bloodline awakener of the Han Bang bloodline?" Seeing Chu Hyubach's calm expression, Ha-Lan suddenly turned to ask her what's wrong. Chu Hyubach, startled, clasped her bracelet and replied, "I'm fine." Immediately, Chu Hyubach quickly made an excuse to leave. "Sister Lan, I suddenly have urgent matters and need to go back first." Her unusual attitude left Ha-Lan confused and at a loss. Chu Hyubach hurriedly moved to a quiet spot and called Chu Hang. As soon as the phone rang, Chu Hang answered quickly. Dad picked up the phone and asked Xiaobai, "Isn't today your competition day? Why are you free enough to call your dad?" And he specifically uses a phone inside the company too. When Chu Hang's voice was heard, Chu Hyubach quickly said, "Dad, I found a fake bloodline awakener, and he also has the Chu surname, and Chu Nis bloodline, purity of Hanbing is even over 70%. As soon as he heard the news, Chu Hang immediately froze and asked in a panic, "Are you sure, and is it really a high-purity blood ice lineage?" Chu Hyubach replied, "We still need close contact to be certain whether the 80% chance is true or not. Alright, find an opportunity for me to get in contact with Chung Yi. My team will coordinate to start the inspection to see if Chung Yi really comes from our Chu family." After ending the call, Chu Hang got up and looked out the window, feeling a sense of joy inside him. If Chung Yi, the bloodline of Hanbing, is truly genuine, then our Chu family of Tianlan might be saved. At that moment, everyone on the right side of the arena cheered loudly, while Chung Yi on the left side shouted just as fiercely, "Lie ham, lie ham." Your classmate next to him smiled and said, "Don't hold back later." "Don't worry, I'm just afraid that Chung Yi won't be able to hold back and fight with full strength." Nihop suddenly warned, "Be careful, little ham, because Chung Yi's strength is very powerful, and even I can sense an extremely dangerous aura from him." Li Ham immediately became serious and replied, "I understand, Wee." Then Li Ham demonstrated his skills. Your classmate standing next to Li Ham earlier mumbled in admiration, "That's the mighty Ham, this aura is incredible. Level 18, Wind Armor Chung Yi, probably can't even touch a single feather of Ham." Tung Fuang Hua followed the order, "That's right, Chung Yi better not get beaten so badly that he ends up crying." The match is about to start and the stands are erupting with excitement, cheering endlessly. Chung Yi is the strongest Chung Yi fight on. Chung Yi from Mado University. Lai Ham, keep going. At this moment, Chu Hang appeared and said tiredly, "Thankfully, I arrived just in time." Chu Dongni looked around happily, saying the arena's courtyard wasn't much different from our clan's land. Suddenly, Chu Hyobak appeared behind them, and Chu Dongni quickly noticed excitedly, turning around to call her sister. She rushed forward and hugged Chu Hyobak tightly. Chu Hyobak, hugging her back, asked suspiciously, "Ba Dongni, why are you two here now?" Chu Hang replied calmly, "Because we're here to investigate Chuni's identity. He is very likely from the main bloodline, which is dispersed due to the Dark Age. Knowing that a clan member has awakened the Hanbang bloodline, the clan leader ordered the father to come here for verification, and it also serves to broaden your sister's horizons about the new generation style that Tahang represents." Suddenly, Chu Dongni pouted unhappily and said, "What's so impressive about a supportive class?" Holy Knight Chu Hyubak quickly reprimanded her seriously. "Dongni, your way of thinking is wrong, so what if he is a saintly knight? If Chung Yi's pure bloodline truly exceeds 70%, he would definitely be qualified to switch to the hidden profession within the clan." Upon hearing that, Chu Dongni excitedly asked, "Sister, among our main bloodline generations, the highest blood purity is only 40%, right? Is it really that extraordinary for Chung Yi's 70% pure blood?" Suddenly, Chu Hang scolded sharply, "Dongni, I already told you before coming here you need to respect Chung Yi more based on his status. He is also considered your older brother." Chu Dongni replied irritably, Even if he truly belongs to our clan to be your older brother, he must have the strength to back it up." Chu Hyoba quickly spoke to comfort. It's fine since father is already here. Just check Chungi's bloodline concentration, and you'll know we should just relax and watch Chungi's match. In the end, Chu Dongni had no choice but to agree. Alright then. At this moment, the system announced that the first match of the third round of the singles tournament was about to begin. Up next, please welcome the two competitors to the arena. Lai Ham from Moto University and Chungi from Toyo University. Lai Ham appears wearing armor around his body, and confidently says, I initially planned to enter lightly and quickly deal with you, but since the captain said you're very strong, I'll give it my all. Chungi responds calmly, good luck then. Chungi quietly observes Lai Ham for a few seconds, silently considering that he might have uncovered his true strength. It seems that the captain of Moto University should not be underestimated. He stared intently at Lai Han and muttered silently, so he's really only level 18 5 levels below me. I doubt that just one light strike from me will knock him out. Lai Han from Moto University prepared for the level 18 auction battle, but when facing Chungi's gaze, he suddenly jumped in fright. Facing Lai Ham, Chungi felt truly troubled. Tomorrow's team match against Beijing University, I need to hold back a bit in this one, and not reveal too much strength. Close combat skills will be my only option. Feeling restricted really isn't enjoyable at all. When I saw that both of them were ready, the system prompted both sides to prepare. The match officially begins. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as it started, Chungi used a blessing shield to create a huge beam of light that shone directly into Li Han's eyes, causing him to quickly cover his eyes. Chungi's demeanor only made Lai Ham look more contemptuous. But that's not without spirit, it's just superficial. Immediately, Lai Ham quickly rushed towards Chungi, arrogantly raising his leg to kick downward, but Chungi easily blocked it. He thought to himself, is that all you've got? Chungi quickly countered with a piercing light spear attack. Dodging the attack forced Lai Han to hurriedly raise his armor to block. He painfully thought, this hurts so much, why does my equipment seem completely useless? But it wasn't long before Chungi knocked Lai Ham away, causing him to slam directly into the wall. The audience was all surprised. Even with support skills pushed to the limit, he still fought back. I've truly lived long enough to see this happen. What's going on here? Chungi injured Li Ham in the fight, and Li Ham's awakening talent is an A-level steel bone, making his defense likely far stronger than Chungi's. After being battered, Lai Ham got back on his feet and asked, are you really not from the martial arts clan? If not, how could your fighting skills be so much stronger than mine? Chungi replied through his arm, no, I just have a slightly stronger flesh and blood. Then he launched a series of sacred book combo punches. Lai Ham could only grit his teeth and defend secretly, angrily cursing that his powerful attacks made it impossible to escape. Chungi's relentless assault forced Lai Ham to retreat further and further. Suddenly, Chungi coldly said it was time to end. As he looked at the approaching punch, Lai Ham quietly worried that he simply could not block this one. Immediately, Lai Ham cried out in fear, stop, I give up. Hearing that Chungi quickly moved aside. The explosive force of the attack threw Li Han far away, and he painfully collapsed onto the arena floor. Seeing Li Ham's armor and body shattered, the system announced Chungi wins this match. Congratulations to Chungi for leveling up and earning a spot in the 4th round of the singles competition. Chungi gently scratches his neck and thinks to himself, well, hiding truly is very difficult. After all, he just couldn't help but be a bit too heavy-handed when he made his move. The entire arena is shocked by his power. Everyone was stunned and said, that's unbelievable. I never expected that a professional Holy Knight support class could fight like that. How can a Holy Knight be beaten without fighting hand-to-hand? Where can I even explain this? Chungi's close combat killing ability is truly as terrifying as that. He slowly approached Lai Ham's body and heroically helped him. Holy Light spell. When the two nurses approached, Chungi immediately apologized. Sorry, he admitted defeat too late. I really couldn't stop the bleeding in time. As I passed the nurse, Chungi said I only used a small healing spell to stabilize his injuries. I'll leave it to you from here. The nurse nodded, dumbfounded, but when she saw Lai Ham's body, she couldn't help but be shocked. Seeing how trembling Lai Ham was, the nurse exclaimed, the injury is serious. Lai Ham moans in pain. It hurts so much. The two nurses quickly administered first aid. After examining the wound carefully, the nurse said, this injury won't heal in just 2 or 3 days. It probably can't be healed. Who would have thought that a holy knight like Chungi could cause such a large explosion? After the battle ended, Chu Xiaomi said, look, I told you Chungi's strength is very powerful, far surpassing others in the tribe and even talents his age. After observing the previous fight, Chu Hong replied seriously the opponent in heavy armor was knocked away by his punch, indeed, the strength of a monster tier. The bloodline of Han Bing within the clan seems to hide a special attribute power through her profession, and Chungi's overwhelming strength has completely defeated Chu Dongni. She pouted awkwardly and said, I admit his strength is indeed very powerful, all right. Her adorable appearance made Chu Hang laugh. Haha, it seems Chu Ni's strength has convinced Dong Ni. He then turned to Chu Hyubak and said, Hyubak, please arrange for Chu Ni to meet with Dad. Chu Hyubak nodded and responded indecisively. At this moment, the system announced the battle between Huang Sonyan, Tuhang University, and Tuang Fuang. Ma City University has entered self-heating mode, and the final winner will soon appear. Let's look forward to it together. Outside the stands, Chu Ni silently thought that Tuang Fuang's strength was even weaker than Lai Ham, so perhaps she could easily secure the victory. As expected, Tuang Fuang was at a disadvantage on the arena. She angrily thought that the competitors from Tuhang University this year were really strong. She felt she was reaching her limit and wondered how many moves she could still withstand. Meanwhile, Huang Sonyan continued to rush forward and attack fiercely. She whispered, hurry up and finish the fight. The move before her makes Tuang Fuang terrified, her eyes wide as she shouted, this is Huang Sonyan, striking multiple sword slashes through Tuang Fuang's body, the shadow cut. Finally, Tuang Fuang could no longer endure and collapsed. The Meido University system announced that Tuang Fuang could no longer continue fighting. Congratulations to Huang Sonyan for advancing to the 4th round of the singles competition. The stands once again marvel at the strength of Tuhang University. They exclaimed in horror, Tuang Fuang of Meido University has no power to resist. Who would have thought that, apart from Chu Ni, Huang Sonyan is also so strong? I wonder if tomorrow's team match against Tsinghua University will be interesting to watch or not. Chu Ni approached the stage and praised. Little Nian, you played really well this time, especially that final move, it was so cool. Huang Sonyan politely replied, I was just lucky the opponent was too weak anyway. If I had to face Chu Ni, I guess I'd just have to give up. Suddenly, someone ran over and called out, Chu Ni, please wait a moment. Chu Ni looked back in confusion and asked, is there something else you want to tell me? My name is Chu Hyubak from Tianlan Chu clan. I came to see you because you have awakened the Het Mok Hanbang. You have such a high purity Hanbang bloodline, you must be from the Chu family clan. Chu Ni asked with curiosity. The Snow Ice bloodline Tianlan Chu family. Huang Sonyan quietly explains beside him. Chu Ni, I know that the Chu family and my Huang family are considered ancient clans and have stood tall in Tin Tin Lan for hundreds of years, with origins from a long time ago, and formidable strength. But I hear that in recent years fewer and fewer members of the Chu clan have been awakening their ice bloodline, and right now the Chu clan is eager for those who have awakened it. Brother Chu Ni, you might be able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. Huang Sonyan's words made Chu Hyubak shyly say, this really could be possible. But Chu Ni calmly declined, saying, I don't need these things. But since she claims I am a member of the Chu family, do you have any evidence to prove it? Hearing this, Chu Hyubak immediately took out the identification stone and said, my father is also here now. He also brought the bloodline appraisal stone. If you are a member of our Chu family, the appraisal stone should resonate with you. Chu Ni reached out and touched the appraisal stone, saying, all right, let me give it a try. As soon as he touched it, the identification stone emitted a tremendous burst of energy. Chu Xiaobai cried out in horror. Chu Ni's pure Hanbang bloodline exceeds 90%. But Chu Ni calmly smiled and said, I really feel a closeness in my bloodline with you. I didn't expect that participating in an exchange tournament would help me find the origin of the cold ice bloodline in myself. After the bloodline was tested, Chu Hyubak spoke up and asked Chu Ni, your friend Mr. Chu Ni, my dad wants to meet you, is that okay? Ning was happy to agree. Sure. Then Chu Ni turned to Huang Sonyan and said, you can head home now, Xiao Nian, I need to go with her. Huang Sonyan smiled and replied, all right, but you don't have to feel pressured either, Chu Ni. The Chu family can only grow in Tianlan, but it's still not comparable to our Huang family. Chu Hyubak quickly rebutted, our Chu family is actually quite formidable too. Chu Hang was already waiting for you inside the room. At this moment, Chu Ni couldn't help but think to himself that initially, when Xiao Yun was seriously ill, and in her most difficult time, their Chu family never offered a hand to help. Now I've awakened my bloodline, they're coming to my door again. I really don't know what to say. Suddenly the door opens again. Chu Hang stepped forward and said, finally, the two of you have arrived. Chu Hyubak immediately called out, hello Chu Hang, I am Chu Hu. Chu Hang smiled and said, I've long heard of Chu Xiao, Yu's reputation now that I meet you, you truly are extraordinary. When his necklace started to glow, Chu Hang excitedly said, you also have a bloodline of Hanbing that is so pure. Suddenly realizing his attitude might have been a bit excessive, Chu Hang quickly and seriously said, your father and I share the same ancestor, and Shu Bai is also your distant cousin. It's a pity your father passed away earlier. Chu Ni calmly replied, it's all in the past now. Chu Hong excitedly said, if you agree to return to the main bloodline and switch your profession back to the ice-cold concealment system, our Chu family will allocate the strength of the entire clan and various resources unconditionally to help you quickly reach the 3rd transmission. Hearing this, Chu Ni asked, but I have already specialized into a holy knight with my concealment profession, can I still switch it back? Suddenly Chu Hang excitedly said, "You don't need to worry about this. We have long prepared a top-grade profession-changing tool for this. And with your highly pure bloodline of Ice Cold, you can fully unleash the true power of the Ice Cold hidden profession." Chung-Yi then began to seriously consider the most powerful support profession in his body. The system had long been tightly linked with the Holy Knight profession, and only under Holy Light guidance could he surpass normal growth speed to reach his current level. For someone like me now, the so-called hidden profession of the Chu family is basically not worth mentioning. After careful consideration, Chung-Yi asked, "So, you mean if I don't change my class, I won't be able to receive training from the Chu family?" Chung-Yi shook his head in refusal after hearing this. "Gaining a large amount of resources sounds pretty good, but I still choose to refuse." Hearing the refusal, Chu Hang panicked and quickly offered a multitude of other options. After respecializing, all his skills will be reset, skill points returned, and his mental attributes will not decrease. Moreover, after joining the Chu family's main faction in less than 6 years, we can guarantee him reaching level 50 for the triple class change. Chun-Yi firmly said, "The conditions you mention are not attractive to me at all. I can acquire a large amount of resources from school, and don't need to worry about leveling up my strength. Moreover, I prefer my current Holy Knight profession more." Chu Hang tiredly asked if the Holy Knight was only for support, and claimed that the hidden profession of the Chu family was definitely a top position. "Chung-Yi, what more do you want from me?" Chung-Yi said angrily. "It's just support." Your words have struck at his pride. He angrily replies, "You see the Holy Knight as just a support role, which only proves how shallow you are. Just in time for our match against Tsinghua University tomorrow, I will show you what a true Holy Knight really is." Chung-Yi decisively turns and leaves. Before he left, he waved goodbye. "Hubok, I bid farewell now. We will meet tomorrow on the competition stage." Chu Xiaobai quickly stopped him and said, "Chung-Yi, wait a moment." When he saw that he had left Chu, Xiaobai turned to question Chu Hang. "Dad, why didn't you keep him a little longer? Let him go. He still hasn't understood the limits of the Holy Knight. After he broadens his horizons tomorrow with the strength from Qingjing University, you can find him then." Wait for Chu Dongni to raise his hand from behind the chair and speak. "Wait a moment, I have a different opinion." Chu Dongni lifted his chin and said, "Dad, aren't we being too lenient with Chung-Yi just to persuade him to join the Chu family's main bloodline? Do we really need to waste effort like this?" Chu Xiaobai awkwardly replied, "This is all because Chu Hang was unable to persuade heir, so let it be for father to explain." He seriously clarified our Chu family's ancestor was the first to awaken the Hanbang bloodline in Lam Tin. Under the leadership of the ancient ancestor, the Chu family rose to dominance, and even among the descendants, there were constant awakenings of the Hanbang bloodline, with some demigod experts emerging. Everything was due to the arrival of the Dark Age that brought change. Chu Hang said that during the Dark Age, many evil demons from other worlds invaded. The ancestor of the Chu family immediately led the strongest of the clan to respond, but he disappeared during a deep invasion of the alien realm. Without the ancestral guardian, all the third transformation elders and the powerhouses from the foreign demon realm were buried with them. Although 5 third transformation elders were resurrected through magic techniques to bring themselves back to life, they were still affected by the eternal curse of the demonic lord from the demon realm. Since that time, the descendants of the Chu family have seen a sharp decline in the awakening of the ice-cold bloodline, even below 1% of the original. This eternal curse is incredibly powerful. Simply prolonging the bloodline cannot undo or cleanse it. In the absence of a successor like that in the future, the Chu family may look strong, but in reality they are very weak, he smiled and explained. Therefore, if Chung-Yi has such a high-purity Hanbing bloodline, and returns to the Chu family's main line, we will nurture him with the strength of the entire clan. His future strength might even rival that of the old ancestor. He said seriously that Chung-Yi is currently winning consecutively in individual matches, and now is the time for confidence. After he faces the Thonkin University team, he will understand that our Chu family is the key to making him become stronger. Chu Dongni wondered, "So what if Chung-Yi wins then?" Chu Hang hesitated and replied. Chu Hubok then came over to pat her head and scolded, "Why are you starting to favor Chung-Yi? Tomorrow is also your match." Chu Dongni cried and said, Hoo, I was just saying what if." The next day on the stage, the audience eagerly waited, but the scene of this match was truly exhausting. "Bro, you're here especially because of the battle between Tuhang University and Thon Kin, right? Of course, it's a top-team battle of the college. I didn't expect that just after the 3rd round the excitement would lead us straight to the final." Everyone was chatting happily, not knowing they would face Tsinghua University. Can Chung-Yi keep the streak of consecutive victories going or not? This time, with Tianjin University on their home turf, I feel uneasy. Chu Dongni, sitting behind with a worried look, wondered if Chung-Yi was really going to win, even though the team's chance of winning was greater. At that moment, the system's announcement sounded. "Now please welcome the teams representing Thon Kin University and Tuhang University to the arena." As the 2 teams step forward, the stands erupt in cheers. To Hang University and Beijing University. To Hang University. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, Chuni immediately used the mystical light sword skill. An enormous spear appears and crashes down onto the arena floor. The spectators are instantly stunned by this weapon. Chungi's warlance, the captain of Tohong University, turns out to be skilled with weapons. After all, being a saint, knight isn't surprising, but Chungi's aura seems to have changed. Yes, even from hundreds of meters away, seeing his figure makes me feel a bit uneasy. Chu Dongni's eyes widened as she said, "Today, the aura Chuni showed seems not only several times stronger than before." Chu Hang asked skeptically. Could it be that this isn't even his full strength before? Now, soldier level 22, Li Yuan suddenly spoke up. What is Chu Yi trying to imply by standing so close to the front? Could it be that he also wants to take on the role of the caster, Xiaxi Assassin level 19, replied. And based on Chu Yi's performance in yesterday's individual match, the caster position is also quite normal. Chu Xiaobai, level 18 priest, speaks up to remind, and Chu Yi's level is the highest among our current team members. Lo Chao, level 20 mage, disdainfully says, just a holy knight with some ability to unleash, what difference does a higher level make? As a captain-level engineer, having only a small amount of strength truly isn't enough. He coldly thrust his sword straight into the arena floor. Li Yuyan sternly ordered him to give his all, reminding everyone that their opponents this year were still to Hang University and that they had to fight with 100% energy, even if it meant injuring or maiming the other side. They answered in unison, no problem. Outside, the principal approached, smiling, and started talking to Ngo Mang. Old Ngo Chunyi will have to support and attack simultaneously. Can he handle it on the field? By that time, don't pick up the sesame seed and toss it aside. Ngo Mang smiled and said, haha, you don't need to worry about that. Everything in the match depends on skill. I believe in him. Ngo Mang's confident attitude secretly makes the dean worried. Usually first-year students have limited skill points, and being good at many areas usually means being weak in one. Could it be that old Ngo has a secret move he hasn't used yet? On the arena, Chu Ngimngi told everyone to wait until the match started, then it would be like training at school. I will initiate the attack first, and everyone else can adapt as needed, Wang Tietong said excitedly. Ha ha ha, Nyi is going all out now. We can finally go fish and catch some. Even if our opponent is Tsinghua University, we can handle them easily. Suddenly, Chu Nyi turned back to advise. It's better to be cautious since the opponent is last year's second place. If anyone gets injured later, come to me, and I'll cast healing magic. Everyone responded together, got it. Then the system started counting down. 3, 2, 1, the match begins. Right at the start, Chu Nyi announced, I will go ahead. As he darted forward, countless skills appeared. Divine Favor, Protective Blessing, Blessing of Courage. On the big screen, the system begins commentary. Faced with Qingjing University, the Tohong University team shows no hesitation. He chose to directly charge at his opponent, causing the entire arena to erupt in excitement. With both sides evenly matched, wouldn't it be better to start with some ranged attacks to test the enemy? This clearly shows Chungi's extreme confidence in his own strength. He can run quickly and also invoke magic swiftly. Mastering this skill requires real proficiency. Li Uyen, seeing this, becomes so excited that he grinned maliciously and says, rushing to death like that. As it happens, we are about to unleash our strongest long-range attack on you. Behind Hanlan Duong, Cao Kung is ready to fire. She immediately shot an arrow, the toxic arrow, which swiftly sped towards Chunyi. Faced with this arrow, Chunyi showed no sign of hesitation. My A-rank poison arrow skill can lock everyone in place and prevent them from dodging. No teammate is stopping the incoming arrows. Let's see how you plan to block them. Things are getting a bit troublesome now. Your skill leaves Ha Lan in constant amazement. What? Even the Western cannot crush my angered arrow. This is an A-level skill, and it's been enhanced to level 8. Lai Uyen beside him snorted coldly and said, the Holy Knight at this position also has the highest defense value, but it should end here. Waiting for Lu Zhou to enjoy his skill, I want to see how you block it now. A surge of energy appeared on Lu Zhou's staff. He immediately unleashes that power and says, Chunyi, are you ready, my strongest attack? A fiery phoenix appears, an ultimate fire phoenix. That fire phoenix aimed at Chunyi and shot out a fireball, which immediately released a massive blaze fiery phoenix burst. Chunyi quickly jumped back to evade the attack. Not stopping there, Lu Zhou continued to unleash the extreme fire phoenix fury charge. Seeing the phoenix approach, Chunyi calmly stood and asked, is it just fire? Lu Zhou shouted angrily. You still haven't run away. It seems I will handle Chunyi myself. Up in the stands, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. The elite player from Qingjing University, the Ultra Fire Phoenix, is an A+ level skill. Such a powerful skill is impossible to block. I don't know how Chunyi will handle this, but he boldly went out alone, still too reckless. Chungok whispered with a faint smile, I think Chunyi should choose to run now. With his speed advantage, he might have a chance to come back and defend the rest of the team. To me chuckled and ran away. Chungok shouted angrily, "To me, what are you laughing at? Sorry, but I just can't believe that relying only on an A+ skill will let Chunyi escape, so I couldn't help but laugh." Chunyuk angrily said, "Wait until Chunyi loses and you'll be crying." To me calmly said, "So what? I hope you really have this capability." Inside the stands, seeing Chunyi step forward, everyone was taken aback. Chunagok asked, puzzled, "What is going on?" Suddenly, a huge source of power surrounded Chunyi. His current state was that of an A-level Sacred Flame Holy Light Wheel. The Holy Flame Halo condenses sacred fire, granting the user the ability to manipulate the fire element, enhance the radiant system of themselves and nearby allies, and reduce 20% of fire damage from skills lasting for a period of time. Chunyi confidently commands Sacred Flame Halo, "Retract everything for me." Lo Chaobang Huang shouted, "This can't be happening." Then Chunyi pulled the firebird back and told the little firebird, "Become my strength now." Immediately the phoenix was completely subdued by him. Tong Halan, watching from behind, smugly said, "It seems that Qingjing University simply cannot grasp the true amount of gold content possessed by our squad leader, the Holy Knight. Even Shenling Feng's fiery dragon bloodline couldn't harm Chunyi, let alone this fire element skill Kwang." So Nian continued. The phoenix was already firmly held in Chunyi's grasp. He smiled and said, "Sorry to disappoint you all. I possess the Holy Radiant Halo skill, and can also control the fire element." Everyone in the stands is wide-eyed. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, "It seems I can already feel the aura of the divine light. It's terrifying." Chunyi was able to acquire such a powerful divine gift skill. He truly deserves to be called the Inji God. Chunok was just as surprised and asked angrily, "A divine skill so powerful, it must also be a divine gift. Even the Holy Radiant Disc Wheel, a third-tier profession, isn't easy to obtain. What did Chunyi rely on to get it, I wonder?" To me replied with a smile, "Maybe Chunyi was lucky. After all, a genius having a stroke of luck is quite common." Chunagok, not convinced, said, "Don't be smug, we still have many trump cards we haven't used yet." Tumi shrugged and said, "I hope you truly have that ability." Tumi's indifferent attitude made Chunok furious. "Oh." At this moment, Chu Dongni looked up at Chunyi with admiration and asked, "Dad, what is a divine gift skill?" "Why does it seem like everyone is so excited?" Chu Hang replied, "Because the gift skills are the most special skills." He explained that it cannot be learned through any skill books or transmitted through any inheritance methods. Only a false profession bestowed by the god's blessing is qualified to obtain this divine gift skill. Clearly, Chunyi's holy radiant halo was personally granted by the god of light. Therefore, the false professionals blessed by the gods all have unpredictable potential. The conditions we set might actually be very modest for Chunyi. Chu Dongni softly turned and said, "So it seems our trip this time was in vain." But Chu Hang firmly said, "No, there is still a chance after the match ends. Third, we'll find Chung Gi to negotiate. He might be the hope for the Chu family's revival, and I will not give up easily." At this moment on the arena, Lu Zhou looked at Chung Yi with shock in his heart and asked, "How can this be possible? Why is my ultimate fire phoenix gone?" Seeing Lu Zhou's stunned expression, Li Yuan lightly pats his shoulder to comfort him. "Although I don't fully understand how Chung Yi did it, I am certain that fire magic is completely useless against him. Lo Chao, don't be discouraged. Try using a different elemental skill to attack." He immediately steadied his mind and responded clearly. Li Yuan raised his sword high and issued a command. "Halan, keep using your long-range magic to stop Chung Yi from moving forward. We absolutely can't let him break through easily in front of everyone." Lo Chao also eagerly launched another attack, then suddenly smiled cunningly and said, "Chung Yi, don't get your hopes up. We have a way to deal with you." Immediately, a wall of stone appeared, blocking Chung Yi's line of sight. Lao Zhou shouted, "Limestone wall. Do you think that will be enough to stop me from moving forward? Good thinking, but you're still too naive." Chung Yi stood there, raising his hand to deliver an attack, breaking the divine shield. Immediately, a shield appeared, destroying all the incoming arrows. Chu Xiaobai was amazed when he saw the skill and said, "That's an A-level C, Holy Light Shield, and it doesn't seem to be of low level either." Even Halan had to praise him. Chung Yi's wind barrier was truly well done, but in the end it left him no way to quickly break through. Hearing that, Chung Yi nodded and replied, "So it does interrupt my battle rhythm a bit. I guess I need to use a long-range skill to break their formation a little." Suddenly, Li Yuyan realized something was wrong and shouted, "Get back now." But at this moment, Chung Yi created a massive tornado of fire sweeping all around. Saint Diem Fong Bao Li Yuyan jumped back and said, "Get away, the tornado will destroy everything in its path. Its destructive power is enormous." Halan quickly dodged, secretly frightened. With Thon Diem Fong Bao at this level, if she were unlucky enough to get caught in it, she might be eliminated directly. Suddenly, Li Yuyan asked, "Where did Lo Chao go? Could he really still be inside there?" In that case, Lu Chao is desperately fighting to hold on, angrily shouting, "How annoying is he really, a holy knight? It seems the elemental skill he unleashed is even more terrifying than my own wizardry. Seeing Lo Chao still holding on, Chunyi smirked and said, "Don't worry, the fire isn't fierce enough yet, but don't rush. Anyway, I am the extreme fire phoenix who fully absorbed you." The flames grew stronger and stronger, and Lo Chao's shield had completely shattered. Chunyi coldly shouted, "Burn him." Inside the whirlwind, Lo Chao kept crying out in pain and helplessness. His staff also dropped and shattered. After the storm, Lo Chao's body was burned black. He groaned in pain as he fell to the ground. "Help, help me." Chunyi kept fighting, more fiercely regret in his voice. "I guess I just can't settle you in one go, but next time, you won't be so lucky." That arrogant look of yours makes Luoyan furious. He shouts angrily, "Hurry up and treat Luo Zhou." "Chunyi, let me handle this." Chu Hu Bak responded clearly. Chunyi raised the hammer in his hand and said, "Perfectly timed." A golden beam of light shot straight at Li Uyan. Brightness slash. But Li Uyan just stood there dismissively and said, I'll personally block it." As the attack approached, Li Uyan quickly activated his shield. This is the captain's shield. Kuang Ru Tram strikes the shield, causing a massive explosion. After this attack, Li Yuan, also exhausted, gasping for breath, couldn't help but marvel at how truly terrifying Chunyi's strength is. No wonder Li Ham Thianfu is so tough that even his punches can't be blocked. Suddenly, Li Uyan's eyes lit up and he roared wildly, "I'm not so easy to deal with." He quickly counterattacked with a fierce strike, but Chunyi calmly used his hammer to smash it away. He mockingly said, "Show off for just a moment." Seeing his attack shattered in an instant, Li Uyan was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "How is that possible? What does he rely on to block it directly? Normally, this strike of mine could even handle a level 20 king-level beast." Li Uyan refused to accept it and continued to charge forward with his sword. "I don't believe it," Chunyi said again. Just as Li Uyan was about to strike down with a slash, Chunyi quickly pulled out the Thon Tru to retaliate. Then let's fight until you concede." Their attacks collided again and again, unleashing immense power, and Li Uyan's strength made Chunyi feel exhilarated. He excitedly said, "You're truly impressive. You are the first peer of your age to be able to face me head-on." Li Uyan, while struggling to block the attack, was annoyed, and thought, "Damn it, Chunyi's elemental power is even higher than mine. If this keeps up, I won't have the stamina to go on much longer." The very next moment, Chunyi knocked Li Uyan's sword away. He snapped in anger, even losing control of his own weapon. "Were you already out of strength so quickly?" Chunyi rushed to Li Uyan's side and shouted, "Get back from me." Li Uyan was stunned. Not good, there was no time to dodge at all. In a moment of danger, a shield suddenly appeared to protect Li Uyan from a fatal attack. The attack was blocked, and Chunyi felt very annoyed. All their assaults were stopped. At the same time, a giant robot suddenly appeared above Chunyi. He quickly turned around and activated his shield. The Holy Light Guardian, but that scorpion's horn has made the shield crack. In just a moment, Chunyi's defensive shield was broken. He angrily charges forward, "Break for me." After attacking, Chunyi quickly lands on the ground. He quietly assesses that this hidden attack from the robot is really strong. The level 9 Holy Light Protector was broken after just one strike from it. Li Yuan gasped for breath as he got up and quickly thanked Vuong Hian for helping him out. Vuong Hian calmly replied, "It's the right thing to do. If I don't step up, we might lose. Then Chunyi, leave it to me, and go deal with others." Vuong Hian slowly revealed his skills, and said, "I originally thought you were hiding your true strength to deal with the fake alliance of Mo University, but I didn't expect that Chunyi alone could push our entire team to such a disparity state." Vuong Hian continues to create another robot this time, a GX-100 level 21B monster robot with silver talent, followed by a series of other robots, including a light-skin S-class missile robot with silver talent level. Arshiyi, the BT-200 level 22 silver talent cavalry, seeing a bunch of robots in front of him. Chunyi was stunned and thought, Vuong Hian is only level 19, yet these robots are all level 21 or 22. Dean Trin, it seems your university also has a hidden ace. Of course. He proudly looked at Vuong Hian and said Vuong Hian possesses an S+ mechanical talent heart and can produce robots of higher levels than himself. Ngomong said with interest, so that's what an S+ talent looks like. The outcome of this team match will depend on those two. On the arena stage, Chunyi suddenly smiled and said, "So what about the mechanized master's human wave tactic?" His eyes blazing with excitement, Chunyi proudly declared, "Let me see how strong this human wave tactic of yours is." Vuong Hian angrily ordered the robots to advance and shouted, "You dare to charge directly into my mechanical army to seek death." The robots immediately fired a barrage of bullets. The powerful bullets sped rapidly toward Chunyi, followed by the fierce ascent of the robot bee. Finally, the tanks from afar kept firing non-stop. Chunyi quickly raised his shield to block them. Gemini's inner conflict. Chunyi with a cold expression stared at the relentless incoming bullets, then suddenly said, "Go." The shield immediately advances to deflect all the bullets and the robots. Then Chungi quickly activates the Holy Cross skill. A giant cross appears surrounding his body. The robots started to short-circuit and exploded in an instant. Seeing his robots blow up, Wang Hian yelled angrily, "Damn it, my robots are made of fire-resistant materials, yet they couldn't withstand this." Wang Hian suddenly pulled out a keyboard and said, "I also have these levels of robots." Then he pressed a key and a series of robots continued to be created. Wang Hian angrily said, "I don't believe your mental energy isn't depleted. Charge at them for me." At the same time, among Chuni's teammates, Wang Thiet Tom was happily destroying robots while laughing and encouraging. "Haha, Wang Hian definitely couldn't have foreseen that you excel at handling situations like this." Just in time, the ultimate move appears. It's the Divine Storm. Wang Hian saw it instantly and hurriedly ordered to withdraw that destructive skill again. But they were a step too late, and the Divine Windstorm had already been triggered, destroying all the robots on the arena. At the same time, Wang Hian's screen kept flashing red alerts, and Machine 74 lost connection. Wang Hian clenched his teeth in anger, having already lost a third just at the start. Damn it. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Looks like the human C tactic doesn't work on him. I'm out of options. I can only use my final trump card now." Wang Hian quickly summoned a colossal machine. "Go out." HX Prodigy creates a machine with a toothy jaw like a shark, preparing to unleash a massive burst of power. At the same time, the clamps around HX's body moved up. Wang Hian desperately shouted, "Fake machinery merge." Immediately, HX created a small opening to merge Wang Hian inside, while HX's body grew larger and started touching the protective shield of the arena. As soon as it touched the shield, the system immediately issued a warning, indicating the area was restricted and urgently upgraded the defense stance. Seeing this giant robot, everyone watching was extremely frightened. If it's just to protect like that, then it's too exaggerated. The first appearance of machine-level constructs of the same kind at the national university and college level. Finally, a new monster appeared. HX is a level 23 pretender with the talent of a master builder. At this moment, a girl was gazing at the arena, marveling at how the newcomers of this batch are all extraordinary. Seeing Wang Hian reveal his secret weapon on the stage, Li Uyan couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, the fake talent master of An Hian has appeared." Li Uyan looked at Huang Sonyan and said, "You are definitely going to lose this time." But Huang Sonyan ignored those words and continued to attack, angrily slashing at Li Uyan and saying, Chuni won't lose. Is that all you've got? Why bother doing that?" Zhao Xian shouted loudly from HX Ma next to Chuni. "Chuni, let me broaden your horizons with the firepower of a skilled tactician." The firepower was already in the air, and Chungi watched them approach without fear. He secretly calculated that with the cover of the shell's attacking head, on was impossible, so he started throwing stones upwards. He quickly dodged back and forth to avoid the fireballs. Chungi looked at the fireballs behind him and thought, maybe there's something new, but he didn't realize that a fireball was also rushing toward him from ahead. Fortunately, Chungi dodged out of the way, and as soon as he passed, the explosion erupted. Chungi looked at its destructive power and couldn't help but feel lucky. It was truly dangerous. Inside, Wang Hian madly laughed. Run away." Wang Hian keeps attacking and asks, "This time you have nowhere left to run, right?" In the face of danger, Chuni has no choice but to use his truncheon to smash all the incoming explosive shells. At this moment, HX suddenly reached back and drew a sword. It coldly struck out a blow, a strike straight into the ground. With a single slash of his sword, the land was cracked in two as Wang Hian in the illusionary realm kept mocking him. "Chungi, do you only know how to run away? You keep swinging your sword and then say, are all students at Tohang University just cowards?" Your words have touched Chuni's pride. He immediately retorted, "I'm running away." "Fine, let's fight head on." Seeing Chuni's provocative look, Wang Xian muttered silently, "If he gets provoked once, he can't hold back. What a foolish act." You quickly flipped the lever down, secretly sneering inside. Such willpower is enough to be the captain of Tohang University. It seems Tohang University is headed for ruin. The fake warrior continued to strike down, but this time Chungi chose not to dodge but to counterattack with his hammer. The hammer immediately knocked the fake warrior's sword away. Then Chungi immediately struck with the divine power palm, and a strong beam of light appeared above. It seemed as if the light was absorbing everything around it, and the false martial artist also began to get electrified. The match monitoring system also got annoyed and cursed what's going on. The energy of the protective screen suddenly got absorbed. Suddenly, an external system on the stands announced an emergency project, and the systems below quickly took to the air. Those systems hurriedly entered the barrier. Each match is monitored by a guardian, controlled by a powerful light magic stone that can restore the defense barrier. On Li Uyan and Huang Sonyan's side, the beam of light caught Huang Sonyan's attention. Seeing Li Uyan rushing over, Huang Sonyan quickly leapt back to dodge. Huang Sonyan looked towards Ling Hai's path and shouted, "Retreat." Arrows were flying wildly from Halan's side. Tang Halan and Wang Tiezhen quickly stepped back. As soon as Huang Sonien's words were spoken, they exchanged a quick glance and then both withdrew. Li Uyen also sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Do not pursue any further." But Lu Chao angrily asked, "Why aren't they chasing after them if they've already been scared?" The Thonkin University group quickly regrouped. Li Yuan looked at the energy source and said, "Something's wrong, this power doesn't seem right." At this moment, a giant hand-shaped figure appeared from within the light. The entire audience screamed in fear, crying out, "What is this?" Wang Hian sitting inside also saw your extreme fear with a terrifying breath that can only be displayed by S-rank skills. Wang Hian's face began to twitch even though he's only one rank above a master-level tactician. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. But then he began to feel excited. Wang Hian said excitedly, "No, you can't be afraid before the fight even starts. A god-level skill, I don't believe you can still defeat him." Wang Hian merged with the fake skill user, wildly launching attack after attack. The fake strategist with limited style, the serrated edges on the sword, start to work at full force. Wang Hian frantically unleashed a series of slashes, his face starting to lose control. Wang Hian immediately launched a continuous attack. A flurry of strikes headed straight for that hand. He thought he had successfully defeated it. But a beam of light appeared, dispersing that joy, and forcefully pressing down on the fake treasure map. A massive surge of energy created an incredibly powerful, destructive force. Everyone in the stands was trembling with fear. Everyone yelled in panic from the force of the blast, and at that moment debris from the robot scattered onto Chuni on the arena. Chuni coldly declared it. After the attack, the fake skill device was shattered, and Wang Hian had also been knocked out. Halan faintly said us. She hesitantly whispered the two words. "We lost." At this moment, Wang Hian, suffering from all his wounds, raises his hand to call. "Chunyi." His voice trembling uncontrollably rose up. "Chunyi," but all he did was turn his back coldly on him as the crowd erupted in cheers. "Damn, your divine light is so strong it's terrifying, like a nuclear explosion." The whole audience chants your name in unison. "Chunyi, Chunyi, Chunyi, Chunyi." He happily walks away amidst the cheers. "Chunyi, Chunyi," the dean muttered absent-mindedly. "Our divine skill, holy god of Thonkin University, is not ashamed to lose. He is extremely heartbroken. Originally, it seemed that with Wang Xian, the champion of this year's class, beating Tianjin University would be a walk in the park. But after watching the match, Director Trin was sweating profusely. Who would have thought that a freak like Chunyi would appear skilled in melee support and magic strong in every aspect, even omnipotent? Dean Trin turned and left, but before leaving, he told Ngomang that your Tuhang University has a very talented seedling. I've been teaching for over 30 years, and Chunyi is the brightest star. He sighed regretfully and said, "In all the geniuses I have met." Ngomang chuckled in reply. The crowd in the stands cheered loudly, calling out Tohang University and Chunyi. Tohang University, Chunyi, Tohang University. The cheers echoed non-stop. Chunyi. Quan So Ryan watched the scene and couldn't help feeling stunned. So crazy. Wang Tietsan cheerfully said as he walked away, "It's too easy. Tsinghua University is just like this." Tong Halan doubted, "Without Chunyi relying only on Wang Hian, we wouldn't be able to handle it." Duang Linhe nodded in agreement. "That's right, with a level 23 robot handling the match and no Chunyi buddy, we're 100% going to lose." Wang Tietam cheerfully said. Everyone agreed that without Ngi now we do have Ngi after all, right? Kwang Xinyan chuckled and replied, "Half a year next year the sports field will be expanded, and this year's freshman exchange match will have an audience of 2,000,000 spectators." Kwang Xinyan happily said, "Combined with the broadcast coverage and the hype of this exchange after the battle, all of Zhongsha country will praise Chunyi." Chunyi gently scolded him affectionately. The girl is becoming more and more impolite. Inside a certain room, a woman was watching the live match and made an assessment. Chunyi's strength is not bad. She arrogantly said, "A talent like Tiankyo is exactly what our Heavenly Vu Guild needs. Just a bit low level, only after the second transformation can we invite him into the guild." A man stepped forward and proposed, "Thian Vu is the top guild in Central South Province. Even support staff need to reach level 30 inches, the second transition. Only after this battle, Chunyi's combat data will surely be sent to the higher-ups of the major guilds, so maybe it won't be too late for us to act 10 times later." She immediately retorted, "No way." Yang looked happily at Chunyi and said, "With the guild leader here, even if there's no way to recruit him immediately, I am confident this junior brother of mine will eventually become one of our Tianyu guild." At the hospital, everyone in Wang Hian's ward kept worrying as doctors discussed non-stop and recovery, and trance magic couldn't be halted. Everyone has to submit a report before their magic power is fully depleted. Everyone is trying their best to save Wang Hian. During this time, everyone was extremely busy. The second team of priests prepared well to replace and treat the first team's priests. Damn it, why is this holy light so violent? And now it's using a spell to erase what cannot be erased. Chungi's attack was too heavy. At this moment, Li Yuan suddenly spoke up, saying, if it weren't for triggering the magic barrier of the arena, Xianka's survival would be hard to say, and we definitely wouldn't escape unscathed. Everyone in the team bowed their heads in apology. Li Uyen stepped forward and said, Dean, sorry we lost and failed to live up to the large amount of resources provided by the school. The dean waved his hand and said, this time I won't blame you. Chungi is too strong, and this time our team's college competition only managed to get third place. Hearing that, everyone was surprised and asked, third place, Director, even though we lost to Tuhang University, we can still defeat Mado University. Yes, Director, if we lose to Mado University again, our school will be very embarrassed. This is a huge insult. Director Trin glanced at Wang Hian softly and said, Wang Hian is severely injured. All 200 machines in the recent battle are completely out of order. Our Beijing University no longer has team members capable of fighting against the fake alliance of Mado University. Wang Hian lay on the hospital bed continuously holding a grudge. Chungi, you secretly feel dissatisfied. You're truly strong, but after the second transformation, my mechanized core truly unleashed the power that belongs to S+ talent. Wang Hian's anger made him clench the brake handle. At that moment, I and you will definitely have a decisive match. At the same time, in another room, Chu Hong sincerely bowed his head to admit his mistake to Chungi. Chungi, I apologize to you. I truly must have been blinded. The Holy Knight can serve as a support role and also possesses extremely strong domain transfer abilities. Of course, after living for so many years, I've only seen you, Chungi. Do you really have the talent of a dragon and phoenix among humans, 1 in 10,000? But Chungi calmly reveals the truth. Mr. Chu, let's discard these lies and just say it straight. Chu Hang smiled and said, those with real strength are straightforward. He honestly said, I have reported it within the clan. The chief and the elders will both promise that as long as you return to the clan, they will do their best to train you with all their strength. Chungi asked curiously to the chief and the elders. Seeing his confusion, Chu Hang explained, the Chu family has many members, and each year when distributing resources, how much each branch can get depends on their ability, as the Chu family is large and filled with various interests. The greatest collective benefit there is the elder council leader and the clan leader. Chu Hang suddenly pushed up his glasses and said seriously, normally the two sides would never cooperate, but regarding Chungi's matter they had reached a common goal. It seems that everything started from himself, which made Chungi a bit confused. But actually, that's not a bad thing. With the promise of the powerful Chu family corporation, there's no need to worry. After returning to the main branch of the Chu family, some things might be chaotic, but with my teacher, Vice Principal Wang Hui, I can quickly gain resources and level up without the Chu family's help. Chungi carefully considered that the most important thing is that I still have this super sharp weapon system. After thinking it over, Chungi decided that I might have to let him down. I don't plan to shift roles again. His response left Chu Hang feeling hopeless. He asked sadly, is it really that our Chu family has no way to turn things around anymore? Seeing his somber expression, Chungi tried to comfort him, saying, I know someone with the ice bloodline. Maybe in the future she will consider the hidden professions of your Chu family. Chu Hang lowered his head against the wall in despair and said, no, the 3 main hidden professions of the Chu family. Apart from possessing the bloodline of Hanbing, one must also reach a certain concentration. Normal Hanbing bloodlines cannot be used to promote the transfer. Chungi pointed at him and asked, so my sister's bloodline concentration of ice cold will be at least 3 times yours. Maybe that's enough, right? When he heard this, Chu Hang's eyes lit up. He happily held his hand and asked, your sister also awakened the cold ice bloodline. Suddenly, Chu Hang burst into trembling laughter, his spirit beginning to revive. I'm so happy I might see the Chu family rise again someday. I can finally be worthy of Liat to Liat Tong. May heaven bless the Chu family, may heaven bless the Chu family. Ah, really, the bloodline concentration of ice cold is truly 3 times higher than mine. So the bloodline concentration is nearly 10 points, with the 3 major professional factions secretly hiding the Hanbing system for free choice. His frenzied appearance made Chungi curse inwardly. He's gone mad, we can't let him lose control. Chungi reassures him, saying, let's not get excited just yet. We need to consider whether to choose the career development path of the Chu family and also seek her opinion. Chu Hang nodded in agreement. All right, whatever you say. When will we go meet your sister? Upon hearing the question, Chungi pondered silently. Joining the Chu family wouldn't be of much benefit to me. First, I can't specialize. Second, the resources I can get from the system and Master Wang Hui are completely different for Chu Yan. Although I could also provide cultivation resources for him, it can never compare to the dedicated nurturing from a clan. If Chu's mother were in trouble and the Chu family didn't help, then now the entire burden would fall on Chu Van, which isn't too much to ask. After some careful thought, Chuni decided to call Chuvan, feeling anxious inside, worried whether Tu Koi would be mistreated during the match or not. As soon as he made the call, Chuvan quickly answered. No sooner had the connection been made, Chuvan was holding Xiao Hoa and excitedly calling out. My brother saw this and thought to himself, I knew it. She's excitedly spinning Xiao Kui around and laughing in praise. This battle really is too intense. It's completely overwhelming. Our school has many female students who admire you and want to connect with you. Chuvan kept saying, I won't let them have you. My sister-in-law has to be strong in my heart. Very strong, super strong. She must have broad shoulders, strong arms, firm skin, and muscular legs. Chuvan happily said she can carry a sword weighing hundreds of kilograms, and also use a needle to sew flowers and make clothes for him. Stop joking around and just say what's on your mind. Hearing that Chungi seriously recounted that some people had come to him earlier, saying it was the Chu family, he gently introduced that the main lineage of the Chu family secretly has 3 major hidden professions: the cold ice shooter, the bone ice swordsman, and the pure ice mage. The shooter and swordsman are legendary professions passed down through generations. The ice purity mage is a mage profession, and based on your bloodline's cold energy concentration, you can choose from all 3 types. She looked seriously at the 3 images in front of her, and then decided to choose the mage profession. I will choose this profession. Ice attribute magic attack suits me better, Chungi reminded her. Once she accepted the Chu family's career plan, she would need to go to Tinlan province, the Chu family's territory, to study and train for at least 3 to 4 years. You have to think it through carefully, Chuvan answered firmly. I've thought it through. Chuvan sighed appreciatively. My brother shines so brightly I absolutely cannot be inferior, as his younger sister. She thought to herself, if I can take resources from the Chu family, then I won't have to waste my brother's resources and become a burden to him. After finishing the selection, Chungi promised that once he completed everything here, he would go with you to Tianlan province, and then the 2 of you finished your chat. After talking with Chuvan, Chungi continued to head to the new student arena. The system cheerfully welcomed everyone. Welcome to the 4th round of the nationwide college freshman tournament. Today, 8 top talents will be chosen to advance to the 5th round of the singles match. System notification: I will now announce the reward for the top 8 strongest solo competitors in the HVM Profession Alliance. The system presents a potion, and the potion is a level S magic drug. Spectators are excitedly eager. Wow, once again the S-rank magic potion are generously given by the HVM Fake Guild Alliance. Even the 3rd-tier fake profession would crave them. Chuni, standing nearby, suddenly turned and said last year's champion's prize was only S-rank magic potions. Chunyi replied, because of the 3rd level, the Alliance needs to nurture more geniuses. Huang, so Nian nodded and responded, that's right. Suddenly, the system announced that the 2 Kwang tier competitor could claim S-rank resources awarded to the singles tournament champion, offering a new weapon, and stating it would be a legendary grade weapon forged by the master, Smith Kiyun of the Fake Profession Alliance HVM. Even Chunyi was surprised by this reward. A legendary weapon, the highest level weapon humans can craft. The reward is so incredible that everyone wants to win. The champion must definitely take it. After announcing the rewards, the system prompted all contestants to prepare on the arena. Kwang So Nian went ahead and smiled, saying to Chuni, go ahead and cheer for me, Chuni. Chuni encourages she can definitely do it. At this moment, Chuni's opponent steps onto the stage, and the 2 have officially faced each other. Feng Qiang put on his armor and said, Chuni, I know you're very strong. He swung his sword and shouted, but I'm not inferior either. He secretly felt a sense of joy inside. Typical professionals usually pursue a balanced development of their attributes, but I am different. Fong Kwang whispered confidently that he only chose to strengthen his power, so he was absolutely confident in his strength. At this moment, the system announced that the battle had begun. As soon as he finished speaking, Chuni charged forward with Chu. Fong Kwang also rushed in, sneering provocatively. Chuni is here, dare you fight me head on? That guy quickly strikes first, with a brutal slash, and the 2 forces clash. In just a moment, his sword shows signs of breaking. Immediately after, Chuni's spear shattered the sword, and then struck directly at Fong Kwang. He collapsed in pain, voice filled with admiration and disbelief. How is this possible? I only used my strength and your power couldn't suppress me. Chunyi slung the spear over his shoulder and sneered. Is that all you've got? The entire arena instantly erupted with even a little more strength enough to crush him. How powerful Chunyi's strength really is remains a terrifying mystery. His attribute value is highly suspicious and could be a serious cheat. The teammates below from the Demon Lord University also refused to accept it and shouted, how is this possible? They are competing in strength and Brother Kwang has lost. Chief to that, then announced that with Fong Kwang's growth equipment, his strength reached 370 points. To achieve the crushing power of one blow, Chunyi's strength attribute must be at least 450 points. He suddenly remembered the terrifying scene from earlier, and couldn't help but feel disappointed, especially since his intelligence attribute was extremely high, which was too terrifying. Headmaster, Tu asked nervously. Wei, are you confident you can beat Chu-Ni? Nui Hop thinks for a few seconds, then replies 3 parts confident. At the same time on the arena, Fong Kuang struggles to get back on his feet. He clenched his teeth and said, I haven't lost yet. Fong Kuang stood up and shouted, Come on, a warrior only stands and dies. There's no way a ghost loses. Chung-Gi begrudgingly spoke, I respect you as a man of honor. Fong Kuang immediately charged forward, unleashing a fierce attack. Chung-Gi also responded with a strike, the heavy club smashing directly into Fong Kuang. Fong Kuang screams in pain and is thrown far away. The Mado University team immediately shouts, Declare the end of the match, we concede. The system quickly processed the information and announced that Mado University conceded defeat. The winner of this match was Chung-Gi. Chung-Gi immediately was drowned in cheers. Chung-Gi is the strongest. Chung-Gi, I love you. After the nurses approached to examine Fong Kuang, everyone sighed and said, Damn, it's this hard to handle holy light again. Hurry up and start the treatment. Save your words, he's Chung-Gi's opponent. With that, the 3 of them took Fong Kuang away for treatment near Chung-Gi. After a day of the match, the Tahang University group gathered in a room to discuss strategies. Ngomang said, Very good, our Tahang University now has 2 people in the 3 great powers. Ngomang praised Tong Ha-lan, her promotion was also quite surprising. It's unlikely she'll advance to the 4th tier easily, but she still needs to work harder. Tong Ha-lan happily replied, I understand. Then he turned to Kuang, So Nien, and said that with her strength, she might be able to promote to the 8th power, but her luck is a bit unlucky since she faced Jai Hop, who is a top seed for the championship. Ngomang seriously stated that the last 2 spots for the 8th power will be decided among the defeated, hoping she can seize the opportunity. I trust you, Chung-Gi. The task of winning the singles tournament is now yours. Next, Ngomang continued, Our team will have 2 group matches tomorrow, both against ordinary colleges and universities. He looked at the people behind and said, So you substitutes can also go out for some practice. After making the decision, Ngomang immediately began teaching them the tactics for tomorrow. Huang, So Nien sat on a nearby chair lost in thought, as the 4th round's individual match was called a brutal defeat. Even with overwhelming resources, S-level resources are not freely given. If I can get it, my strength will definitely improve a level. Suddenly a voice sounded, Chung-Gi, your strength has already been exposed. Ngomang cheerfully said, With your strength, you could wipe out a team from a regular college or university alone, but for tomorrow's team match, the main focus will be on their training, so just protect them and try not to attack. Chung-Gi nodded and replied, I understand. Suddenly 2 girls walked in. When they saw Chung-Gi, they screamed in surprise, Wow, it's Miracle Ngi. This voice drew countless other girls rushing over, crowding around him. Chung-Gi. He really is classmate Chung-Gi. Classmate Chung-Gi, it's really you. Oh my, he's really so handsome. He's even looking at me. Chung-Gi looked confused and asked, What is everyone? They immediately responded, I am your fan, can you sign for me? He asked, puzzled. Sign my name. Immediately they started pulling out numerous photos of Chung-Gi and shouting, I want one too, I want one too. Thank you, Ngi, then you are really super handsome. Ngi, then we will also always support you in the next match. Come on, wow, Chung-Gi was blushing so adorable. Ngi, then you must take good care of yourself and absolutely don't get hurt. Hoo-hoo, seeing these pictures made Chung-Gi turn black with embarrassment. Is that me? Song Halan whispered from the side. Chung-Gi is quite popular, isn't he? At this moment, a soul appears in Kuang, so Nien's mind saying that Chung-Gi will be taken away by them and worrying that if she can't keep up with Chung-Gi, she'll be left behind. Kuang, so Nien silently made up her mind to win at least 2 spots. She softly whispered to herself, I will definitely get Chung-Gi. Seeing her provoked, that spirit was overjoyed. At the same time, Chung-Gi felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around in confusion, wondering why he suddenly felt like he was being stared at. That night, the 4th round of the individual matches had begun. The players were immediately taken into a wild forest. Everyone wondered and asked, why is it a forest? Could it be that the playing field changes every year? I remember last year it was a castle. Someone responded, the individual matches in the 4th round are based on data collected during the war by teachers and senior officials from the military of the colleges, then assembled and simulated to create the instance. A girl holding a scepter in her hand looks around cautiously before speaking again. To make the replica more like the actual battlefield, the initial creation included random settings so each year's arena would be different. The girl continued, and the monsters everyone faces each year are also different. Kuang, so Nien carefully moved forward, secretly observing the humid environment was quite real, when suddenly someone asked, So what should we do now? We have to stop here. Suddenly the voice was cut off. The system appears and announces, welcome students to this instance dungeon, the Maze of Deception. The system begins explaining the rules. Every half an hour, mysterious monsters will appear around the wasteland village. There are a total of 3 waves of attacks from the monsters, and their minds are only filled with devouring. You need to try to kill the monsters before they devour you. The 2 students who defeat the most monsters will advance to the 5th round's one-on-one competition. Before starting, the system reminded everyone that this dungeon posed no life-threatening danger and had no re-entry option. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone cheerfully said, "Just kill the monsters, it's that simple." "That's right, there's nothing to worry about. We've run through the dungeon many times to practice, so there's no issue." Kwang So-nyen silently observes everyone around her as the appearance of monsters is unpredictable, making everyone feel very uneasy. The system announces that the first wave of monster attacks is about to begin. As soon as the words are spoken, a cloud of purple smoke appears. Kwang So-nyen looks seriously towards the source of the smoke. It's here, but even though the smoke has dispersed, the monster still hasn't appeared. She wondered quietly, still no sign of it. At this moment, the person behind suddenly grabbed their neck and moaned, "It's so itchy." The person angrily scolded, "Damn it, why is it so itchy?" Hearing this, Kwang So-nyen was in shock. A purple substance was growing on the man's neck, making him scream non-stop. Itching so much, so much. The more he scratched, the faster it spread. Itching so much, he frantically charged at Kwang So-nyen and shouted for help. "Itchy, so itchy, please help me, classmates, help me." Then that classmate was finally defeated by the monster. The system notification states that Dacheng University's scholarship letter has been devoured by the monster and has withdrawn from the instance. Kwang So-nyen secretly suspects that since she didn't see the monster appear, it must be hiding its form. Then more classmates fell, and everyone shouted in panic. What exactly is happening to them? Since they couldn't see the monsters, but had witnessed so many classmates fall, everyone was panicking. What's going on? Where did these monsters come from? They basically aren't visible at all. How should I fight this well? Amid the chaos, only Kwang So-nyen calmly ponders without panicking. First, she must stay composed and find where the weakness lies. There must be a gap in the monsters. Kwang So-nyen wondered how such infectious creatures could spread if they relied on nothing but the non-existent void, and suddenly a small purple object lunged and clung to her arm. Seeing the purple creature sprouting up, Kwang So-nyen had to open her sharp eyes and look at it mold bacteria. Immediately, she summoned a flame to burn the purple creature away. After killing it, Kwang So-nyen immediately realized the problem and said, "So that's how it is." Kwang So-nyen transformed into a demon form, then loudly announced to everyone that there are protection beads in the sky which rapidly grow upon contact with the body, using fire system skills to shield herself. The others immediately followed Kwang So-nyen's command and cast wind and fire spells, but some students without fire skills had to speak up for help. "Damn it, I'm a basic warrior without a fire element skill. Help me, classmates." "No, we are rivals, so it's not the time to speak of friendship." After a while, those students without fire skills were immediately defeated by monsters. The system reports that the alien Royal City University has been devoured by the monster and has exited the dungeon. Jiaojikui of the Lumion Academy has also been devoured by the monster and has retreated from the dungeon. Luoban from Qingdang Academy has been devoured by the monster and has left the instance. At the same time, Kwang So-nyen quietly whispered, "Burning these spores doesn't count as killing it. I need to find the monster releasing the spores." At that moment, mushrooms suddenly sprouted from the tree trunks, bearing their fangs and releasing countless bacteria, which is how Kwang So-nyen quickly found the demon. She rushed up and told everyone that on the tree, just as Kwang So-nyen defeated a monster, the system announced that Kwang So-nyen from Tuhong University had killed a monster +1. The other monsters kept surfacing non-stop. Kwang So-nyen fearlessly flew in to attack DM Vumian Hak VM as the system issued a series of notifications. Kwang So-nyen from Tuhang University kills a monster +1. At the same time, the freshman arena team match is also underway. The system announces that both teams have taken their positions and are now building the arena. Defensive setups are in place, and the university showdown between Tohong University and American University now begins. As soon as he finished speaking, both sides launched fierce attacks, and seeing the other rush forward, the remaining side did not fall behind. A red-haired fighter immediately activates his skill to strike, unleashing countless fire tornadoes that hurtle straight at the enemy. Facing him, the cloaked man also counterattacked with water attribute. The two techniques clashed, and the water sword managed to cut through the fire tornado. But at this moment, Dam Vi appeared and extended his claws to cut through the water sword of the cloaked man, dismissively claiming that his water sword had already weakened in hardness. While Dam Vi was still rejoicing, an arrow was flying toward him from behind, but luckily, Chunyi swiftly shielded him. Chunyi reminds him, "Dam Vi, don't let the adrenaline from fighting interfere with your judgment, pay attention to your back." Then he turns to the blonde girl behind and calls out, "Truong Tin, your responsibility is to provide protection for your teammates. You must clearly see the 6 paths." Hearing the warning from all directions, such a mistake can't happen again. Shocked by the reminder, Truong Tin was terrified, closing her eyes tightly and screaming. Got it. The red-haired girl on the opposing team looked angry at them, yet she still saw us as training tools. The green-armored guy angrily yelled, "Brothers, how can you tolerate something like this?" And the whole team responded decisively. No, he ordered us to rush in. The blue armor guy shouted, "Charge for me." The two sides immediately clashed. But at the same time, Chuni's phone rang, causing everyone to stop. Kwang So-nyen happily boasted about her victory to Chuni, successfully leveling up. Chungi helplessly thought this girl. The robe-wearing man, seeing Chungi's dismissive behavior towards his opponent, was furious and shouted loudly, "You play on your phone on the arena, showing no respect for the opponent. I will make you understand the power." But just 1 second later, that guy heroically fell to the ground. The system notification: this college league match, Tobong University wins. The next day, news of the freshman tournament spread everywhere. After finishing the 4th round of individual qualification matches, the 5th round of qualification matches would start early the next morning. 4 matches will select 4 fighters from the 8 contenders. The next round is scheduled for Monday afternoon. 6th round will have 2 people leveling up. The finalists for the 2 matches are Chungi and Nui Hop. A blurry bird immediately starts broadcasting this hot news. Today is the day of the ultimate showdown in the singles competition, watched by many students. This guy imagines Chungi and looks heartbroken when talking about his family background. He comes from Hanman with both parents dead. Relying on my own strength, I gradually became stronger during the most powerful Holy Night University exam in history, shocking everyone, and then Chuni shifted his tone to talk about Nihop. He is a genius from a prestigious ancient family with a century-old inheritance, possessing top talent and a special bloodline, a soldier of the Wei He tribe. This person smugly said, "Who exactly will finally sit on the champion's throne in the single combat tournament? Let's look forward to it together." The streamer will live stream the entire fight for everyone. Remember to like and subscribe. After watching the encouragement video, everyone started to discuss excitedly. The Divine Warrior battles Wang Xian, so this team battle will truly be very exciting. This time fighting Wei, he must be a decisive victory. Did you not watch Wei He's match a few days ago? The style of that battle was very fierce. I think this fight won't be as easy. Unfortunately, Goddess Kwang So-nyen ran into Nui Hopbon, choosing to otherwise. Tahang University would be fighting for 1st or 2nd place, then things would be interesting. At this moment, the clear blue sky was suddenly shattered by the sound of helicopter blades. Everyone quickly made way for the helicopter to land. As soon as the door opened and people inside were visible, the crowd outside erupted in excitement. It was Tahang University. Tahang University just stepped out and received countless compliments from those around her. "Lady Huang is truly beautiful. Your divine appearance, I will always support you, Ngi then. Song Halan, don't be discouraged, next time you will definitely succeed." Where does Chungi go to get a photo together and a signature? The cheer then spread to that point. Chuni. Someone just spotted another helicopter arriving and shouted, "Mado University has arrived as well," and the cheers immediately shifted to Mado University. Yuhi. Director Tu approached and greeted Nomang. "Good morning, Director Ngo. Today the champion and runner-up of the singles match will appear between your school and mine." "Good morning, Director Tu." But deep inside he disdainfully thought, "Do you really believe that with Nui Hop's strength you can fight Chungi? That's just wishful thinking." Now Wei, he has been paying attention to Chungi from afar. Wei, he secretly vows, "Chungi, this is finally the last battle. I will definitely defeat you and take the champion title." Finally, the battle has begun. Before stepping into the arena, Chungi subtly smiled with a strange grin. The system speaks, "Let's welcome the competitors of both sides, Chungi and Nui Hop, to the arena. The match is about to begin. Please sit in your seats and observe in a civilized manner." The countdown on the stands is in full swing and the audience cheers enthusiastically, shouting, "Come on, make some noise, show your strength, be a hero, Brother Wei, don't lose. Nui Hop, keep going and defeat the prestige of Tahang University. Who's really there stepping on my foot?" At the Chu family, Chu Hang is also watching this match with Old Master Chu. There are only 3 seconds left on the countdown. Elder Chu asked, "This youngster from the Nui family has been called the #1 genius since he was a child, receiving all the family resources of the noble lineage for cultivation. Can Chuni win?" Chu Hang answered seriously. "Maybe." After analyzing Chuni's test, all his battle records and growth rate are astonishing. His strength undoubtedly far surpasses others his age and is at the top level. Chu Hang looks at the screen and continues, "Nui Hop is an outstanding talent of the next generation in the Nui family, worthy of the word genius, but on him Chuni seems to see the shadow of the ancestral spirit." Now in the arena, the countdown has ended and the system announcement begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Chungi used the god's blessing. The blessing spear, the holy cross, the holy light protection, and the blessed weapon. Nui Hop charges forward with his sword aimed directly at him. Nui Hop leaps with an angry expression, swinging a move at Chuni's entire body, but a golden light emits. The two sources of power collided, creating a deafening roar. Wei He clenched his jaw and stared intently at him. Chuni's face was cold as he swung an attack at Nui Hop, who immediately leapt away to dodge. Nui Hop, with sharp eyes and frowning brows, charges forward, his bloodshot eyes and terrifying face, shouting loudly as his body emits a red glow. Nui Hop's hand grips the sword tightly as he shouts the blazing sword technique, slashing with sharp and fierce sword strikes. Chunyi calmly dodged the attacks, thinking about the frenzy. The special skill of the Berserker. Users with the 2-die attribute will gain enhancements to varying degrees, but after 3 minutes of frenzy, their whole body will enter a weakened state. Apart from the accidental failure of the Berserk skill, he also unleashed the Fire Sword technique, which can be used in battle, and carries the havoc of the Fire Magic attribute, and Chunyi dodged the attack. Nui Hop rushes quickly toward Chunyi, but Chunyi, ready to fight, fires an arrow, proving he's worthy of being the top student at the new Demon Slayer Academy. Chunyi's sharp eyes and fearless face deftly evade. Nui Hop roared in anger as he unleashed the Thunderbolt Slash with a blazing red aura of lightning circling his blade. An A-rank skill of the warrior class allows for lightning-fast sweeping cuts. The higher the level, the greater the strength attribute, and the faster the sweeping speed, reaching lightning-like speeds at the maximum limit. Nui Hop's eyes turn red with anger as he thinks that he had already raised this skill to level 9 through countless training sessions, and without hesitation, he strikes Chunyi, holding a hammer, and their weapons clash, creating a dramatic scene. Nui Hop clenched his teeth in anger, thinking how mighty his strength was. With the boost from Thunderbolt Slash, the kinetic energy generated is incredibly terrifying. Even for a tough alloy, I still have confidence to cut through. Chunyi's face shows no trace of fear, but I am clearly at a disadvantage in this contest with him, and cannot afford to be stiff around him. Chunyi pushed forcefully, knocking Nui Hop away. The weapon in Chunyi's hand transformed into a golden light beam, level 9, B-grade Holy Light Cross, while both of Chunyi's hands conjured a massive sword of golden light. Wei He confidently smiled and said, "I was prepared for this move of yours long ago." Wei He knelt down with a terrifying face, shouting fiercely, his whole body emitting a red beam of light, a very powerful yellow beam of light. Director. To stared in horror at the scene before him, as the two sources of power clashed, creating a massive explosion with Wei Hap's demon in the middle, his body seeming to be covered by an extra layer of armor. Wei Hap stood up, his smile even more sinister, hand resting on his large sword. The system panel appears in front of Chunyi, displaying Nui Hop's Tio Tin Talent Berserk level S. The battle extends the duration of Nui Hop's 4-element attribute, and all injuries will be reduced by 80%. But after the battle ends, these injuries will double and return to Nui Hop's body. Nui Hop ran quickly in front of Chunyi. He thought to himself that he was moving so fast it seemed he wanted to win quickly by catching him off guard. Nui Hop's Battle Frenzy talent lasts for a maximum of 2 minutes when activated, so the best strategy is to extend it until the frenzy time ends. But even with 80% damage reduction, he can still be defeated if Chunyi swings his sword at him. He then blocks each attack. Two weapons clash, producing a loud bang. While attacking Chunyi, Nui Hop secretly thought that fighting a holy knight with many healing and recovery skills for a long battle was a very foolish strategy, so at the very beginning he chose to activate his fierce and berserk talents to instantly push his strength to the limit. A huge explosion occurs and the crowd below talks excitedly. Someone in the crowd exclaims in shock, "How could he choose to engage head-on? Nihip is in top condition, the best choice now is to buy time." Nithan's move shows he is extremely confident in his strength. "I believe in Nithan." Nihop quickly strikes towards Chunyi, but the whole body leans back to dodge. Chunyi raises his hand, and a beam of yellow light shines out, saying, "You talk too soon about victory." A large seal appears in front of him, and behind him a giant yellow arrow emerges. Wei, he is enveloped in a red light, his face fierce, shouting, "Come on!" A huge explosion occurs. Wei, he laughs triumphantly, "Haha, your quick victory is useless." Chunyi calmly raises his hand and casts a spell, saying, "It's a bit early to be smiling now." Guangzi takes action. Under the swiftly falling and ferocious lightning strikes attacking Weiqi, he was protected by a barrier. Weiqi frowned, thinking that it truly lived up to the reputation as the most powerful offensive tactic. Nui Hop, sword in hand, struggled to block the lightning bolts, feeling some pain despite reducing 80% of the damage. If not for his berserk mode, one hit might have been enough to end him. Wei, he looked up at the fading lightning bolts, and thought, but each time Guangji punishment summoned a lightning bolt, it took at least a second to heal. Wei, he stomped his foot on the ground, thinking that if he could exploit the gap to finish healing, quickly defeat Chunyi, and rush at Wei, he would be struck by lightning. Wei, he was shocked, his face panicked with disbelief, thinking how could it be? How could Kwang Chi Trung Tri's lightning attack be so fast? I clearly studied all the skills he used in the match. Could it be that his Kwang Chi Trung Tri is already at level 20, causing the lightning to strike Nihop? A powerful attack, a small orb bursting out with an excited and ferocious voice shattering so violently. I must emphasize you're currently watching the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament Finals. The crowd shielding their eyes exclaim that the ring is cursed as a girl screams and covers her face while Wang Hian smirks. Nui Hop painfully shouted, "Why do I and him seem so close but feel so distant, like just 10 meters apart? Yet Chunyi appears enormous before me, and tiny at the same time. Just one finger from Chunyi could crush me like a staircase. Impossible to cross or break through." Nui Hop shouted, "I don't believe it. Place your hand as if there is a moving red light." Nui Hop clenched his teeth, his eyes rolled back as he shouted a secret technique. The heavenly shadow sabers erupted into a powerful explosion with billowing dust. The explosion billowed dust and smoke everywhere, but Chunyi stood firm and unperturbed, a streak of red flashing across his face. Chunyi glances at his wound, the red sword plunges into the ground and cracks appear. Countless swords fall before him. Chunyi looked at the scene before him, secretly thinking that his body had turned into divine energy, and the ancestral legend of the Wei family reaching enlightenment during a battle in the demon world, blending souls and demonic powers, then refining countless uncountable swords and sabers that could kill a demon beast in a city in an instant. Countless swords and sabers lined up before him, in a gloomy red, still not reaching the level of the Wei ancestors, but the shape of this divine energy body still widened his horizons. Chunyi smiled and said, "Finally, I don't have to play with you anymore." Suddenly the swords and knives moved and fell at incredible speed, thousands of blades dropping. Chunyi raised his hand, performed a gentle spell, and moved his finger, saying, "If I use the previous technique, the audience will be very disappointed, so this time I will showcase a fusion skill I created myself." Everyone saw a gust of cold air blow in as Wanli Chunyi, surrounded by a gigantic blue whirlpool, extended his hand forward to control the power. Fly camera is buzzing around, and the voices of spectators and classmates can be heard. "Your classmate Chunig's skill has covered the entire arena, and now we can't see what's happening on the stage." The crowd shouted in excitement, "What's happening?" Someone yelled in anger, "What big move is this now? Why is there an ice-type magic?" The elder stood up in excitement, and Chu Hang shouted in shock, "Elder." The elder's face was shocked and panicked, as he pointed ahead and shouted, "Chu Hang, have you seen it yet? Such weak ice element power." Chung Yi extended his hand and cast a spell. Thousands of swords gradually froze, shimmering with golden threads. Chun Yi clenched his fist, his sharp eyes with golden sparks piercing through the ice, which immediately shattered into pieces. Then he grabbed the pendant on his other wrist, surrounded by golden threads. Shards of ice flew everywhere his way. He was knocked back, falling hard to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The ice gradually melts away. The announcer's voice echoes and contestant Nui Hop loses consciousness. Chung Yi won this battle. Everyone cheer and shout victory. Chung Yi is number 1. The master is too strong. The announcer's voice echoes. Congratulations to Chung Yi. Thank you, player Wei He. They brought an outstanding and spectacular solo showdown for the audience. This is definitely the most spectacular match in the past 10 years of friendly competitions. Let's all cheer for the top genius of this generation. Chung Yi raises his hand and smiles as fireworks explode across the sky. The flycam voice announces that the singles match is coming to an end. Next will be the team match and the survival game. Let's wait and see. Ngomong happily said, even young, able to utilize the secret techniques of the Nui family and harmonize with others. If this was in a competition a few years ago, there would be no doubt that they would be the number 1 in strength. Unfortunately, Chun Yi standing beside Kwang, so Nian stroking his tail and smiling happily implied that based on his current state, defeating Nui Hop would likely require him to unleash the angelic Saint Domain. This time only a single light beam was used to punish and fuse the skills of a single ice element, impressive for someone so young. Ngomong patted Chung Yi on the shoulder and praised him. Well done. This time, Artahang University also won the individual match championship. Song Halan spoke up. That's right. Although our team has won the team competitions for 4 consecutive years, we haven't managed to win the individual championship even once in these 4 years. Brother Ingyi really made us proud. Wang Jitong happily and confidently said, the next day's team match will be against Mu University, but Wei, he is currently injured. Meido University doesn't pose any threat to us. The top spot in the team competition is already secured. Tong Ha Lan exclaimed in surprise, remember to be modest and don't be too proud. Kwang, so Nian hugged Lin Hai with a bright smile and said, Chung Yi just now, Xiao Hai made a mistake, you can definitely disguise yourself as a great mage. Lin Hai blushed, shyly pulling her hat down to cover her face and said, classmate Chu, I was just joking when I called you Chung Yi. Tonight let's relax and enjoy with everyone. The lively scene of a nighttime street where the eternal game and reality merge perhaps over the span of 300 years, with the emergence of monsters, demons, chefs, and arrangers whose professions enhance a myriad of delicious dishes throughout Lam Tin. In the most prosperous administrative district of Qing City, the Eastern City has a famous food street where anything from the sky or the ground can become a delicacy. Grilled dragon meat. Grilled dragon meat from 2 zero-year-old young dragons, fresh meat that melts in your mouth. Blood of the Ice Wolf King. Lang Vuong Huyet Dong nourishes the yin and warms the yang, enhancing beauty. Deep-sea alien fish balls. Choosing the fish and meat from the deep-sea king's treasures is crispy and chewy with an irresistible flavor. Tong Ha Lan walks with Lin Hai, and Vuong Thiet Tam says that looks really delicious. Lin Hai smiles while holding a candied hawthorn stick. Huang So Nian and Chu Yi walk ahead, chatting happily. A Luong watched from afar as Huang So Nian called someone a top tier, then threw 2 skewers of meat to the guy behind him fixing his hat and said 100 points. 100 points. The guy, startled, said, "What are you doing?" A Luong then said, "If you keep chasing after such an amazing woman, you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you let her go." That guy was surprised. "Someone already has a boyfriend, so what if I have a boyfriend? A Luong, am I coming? Out here just to be lucky?" Chunyi turned his face back with a cold expression and sharp bloodshot eyes. A Luong suddenly felt afraid. That guy sneered and asked sarcastically, "Gave up, that's not like you at all." A Luong stammered as she pointed at Chunyi, saying 4 or 5 gods at once. "Heavenly food famous for its reputation. We've only been walking around for an hour and we haven't even seen half of it. The 2 of you pick a seat here and save a spot for us, we'll go buy some snacks." Vuong Thiet Tam rubbed his head and said, "I want to rest too." Tong halan dung fia sao de cho noi ngi ngoi dao nya chao de cho doi ting nyan ngoi ta oyen mo chut chao lambong den hai sao ling hi dung fia. Sao quai mat lai nin dak sak chua tiam ruo olien 56. The landlady happily introduces the Oliu wine, which can quickly increase agility. Each bottle is 800 milliliters, suitable for drinking yourself or gifting others. Kwang So Nian, hearing this, points at the bottle and says, "We want one." The owner brought out a bottle of wine and 2 small glasses, saying kindly, "Your oolong wine costs 2,000,000 yuan. Please proceed with the payment." The phone immediately rang, confirming the transfer of 2,000,000. Kwang So Nian, holding her glass, looked at Chunyi and said, "Congratulations, Chunyi, on winning first place in the singles tournament." Both of them clinked glasses, and Chunyi said happily. Kwang So Nian downed her glass in one gulp. After finishing her drink, Kwang So Nian looked suspiciously and said, "Hey, this wine doesn't seem to have a high alcohol content." 10 minutes later, drunk and blushing, she vaguely asked Chunyi, "Why are there 2 Chunyis? Did you get drunk so quickly just from that?" Kwang So Nian cheerfully looked at Chunyi, then 2 Chunyis, then 3 Chunyis. Chunyi sighed and said, "It's a level 19 fake profession, so ordinary drinks like alcohol can't make me drunk, but this oolong wine is brewed with a D-grade oolong treasure, so although the alcohol content isn't high, it's very easy to get someone drunk." He then stood up and said, "Time is running out, Xiao Tong, and the others haven't returned yet, let's go find them." Chuang Yen reached out tenderly and said, "Chunyi, I won't go anywhere." Before she finished, a voice rang out, handsome. "My drink is finished, could you buy me a glass?" Chunyi pointed behind the table and said, "There is half a bottle of rose costing 1,000,000 yuan, and the girl laughs loudly. "You're such a charming, handsome man. I really like you, how about we find a quiet place to continue talking?" Kwang So Nian looked embarrassed and confused, her long hair partly covering her eyes, her lips slightly parted. She pushed her away in anger and shouted that she got too close. She whispered in Kwang So Nian's ear, "The beautiful girl, you're doing the wrong thing. I think you and this older brother of mine are not lovers, so how can you block his good fortune with women?" She thought to herself that Chunyi, the strongest newcomer of the year, and Huang So Nian, his friend. Too many people believe Huang So Nian is Chunyi's girlfriend. But I know these 2 are not lovers. With their captivating eyes, one is a naive boy, and the other a girl new to love. They want to tear down the paper window, and they need some time. This really is the perfect opportunity for me to step in. If I can make Chunyi kneel under my skirt, all the resources he can gain will become mine. She moved closer to him and called him big brother. "Are you right, Kwang?" So Nian blushed and stammered in anger. Chunyi then took her hand, and Kwang So Nian looked at the hand in surprise. Chunyi said with a calm face, "I don't mind little Nian blocking my romance luck." He held Kwang So Nian's hand and left, leaving behind a final remark, "And I think she's quite ordinary, not really any kind of flirt." She was gaping normally. Chunyi held Kwang So Nian's hand as they walked through the crowd, and Kwang So Nian halted. Brother Chunyi turned to look at her. Kwang So Nian looked up, blushing, and said, "I like you." Chunyi was surprised. Chunyi called out to Xiao Nian in surprise. Kwang So Nian, blushing, says, "I know I shouldn't have said that before the match, but I don't like seeing so many girls around you. I feel like there's another version of myself behind you, destroying them all." Huang So Nian rushed into his arms and said, "Can I be your girlfriend? And before falling asleep, can I hear you say you like me?" Vuong Thiet Tam, holding a bowsy that he hasn't bitten into, felt itchy all over. Tong Halan Wang Zhe Tam and Lin Haite hold their steamed buns, eyes wide with surprise as they gaze at the scene before them. The sky is blue and the clouds are white. The alarm clock rings. Kwang So-nien vaguely remembers that she liked him last night and immediately sits up. Her face flushes as she peeks out. Mao Meng saw her and called out to Xiao Nian, "You're a bit late waking up today. Let's have breakfast." Vuong Thiet Tam waved to Lin Hai. Tong Halan and Chu Ni looked in her direction. Chu Ni quickly turned away and ate ravenously. Tang Halan and Lin Hai narrowed their eyes at him. Kwang So. Nian pulls out her chair, doubtfully wondering if she was just dreaming. Was it really only a dream? Kwang So Nian blushed, bewildered, and reached for the food. Chu Ni remained calm, but nothing happened. Lin Hai and Tong Halan leaned closer to look at her. Last night, Chu Ni held her in his arms and told the three of them, "Please pretend you didn't see what just happened." Tong Halan, confused, asked why neither of them liked each other, and Chu Ni whispered to Kwang So Nian, who was sleeping peacefully, that Tin Shuyan's Kwang family is an ancient clan that existed before the arrival of the Eternal Game. The Eternal Night Game from a few hundred years ago became a top-tier or second-tier family power in China. Now I have some reputation and am a direct disciple of Master Wang Hui. It doesn't look too bad. Chu Ni looked up at the sky and said, "But achievements like that are not enough in front of the Kwang family. I don't want little Ni to feel embarrassed. Once I have absolute strength, even powerful factions or families will be nothing but dust. It's only a matter of time." Tong Halao quietly says, "Brother Ni, the pure Janshin, I will always support you from now on. I am your #1 fan, and Nian Chu Ni will be sweating for us." Ngo Meng puts down his chopsticks and says, "There are a total of 10 universities and colleges participating in the National Freshman League Final for the university and college team competition. Each university and college needs to compete against the other 9 schools, totaling 45 matches. Based on the order of wins and rankings in the top 3 today, is our 9th team competition. As long as we win this match, the team champion will be ours. I hope everyone can stay humble and defeat Mo University." Everyone shouted in unison that they understood. No Meng happily raised his hand high. She looked at Tong Chao and said, "Tong Chao, as a substitute team member, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Tong Feng, standing nearby, said that Tong Chao's summoner skills would greatly support the team. Everyone on the field must prioritize protecting her. Director 2 as team leader can motivate everyone through words, but it's not really necessary. Wei, he is seriously injured and still unconscious, and our team's strength has fallen greatly, especially with Chu Ni here. We can't win first place. Director To thought to himself, "I never expected there to be such a versatile freshman. If we compare the strength of all our team members as one, Chu Ni is maybe 2 or 3. He's so strong it's unbelievable, just like a monster." No, he's a monster, someone who can almost wipe out all the top universities and colleges. Director De clenched Vu's hand and said, "But I still have to say that even if we lose today, we cannot lose the honor of Mado University. To let other universities look down on us, I need everyone to give their all. Can we do it, guys? Let's go." Leading is Dean 2, with 5 Mado students behind him radiating power. Tan Kyo pondered and said, "Even with deception here, the outcome would still be a failure. Could Mado University really end up in 3rd place again? But 7 years ago, the captain was seriously injured and still couldn't compete. Based on the coordination and the overwhelming strength of the team members who defeated their opponents, it's a coincidence that it was also Mado University and Tuhang University that year." Tun Q touched her face, thinking that if she could do that, she might be able to turn Mado University around from the brink and recreate the miracle of 7 years ago. The flycam hovers overhead as the voice announces that the eagerly awaited team match between Mado University and Tuhang University is about to begin, and before it starts, I will declare the prizes for the top 3 teams in the Ha-VM Professional Alliance competition. First, all the competitors from the 3rd-ranked college team, including substitutes, will receive a ready-made set of 3-star gold-level equipment based on their level. The second-place team in the event will each earn a ready-made set of 4-star gold-level equipment. The top team of the organized competition will each receive a Level 2 silver-grade equipment set. The people below cheered in amazement, exclaiming with awe they truly admired it. The rewards for this year's exchange tournament are not only doubled compared to last year. Really rich, and no sense of humanity. I will take a risk with rich people like you. Chung-gi, leaning on his chin, pondered the value. The legendary weapons of the individual tournament champion are even higher level than the sushi gear, but do not match the rewards of the team tournament champion. With the same set of 7 items, upper-lower belt, boots, weapon, necklace, ring, and each university's team plus substitute players totaling 10 people. A total of 70 pieces of Shu-Thi gear, plus their value is enough to forge 2 legendary weapons. Wang Zhaitang happily smiled, hands clasped in front of him confidently. "Haha, this is really our lucky day. The elite-level equipment will soon be ours," the announcer's voice echoed as the rewards were announced. Please welcome the representative team of Tuhang University. The representative team of Mado University. Both sides advance the crowd below cheers for Tuhang University. Chuni Chuni Chuni. University of Demon Art stay strong. The players from both sides are in position. Chuni's team looks confident. 321 begin. Ton Q's group has cold expressions and the atmosphere is tense. Chuni's group rushes forward with Chuni happily holding a royal steel hammer. Tun Chao closed her eyes, raised her hand to cast a spell as a sphere of light gathered before her. She then raised both hands in front of her, reciting a spell to summon the spirit of the little dragon. Rias, the spirit swarm of Jack, John, the giant polymorph snake, Hadida, the hell-guarding monster, Cebius, and the spirit king Kamala 5. Powerful spirits appearing around her with overwhelming might. The cluster of spirits roared and charged at Chuni. King Spirit Kamala moved closer and launched a powerful attack with a burst of yellow energy from its body. Linhai raises her staff to counter the attack, then immediately strikes back. A swarm of wasps rushes forward and Tong Halan pin his two fingers together casting a spell as the talismans fly out. The talismans stuck to the back of the swarm of bees. Tong Halan raised her hand and they all exploded like fireworks. Vuong Thiet Tam here was still fighting with Hita. Kwang, so Nian spins her weapon and charges forward striking multiple times into So Ben. Chuni sidesteps the incoming storm of attacks, with sharp eyes secretly thinking not bad. Actual combat really is the fastest way to improve, and the coordination has improved by at least 30% compared to before. Tuang Fuang and the blonde girl gape in amazement, while Tun Q remains calm and continues casting her spell. Chung Yi knocked everyone in front of him away with a few moves and then punched hard towards Tun Q, but she remained calm with her eyes closed, continuing to cast her spell. Tun Q closed her eyes tightly, then suddenly opened them wide with a sharp glow. A giant hand appeared to block the hammer. Chun Yi frowned anxiously as the giant hand held up the hammer. Tun Kyo frowns and struggles to resist. Lung Vien Vien Tu, with its bloody red eyes, blocks the attack with its hand, then punches hard, forcing Chung Yi to grit his teeth and fight back as the ground beneath him cracks and shatters. Lang Vien Vien Tu roars as a green circle surrounds him, releasing throwing darts. Ton Q is stunned. Ton Kyo grits his teeth and summons Hadida, while Lang Vien Vien Tu with red eyes grips Hadida's neck, tightly squeezing hard as black blood splatters everywhere. Lang Vien Vien Tu tore off Hari's head and looked at Ton Q, saying, "There's no need for tricks like this, why did you summon me?" Ton Q covered his face in fear and said fight. Ton Q nervously points at Chung Yi and says to defeat him. The monster Longfire Yuan Xiao is a level 24 mythic talent node. Lang Vien Vien Tu is a legendary innate fire-controlling demon beast, extremely rare in number. Encountering it, you might wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. This is Lang Vien Vien Tu growling at Chun Yi, who seriously considers it a legendary summon. Lang Vien Vien Tu looks at Ton Q and tells him to prepare for death. Ton Q nervously waved his hand, saying, "Wait, I'm not like that," as rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Ton Q covering his face with his hand meant this. Lang Vien Vien Tu shot up and asked Vuong Thiet Tam in surprise, "Why is it a summoning object of legendary level?" Linhai wields her staff casting the spell Trung Thui Thuan surrounded by a sea of blue light. Lang Vien Vien Tu smartly dodges. Tong Halan flicked her hand and muttered spells loudly. The celestial earth is the foundation, the earth's energy is the origin. The four directions, earth spirits, obey my command, as a rock rose up secretly, thinking that the water shield is an A+ defensive skill, already boosted to level 8 by Xiao Hai. In the previous one-on-one match, they had to withstand a series of attacks from the assassin contestant from Thonkin University, but now even Ling Wenyuan's single strike couldn't be stopped. Ling Wenyuan shattered the rock with a punch. Vuong Thiet Tam rushed ahead of Tong Halan, casting a spell that created a wall of red-tinged defensive barrier. Ling Vian Yuan Xiao leapt up, cupping both hands together, and slapped fiercely against the shield. Tong Halan turned back and said, "Luckily, Ingyi's enhancement made the skill's effect more than twice as strong. Otherwise, Lang Vien Vien Tu would have broken through my defense already. The legendary monsters are too strong. Second brother, what should we do now?" Chung Yi raised his hand high, and a sacred light shield appeared with a symbol. Long Viren Tu fiercely slashed at Chung Yi with his claws. Chung Yi looked at everyone and said, "Leave the match to me. You all go out of the arena." Tong Halan Lin, Hai and Vuong Thiet Tam all said what together. Vuong Thiet Tam, what are you joking about, second brother? These aren't students from Demon City University. They are legendary grade magical beasts. You can't tell how serious I am just by looking at me. I have a way to deal with the Shich Vien Vien Hao, but once we fight, I won't be able to care about everyone else. Kwang. So Nian looked at him with worry in her eyes. Brother Chung Yi, don't worry about it, Lin. Hai told him, even though my abilities are small, I hope I can contribute a little. Tong Halan widened her eyes and said, En Yi, we are a team. Lang Vien Vien Tio punched hard. Chunyi explained that fighting the legendary monster thief could be deadly if not careful, even though the priest would save everyone. After saving, there is a 30% loss, and we will also enter a 3-month period of weakness, during which real combat training is impossible. Have you guys ever calculated these losses before? Chunyi gently stroked Kwang, So Nian's head and said, I know you're afraid I can't handle it alone, but it's actually your presence that distracts me. Moreover, the gentle look in Chunyi's eyes toward Kwang So Nian was just for a level legendary beast. The crowd under the arena was shocked, as a girl declared an earth-shattering comeback, likely reenacting a scene from 7 years ago. Summon Master Tan Q, the replacement contestant from Meido University, summoned a legendary-level beast to encourage Chunyi to succeed in turning the situation around. Which house will ultimately win the team tournament? Red-haired person sneers maliciously. A legendary-level monster is incredible. Chunyi is definitely doomed. The talent level of a beast's equipment is also divided into copper, silver, gold, platinum, and legendary levels. The levels are equivalent. Talent quality varies, and so does strength. For example, the charge skill, used by a copper-level monster, may only have an effect at the human level E or below, but in the hands of a legendary-level monster, its power is at least A grade, possibly S grade. Even more frightening, legendary monsters also possess various resistances, extremely resilient and hard to kill. Gop Lin Wang in the Deep Abyss dungeon of Tahang University is only at the mythic level. During the team competition at the exchange event, a mythic-level monster appeared. I really can't believe it. Chunyi's invincible legend is about to end. A shocked encouragement said, What is going on? Why did they give up the right Tong Halalin Hai and Vuong? Thiet Tom both had a circle of mark under their feet, and when they gave up the right in the arena, they couldn't take damage. Chunyi turned to look at Kwang So Ni behind him, and she immediately understood. Kwang So Nian then said, I give up too. Rectangular fragments appeared around Kwang So Nian. Chunyi still stood there supporting Kwang So Nian to stop and looked back at him saying, Go on Chunyi. Long Vien punches the shield hard. Chunyi leaps to dodge, then roars as a red glow surrounds both of his hands. The ground begins to crack and shatter, stones flying everywhere, smoke billowing, 2 drops of blood falling down. Lingvong Vientu sadly looks at his severed tail and says, I am wounded. Chunyi, now in beast form and holding a giant hammer, stands above emitting a golden glow and says, If she's already left the arena, then I have nothing to worry about now. Next, let me see how powerful your legendary grade demon beast really is. Zhang Wu said in shock, Am I still dreaming? Then Tan Q said Chunyi was able to injure a legendary grade magical beast with a single strike. Human, I have sensed the high-level blood aura on your body. In my memories, my mother once warned me that a few noble bloodline races must never be insulted. Now I hold this person in my arms and feel the high-tier bloodline aura for the first time. If he weren't too weak, I would have run away immediately, even if it meant risking being countered by the forbidden summoning magic. Luckily, he's just a lucky human who managed to inherit the noble bloodline. Long Vientiao clenched his fist as an energy ring surrounded him and said, I have touched a human's nature. Next, I will unleash all my strength. It rises up blue energy, appearing in its hand, red eyes, 2 fingers joined together in a weapon with one spiked end connected by a chain forming a circle in the palm. Long Vientu grasps the ring-shaped weapon as Chunyi calmly says, Come here. Chunyi lifts his hand to summon holy light, sending out a golden chain. Lingving Yuan Tian raises his hand to cast a spell, throwing his weapon to collide with the chain. Chunyi immediately cast a bright spell. A powerful green energy appeared. Lingvian Yuanxiao was knocked back. She grabbed her weapon and stabbed the ground, stretching a line beneath her, her red eyes gazing upward. Chunyi looked at it in surprise with no sign of injury. Old Chu hurriedly shouted, Stop the fight, we cannot let our family's hope be lost here. Chu Hang quickly turned around and ran, saying, I will go find Ngo Mong now. Old Chu turned back and shouted, risking offending Tu Hang University, We must stop the match and protect Chunyi. Dean Trin worriedly said, Master Ngo, give up. If Chunyi dies because of this, our China will lose a great general. Others say that's right. Chunyi will definitely grow into a ruler of a region. If dying for the match delays the momentum, it just confuses everything. Chu Hang hurriedly ran in and said, Teacher, no, please give up. My Chu family is willing to compensate to Hang University 100 times over and absolutely cannot let this trivial distraction delay Chunyi. Master Ngo quickly declared so. Ngo Mong twitched his ear and asked, Do you all think I'm what? Ngo Mong recalled the past principle. What is Chunyi's true strength? The president of Tuhang University, with his hands behind his back, said, Rest assured, as long as it's not a legendary level 2, 6 or above demonic beast, Chunyi can handle it. Ngo Mong looked at the screen and thought that beyond level 20, whether human or demon beast, the gap in strength between levels is extremely large. Under similar talent conditions, a level 26 demon beast is equivalent to a level 24 demon beast, just at level 24, and still 2 levels away from level 26. He basically said that Chuni could never win. Chu Hong quickly asked, "Are you not afraid of Chuni?" Long Viem Vientier raised his weapon high, his eyes blazing red as he struck down Chunyi with a spell of divine lightning. Chunyi added another attack, divine light punishment. It roared in pain, blocking with a strike, then shouted at the human, "Come on and see what you've got, come here." Chunyi silently thought from above that the radiant punishment is now an A-level skill of level 14, reinforced with the divine light elemental protection of the angel with S+ talent. After transforming into the body of the two-Duai angel, his power doubles and the force of the radiant punishment he summons can easily kill low-level enemies in the Abyssal Depths dungeon, but the blast on his body just causes temporary harm after which he immediately recovers as if nothing happened. Chungi Nien Lang Viem Vien Tio Hong He Hung Thungi Den Hanang Hoi Fuk Dang So Chuano. It launched itself forward and appeared right in front of Chungi. Golden energy flashes past its eyes with chains wrapping around it. It angrily raises its head and roars loudly, calling the joke that annoys others. Chungi thought to himself, "I've also fought against legendary-level demons and defeated them, but the opponent is still severely hindered by light attributes and can't fully utilize their legendary potential. I need to do some research, so next time I face a legendary opponent, I have a chance to win." Long Viem Vientu's attack speed has already increased, showing that his resistance to light element magic attacks is getting stronger and stronger, and his adaptation ability is truly formidable. No wonder in the Dark Ages humans sacrificed so many monsters are truly much stronger than us with relentless attacks. Chungi raised both hands to recite the blessings from the gods, granting protection blessings to the enlightened and courage. Zhongyi silently thought that boosting the opening skill was something to do before the angel's body transformed, and after using the angel's body then applying the new enhancement skill would be the true peak state. Lang Viem Vientu jumps high the moist ground and flying rocks everywhere. Lai Ham exclaims in surprise, Chung-hee is actually stronger than the person next to him. Luckily, he didn't directly attack Tu-Q, otherwise if the summoned lion dies, the summoned object would disappear. So according to that, does Tong Fuang forget about this? The lion roars, and Tong Fuang immediately shouts not to let their guard down and to protect little Q Li Ham well. All three of them are so carefree. At this moment, Chunyi appears with his body covered in golden energy, wielding divine lightning in his hands. And Ninggo Kong also seemed to unleash his power with flames raging around him as his armor shone brightly. Then he fused two weapons into one, instantly transforming into a towering Ruyi Jingu Bang. At the same time, a hand dozens of times larger than him reached down. Everything shattered under the power of both of them. Then the hand hitting the ground was propelled with immense force, leaving a deep scar before exploding. Everything around was shattered, and everyone rushed chaotically to escape in fear. At this moment, the third-tier mage of the Ha Yen Alliance stepped forward, opening her book to cast a spell. Then the droplets of water gathered in a circle as she shouted water barrier, forming a swirling ring that eventually became a shield to protect against the raging fire. Seeing that the black-haired, bun-haired person sighed in relief. Phew, she was saved. The pink-haired girl cheered and clapped happily, confirming that the third-stage mage of the Haviem League can now rest assured. And the guy next to me in a t-shirt also said, "You scared me to death. I was just wondering if dying in the pastor's gym would help us come back to life or not." At this moment, with the serious expression of the three transmutation mage of the lower Flame League, she was contemplating while turning pages with her hand. Anticipating a fierce battle to come, the lower Flame League prepared their shield to level 7 before the opening match. A level 7 shield is enough to block the full-blown attack of a high-level second transition mage, but then she paused, gripping her spellbook and lost in her thoughts. A technique by Chung-yi that unleashes a comprehensive assault, shattering everything, something that has never happened in 100 years. It seems that Zhongxia country has produced another top genius. The pride of Zhongxia, the pride of humanity. At this moment a foot stopped, and the four of them stood still with frightened expressions as they saw fierce lightning. Moments later, Lam Vien VM2 appeared, his face fierce and full of killing intent. It grits its teeth and breathes fire deep in thought. Damn it, relying only on the power of the light and ice elements. Swimming in their own blood, continuously destroying their own healing power. Damn humans, damn holy light. Then it angrily slammed both hands down on the ground, causing the earth to crack open, and shouted, "Can the great evil child really be killed here?" Chung-yi immediately punched a powerful punch to its face. His body was smaller than Lam Vien Viemtu's, but his punch was so strong that it made it fall backward. Then it screamed. In the very next second, he charged at it with his foot and shouted death. Chung-yi delivered a powerful kick, causing it to lose balance and fall backward. Just then, a blinding golden light rained down shards of broken earth scattered in the air, and suddenly a fierce screaming bird and lion appeared, followed by a voice that made Xiang Fang and Tan Qiu panic and sweat. "Surrender or continue." Then Tan Qiu closed her eyes, withdrew her magic, and slowly answered, "We do." Her voice echoed through the stands, surrendering. At this moment, Dean, To breathed a sigh of relief, and Elder Chu was smiling contentedly. Moments later, the observation camera broadcasted an encouraging voice, saying, "The winner of this tournament is Tobang University. Let's congratulate Tobang University on becoming the champion. Let's cheer for Chunyi." Without his turnaround, we wouldn't have seen such an extraordinary battle. Everyone was cheering and shouting with joy. "Chunyi then." He continued, "I am announcing the final ranking of this team competition. After all, 45 matches between universities and colleges have concluded. First place in September, lost all Tohang University. Second place, 8 wins and 1 loss, Mado University takes third. With 2 wins and 2 losses, Beijing University's fans cheered excitedly. Tohang University, Chunyi Than. Suddenly, a brown-haired person commented, "Hard to imagine that Chunyi is only 18 years old and already so powerful in combat. Surely in the future of Jiangxia Nation's top professions, his name will be Chunyi." Then he reverted to his old form, exhausted and covered in sweat from the recent match. Suddenly, a white-haired voice exclaimed, "Chunyi is Kwang So-nyen." She runs over to ask him how he's feeling. How does it feel now with the angelic body? The orange-haired person immediately rushes to get the cameraman to film this scene. "Hurry up, point the camera at the couple. My viewership depends on them." The live stream shows 500,000 viewers. He gently pats her head and softly says, "Sorry for making you worry. Although I am still a bit weak, his actions due to his level advancement have excited the viewers to comment. They really are a couple. I definitely can't be mistaken. Please stop sharing sweet moments. I'm driven to the brink of heartache. Ni then belongs to everyone. Others are just expressing admiration. The fairy is so beautiful." Suddenly, a hand gently covers the screen and clears their throat. Then a series of comments appeared one after another. "Who is still blocking the screen? Just happened to see the highlights. Can the streamer pull it off or not? Streamer, deal with this person. I will give you a big missile. That's no Mong." His hand clenched the switch so hard that the camera shattered, but his smile remained bright. He said that after the fight, live streaming would not be allowed. "Don't you understand this rule or what? Let me teach you." Immediately, their faces paled and went pale. Then the man turned to Chunyi and said, "Go back to the villa first. I will explain the last event of the survival match to everyone. The survival game." A moment later, a voice echoed from the villa. "The survival game is the final event of the team competition, where all the contestants from the 10 universities and colleges will enter a free dungeon to search." Ngomang stood with his hands behind his back and said seriously to everyone, "The survival matches instance is an open-style real instance, unlike the half-match team clone instance in the 4th round. So during the survival match, you'll encounter many unexpected situations. Even someone with very strong abilities can have bad luck and get eliminated right at the start." He simulates someone gaining 100 points after defeating many monsters. The rules of the match are simple. Killing monsters not at the same level will earn points, with the loser of the flag race losing 500 points and the opponent gaining 500. He continued, "Part of another school's contestants will earn half of the opponent's accumulated points. By the end of the day, the school with the most points will win." Next, he talked about the map in the secret realm. The area of the instance dungeon is extremely large. Each day, contestants can only search in a specific area, and as the match progresses, the search area will gradually shrink. Everyone must enter the search area within the time limit, or they will be automatically eliminated. Also remember that the entry point for the secret realm instance is random, and if you encounter the void zone at the border, you must leave immediately. At this moment, Ngomang's eyes flickered with sadness before he spoke. The void region stretches infinitely with countless scars of space capable of killing a triple transmission professional in an instant. Immediately after, everyone responded in unison, "I understand." A moment later, on a night, a pair of legs slowly approached. The person walking was Director 2. "Director, you finally arrived." He just approached the table and asked, "Aside from all the team leaders from Tuhang University gathering together, what are they planning to do?" Director Trin calmly replied, "Director 2, if nothing unforeseen happens, the top spot in the survival competition will also go to Tuhang University." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Do you accept or not?" And the scene shifts elsewhere. At this moment, a girl with green hair is casting magic, a camera above is live streaming, and the MC's voice is heard. "Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the National College and University Freshman Jalyo Tournament, the survival game, is about to begin, so this round will last 7 days and nights. Therefore, we will not set up a spectator venue but stream it non-stop on the app. Please allow me to introduce the hidden dungeon instance for this survival game." Then a very solid-looking stone object covered in smoke gradually appears, and an encouraging voice rises. It is not an ordinary boss. According to reliable sources, this is a battlefield relic of the beast tribe called Immediately. As the gate gradually appears, I will continue. When the wild beasts see the gate, all players are filled with excitement and joy, and a voice echoes, This Beast Clan battle took place at an uncertain time, but we can be sure it was full of the unknown and danger. In the wilderness, fierce demonic beasts with high-level power hide in the shadows with sharp claws and fangs, always ready to challenge anyone brave enough to enter. He continued every inch of land, and every piece of rock could hide forgotten divine weapons, or bury treasures and geniuses. Only those with enough intelligence and courage can uncover its secrets. Someone overheard this and happily asked divine weapons, treasures, and geniuses, "If I get them, does that mean I will succeed?" The black-haired guy heard him, and quickly frowned, thinking to himself, what kind of naive school would do that obvious a thing? This dungeon could have been completely searched by the military long ago, so there's no way any treasures could still be left behind. At this moment, the door slowly opens, and the announcer speaks. "Contestants, take your weapons, hold your trust, and face the challenge bravely. We will wait for your legend to unfold." The black-haired person, upon seeing Chuni, suddenly felt worried and thoughtful, hoping not to encounter him too early inside the dungeon. Just seeing the shoulders of the person in the t-shirt was enough to exude an aura of majesty, while at the same time another figure appeared, only revealing a long cloak that draped down to the ankles, giving a sense of luxury and strength. That was Chu-Ni and Nihop, standing with their backs turned to each other. At this moment, Chu-Ni was deep in thought. Even if their bodies touched, teleportation wasn't possible between them, so finding them would likely take some time. Lost in his mind, he immediately turned around at the sound of Wei He Leon walking away. He immediately used his power to boost his speed. In an instant, Tian Lixing could no longer see him. He casually said, "You idiot, your current points are 0, so how could I possibly attack you?" Then he created a hammer with a fierce expression on his face and said, "Rabbit, of course you have to fatten it up before killing it." At this moment, somewhere else in the forest, Halan was emitting a green light. She is silently focusing with her eyes closed when suddenly a red figure moves on the tree. She maintained her stance, and then estimated the position of the other person. North direction about 1,000 meters away. South cannot be determined. At this moment, Halan opens one eye, pulls back the bow to aim, and thinks to herself if it's Chungi. Then the arrow shoots out. The other person immediately guessed it was a spirit arrow heading their way and quickly dodged. Then he spoke, "Halan is my person." His sharp eyes locked straight ahead, and immediately the arrow stopped. At this moment, Halan said, "Lucky, you spoke up in time." "Right, why did you run so suddenly?" Hearing her say that, he lightly nudged her face with his hand and hesitantly replied, "So, you met someone from Tahang University." Then he quietly thought, "I can't say I'm nervous," and just used the camouflage skill directly. Then both of them moved together. She said as she walked, "I don't have it. My plant empathy skill only works within 10 miles, especially in areas with dense vegetation. You are the only one who entered my search area." He understood and replied, "Oh, based on that promise, we will set out together. It seems like a good idea." In another place, the black-haired man was watching the fight on his tablet, puzzled and confused, muttering strangely, "A university in Du City and a university in Thon Kin City. Why would they choose to cooperate?" Hearing that the man, with glasses lying on the bed, was reading a book, and slowly replied, "The levels of different players are not far apart, so everyone is cautious and hesitant, and no one attacks. Moreover, the secret dungeon instances are full of danger, and forming alliances early on is the smart move. The survival battles become more exciting as they go on. This is only the first day. By the 7th day, the machines the players bring will reveal each other's positions. Destroying fellow contestants is called excitement." Hearing those words, he nodded in agreement. "So that's how it is." At this moment during the battle, various monsters from different species rush fiercely toward the scene. Chungi uses his ability to drop 2 fingers and speak softly. In an instant, he has taken down everyone. Then he kept earning points rapidly, with 100 points gained in quick succession. Moments later, somewhere else, the green monsters rushed in fiercely and shouted, "Wild kid, here daring to enter my territory. Kill him, kill him." In the next second, Chungi's right arm glowed with blue energy as he spoke with a deep voice, and in an instant the monsters were frozen and unable to move. Then he flicked his fingers and walked away, and the ice shattered instantly. Moving on, he defeated the giant spiders, earning 500 points, then continuously gained an additional 50 points. At this moment, Chungi swung his hammer forcefully behind him and easily defeated the spider. The system announced a reward of 1,200 points. After a while, he had defeated the monsters. Chuni smiled satisfactorily and touched the blue ring, thinking to himself that he had taken care of one difficult opponent and now wanted to see how many points he had accumulated. You see, a mech engineer can operate alone using reconnaissance robots to avoid high-level ferocious beasts, hunt low-level magical creatures, and split forces to attack from multiple directions. No wonder Director Enjo said that the survival stage before the match is a stage for mech engineers and summoners to shine. With the system showing that Chungi ranks first with 1,579,292 points, Vuong Hian second with 5,547 points, and Lai Mong Troc third with 2,547 points. Then Chunyi pointed at the information and silently guessed that Xiaonian Halan Thiet Tam and Lin Hai's rankings were within his expectations. The display showed 9th place Huang Soni with 2,049 points, 10th place Wang Kiet Tam with 2,017 points, and 11th place Halan with 2,002 points. Jia An suddenly froze in confusion, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Although Dam Vai and Truong Thiet are not as strong or capable as Thiet Tam, they are still among the average students participating in the tournament. Why are their cumulative score rankings so low? The update shows that 72nd place is Dami, with 540 points, and 81st is Zhuangji, with 470 points. At this moment, his hand suddenly froze, and Chunyi's expression was full of surprise and confusion. Has Damvai already been eliminated? The leaderboard has been updated. 72nd place Dam Wei, with 540 points. Eliminated 80. First place Zhang Zhe, with 470 points. Then he wondered if being eliminated was due to 3 possibilities: the Secret Realm monsters or another contestant. Since the return round hadn't started yet, it couldn't be the Secret Realm eliminating him because he hadn't reached the special area. Then Chunyi recalled the resolute look while fighting a fierce giant snake and pondered. Although Dam Vai was an alternate member, it didn't mean his strength was inferior. Among all the participants in the match, Dan Wei can definitely be considered to have an above-average level. He works carefully and is not likely to take unnecessary risks. If they encounter a stronger opponent than the demon beast, they are fully capable of escaping. Suddenly feeling a bad omen, could it be that the other competitors are colluding? Then Chunyi thought of those working together with a malicious smile within the secret realm. One must beware not only of demon beasts and individual players but also weaker teams, who for the greatest benefit will cooperate, seize the opportunity to act, and look for chances to eliminate members of other teams, potentially entering the cargo teleportation spot of the secret realm. At the beginning, each team member starts in an isolated state, essentially not forming any cooperation, so this kind of situation likely occurs in the later stages. The host then announced, "Please note contestants, the boundary of the Misty Realm will soon shrink. Please arrive at the safe zone within 3 hours, or be considered to have failed the challenge." Hearing that he was surprised by this. A moment later, somewhere else in the secret realm, something was moving through the mountain crevice at lightning speed. That person exclaimed, "Such bad luck, that's Chunyi," and rushed quickly to somewhere. He ran while contemplating narrowing the distance to an extraordinary extent for the first time. He had to run with all his might to reach a safe zone within the deadline. Damping the matter of Dam Wei for now, suddenly a blue light appeared on the mountain peak, and then he changed direction. Chunyi uses his running skill to reach the mountain peak and catch Lin Hai's breath. At this moment, Duong Lin Hai is casting a spell to attack the orange-haired girl with water arrows. Suddenly, Ngo Kong appears wielding a weapon and launches a surprise attack at her. Duong Lin Hai turns around in panic. He strikes a powerful blow and shouts as annoying as a nagging woman. She quickly raises a shield to block the attack, then immediately retaliates with a stone spear. Then a huge, spiked sphere appeared above his head. The sphere fell crushing Ngo Kong, causing him to stare wide-eyed in shock. "Damn it, you're really troublesome. Didn't your teacher ever teach you not to underestimate any opponent? And yet, do you think my memory is not good enough?" At this moment, Lak Thang suddenly jumps, as if launching a surprise attack on her. "Will you two forget about each other?" And then she forcefully strikes her staff into the ground. Just as she was about to strike, large and small stones suddenly flew toward Thoshlin Fok. Then Lak Thang was surrounded by a stone sphere, and Ingo Kong was crushed underneath. "Are you going to surrender willingly, or should I hurt you badly enough to remove you from here?" Suddenly a hand clap sound was heard. Surprised to see Lai Qian hiding in the corner, Duong Lin Hai thought, so there's still another person hiding. He also saw her and sighed in amazement, cannot believe that there is such a talented elemental wizard at Tahang University. It seems Miss Duong's remarkable talent has always been hidden by her teammates, which is truly a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, the pack of hunting dogs beside him immediately lunged at her, and she shouted back loudly. She used the water arrow technique to swiftly dispose of the pack. In that instant, suddenly a hunting dog appeared behind Lin Hai and bit straight into her hand. Lai Qian, seeing that, excitedly shouted, "Good opportunity," bite off her arm, thinking to himself that without a magic staff, the speed and power of her spells would be significantly reduced. She is already at a disadvantage and cannot be my opponent. Without a hint of fear, Dong Lingxi smiled and said, "You have to seize the good opportunity." As soon as she finished speaking, a magic circle suddenly appeared next to her, causing Li Jian Huanghun to shout loudly, "How can she without a staff?" Then a massive explosion occurred, and the shockwave blasted Li Jian away. Even his 2 hunting dogs were torn apart. After the explosion, the system displayed a message confirming that the heavily injured and unconscious Li Jian from Tinthuang University could no longer continue in the match. This announcement declares that player Li Jian has been eliminated. Player Tang Lingxi earns 1,050 cumulative points. At the same time, Dong Lingxi was struggling on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is bad, my magic power has been completely drained. Seeing her being attacked, one of the bullies seized the chance to go after her, and No Kong swiftly threw a sharp knife in her direction when suddenly, a foot appeared out of nowhere. This scene surprises him, and he thinks to himself what, and the one who blocks his dagger is none other than Chunyi. He lifts his leg and angrily shouts, "You're dead," with just one kick causing a loud explosion. At this moment Duong Linhai struggled to speak and called Chu. She mustered her last strength to utter the final two words before passing out. "Brother Ingyi." Then the match inspection system announced that Ngo Kong from Daihak Nyak Kai was seriously injured and unconscious. Ngo Kang is disqualified and can no longer continue competing. Player Chu Ngi earned 1,240 points. Suddenly, while treating Duong Linhai's injury, he casually glanced at someone. So it turns out that Lak Thang intended to sneak attack. His murderous gaze made him startle. Then the system checked and found that Lak Thang from Triu Duong University forfeited while Duong Linhai gained 1,860 points. After these three notifications, Chuni believed that these three people clearly were not from the same school, participating in the Linhai elimination match. This was no coincidence of cooperation, but could be achieved. Soon after, he helped Tong Lingxi to another place to rest. Suddenly, his AI wristband sent a notification that Chapter 69 of the event, with 680 points, had been eliminated. Even Duong Linhai received a notification that her rank 69 chapter of the Iron Series with 680 points was eliminated, which made her furious and shout out. This Zhang Jie must have also been surrounded and attacked by these shameless, unscrupulous people. Then she turned to ask Chung Yi about it. "Second brother, this whole thing has been very strange from the start. The entry point into the secret realm was clearly random. How could they gather so quickly on the first day and accurately locate our people to launch a siege? I believe they must have used a special method to check others' positions." Her frustration made her shout out, "This is cheating. How could they dare to do such a thing in the national match?" However, he further explained that if this is a special skill possessed by any member, it would be difficult to determine it as cheating based on the rules. But if they use methods invisible to others, his eyes filled with killing intent, and he declared, "I will destroy them completely." Suddenly, Dong Lingxi said sadly, "I think they are distributed everywhere and probably have been surrounded and attacked. I'm afraid." Chung Yi then gently comforted her, saying, "I suppose they have made an agreement. They definitely weakened my power 6 days ago, which means it was you guys. And then, on the last day when they targeted me, the ambush they encountered was an unavoidable truth." Moreover, he confidently declared that in front of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are useless. "Today, everything they do, I will surely make them pay double in 6 days. His arrogance made her blush, her face full of embarrassment, as she silently called out in her heart, "Second brother." After settling her down, he quickly lifted his sword and left, but also reminded her not to be angry, since her wound still hadn't fully healed. "Drink a potion and stay here to rest for the night. I will go and clear out the monsters around this area." In a few days, the reconnaissance aircraft for the tournament will announce the 20th of November 2064, the final day of the survival tournament, the student exchange event between universities and colleges nationwide. Today, 74 contestants will carry out the final massacre to determine the last rankings of the survival game. Each contestant's position will be displayed on their AI bracelet. Let's wait together to witness the birth of a strong man. The audience started to buzz about the final day of the competition. The final day of the survival tournament is truly something to look forward to. Tohang University has fought for 6 days, and only Chunyi Duong Linhai and Kwang, so Nian remain, isn't that right? There are a total of 71 leaders across 9 factions. Their numerical advantage is obvious, but I wonder if Chunyi can withstand the joint assault of all 9 groups. At this moment, a reconnaissance aircraft reports the location inside the mysterious desert where a group is waiting for someone. Someone said Chunyi and Duong Linhai are still heading toward our location. Wei He looked at the map and quickly gave orders. "Kwang, so Nian is to the northwest. Her strength is not bad, but she is not at the level of a freak like Chunyi. Moreover, there are more than 10 people still near her. Halan brought 5 people to join those over there. They must eliminate Kwang Xinjiang. There are 47 of us fighting against Chunyi." And Halan nodded without hesitation. After giving the orders, Wei, he loudly encouraged the other competitors to move forward based on Chunyi's pace, estimating that he would arrive here in about an hour. This battle is related to the final rankings of our friendly match. Everyone must give their 100% and be fully prepared. Elsewhere, a swift and deadly slash cuts through the air as Huang Sonian easily pushes away the other competitors. No matter who charges at her, they all get beaten up by her. Halan was also there at that moment and spoke up. "Xiaonian, it's been a long time since we last fought seriously." She raises her bow towards Kwang, so Nian, and says, "This time I'll admit I used my strength to bully the weak. After the match, we'll have a fair fight. Hurry up and do it now. There's no need to wait until later. My power is surging, and I proudly declare that Chungi always tried so hard before, so that you would think I am easy to bully. Today, I will make you open your eyes. When Halan saw her change, she was shocked to realize it was another complete transformation of the demon's illusion. She couldn't believe it herself, that Xiao Nian had already mastered the bloodline of demon enchantment. So skillfully this battle, even with 24 people, would require all their strength. So she quickly fired support arrows to assist the other contestants attacking Kwang, so Ni and shouted commands to go. In the desert, two monsters were fighting fiercely, but suddenly a tremendous power appeared out of nowhere, causing both of them to flee. Wei He and Wang Xian waited patiently. Suddenly an aftershock appeared, dust flying everywhere, making Wei He realize who was coming, and calling out to Chu Yi. As soon as he finished saying the two words, a giant person appeared out of nowhere. On top of this giant's head are two people, Chu Yi and Duong Lin Hai. As soon as he saw him, Nui Hop proudly said, Chu Yi, perhaps you feel very honored. He said that to deal with you they had gathered the top 47 university and college players here, which made him sneer and ask mockingly. There are already 47 finalists, and he outright insults them, calling them just a bunch of rabble. His insult has touched their pride, making them furious as they scold him arrogant, way too arrogant. But Chung Yi showed no fear at all, and instead arrogantly asked them, What's wrong? Am I wrong to say that? Are any of you not my defeated subordinates? Then he pointed at them, and challenged using their numerical advantage to eliminate more than half of my Tahang University team members, and now are joining forces to deal with me. If you don't have the numerical advantage, I fear you wouldn't even have the courage to stand before me. Come on, you weaklings, even if you unite, it's useless. My condescending words made them furious, but I calmly declared, I will show you that even many ants cannot kill a dragon. Without hesitation, the battle begins with Wang Xian leading the charge. HX Tai quiet feigns, followed by two of his other friends arrogantly obeying my summon using the blazing fire sword technique. Following him, the others also rose up. Chunyi jumped down from the giant's shoulder and shouted to Duong Lin, Hi, wait for me there. At the same time, the system panel displayed a series of blessings of courage. Moments later, he landed heavily on the ground. Without hesitation, he charged forward with his weapon, and the skill menu appeared. Truckfuck lunged forward. One of his moves easily defeated countless other players with each blow, bringing down a crowd of competitors. His skill made even a player have to marvel. He's really fast, but one player thinks he's just a rookie. How could a rookie possibly fight back against 47 people? At this moment, monsters summoned appear before Chunyi, and he charges at them without hesitation. A monster reaches out its hand to him. Their fists collide, and his power shatters the creature. The defenders continued their attack without stopping, wielding the angelic guardian shield, the radiant barrier, and the demon energy defense. The defensive layers are opening up. Chunyi's strength has shattered one barrier, but not all of them. You think you can hold out against it now? Then he pointed at them with a triumphant smile and said, This is just the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand descended from the sky. This hand appearing suddenly made Wang Hian turn pale with fear. The other competitors were no different. They stood frozen in fear, but then they quickly reacted and shouted at each other, Run away, quick, get out of here, you'll die. Unlike everyone else running away, Wang Xian stayed put, ready to fight. Wei He shouted, Wang Xian, what are you doing? No matter how many red warning messages the system sends, I'm determined to try, even if the success rate is almost zero. You mentioned that this is a tactic I came up with during the rematch, with the iron plates assembled together based on your analysis. That was the battle where I fought against you. I have watched 100 times the power and radius of the divine strike. You just attempted to assemble the iron plates into armor, and mentioned that while the divine hand appears very solid, in reality, it is dispersed. If all the machinery could be gathered into a distributed resistance barrier, it might be able to withstand a lethal strike. Just as Wang Hian finishes assembling the iron shield, Chunyi's divine hand is about to reach it. Unfazed, Wang Hian shouts, Come at me! And then the divine hand collided with the protective screen, easily crushing it down until the ground shattered and dust filled the sky. Chunyi, towering like a god above, exclaims fiercely, Your lives are in my hands, surrender or die. Nui Hop refuses to give up. He shouted your name loudly and launched an attack. Chunyi. His attack aimed straight at him with a deafening cry. After delivering that blow, Nui Hop huffed heavily exhausted and thought to himself, as long as Chunyi could withstand this strike, he wouldn't need to worry about what was coming from behind. Immediately afterward, the other competitors also rushed forward one after another, drawing their emerald silver blades and attacking Chunyi in a mob. Wei Hop quietly felt confident that we were ready. Even if we couldn't defeat Chunyi in one strike, we could still deal him a serious injury. Seeing them all charging at him together, Chunyi sighed and said, Finally. With one hand, he braced against the attack while loudly saying, This is too merciful of me. Without hesitation, he fought each member of the Guangxi Chengxi team. After being defeated, Wang Xian felt regretful, thinking he had become stronger than before, imagining it would be a fierce battle, but in the end it was still an overwhelming dominance by one side. If I had known earlier, there would have been no need to join forces with the 9 universities and colleges. Looking at the system board, you want to surrender, then sadly believe that this time you will become a joke across the whole country. Ngomong laughed proudly, looking up at the projected battle, and marveling the 9 schools coalition Dean Trin must have exerted a tremendous effort to counter to Hang University. Director Trin pretended not to understand, and asked Director Ingo, "Are you saying this, and I just don't get it?" Ngomong, annoyed by this attitude, said, "There's no one else here, so stop pretending." Then he listed the names involved in this joint attack: Wei He of Mohalan, of Shengjing Lijian, of Thon Thuong, Ngo Kong of Naki, and La Thong of Chu Duong. If it weren't obvious to fools what you all are up to, then you're truly blind. Moreover, he posed a question more like a statement of certainty than a challenge. A regular university wouldn't dare. Mado University stays firmly in second place and has no reason to get involved in this muddy water, unless it's Tsinghua University organizing this, and who else has the ability to get 9 colleges and universities to unite? Internally, Dean Tron was worried, thinking that Tsinghua University's victory in this competition was so badly crushed that the only way to save face was to resort to this desperate measure. Back on the day they met to find a way to deal with Chunyi, he loudly questioned them. Dean 2, if Tuhang University wins first place in the 3 main events of the exchange competition, where will the reputation of Caodang University stand? Dean 2 is not afraid to reply, "Don't use these words as an excuse. My Mado University was always 3rd place in previous years, and just reaching 2nd place this year makes us satisfied. We don't have the time to compete for first." Hearing that, Dean Trin immediately made a favorable condition to attract cooperation. "As long as you agree to join, my Beijing University is willing to contribute some S-level resources to the schools, and of course, this is the genuine intention of this collaboration." Taking this opportunity, that guy director to immediately asked for 2 points less is not even an option. At this point, naturally, Director Trin had to agree, and said with determination. Next, he explained the plan to the attending directors, urging them not to recruit players from other schools. If cooperation is possible, try to make it happen. Ideally, all Tuhang University players except Chunyi should be excluded at least 6 days in advance. If you encounter Chunyi, immediately run away and wait until everyone is assembled before dealing with him together. Back in reality, Ngomong asked the deans whether they were cowardly enough to participate in this plan. Even the normally well-known figures are all silent now. Then he turned to call President Feng Huo. Hearing him call my name, I quickly responded, "Huh." The elder's serious tone implied that Director Feng Huo, a man of high morality and integrity, would never risk tarnishing his reputation by getting involved in this dishonorable matter. "Director Enjo, why do you say that the cooperation in this match was already a reasonable strategy? We haven't broken any rules at all." His attitude made him snort coldly in irritation. Suddenly, Numong's tone sharpened as he questioned whether you all think a few tricks right now can stop Chunyi from winning the championship. It's truly ridiculous. You confidently claim that Chunyi's strength can be seen with the naked eye, but even a fool knows he's not someone you can handle with petty tricks like yours. A true expert never fears a challenge. No matter who targets them, Tuhang University can still claim the top spot. Meanwhile, a contestant pressed the teleport button, but the system issued a red alert: teleportation unavailable. Please wait patiently. This made Wang Hian snap out of his daze and shout aloud. "What?" At the same time, outside, the contestants defeated by Chunyi were groaning in pain. "It hurts so much. I surrender, let me go back, I need Sister Lu. Why can't we teleport?" It seems like Wang Hian has sensed that something's seriously wrong. At that moment, a strange space appeared in the void, and an enormous eye appeared behind Chunyi. At the same time, all the deans watching through the screens could see this. Wu Ma was dazed, and wondered why it appeared inside the secret realm. The dean quickly ordered, "Pull all students back by teleportation." Something strange suddenly happened at the teleportation gate. The person in charge worriedly said, "The space-time is unstable, I can't open the teleportation magic." This statement caused all the directors to panic and speak in fear. The students inside the secret realm are the most outstanding warriors of the future of our southern nation. If we fail here, it will be a huge blow to the country. This is a nationwide live stream. If other countries see this, the reputation of my nation will definitely suffer. Yes, no matter the method, we must save all the students. Even Gomang is just as worried, wondering if Chunyi can return safely. Suddenly, the screen flickers and becomes unresponsive. Please connect this to the scene that made the deans panic and stir. What's going on? They're shouting at each other in panic right at a critical moment. What are you doing? Did you see that a strange demon beast appeared behind Chunyi just now? No, I didn't. Hearing your warning, he instantly reacted, turning to look at the phantom beast, which swiftly dashed past him, prompting him to hurriedly summon his weapon and deliver a powerful strike. However, it suddenly vanished, leaving him confused, and he thought to himself that he couldn't see it anywhere anymore. At this moment, Wang Hian's robot landed on the ground. He quickly stood safely on the ground, and Chunyi asked, "What do you know?" The moment he landed in front of you, you immediately mentioned that the creature was the Void Beast, and you also revealed that it had been sealed inside the secret realm for decades, without showing itself a creature from the stories of the previous generation's professionals, born in the endless void, transcending ordinary consciousness, freely crossing time through tears and space, and time shifting between reality and illusion, and changing forms, suddenly making it extremely difficult to catch. Its most terrifying ability is to tear space apart and create chaos in time and space, and once caught in it, there's no way out. Just as he was asking how you managed to break through the secret realm's seal, suddenly a deafening scream rang out. The Void Beast's appearance causes the contestants to panic and scream. What kind of monster is that? Run quickly. Then Chunyi prepared to punch it with a fist. His move is so powerful he swings it toward it. The Void Beast, sensing the pressure of this strike, immediately opens its eyes. It suddenly appeared in front of Chunyi, and then delivered 2 slashes to his leg, causing him some pain and making him grit his teeth. At this moment, another space-time door opened, pulling Chunyi inside. He remained calm and prepared to counterattack. His attack hits directly inside the space portal. Just as he's straining to fight it off, suddenly the Void Beast prepares to attack him from the space gate. Without a moment's hesitation, he then made his move and shouted loudly for divine power. The attack, full of terrifying force, tore through the air like a furious lightning bolt. Each of those bright pink marks was quickly seized by the Void Beast within half a moment. So Nien hurriedly embraced Chunyi to escape the aftershock of the furious attack. Under immense pressure, they collided with the cold ground, and were thrown far apart. Halan, holding her bow tightly, shouted loudly to rally everyone to jointly attack the demon hand. Amid the thick white fog surrounding them, Su Nian gently propped herself up on Chunyi and sat up. The young man's face beneath her showed clear exhaustion from the perilous situation they had just endured. It was difficult for him to muster the courage to ask how the other person was doing. "Xiao Nian, why did you come here?" She simply responded, calmly lucky to have arrived in time. Then she calmly explained the entire situation. "I realized the others couldn't retreat from the secret realm, so I guess there must have been an unexpected accident, which is why I came here." But at that moment, Chunyi suddenly detected a dangerous anomaly. The Wukong beast's target seems to have shifted to a new victim, but fortunately the golden light of power arrived just in time to stop it, causing a massive explosion that shattered the ground and rocks. Halan, the unfortunate one, was caught in close proximity and was directly pulled in. So Nian immediately called out her teammate Halan in panic, and Trungyi seized the opportunity to assign a task to the opponent. "Xiaonian, I am poisoned and need time to detoxify. You must try to protect the other students. The Void Beast is growing more reckless and arrogant, and right now only Kiet can face it." At the moment, its sharp claws aimed straight down, so Nian had successfully arrived to create a last-minute barrier. "Step back." The helpless young man could only stammer a few unclear words, me. But it didn't stop there. Another giant hand of the beast suddenly swept across, clearly not intending to let go of its prey. In the desperate situation, a familiar voice suddenly appeared, preparing to activate its power dodge skill and mesmerizing sound. Kiet's body swiftly leans back to escape the deadly blow. At this decisive moment, the Void Beast roars furiously and unleashes chaos, overestimating its strength. Truong, Sam can only evade over and over again against an opponent overwhelmingly larger and more physical. Where did this thing come from? He struggled to hold on, aware that the situation was worsening as a terrible pressure swept through the space, and a cruel mocking laughter echoed. "Haha, they're no match for me, just a bunch of ants dreaming of challenging the god of time." At this moment, Chunyi is activating the healing and death resistance skills on himself. The abilities of this Void Beast are too weird. Just getting close to it causes it to open a tear in time and space, preventing others from approaching. If you use ranged attacks and are detected, it will run away. The battlefield has now turned into a chaotic scene. A crowd of players gathered but could do nothing against the fierce monster. Suddenly, Olivia was wrapped by a pink rope that shot out unexpectedly. The person who just stepped in to help is none other than So Nian. After entrusting her to Lin Hai, she quickly ran off in the opposite direction. Lin Hai quickly agreed to help care for the injured student, and at that moment, Olivia suddenly turned into a monster and yelled out loud. "Oh no, it's over." Lin Hai tries to treat the opponent's frozen arm. "Calm down a bit, let me bandage your wound again." Her face suddenly darkened with fear. "It's over, there's no saving her anymore, we're all going to die here, we shouldn't let it come to this." She whispered soothing words, seemingly placing great faith in Chunyi. "Cheer up a bit, Ni is very capable, he will save everyone," but none of it reached the other person's ears. "This doesn't seem like what the teacher said." Lin Hai angrily clenched Olivia's remaining arm, knowing exactly what this is. Meanwhile, she is now utterly panicked to the point where her words become increasingly frantic. This isn't right. This isn't right. How could it not be right? That shouldn't be the case. It was only after what she revealed that she truly fell silent on the spot. It seemed as if the whole world suddenly darkened into a gloomy black. The fierce battle between the Void Beast and the challengers continued intensely on the distant battlefield. Countless flashes of light from various attacks lit up the entire battlefield. As Lin Hai listened more intensely, her expression showed growing extreme tension, eyes wide with horror as a swift, precise strike from a distance cut the innocent victim's body in half without hesitation. She dares not delay any longer and immediately turns her back and leaves, hoping to save the situation hanging by a thread. The battle reaches its climax, as Son Yin is now trapped in the creature's mouth, completely clenched by the sharp teeth of the Void Beast. The moment Chu Ni Halan and Lin Hai realize the truth, it is already too late, and before he can regain his composure, it launches a relentless assault to stop the enemy's advance. Chu Ni rushes headlong into the black hole, trying to pull everything back from a distance. Xiao Nian Lin Hai urgently calls out his name from behind. Ni, she is trying to explain the situation. The tracking device from Thon Thuong Academy on us has been set with a duplicate signal lock. Under the situation of the trap animal, a special method can locate someone within thousands of miles, then draw conclusions from the clues above. That's why contestants from 9 universities and colleges could quickly regroup, and his sudden turn caused Wang Hian to startle. I immediately explained that I didn't know about this and thought it was just a coincidence. Lin Hai still maintains her knowledge, except for the guiding locator, which is a monster from the Void Beast. That's why she encountered it in the secret realm. He misunderstood that we are thieves, so he always attacks us. I'm afraid it's better to be cautious than sorry. Chu Ni, while quietly calculating, looked intently at his glowing hand and said, Lin Hai, help me with one thing. Find all the person's parasite eggs, and the female's parasite as well. Hearing that, she gradually began to imagine what the other person was about to suggest. I haven't protected little Nian well enough. As long as I can find her, even if I have to level the secret realm or traverse the void, I will do it. Those golden eyes clearly don't know what lying is, but are full of burning resolve to make me the bait. At that moment, a different voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Chungi, I have a way to tame the void beasts. Zan Chao struggled to sit up, saying that the Tun family has a secret sealing method capable of suppressing even those beyond their own level. However, great power always comes with unpredictable risks. Once the sealing technique is activated, it will instantly drain all the caster's magic energy. If you cannot endure the impact of the draining magical force and cannot survive the critical moment, there is only one way to die. At that moment, Tan Q's eyes clearly reflected her deep sense of helplessness. But I can't do it. Lin Hai shouted angrily again, so why are you even talking about this? But now that things have reached this desperate point, Chu Yi can only ignore everything else and clutch onto the last thread of hope. Let me tell you how. Through the method provided by Tan Q Chu, Nei immediately acted. The spiritual insect gently examined the mystical light, and almost instantly several eggs exploded into shards as the smoke gradually drifted away the space before their eyes suddenly turned silent. Because his wish has been granted, he becomes even stronger, clenching his fist tightly. He is in a different form, ready to face the challenge. Chungi is not a summoner. If he wants to summon, he can only borrow tools, but a summoner itself is a special and best tool. Finally, he calmly decided, I will channel all my demon power into this Eye of Wisdom to turn it into a summoning tool. Chunyi swung the hammer wildly, shouting, you can activate the sealing spell if you hold it. What? Can you still fight me for that long? However, it was always blindly confident, even sighing in annoyance, and unfortunately trying to face me is only pointless. Suddenly, a blinding burst of light exploded into its body, and the aftermath of the impact caused its blonde hair to flutter wildly, leaving the void beast terrified and panicked. How could you? Chung-Yi continues, swinging his hammer in a stern tone, warning, don't go. It immediately burst out laughing. Are you so stupid that you haven't figured it out yet? You can't catch me at all. As soon as it finished speaking, the wound quickly closed up. Although it emerged victorious, it remained anxious, watching every move, and yet he caught up completely, causing it to panic and gasp in fear. It's not good. Just like the void beast feared, Chung-Yi decisively took aim and struck the sky, smashing it to pieces so thoroughly that even its environment was shattered beyond recognition. This guy's long-standing anger finally erupts. It's just a coincidence that he met me once. Do you really think you can be proud? The universe's membrane, like a sharp blade, swiftly strikes and tears into him. So arrogant and conceited, let you see for yourself the true power of the god of time and space. At that critical moment, he suddenly remembered Chung-Yi and listened carefully. What Sun Kyo once carefully warned was that the magic of summoners could help him traverse or summon powerful demons, so holding on to it would not only open the seal, but also trap it within the crack. But my magic power is limited and cannot fully protect you. Chung-Yi seized the chance to use the holy light barrier to fiercely attack and defend himself. The more perilous it gets, the more his mind races continuously. After entering the chaotic time stream, he has to seize every second and minute, launching attacks on the Void Beast to reveal its weak spot and make it fall into a vulnerable state. Despite growing exhausted, he continued to strike decisively with divine power combined attacks. After enduring injuries and hardships, Chung-Yi persisted unwaveringly, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash a secret technique. Void Beast originally held the advantage, so naturally it grew increasingly overconfident. "Kid, don't be too proud. Today I will definitely humiliate you." Without waiting for the opponent to finish, he trembled and whispered to himself, "I can't hold on much longer," and then raised his hand as the illuminating bright punishment burst forth, guided by him, forcibly sealing the opponent's soul and body, making their actions slow and unable to attack him anymore. However, killing 1,000 enemies costs 800 and Chung-Yi is nearly exhausted, having already wasted too much magic power on his 2 angelic divine zones. The mesmerizing, dazzling light slowly takes shape along with whispering words plus the continuous use of his strength skills. Only when it realized it was being restricted did it pause in shock. His fingertips immersed in holy light, gently moved as Juvenling Tian swiftly manifested a cage, trapping the Void Beast on his command. There's nothing else it can do but curl up and endure the pain. Chung-Yi, already drained of energy and falling suddenly, had vague flashbacks. Both hopes of winning the high-level championship 5 times in a row for the school, and soft whispers from Surin unexpectedly stirred the sleeping heart with vivid memories. He saw her suddenly land carefully to watch him or even lightly touch her lips to his in a mesmerizing state, and it seemed Chung-Yi felt that the other was just transmitting something to him. Lost in a daze and heavy breaths, his gaze suddenly sharpened as the hypnotic siren slowly lifted the seductive core, calling out, "Remember to find me." At that moment, he suddenly woke up with eyes flashing a strange red hue. A ruthless attack followed immediately, and he exerted all his strength just to lock the Void Beast in place. "Be good and stay right here for me." It hurriedly asked itself in confusion. What? The shimmering golden sacred words lined up and moved together, transforming into countless cords tightening around the Void Beast, and finally it could no longer be arrogant. The absolute control leaves it stunned and submissive. "I surrender, I surrender, I surrender." The system also shows that you have subdued the demon beast. Do you want to accept it as a summoning beast? Chung-Yi, eager for the tempting gift, keeps questioning and demanding Xiao Nian to come out. It's confused and gasping. "Who is it?" And then he had to scream loudly when he attacked. Eyes. I see. Are you talking about that girl? Haha, she's fine still, very well. In the icy area, you didn't notice that flower suddenly moved its petals, gently opening like the universe unfolding. It turns out that Swarin was peacefully asleep amidst the flow of the flower of time and space. Lin Hai, who was nervously outside, suddenly realized Chung-Yi had returned safely. The students around hurriedly asked, "What happened to Xiaonian Chung-Yi? Have you defeated the Void Beast?" Now that the winged blade is starting to waver in its attempt to overthrow him, having been teleported back for recovery, should I make my move or not? Over there, after receiving the sword from him, she nervously exclaimed, "Second brother, you didn't say a word," before throwing yourself forward. The giant hammer instantly pointed straight at the sky. Vuong Hian was stunned and shouted, "What do you mean, Chung-Yi?" The friend beside him quickly interjected, "What are you trying to do?" In the end, what they received was that the fight was still ongoing, frightening everyone into panic and avoidance. Is Huang Chunhee insane? Chung-Yi continues to carry his weapon bravely, facing everyone surrendering or challenging me. Do you know how to handle this? I'm truly impressed beyond words. Even now, you're still here. We weren't really enemies to begin with. News about Tan Q belonging to Meido City's disbanded faction suddenly flashed. Ha Lan can quietly explained, "That's all just wanting to care for you a little." Even the competitor from Dai Shui Music, Chi Chao Yang, admits that Ni Than's desire to win is overwhelming and calmly extends his hand. Chunyi's points accumulation soared from over 1,000 to nearly 5,000, all taken by him, causing the others to curse loudly. When everyone had gone, all that was left was us to fight. Once everyone had left, Chunyi collapsed in a dazed state, frightening her half to death. Lin Hai, the second brother, helped Sonyan, while concern filled his questions about his wound, his weak voice whispering, "I am exhausted of my magic power. If they take advantage of the situation, I might not be able to endure." It seems his gaze is starting to soften, but his determination still burns fiercely. We are ahead of the top 3 in the cumulative score rankings. The survival match must be for first place, and first place truly belongs to Chunyi, with nearly 36,000 points, followed by Kwang, So Nian, and Duong Lin. Hi. Seeing the system recognizing the achievement, Chung-Yi suddenly chuckled softly. As team captain, I won't let Tohang University down. At that moment, the battle report was also updated live, with Tohang University reaching 5,000 points to take first place, and Thonkin University placing second. Third place goes to Mado University with a significant margin. The nationwide college survival competition, now in its 183rd edition, has produced countless talents. The host sincerely urges that many of these young geniuses will become the pillars of the nation. But right now, you guys are just focused on chatting. Tomorrow I can go pick out my outfit for the Imperial exam. That's awesome. After 20 days of fighting, I can finally relax. Tonight I want to have a hearty meal. As for Chungi, once he finishes resting, he'll attend to official matters right away. You observe each system notification and congratulate yourself on receiving the innate celestial earth pearl. 50 points for free and 50 skill points. And I am filled with gladness. Godly talent, godly skill, divine treasure. Who would have thought that what seemed so difficult would turn out to be such a sweet reward? The friendly match lasts for 20 days, with each event requiring first place to be considered complete, which is much more difficult than the college entrance exam and killing demons mission. And I never expected the reward for this mission to be so generous. Chungi's joyful smile could no longer be hidden. A S+ level swordsmanship talent, an S+ level skill, and a divine treasure of the earth. Surely this will bring him an unimaginable upgrade in his space. Of course I would choose to take it. Immediately, a stream of light envelops every corner of my cells, a wondrous sensation so vivid that I was spellbound. Is this the power of the divine sword heart, the purest high-level energy gathering above Chungi's head? It was as if he had just woken up from a long sleep, when he finally took full control, and they dispersed. Ahead lies a hazy, chaotic void, shimmering with faint gold light. Just as dawn breaks, Chunagi tests his strength with his sword, after leveling up. Even with just a gentle move, the surrounding rocks and earth are heavily shattered. Chungi Ban stands amidst the smoke and dust, lost in thought, casually waving his hand to unleash destructive power. So this power is truly unbelievable, and it seems that the divine sword spirit has also bestowed additional abilities upon me. He then examined the gift, carefully sharper than the light of the bamboo blessing weapon. This is a type of sword aura that only appears when wielding a certain level of swordsmanship for specific attacks. It even exceeded expectations, so I quickly raised my hand to continue. Only through day-to-day training as a professional athlete can a swordsman activate sword energy, yet I now possess it. The dazzling light instantly split the air in two. Before I was just barely managing, but now I feel like I've become a grand master of swordsmanship. If I learn more skills, everything will definitely go smoothly. For example, a single normal attack with the system's lightning sword skill can cause damage up to 18. Not to mention, this is still just level 1 enhancement. The slashing move carries immense pressure, shattering the stone wall and fueling my speculation, and with higher levels of lightning sword skill, doubling the damage would be even more formidable. However, Chungi was not deluded and remained extremely calm as he sighed, but in the end, this could only be theoretical. Only by facing a master swordsman in battle could he better assess the power boost brought by the divine sword intent. Just thinking about it briefly, he immediately contacted Son Yen. Chungi, are you in a rush to call me here to fight with swordsmanship? There's a solid reason why you asked her for help. As the main heir of the Kwang family, Kwang Son Yen has been practicing swordsmanship under the guidance of a master since the age of 3, always bearing her responsibility and persevering without rest. It took 5 years before they finally called her the young swordsmanship genius. Xun Yan shyly thought to herself that, of course, with her overall strength, Chungi was the strongest, and she was absolutely confident in her tactics. At the moment the confrontation begins, the atmosphere around Chungi instantly changes. Xiaonian, you have to give it your all. She was not afraid at all, even seriously preparing to start. Brother Chungi was careful. As soon as she finished speaking, Son Yen swung her weapon, delivering a powerful blow that shattered his weapon into 2. However, this is exactly the moment Chungi was waiting for. While she was still floating in the sky, he acted. Soren's eyes flickered with a look of fear. I didn't mistake it for sword aura. After landing safely and slowing down, she sighed and wondered if Chungi's innate talent in swordsmanship was actually that exaggerated. Unexpectedly, she couldn't hold her ground for more than a few seconds before the next assault suddenly closed in, but she remained unshaken and used her experience to defend with her weapon. The spectral sword aura, brimming with energy, instantly counterattacked. They kept exchanging blows back and forth for hundreds of rounds, continuously clashing without even noticing Ngomang's appearance. Am I still dreaming, or what? When did Chungi start using such a powerful long sword? He observed everything carefully and then analyzed. Chungi's sword moves, each strike, gives a divine wave of momentum, while Kwang Son Yen's swordplay is rapid and eerie. Years of experience help him see more clearly. It seems Kwang Son Yen can fight back and forth with Chungi very skillfully. If it weren't for the higher level of skill and power, it was also because Chungi deliberately suppressed his strength and agility to be nearly on par with Kwang Son Yen. The moment her weapon flew away, Ngomang immediately sealed the victory. Just when the sword touches her, the shock still could disable her arms, and the precious little thing she always carried is simply caught by him. She was panting heavily and couldn't even breathe properly. Brother Chungyi, let's stop fighting, I give up. Chungyi gently checks in. Are you alright? Seeing that the other person was concerned, she assured them, it's nothing, just a bit exhausted. As they stopped, he came over to praise her, truly amazed. So it turns out Chungyi is a swordsmanship master. Why didn't I see you using sword techniques during the competition? He quickly replied. Hello, Director. No, he said with a sheepish smile as he scratched his head. Ha ha ha, holding back a bit and keeping my cool, but my inner thoughts are jumping around wildly. The conditions to obtain a new innate ability are incredibly harsh. Not only cannot reset the high-level dungeon record, nor have a position in the ritual, relying solely on obtaining a new innate ability without basis is really a bit irritating, still cannot be deceived. Suddenly, Chungyi remembered and asked Director, Go, is there something you want to talk to me about? I also came to invite everyone to the Alliance celebration banquet, and have something to discuss with you. The scene flashed through Ngomang's mind. Feng Hak is dead. When investigator Xia Wen from the Alliance of the False Profession finds Feng Hao, he is already dead in the dormitory. He recounts the crime details, hearing testimonies from Feng Hao's students, that he used the excuse of insects being able to locate people in the secret realm more conveniently, and also promised S+ level resources for benefits. Therefore, it's clear that the Dean had long been plotting, secretly luring people into the laundry room to place the insect eggs in the players' clothes. But unfortunately, the trail has gone cold, so he revealed the current breakthrough. Difficulty. The students don't know about the rest. Chungyi was surprised and suspicious. Is the lead broken? However, Ngomang still insisted on giving him an answer, saying, Do not worry, the League is thoroughly investigating the Feng Eagle, who has been in close contact for nearly 10 years. Results will come in a week, and the celebration is about to start, so let's go ahead. At the same time, he candidly revealed the deeper purpose behind this activity. At the celebration, the leading forces of Zhongxia country will appear aiming to invite everyone to join their team and guild. Ngomang leading his group introduces this luxurious party with his knowledge. To lure you in, they will offer what can be called very extravagant conditions: money, beautiful women, benefits, and resources. As expected, as soon as they arrived, someone came to offer their terms, and once you accept, you will be bound to this power. As the team leader, I don't oppose you joining any faction, but you must make your choice easily. At this moment, applause sounded to attract everyone's attention. Mr. Feng Vu raised his voice to begin, and said that everyone is a student from the top 10 most prestigious universities participating in this nationwide freshman exchange tournament. Reaching this point hasn't been easy, so each of you will receive a reward from our HVM guild. Then each person was given their own item, a bank card in your hand containing 20 million mid-tier coins provided by our HVM fake professional league. This item instantly sparks a lot of curiosity, and also grants each of you in our fake guild of HVM an upgrade to the level of elite peripheral member. That is the highest authority outside the core members of our HVM fake guild alliance. The benefits offered by Fengdu sound incredibly tempting. In any rescue base within the mid-down country, purchasing equipment or medicine comes with a 20% discount. Of course, if any of you wish to become a core member of the Havian League, we can also contact me directly. After hearing this grand speech, Chungyi couldn't help but marvel silently. Each person, 200,000,100 players, total 2 billion. The Hypocrisy Alliance of Haviam is really wealthy. People around are talking about it, 2 million mid-tier coins, which wasn't available in the past. With that much money, you could really buy a B+ resource pack, which is a huge gain. My rational mind tells me to help him quickly claim it, but it's also the clearest way to showcase strength. At the same time, an announcement sounded detailing the individual battles, team battles, survival matches, with prizes to be awarded to the top 3 tomorrow. Finally, Feng Yu raised his glass to toast all the distinguished guests. The celebration party officially begins now. Everyone enjoy your food and drink. People below enthusiastically shout back in response. Say. At this moment, Ngomang took the initiative to gather the team members. Congratulations to Tuhang University for winning first place in this exchange tournament. The players immediately joined in the lively atmosphere and toasted together. Second brother, this time our winning the first place in the friendly match is all thanks to you. This one I toast to you. Ngomang also quickly nodded in agreement. So cheers, so cheers. If it weren't for Chungyi, our school's final ranking among the 3 major universities would very likely be somewhere in the middle. The beautiful girls rushed over like passionate fans. Chungyi, I also toast you. Brother Chungyi, me too, me too. Almost everyone around is trying to seize this chance to greet you, including us. This awkward situation makes me a bit embarrassed. Are you trying to get me drunk or what? Suddenly, Trong Sam's familiar strong voice rang out. Chungyi. He respectfully clasped his hands and took this opportunity to thank him. If it weren't for him, I don't know how I would have endured when the healer came to save me. You saved my life, and if I need help in the future, I will never refuse." Then he immediately drank the entire glass of wine, symbolizing a gentleman's vow to never refuse, even if it means death. So Nian, who had been watching silently beside, found herself very curious. It seems that Chunyi has gained another group of special fans. Immediately afterward, Wang Hian also rushed over, pushing Truong Sam aside to step forward. "I am the same, I am the same." Hei Bai is quietly observing from behind with many questions in his mind. "Dad, is this just my illusion? Because I feel like the divine aura around Chunyi has become much stronger." Chu Hang firmly confirmed that it was not a hallucination. His aura had surpassed that of most second-tier pseudo-gods, leaving her stunned. "What? It's only been a few days. I find it hard to believe, but the truth is right in front of my eyes. The obvious change proves that his strength has advanced again, really a terrifying level-up speed." The party gradually came to an end. Soon it was the next day, and a modern aircraft appeared on the schoolyard. The modern craft gently lands before the watching students and the cargo bay door opens. When everything was ready and stable, Feng Yu in the cockpit announced that everyone had arrived. The rewards for everyone needed to be collected at the headquarters of the Ha Vian Fake Profession Alliance. The headquarters is located in Dinsan area of Thonkin City, accessible only by specialized fighter jets. Inside, Dam Vi was thrilled to see such impressive equipment for the first time. "Oh, they are all X-1000 Yulin latest generation fighters." So Nian sitting in front is also very knowledgeable about them. The X-1000 UIN fighter jet is produced by the largest fighter aircraft company in Zhongxia, capable of accelerating to 3 times the speed of sound in just 10 seconds. Those words made the curious boy Dam Vi even more excited. "That's right, that's the one. The price is nearly 1 billion. At the same time, Feng Yu finished preparing and told them to sit tightly. As soon as the plane took off, Dam Vi's entire body slammed into the cabin walls because he wasn't wearing his seatbelt earlier, and he was continuously smashed from every direction. It sped past so quickly that only a flash of light was visible before the plane finally stopped, and by then, stars were already circling above his head. Ni also encountered a similar situation, but what was special was that she was curled up on Chunyi's lap. Just regaining her composure, she hurried back to her seat, her face flushing with embarrassment while he tried to say a few words to hide his discomfort. Faster than expected, the fighter jet's Dingshan area is 20 kilometers from Tsinghua University. Accelerate forward, and in 20 seconds they will reach it. They successfully made it to the checkpoint. Everything around is still running smoothly with their tasks, and at this moment, Feng Yu takes on the role of a tour guide. The terrain of Dinsun consists of 40 ground pathways and 15 air channels. Combat aircraft entering the Dinsun area must perform a comprehensive scan, so they need to line up. The drone then follows its programmed route to conduct a thorough scan beep. Registration number 00638, it belongs to the Pseudo-Profession Alliance pilot Ha VM, and has special clearance. Then they were allowed to pass through the teleportation gate into the main headquarters, which was grand and magnificent. So Nian happily gazed at the scenery through the cockpit window, and it seemed to be the flag of Thonkin University. Feng Yu also enthusiastically explained, That is the floating island of Thonkin University. Besides the school, many corps and guilds are built on the Dinsun area." Chune stands quietly evaluating from behind the alliance of Havium artificer machines, showing even stronger mana fluctuations. Every machine on the island surpasses the defensive mechanisms. All the students then gradually left the spaceship compartment, walking in a line one after another. Feng Yu officially introduces the headquarters again, and suddenly a voice catches Wang Xian's attention, drawing his gaze to a giant creature, a large dragon, while a happy student explains mythical races that can be considered demonic. Pets, at an average level of 60, are definitely an extremely powerful third-turn profession. Then Feng Yu explained the work process and rewards for each person, guiding you to the headquarters office where staff would take you there. Each student was carefully guided one by one. "Student Wang Hian, please follow me. Student Huang So Nian, please follow me. Classmate Wei He." The most special person was personally led by her to Chunyi. "You will be taken to claim the rewards for ranking first in the singles match, the team match, and the survival game. Follow me." Since the journey was a bit long, the two started to chat casually. "You performed the best in the entire exchange match. The Ha VM League values you very highly. Do you have any intention of becoming a core member of the league?" "I'm sorry, but I currently have no intention of joining any faction." "Don't you want to hear the conditions from our Ha VM League? Our alliance's rules are few. I don't need them." You are very rational to spot the loophole in the words. Even with few rules, there will still be constraints. Besides, I am only a first-year student and cannot be bound by another power at this point. And Fengdu is also looking forward to it. Geniuses always have their own plans. Haha, no rush. When the two of them arrive in front of a secret chamber door, she grandly announces some news. Your prize is divided into 3 categories. First, the singles tournament champion. A legendary weapon is being crafted as the team competition grand prize. All epic-grade equipment is also prepared as the prize for the survival tournament and can be selected from the HVM Alliance's resource warehouse for any item. Then she led the way without forgetting to explain. Now I will take you to the highest grade alchemy master in the HVM Alliance. Kai Quan will make you a legendary weapon, and this is Master Kai Quan's forging room. The special door in front slowly opens, releasing a little heat, and a veil of smoke billows out, revealing a shadowy figure inside. Feng Yu steps forward to introduce himself. Master Qi Jun, the champion of the single combat, has arrived. His proud and commanding demeanor seemed as if he could crush anyone, and his deep voice resonated softly. Your name is Chu Ni. I am not afraid, and reply politely, Master Qi Jun. I am a student named Chu Ni. His scrutinizing gaze flickered as he quietly assessed him from head to toe, appearing quite pleased, and his tone softened somewhat. Very good, your current level is 23, and based on your 5-level requirement for one piece of equipment, I will design a level 25 legendary weapon for you. So what kind of weapon do you want? Chu Ni quickly and skillfully requested a long sword enhancing strength and intelligence attributes. While observing their conversation, Feng Du secretly marveled and felt a mix of admiration to craft a better piece of equipment. Master Kai Quan has learned a rare and powerful elemental technique, causing ordinary adventurers to be suppressed into silence when encountering this light. Yet the versatile champion facing Master Kai Quan remains unfazed. At the same time, Chu Ni added details about his desire to create a weapon, stating that for the specific attributes of the equipment he didn't have many requirements, just that it matched his holy knight profession and had enough damage power. But he also had thorough calculations in his mind. A gold-level weapon has 2 types of 2 Dewey attribute enhancements. Legendary weapons will have all 4 attributes boosted, but as a holy knight who fights up close, both strength and intelligence magic are more important. Based on previous research, Qi Jun carefully assessed that he had already watched all your battle videos. His sharpness and intimidation make the longsword the perfect choice. Then he excitedly produced the Divine Sun Sacred Lightstone, which sparked a bold idea in his mind. I have a few thoughts. Feng Du immediately realized at a glance that this was only possible through the relic dungeon gate of the Sacred Realm with a certain drop rate. The spirit-level materials produced in a year don't exceed 10 pieces then, as if sensing a connection, Shi and Chungi both exclaimed in surprise, Dayu Sun, Holy Light Crystal. Kai Quan turned on the Master Mode and explained in simple terms that the Dew Not Holy Light Stone is a treasure from the center of the sun, and weapons forged from it can quickly cleanse and destroy vengeful spirits, demons, and dark creatures with divine light. As he finished his lecture, he concentrated to summon the material, Wanji Steel Jade, and with a roar, multiple stones were lifted by the magma, reaching the levels of Royal Gold, Legendary Deep Abyss, Black Dazzling Spiritual Grade Shards, of Death, Golden Dragon, Soul Cores, and Legendary Tears of the Holy Spirit. He just waved his hand, and the blazing flames formed a vortex of stones, the core of destiny, the essence of space, the far past of time, and the eye of wind. Kai Quan concentrated all his mind to seal the symbols, beginning the process of refining the essence with molten lava, trembling and forging. Under the intense heat of thousands of degrees, the volcano erupts violently, causing a sky-shaking explosion that purifies creatures filled with evil energy, making them scream agonizingly. It's too hot, I'm about to die. He uses masterful forging techniques to refine the essence into towering columns of magma and his divine hammer, drawing dark spirits inside, channeling divine power into the hammer, gathering all strength to emit blinding amber light making. Feng Yu and Chu Mi gaze in awe at this powerful weapon-smelting scene with the mighty hammer smashing impurities. At this moment the master begins pouring molten stone into the mold. Internal tension dissipates, stability prevails, and the earth remains peaceful. When the material solidifies into a solid form, he uses a clamp to remove it. A glow flows the ring's surface like glass, brilliant wind carry, radiant aura shines. He skillfully chases inscriptions on the blade's surface, the symbols flickering as the magic flows everywhere, forging the divine weapon of 10,000 laws. Next, he plunges it into water for rapid cooling, to strengthen the demonic might, shaping it into jewelry with flickering runes and flowing magic, forging a divine weapon for all creation, a battle god's soul attaching to the blade, embodying unwilled combat intent, placing it into the wind pouch to break enemy formations, blood unwetted. In the final shaping step, the master strikes the alloy with force to create the core ring. This action sparks flying everywhere. Feng Yu quickly creates a protective shield. When the finished product was completed, he finally exclaimed, with satisfaction, "Excellent." The saintly sword light he forged bears a commanding golden hue, as solid as if it could pierce through all things. Then he took a deep breath and shouted loudly to rally everyone. As soon as he finished, Jingboy threw the sword with blinding speed, leaving only a streak of bright light. Chu Yi strained to catch it, precisely feeling his hand a little heavy. He raised the sword and carefully examined it. He breathes heavily after the exhausting process, carefully guiding the final step. Legendary-grade weapons must recognize you as their master. Release your energy and suppress it. He quickly followed the advice, closing his eyes tightly and focusing his spirit to channel all his strength into it. Both sources of energy merged and released intense electrical sparks. At that moment, the system indicated a special bloodline of the lustful angel. Chunyi begins to observe carefully from the shiny sword that reflects like a mirror to the sturdy wooden handle. He secretly praises in his heart with the 4 major attributes enhanced, and 3 special effects boosted. This legendary weapon's first attack speed increase means that in combat, when the opponent strikes once, he can strike 3 or 4 times. Based on his facial expression, Kai Quan could easily guess what he was thinking. It seems he's very pleased with it. Waiting for Chunyi, he was taken aback by his unusually altered appearance. Master Kai Quan, are you facing exhaustion? Forged weapons at higher levels require a large amount of mana. This is quite common. Feng Yu also whispered quietly. Creating a legendary-level weapon takes many techniques, and only Master Qijun's special talent can complete it in such a short time. An ordinary alchemist usually needs at least 2 or 3 months. He slowly turned his back to them and kindly reminded before saying goodbye, "You should go. I need to rest." Most of the materials used for the divine sword are of divine nature. If you want to upgrade its spirit level in the future, it's best to use divine elements as well, or it could damage its power. Chunyi was very grateful and quickly bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you, Master Kai Quan." At the same time, Qi Quan cheerfully jumped into the boiling lava flow. The subsequent scene made him feel a bit awkward. The Black Bunny cosplay seamstresses gathered around him to measure his size. "Hello, classmate Chunyi. We are the team responsible for all the level-up gear for you." The purple-haired girl tilts her chin up to him. "May I ask if you have any specific requirements for this equipment?" Chunyi hurriedly adjusted his shirt and responded with details. "I need a lightweight armor with a focus on strength and intelligence enhancement. The supplier has scheduled a professional delivery." "Got it. The equipment will be forged and ready in a month, and someone special will escort it to your school." The task is complete, and the seamstresses immediately began to chatter excitedly. Such a slender waist and well-defined muscles, so tender and pure. Watching the stag lost among the hunters, Feng Yu couldn't help but marvel a naive student toyed with in the palm of her hand. Then she snapped her fingers to signal the new update. Next is the reward from the survival match, which is choosing here. Following that movement, a circular information display appears around the two of them. He can choose one item. Chunyi carefully reads the densely packed options on the selection board. Facing the 7 Hangha in front of him, he remained calmly scrutinizing them. All are S-rank divine artifacts that can be used by career imposters to risk everything, causing chaos and frustration. Then he decisively pointed at the item he desired and said, "I want this one." Feng Yu appreciated the decision but was also a bit curious. The space-jumping stone really is a useful escape tool, but why didn't he choose the resurrection type? "I definitely want it, but deep down I've already made my own calculations. This kind of resurrection tool is indeed very rare, but I already have the crucifixion system given to me by the system, and the space-jumping stone also serves a different purpose." Feng Yu immediately fulfilled this wish, and then handed over the box containing the mysterious blue gem. "It's yours now." Chunyi looked satisfied at the spoils he had gained. Suddenly, a trembling voice seemed to tear his inner world apart, constantly begging and crying out, "Let me out, let me out." Seeing the other person's unusual behavior, she asked, "What's wrong?" Your expression suddenly became very unpleasant. He chuckled casually and replied, "It's okay, maybe I just need to rest a bit." "Alright, I've collected the reward. My task is basically done now. Of course, if you have any dissatisfaction with the level-up equipment or the legendary weapons, you can contact me directly. The other students are probably already waiting for us in the lobby, let's go." Soon he was taken to the gathering place. The Hubok sisters, upon seeing a familiar figure, eagerly ran over Chunyi. He turned around to ask, "We need to find a private place to talk," but that's not what they intend. "No need, we're just here to say goodbye." This afternoon, all teachers and students participating in the exchange will teleport back using the magic array of the Holy Scripture University. I also have to follow Dong Ni to the clan. In a hidden corner, unnoticed by most, a dung beetle was quietly observing the conversation below. "If there's time, I hope you can take Xiaoyun to Tianlan province. Both of you are Chu family descendants and will surely be heavily nurtured by the clan. This is good for both of us, so I nod in agreement." After half a year, when Xiaoyun graduates, I'll take her then. Wishing everyone smooth sailing. After the brief meeting, Chunyi stood there seeing everyone off for a while. Only after they had all left did he cast a sharp glance upward, spotting the spot on the tree branch where the beetle had been earlier. Looking around for anything suspicious, Chunyi slightly furrowed his brow and thought was the feeling of being watched just an illusion. Suddenly someone below called out, "Hey Ni, we're about to go into the market to buy some local specialties, do you want to come?" He outright refused, "I'm not going." A while later, Chunyi went home and slammed the door shut. His heart is now in chaos. Could it be that the previous wound has not healed yet, and his mind is overstrained? Suddenly, an intense headache strikes like a giant set of teeth about to swallow his brain. A sudden voice rang out, "Humans, release me." Strange symbols and lights suddenly appeared on the ground, revealing a bizarre figure in the center. Chu Nithua knew the reason for its appearance, but still couldn't help but advise. "If you signed a contract with me, why fight against it, Hu Kong Thu? I really can't accept this," and roared angrily and mockingly. "I have lived for thousands of years and had to listen to a kid who still has milk on his mouth. If it weren't for the mysterious magic technique, you wouldn't be my match, and you openly expose its crimes without regard. You have injured 63 people, sent 10 to sell salt, causing the guild of fake professionals HVM Tone to invest heavily to repair the secret realm. If they find out the mastermind is still alive, what do you think your fate will be?" The Void Beast still stubbornly resisted. Threatening me, you only have this much skill." Despite talking repeatedly, he still couldn't understand, and Chunyi's patience was running out. The three-turn mage of the Alliance could use spiritual magic to erase the consciousness of high-level demonic beasts, turning them into obedient puppets. You may not be afraid of this, but even if you die, your flesh will still fetch a high price. Angered by these words, it gnashed its teeth and spat out a coarse curse. But immediately afterward, he carefully offered an S-rank space-jumping crystal. "Fight me, you're badly injured. I can't take you to see the healer, now you need to replenish your energy." The Void Beast hesitated for a moment, staring intently at the stone, its eyes showing complex emotions. Chunyi suddenly muttered an unrelated phrase, "1 year." He paused for a moment, then continued to set the terms. "Your energy is useful to me. Cooperate with me for 1 year, and I will cancel the contract and set you free. It harbors a strong grudge against humans, so it's not easily deceived. What reason do I have to trust you? What's the point of explaining everything until you're tired? Just threaten and be done. You have no other options left. Either trust or only death remains." Taking out a token, Chunyi returned your lifeblood beast to you. The Void cautiously takes it and places it on his head, lifting it like an egg. Just as he is about to leave, it suddenly calls back. "Wait a moment," throwing the stone into its mouth while shielding in front. "There's something you might want to know." The Void Beast slowly speaks each word. "Tu Diep told me when it first caught it. In the end, a shocking news was revealed: they might not be humans at all. In the shopping area, everywhere was filled with vendors' calls, chaos, and frenzy, and when using their own special fire, it only cost 998. Honestly, don't hesitate anymore. Today is a special price. Buy 1 set of armor and get a nail clipper for free. Authentic goods at genuine prices, no deception." At a stall, So Nian is busy trying on jewelry. Nadia enthusiastically displays the hairpin adorned with Han Bingjing, which can not only upgrade, but also enhance elegance and provide a defensive effect. She was busy explaining the benefits of them. The remaining gemstone was infused with the magic of a wood-type mage, which could significantly accelerate wound healing, making it perfect for a priestess as beautiful and strong as her. Chunyi suddenly appeared from behind, and gently clipped a hairpin into Sonian's hair. This suits him better, making her eyes gleam with joy. Chunyi. His appearance made Sonyen wonder. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come?" He smiled and explained. "Everything is done now, so I came to check." Conveniently bought some local specialties to take home. Watching the two of them so affectionate, Nadia secretly exclaimed with a smile, "Oh, handsome guy and beautiful girl, this scene is so beautiful. I'm shipping it, I'm shipping it." Just then a sudden voice called out, "Kwang Kwang, young lady." 3 pairs of curious eyes looked over. The owner of that voice was none other than Wang Hao. "I never expected to meet her here. It's truly fate. How ironic, Sister Nian doesn't even know that person. Who is he?" Ta disregarded his embarrassment and politely introduced himself. "Miss Kwang tends to forget I am Wang Hao, grandson of Wang Bathian, a second-class lightning genius of the 3rd generation from the Vuong family lightning prison." Nadia couldn't help but feel amused upon hearing this. The first time she met someone claiming to be a genius, and even a second-rate one at that. Ha ha ha, he still wants to keep talking. "On Miss Kwang's birthday a year ago, I gave her a Frost Soul sword, but she found it boring, and as a member of the royal family, her dark spirit remains unvanquished." Chunyi nodded, and gentle urged to her, saying there was a snack street nearby so they could take a walk there. Then he put his arm around her shoulders and left. We still had matters to take care of, yet someone was annoyed by this sight. Disorder. Wang Hao angrily summons an electric orb. "You dare insult the Kwang family's magic gem just because you're a lowly servant." He shouted the order, "Kneel down for me," and threw the thunderball at him, but before it could hit even a strand of hair, it was blocked by a barrier. Slightly surprised, but using his keen eyesight, he managed to identify Chunyi's information and scoffed disdainfully. "So he's just a holy knight hiding inside a turtle shell. This low-level trash has a useless profession. Defeating him is as easy as flipping over a hand." Naturally, she got angry because someone dared to insult her boyfriend. As a man, he quickly stepped forward and challenged him to a fight. I will play with you. Then Chuni laid down the rule of 3 moves. If you can touch the corner of my shirt, I will apologize to you. On the contrary, you have to kneel down and apologize to me. Be prepared to have your things ruined before you do. The people nearby caught the scent of drama and rushed over to watch the show. Young people are quick to get angry, even just walking down the street can turn into a fight. Vuong Hao grit his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. What kind of thing dares to challenge me? He didn't hold back and immediately went all out to seek death. Lei Yu's furious strike, a series of lightning bolts pouring down from above, but none could break through its barrier. Chungyi remains perfectly composed, with no hint of effort escaping from within, as Yuni and the royal guards stand like gods. Everyone around whispers in surprise, unaware of their own limits, unable to even break through his defenses. Vuong Hao watched this scene and started to feel a bit nervous, still stubbornly insisting that his shell was pretty tough, probably adding all electric attributes to defense, which was ridiculous, but deep down he was cursing silently. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy's defense to be so hard to deal with. However, the so-called second-class genius was not easily defeated. He quickly gathered energy and summoned 2 lightning tigers. But that was just the appetizer. This lightning tiger attack might be my deadly move and my loyal disciple. I will let you see the consequences of offending Vuong Hao. They charged straight at Chunyi, under their master's command. For this move, he also had to pull out his weapon, summon his spirit core and save the cross, then immediately throw 2 holy lights forward. In an instant, the 2 lightning tiger images were shattered into nothingness. Vuong Hao had to quickly take cover to avoid the aftershock of this attack, and only now did he start to feel fear. Could this person really have such an incredible background? The harder he struggled on this side, the more relaxed Chungyi appeared on the opposite side, even having another strike to use. His mind rapidly searched his memories, but he couldn't identify the person in front of him. No way, I've never met this person among the geniuses of the great clans. He's just a useless holy knight, his strength can't possibly surpass mine. Vuong Hao still doesn't want to give up slowly, drawing his sword from its sheath. I don't believe you can block this attack. Like a lightning strike, he charged straight at Chungyi with his sword using the thunderbolt strike technique. He quickly responded, countering with the holy light cross. A beam of light suddenly shot down from above onto his position, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. He looked down with contempt at the person lying face down below. A genius of the lightning element is just like that. It took Vuong Hao a few minutes before he could lift his head, revealing a deep pit in the ground. Nadia suddenly realized something at the stall. Isn't the person just now familiar? I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Saint Knight, Saint Knight. Finally recalling this, he quickly discussed with his colleague next to him, Chunyi, the top freshman in this year's new student exchange. The other person also exclaimed in surprise. No wonder she was blaming him. The girl beside him was Kwang Soran's girlfriend. The conversation was loud enough for him to overhear everything as Long Shun wiped the bloodstain from his lips, shocked. New students, so he's only a new student. Watching the 2 of them leave, Vuong Hao is determined to take revenge. Chungyi will save your life for now. Wait for the boss. When I return, I'll reveal my face to you. As for that woman, her hatred seemed even deeper, and the shameless and flirtatious Kyung, so Nin will not be spared by the elder brother. The next day, warm sunlight shone everywhere as Chunyi's team entered inside with students on either side whispering and murmuring. He is the representative team from Tohang University. Look quickly, that's Chungyi, even more handsome than he looked on stage. As expected from Goddess Kwang with this body and beauty, even I can't help but be moved. Ngomong smiled, warmly expressing his gratitude for University Thonkin's generous hospitality. Trin Tian felt annoyed, just thinking about having to be the background for them, but he still had to act amiable. This exchange tournament made your Tohang University stand out. We have all become obstacles in your path. He happily replied, unable to close his mouth with joy. Why does this sound so unpleasant? The second match is about the competition. Friendship comes first, and yet they add more. Haha, that's right, I'm the boss now. I can't delay any longer because the mages are urging us. Please prepare the teleportation magic circle. All the mages shouted together to activate it with Halan, leading the way to greet her new friend. Goodbye, Xiaonian, she also smiled and waved. See you next time, Xiaolan. Everyone took the last moment to say a few words. Next time, I will definitely beat you, dream on. Goodbye. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared through the teleportation array and suddenly appeared in their school hall. Vuong Hujiang warmly welcomes the young talents of our nation. Welcome back, little heroes of Tohang University. They all saluted the 3 of them, the principal, Director Chu and Director Song, and he smiled with satisfaction. Our Tohang University stands out. All the hot news is about our championship wins. Tongdat also smiles and praises. You performed very well, that's enough. Next, the principal stepped forward to give guidance and present the awards. The exchange event is actually a competition between universities and colleges to test each individual's teaching abilities And of course, achievements and rewards are also discussed. He called out each of the 5 names in turn, and although they were substitute team members, they had already shown their outstanding performance in the matches. Then he loudly announced that each of them would receive 5,000 learning credits, causing everyone to gape in shock. For those who don't know, 5,000 credits is roughly equivalent to, suppose an ordinary student wants to complete the school's mission. To accumulate 5,000 credits, they would need at least a year of study. The award ceremony continued. Kwang Sonien Tong Halan Vei Thiet Tam Duong Lin. Hi, your performance in the match was excellent, and the reward is 2,000 experience points. The 4 of them responded together, thanking the principal. It was finally Chung Yi, the most important person and team leader, who secured first place both individually and as a team, defeating Vuong Hian and Nui Hop and turning the tide to save his teammates in the survival match to remain at the top. Therefore, Vuong Hu announced that he would take the 1,000,000 academic points from the Tuhang University reward. Hearing this number, his eyes immediately lit up. 10,000. The people around are also stunned. That amount of 10,000 academic points is equivalent to 3 billion middle-tier currency units. Zhang Zi tend to frown and counter, who told you to calculate like that. 10,000 credits are enough to exchange for several S-rank divine techniques in the school's inventory. But with mid-tier coins, what can you buy? Hoang Ban, overwhelmed by surprise, blurted out 10,000 academic points, could even nurture a top-tier devil beast if used to buy a pig. What are you talking about? How could you compare any to a pig? He held his head, painfully defending himself. I didn't mean it that way. Another person also sighed, truly crazy, but Ngi deserves it. Chung Gi smiled contentedly, already thinking about how to use them, as his current item was almost depleted, and he wouldn't need to worry about the next dungeon. The dungeon stops in the distorted school area, restricted from level 23 to 26, and will be tested later. The reward distribution is complete, and Wang Hui reminded everyone, Tohang University will not be stingy with those who have contributed. Everyone go and rest. Everyone shouted in agreement. Yes. Waits for them to walk a bit, then steps forward to call out. Master. He paused and casually asked, what is it? Chunyi hesitated before saying, Teacher, I have something I'd like to ask you about. He guessed the purpose of his student. Is it about Director Feng Huo of Than Thuong University? He nodded and said that's right. But Vuong Hui had no intention of revealing the truth. This matter involves many aspects, even figures like Dean and Gomang cannot know about it. Not telling is also for your own good. However, with just one sentence, he managed to stop Vuong Hu. So what if I get involved in this? Then he turned around and saw him carve a path into the void. Chuni explained, the void beast's selling point told me that capturing it isn't a real person. Does this have to do with Feng Huo? Glancing at the crack in the sky, he sighed. I originally thought your bloody battle with the void beast would be a life or death fight to drive it away, but I didn't expect you to even have the strength to tame it. At this point, Vuong Hui had no reason to refuse anymore, and took out a book. If that's the case, I will tell you Fong Hak is a false human. Hearing the unfamiliar term, he couldn't help but wonder, fake human. The other side flipped through the pages, which were all written in ancient script. The false being is a creature half human, half a chaos deity created by the chaos race with the appearance of a human. The heart of the demon is a monster serving the evil god. Wang Hui explained steadily, based on evidence that the chaos caused by the void beast was due to Feng, his status demonstrating loyalty to the evil god. He analyzed further, saying that death and chaos are what the demon god loves most. Chunyi remembered the rumors he had heard, and he shut up as the other person didn't seem to agree with this. It was just a way of speaking on the outside. Because the truth is not like that. When investigated, he transformed into a servant of the demon god, attacked the investigator, and then fled. Vuong Hui tries to suggest to his student in front of him. Chunyi, do you know why Feng Hao chose to act during the exchange match or not? He confidently replied that since the friendly match gathered the most outstanding newcomers of Central State, any incident would have a huge impact, but the opponent added another reason. This is just one of them. The most important thing is that beneath the Wan Beast's secret realm is the weakness of the demonic god's sealing array. He reminisced about the past, and the reason it's called the 10,000 Beasts Wilderness is because 1,000 years ago, there was a battle among the beast tribes, but the cause of that battle was the emergence of the Chaos Sovereign, Demon God. It was a life and death fight, and the Chaos Sovereign Demon God also wanted to descend into the mortal world through the cracks of the wilderness Beast Hollow. The Beast Tribe used the strength of their entire clan to seal the Chaos Lord, but their civilization was also destroyed in the process. Chunyi frowned, listening carefully to the warning. Besides causing chaos, Feng Hao can use the Void Beast to track the traces of the wild Chaos Beast. If he learns you've tamed it, he'll definitely come back. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the ground beneath their feet. Wang Hui reluctantly mentioned that decades ago, the Thian Vu Guild obtained a skill book of the celestial angel race for attack purposes, which was originally intended to be given to him during this time, but it seems he will have to do it first. A moment later, in front of the resource warehouse at the headquarters of the Heaven and Wind Guild, he led him forward while pointing ahead. The door is guarded by 2 level 60 legendary Thon Diep Earthwalkers, and he even diligently explains the small details. A mysterious pattern of demon seals is carved on the door. Any unauthorized fluctuations of magic power will be absorbed and amplified by the talismans. Even a triple Trazenfer professional cannot forcibly break through. Yangba looked up in surprise when he saw someone approaching. Vuong Hui greeted cheerfully. Old Duong, it's your turn to guard the resource warehouse this month, and he responded comfortably. Tomorrow someone else will take over. You're here just in time, let's have a few drinks. Chu Ngi nearby quietly assessed the other party, even suppressing his breath, the mana fluctuation stronger than the Dean's, indicating he is an advanced soul profession. He finally officially proposed, but only if I give him a divine lightning skill book first. He keenly realized, oh so, you want to give this to your new student. There's no way Duongba can be fooled. Vuong Hui smiled and introduced the two of them to each other. That's correct, Chu Ngi. This is the brother-in-arms who went through life and death with me back then. You can just call him Duongba. He spoke politely. Hello, Duongba. He is not unfamiliar with this face either. I've watched your match. A legendary young hero in the making. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, you're too kind. It's good to be humble while using your skills and giving advice, but don't be too modest or others will think you're weak and trouble will come knocking. Wang Hui quickly reminded him that those words might be a bit too much. Old Duong, you keep nagging just because you like to lecture. The children all dislike you. Duongba still stubbornly sticks to his own way. Ignoring elders will only bring trouble right now. Then he took out a book from the light circle, turned around and handed it to Chu Ngi. Take it. The guy next to him suggested the best way for his student. Maybe the boy still has many skill points to spare, so he directly consumes this skill book. I carefully take it. Yes. Then check my points again. Everyday missions keep increasing compared to the previous days, truly accumulating a lot. Looking at the book in his hand, he ordered the system to begin. Immediately, a series of pages turned into glowing sheets of paper and sank into his mind. Standing at the center was a 6-winged angel wielding a shining golden sword, and the system announced that 100 skill points were consumed to learn the divine skill, Thunder God, Heavenly Revelation, Level S. At Level 1, the resistance to abnormal states increases by 50%, and the lightning attribute skills increase by 50% for 14 seconds. When a divine strike shatters the shadow, the screen displays that 100 skill points are consumed, and the divine Thunderbolt Heavenly Punishment Ring skill Level S has been learned. At Level 1, you can summon the Thunder God to gather on your weapon to strike with lightning attribute damage at incredible speed, followed by countless golden chains appearing with a skill point cost of 100. The S-rank Divine Thunderstorm skill, Heaven's Prison Shine, can control the Divine Lightning to form a prison holding enemies at Level 1. While Yangba and King Hui are chatting happily, Chu Ngi is behind, surrounded and floating in the air by shimmering rays. Immediately after, everything centered on him began to glow fiercely, as thousands of fierce lightning bolts shot out in all directions. This unexpected explosion accidentally destroyed the surrounding area, engulfing the scene in a cloud of dust that obscured everything. King Leo also growled warily at the scene of the blast. He looks at the display in front of him. The Divine Thunder skill has been activated at Level 1. The skill's effect has merged with the divine talent of Sword Heart. Lightning damage increased by 20%. Even the owner didn't expect a skill book to contain 3 divine level skills. This time, it's a huge win. After the lightning phenomenon gradually subsided, Wang Hui came closer to make a comment. Looks like the harvest isn't bad either. As a member of the angelic race, the skills learned by the angelic clan are at least rated above A+. No one understands their current strength better than Chu Ngi himself, with great energy, extremely high elemental affinity, and numerous high-level skills in his possession, explaining why these divine veins are so powerful. In contrast, Yangba evaluates more. Frankly, A+ is considered low within the Divine Blade race, and there are even skill books above S+ level. The first time I heard about it, I was a bit surprised. Could it be that S+ isn't the highest rank after all? He was pouring wine while explaining that the S+ level is the highest rank held by human-class illusionists. God Realm Du possesses a skill above S+ level. Wang Hu suddenly had an idea. The skill you learned I will leave for a young friend to help you get acquainted with the guild. As soon as he snaps his fingers, a pair of high-heeled legs suddenly appear beside him. Zongxin respectfully bows and says, "Old guild leader, you are looking for me." He still remembers what she expressed last time. "Inspector Ui, haven't you always wanted to meet my student? I have brought him here." This elegant and beautiful woman is the 3rd senior officer of the Tianwu Guild. She proactively extends her hand and introduces herself. "Classmate Chu Ngi, hello, I am an officer of the Tianwu Guild. Ui Nuong Tam, he wanted to find you back in Qingjing University, but unfortunately, you had already left by the time I got there." He politely offered his hand to shake but couldn't help asking, "Look for me." Wang Hui stepped forward to explain, and Yuchop took responsibility for recruiting new members for the Tianyu Guild. Seeing a good seed, Yangba couldn't help but remind her a few words. Chung-yi is only a first-year student, don't let the affairs of the guild bother him. The old guild leader and I will have a quick talk. You can show Chung-yi around for a bit. Nung Tam immediately followed the orders of the two. Yes, during this process, she also introduced a few basic things. The Tianwu Guild was founded 45 years ago. This is the first stronghold of the guild with many member houses arranged here. Originally, this was just a forested mountain pass, but after years of development and 5 expansions, it has gradually become city-like territory. The two of them stood observing the landscape from the city walls, and she added her future plans as well as mentioning that we would soon begin the 6th expansion. At this moment, Chunyi noticed something and looked up, then her pupils shrank as if she had seen something beyond imagination. There was a silver dragon crawling on the cliff above. Every step it takes causes the ground to shatter into pieces. Once it finds a comfortable spot, it resumes sleeping. He stared at the magnificent scene before him as if dreaming, unable to believe that it was the legendary Eastern Dragon Beast, which even on TV appearances is very rare to see. And Gungtam's expression also became proud, saying, "This dragon is a guardian spirit of the Tianwu Guild, protecting us for 32 years. Don't go near that mountain range, its temper isn't good." Chung-yi was prompted but didn't ask further, turning his attention downward. The line of people following each other made him curious. "What do they want to go do?" she explained patiently. "That's a dungeon." The guild headquarters has 3 dungeons, Golden Ghostly and Legendary, for members to challenge, and they are also very generous in sharing opportunities with newcomers like you. "Want to try swiping my card?" Chung-yi was also interested, so he didn't refuse, and he just wanted to test out some new weapons and skills. Tingshin can only helplessly watch his cultivation points skyrocket. "Little Tsu, you're really quite untrustworthy." As soon as he was transported inside, a notification appeared indicating he had entered the nightmare dungeon of the Plague Zone. He had barely been here for a few seconds when he was already surrounded by a horde of local monsters. The dungeon requires a level between 20 and 30, with 1 to 8 players. On the border, there's a cursed zone with a corrosive plague. Anyone entering will face monsters transformed into death, bound undead by forbidden magic. They will lose their sanity and attack living people madly. The first obstacle is the zombie frenzy wave. The ugly star-crossed monsters charging at him are level 20 normal zombies with biting and clawing skills, along with level 22 mid-level zombies that also have a screaming ability. At this moment, Chung-yi begins to unleash his golden lightning power surrounding his hands. A lightning bolt streaked through, slicing into the zombie crowd like Fruit Ninja. That move was the Divine Thunder Heaven's Insight S level, one resistant to abnormal states by 50% and increasing lightning skill damage by 50%. Lasts for 14 seconds, which makes him quite satisfied. The Divine Revelation of the Four can greatly boost his strength in a very short period. Chunyi also maximized the limitations of the skill. Although the level 1 Tiantian Kaichi 2 can last 14 seconds, it's enough in actual combat. The next move is even more powerful than the previous one, unleashing a surge of golden lightning like a thunderstorm. He is confident that it's enough for him to dominate several rounds of replay. A quick notification appears. "Congratulations on passing the first obstacle. Kill 200 zombies in 35 seconds to open the passage to the second mystical anomaly gate." The previous trial made him very happy. The power was pretty good. If he levels up, he could deal with these monsters even faster. As soon as he entered the teleportation gate, Chunyi had to cover his nose. The stench of decaying corpses was thick. The second door of the mutated village opened, and he became more cautious, even more oppressive than the toxic air of the raging mountain range. "Your vision is also affected. Better to be cautious." Surrounding the void echoes with strange sounds, the dazzling light quickly disappears. "Oh, these humans," he quickly chose his next skill. "The second door will test you with a legendary tier weapon." The nameless crowd hiding in the shadows continued their lively discussion. "Kill him, kill him, kill him, such a low level," and another trash seeking death has appeared. "My little ones are so hungry, such useless holy knights, so stinky, I'm about to vomit, I'll tear him apart later." They didn't have long to rejoice before they were cut down by the Ingi strike that discovered you and sent you out. The fog of darkness gradually dissipated, revealing their figures. The hunting wolf saw the level 25 zombie with a super fast biting skill and lunged to attack. Its head chose the path of the shining sword of him, but they don't fight alone, they are controlled by what's behind. Level 25, Undead Laborer, with the cutting strike skill, unleashing a powerful howling cyclone slash. In its hand is a huge sharp sword ready to attack prey, but this appearance makes Chung-yi even more excited. Perfect timing, the new skill is finally the Divine Thunder Judgment Heavenly Strike Ring S Level 1. Summoning the Saintly Thunder Judgment condenses on the weapon to strike with incredible speed, causing lightning attribute damage beyond normal levels. He charged straight ahead without hesitation, celebrating his move after finishing his attack. His body is even tougher than the first zombies, yet he managed to hold out for 2 seconds. The ground in front of them has been split in half, and the zombie horde, as if cut in groups, stands still for a few seconds before starting to communicate and strategize using their own language. Soon after, another one screams wildly, using itself as the center to activate the raging frenzy in fellow creatures within a certain range, prompting them to attack fiercely. Sure enough, when everyone was stunned, they suddenly became more eager and started talking even more trash. The stench of the holy night was overwhelming. Today is your day to die. You're just a tiny human, and coming here shows you really don't know your limits. Chungi stood facing them, confused as to why they were spouting nonsense, but he shrugged it off and charged in to take them all out quickly, using his S-grade lightning sword skill to unleash rapid slashes, causing massive combined damage. The feral zombie dog rapidly transforms, with its fangs growing to enormous size and ripping through its flesh, then its head splits into two in a terrifying display of evolution, but Chungi remains unfazed and resolute. Instead, he suddenly leapt up, swung his arm in a perfect parabola to slash the zombie Leap Kuyen into the distant horizon. Suddenly, a dangerous aura from level 26 plague infection emanated toward him, making him shiver. Chungi quickly turned around to block the attack, as the system provided additional information about the cholera epidemic. Once a player is infected with poison gas, they are immediately contaminated with the disease. With precise and skillful movements, he expertly spins his weapon sideways and decisively beheads the monster, causing it to fall into the middle stage of collapse. Chungi, feeling uneasy about the sticky slime around his hand, which he finds disgusting, just then, a cold mechanical voice announces that death resistance is possible. Any injury sustained by the body will quickly recover. He retracts his weapon while analyzing that he used a warhammer for ranged attacks before, but in close combat he lets it go to use the pure white blade skill, then switches to a long sword for easier counterattacks. Amidst the hordes of zombies rushing toward him, Chungi felt a bit disappointed. The performance of defeating 20 monsters in a minute was too slow, not good enough at all. Perhaps the divine punishment ring should only be used against stronger monsters for maximum effect. Without hesitation, he made a seal on his forehead and focused his mind to activate his latent energy. Responding to this scene, a powerful magic skill is still the best option. Soon the divine wind and storm technique created a giant tornado, pulling countless enemies into its ferocious force, successfully killing the headless zombie, the disease spreader, and the zombie wolf pack. Chungi instantly stepped through the teleportation gate as soon as the notification appeared. Congratulations on passing the second obstacle and killing 100 zombies. Using 1 minute and 50 seconds, the passage to the third door has been opened. Forbidden wind path, please continue moving forward. He attentively observes the ominous dark red wind of the forbidden path as the level 45 zombie leader descends the stairs with a fiery, sharp-tongued tone. Perhaps you entered this place filled with doubt about life itself, as the preacher skillfully sowed doubt in your heart. It's okay. The God of Light welcomes all lost souls. Are you telling me about the God of Light? He continued, whispering to build faith. That's right, under the guidance of the divine who holds life and death, we will find the truth of existence. Then the pastor slowly weaves an illusory dream. Life is fragile and brief, but if you follow our God, you will be granted immortality and escape the cycle of rebirth. This is the highest honor that will allow you to surpass ordinary mortals struggling with life and death. In the end, he made an enticing offer to catch the big fish. Come here and lay down your sword, which represents narrow-mindedness, and join us to enjoy the endless blessings that eternal life offers. It seems that this powerful gift has drawn Chungi into a vortex, tearing apart his inner self. Seeing that you have been bewitched as intended, the young priest smiled a calculating smile. Yes, young one, this is an opportunity that people always desire. Chungi blurted out his growing question. I have something I want to say. He tolerates all questions, and the divine youth is willing to listen, but certainly not including reckless shots to the head or the arrogant words of the opponent. I don't care. The shining sword and contemptuous words exposed that rotting filth. Changsheng's form changed, it's only a cheap trade of life for death. When explaining religious ideals but failing to persuade anyone, the preacher switches to curses, calling people stupid, and you'll only regret it. Despite his body being torn apart, he still issues commands firmly go to the saintesses, so he can see what happens to those who insult the divine. The monks quickly obeyed, summoning their weapons and slowly opening their eyes, revealing a dark intensity within their fiery red gaze. They gathered into 2 rows, 55 students equipped with spears, ready to fight at any moment. Faced with this radiant aura, Chungi clenched his staff in excitement, sparks of electricity flickering around him, and the ordinary wooden staff instantly transformed into a divine S+ grade sword as he swung it to counter the enemy's attack from above. That counterattack caused a deafening explosion, dust billowing everywhere, and Chungi disappeared completely after the shockwave. While the female monks are still stunned by the enemy's ghostly appearance, he suddenly unleashes the divine thunder heavenly punishment, Ring S+, and swiftly takes them down, leaving one female monk helpless as she watches her comrades turn to ash. Then she tilted her head back and let out a furious scream. Chungi stepped closer, a look of great interest on his face. So it turns out you can make sounds and then eliminate female monks with just one slash. The speed at which the opponent was defeated was so fast that he couldn't help but evaluate it. They looked formidable, but were surprisingly weak. Juneng only spun his sword once, killing numerous elite zombie holy women. Time and again the blade in his hand drew captivating arcs, severing their limbs. Even the sharp spear was knocked away and skidded across the floor. The barrage of strikes swept away countless enemy soldiers. The pastor stands outside, observing the chaos, and finally speaks, saying this lightning, this flesh is all to fill the cracks caused by the world's sin. Even now that fanatic stubbornly refuses to give in. Our screams are the symphony dedicated to the gods. The higher the pitch, the deeper the altar delves into the abyss of hell. Chungi steadies himself on the rotten floor behind him, countless remaining burned remnants. He frowns and issues a challenge. It's your turn now, the priest said with a gentle smile, as if confronting a rebellious beast. Immediately after, his eyes flashed with cruelty as black smoke gathered, relying solely on himself. Chungi hesitated briefly at what was unfolding before him, but before he could react deadly, aura constricted his legs. As he regains his composure, Chungi quietly observes the magic circle drawn around him, a mix of calmness and lingering suspicion flooding his mind. When did this battle happen? Recalling the easy victory just now, Chungi naturally concluded that they were attacking, but in reality, they were constructing a magic circle. Although their attacks are dense, the damage is very weak, so this was an undercover operation. Suddenly a hand reached up from under the formation and grabbed his leg. Chungi froze in shock as he looked down and saw many priests climbing up continuously, a look of utmost confusion on his face in this bewildering situation. Chungi looked downward, his expression gradually becoming serious, his body suddenly feeling heavy and his strength fading. The pressure wrapping around him made him feel suffocated, as if a giant monster beneath the ground was pulling him down. The thing holding Chungi back was a formation called Dulin Chisuk, a group skill that takes 10 seconds to set up and causes a putrid curse to weaken enemies within its area of mental and willpower disturbance. The system's voice had just finished, and he immediately took 2 hits from it, reducing both his health and shield by 100. He activated a skill, and a golden light appeared, destroying the tentacles clinging to his body. Luckily, I have death resistance, so the magic immunity can block part of the rotten curse. Chungi looked at his arm, which was infected and lost nearly half, then pondered quietly. From afar, the preacher continues to tempt. Young people, accept the blessing of the enlightened God. You will use your most beautiful appearance to survive in this world. Unlike the arrogance of the demon at the door half of his body trapped in the magic circle, he paid no mind as the energy once again tried to grasp him. Chungi contemptuously said, "So it's always the same thing. Are you a robot?" From within the red glow, a blazing spark flickers. The holy flame halo condenses behind Chungi's head, serving as a crown of divine fire, granting the power to manipulate fire elements, strengthen oneself, and enhance fire and light-based skills for all nearly 40% of the army. A pillar of flames descends, engulfing both the man and the magic circle. Chungi breaks free from his restraints, a body of fire soaring upward, burning away the overwhelmed priests. They were burned to ashes, looking like fiery orbs flying everywhere. Each victorious light spear was summoned and shot straight toward the standing priest. But the dark shield blocked the attack, absorbing a large amount of damage immune to physical and magic attacks, and also converting part of the damage into dark corrosion. Chungi did not hesitate, continuing to swing his sword with a quick strike aimed directly at the shield. Faced with the huge wave of power, the bishop's shield gradually shattered, leaving him speechless with amazement. Then he raised his hand to defend, shouted loudly, and the great Asia showed his fury to punish this arrogant insect. Chungi, while striking, also pauses to ponder upon hearing this name. Suddenly Asia notices the three-eyed statue shining with a faint golden glow, and his pupils contract in shock and disbelief. Is this Asia, the evil god from Hung Kuai's words? Is it also here? He stopped his hand and looked straight at the bishop, transforming, with dark energy surrounding him. Chungi tightly grasped the divine sword, carefully analyzing. Although he didn't know what would happen, he definitely couldn't let him succeed. This shield can absorb a lot of damage and is also elastic, so I must use a strong force to break through his shield. I slash with a mighty divine thunder heavenly decree incantation, shouting another move if one is not enough. He continues wielding the divine thunder heavenly punishment ring, and this strike not only shatters the preacher's barrier, but also separates his head from his body. His body sank into the black aura, and collapsed, the half-formed twisted head still, with a stunned expression rolling away. That thing fell to the ground, a disgusting liquid splattering everywhere. This scene doesn't make Chungi lose vigilance. He quickly transforms into a full-bodied angel, his blackened body merging into a single entity, forming a dark being with glowing red eyes. "You little bastard, if you won't submit, then let me devour you on behalf of Lord Asia." Chung-yi chuckled challengingly. "You look much better now than before." The priest roared in fury, launching black orbs straight at the enemy. He also didn't stand still, and accept his fate, swiftly dodging away from them. Chung-yi's figure skillfully weaved through the blazing red energy of the black sphere. He solemnly surveys the surroundings before calmly crossing his arms and casting a spell, Saint Lightheart Shield. Under his summoning, a sacred light descended from above, shining directly downward. Chung-yi continued to unleash the divine thunder heavenly prison. As he finished speaking, waves of power turned into bolts of lightning, pinning the bishop firmly to the ground. He still maintained consciousness and cried out in agony, "Let me go, you hateful bastard. Even under suppression, I will not submit." Screaming in hatred, "You will pay for what you have done. Great God, punish this blasphemer." Chung-yi mockingly shattered the monk's illusions, saying, "Don't think your heretical god can save you. Accept the punishment of the light," and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed the ultimate skill, Heaven's Prison Halo, with countless chains piercing directly into the shapeless body. He screams in pain, "Let me go. Master Asia will definitely destroy you." The system interface shows detailed information about the Divine Thunderbolt Heaven Prison Burst Level S, a Divine Thunderbolt control skill that traps enemies in place instantly. Chung-yi looked at the yellow screen and analyzed the fake profession skills, which are divided into 5 main types: attack, defense, enhancement, weakening, and restriction. There are also summoning and crafting, but they are rare. Among these restriction skills are extremely rare. Even as the priest struggles to free himself from the golden chains, his thoughts continue, and control is one of the most effective skills. The restricting type used in combat can also produce unexpected effects. So Chung-yi concluded that despite being unable to break through a control skill with strong power but easy to avoid, means there's no need to worry about hitting the target. Even though confined, the priest still screams in despair, "The fury of Lord Asia will burn you to ash. Your soul will be tortured forever in suffering." So he wondered, "What exactly is Asia that you speak of?" The master of the entity's eyes widened with black blood spreading into the darkness beyond, and it roared at the giant statue. "Lord Asia is a supreme being with infinite power, able to annihilate thousands of enemies with a single move. Betrayers will be consumed, and the loyal will achieve eternal life." Chung-yi contemptuously kicks the deformed pig-like head of him closer. "Eternal life with your current appearance, a deformity of a monster." The pastor immediately shouted back, ignorant and stubborn, then recalled the painful past. In the past, he was an unknown pastor living in a peaceful small village, loved and treated like family by the villagers. So he always tried to cure the villagers' illnesses, but a terrible plague swept through the entire village, bringing suffering and helplessness everywhere. They begged for help, but he was too weak to do anything. He recalls repeatedly rushing into the city to seek higher-ranking pastors to urgently rescue the villagers undeterred by their disdainful looks, hoping only for their compassion and a helping hand. Then he went to the twisted archbishop to beg for help, but the cruel truth was that they did not want to enter his village, considering its people just a swarm of ants not worth wasting their strength on. Still, I rushed back desperately to bring the good news. "I'm back, we've been saved." From that moment on, even though the priest's body was decayed and stained with dark, blackened power all over his abdomen, he still smiled brightly, clutching a creepy cross as he ran swiftly toward the villagers. The priest knelt beside the cursed person, gripping the holy cross tightly, silently hoping for some miracle to happen. The corpse suddenly exploded, causing him to fall flat on the ground. At that moment, realization hit him. He had been deceived all along. Then the pastor and the villagers buried the remaining bodies in endless grief. The villagers grew weaker each day, and more people died. Their crying always echoed in my ears. "Great pastor, please save me. My lord, I am in so much pain. I am in so much pain. Have mercy on me." At that moment, he hated himself for being useless, and hated the indifference of the high-ranking pastors. Tears of helplessness streamed down his face, making his words tremble. "Sorry me, but at the moment of your greatest despair, a mysterious divine power summoned me." Then the preacher used his great power to drive away the sickness, and the villagers no longer suffered. Even those who had died came back to life, their faces once filled with suffering and torment, now blossoming with smiles. Everyone was no longer troubled by illness. Seeing those soulless corpses, the preacher believed he was right to accept the sacrifice. This little sacrifice is nothing. Everything is worth it. Even now, he remains a loyal fanatic. Lord Asian has chosen us. I will definitely carry Lord Asia's glory to distant places so more people can receive his blessings. Chung-yi sighed in frustration at such blind worship. This guy is beyond saving. I doubt I can get any useful information from him. Then he decisively swung his sword down the middle of the body, splitting him into two, while the preacher still desperately prayed to the deity he worshipped, even on the brink of death. Master Asia displayed his strength, rescuing his loyal servant and defeating the enemy. Chuni looked at him with a cold, sarcastic gaze. Still trusting your evil god? Then I'll end it with this final brutal truth. I fear he has already abandoned you today, is your day to die. Yet the preacher still screams, stubbornly holding on to his unbreakable faith. How dare you look down on Lord Asia? Even if I die, I will drag you to hell with me. He responded to those arrogant words with a faint smile. Self-destruction isn't that easy. Before they can act, Chuni releases his holy chain to stop him, then raises his hand in Jiaowan's sacred light, his voice echoing like a decree, the holy cross radiance. The sealing array activated instantly, locking the prophet in place. Despite writhing in pain, he desperately begged the divine being who never answered. Master Asia saved me, but the stone statue did not respond, ignoring the stream of black liquid shooting at it and the system notification to kill the necromancer priest. Chunyi returned to normal state and gently landed on the ground. The system immediately announced the items he had received. 12.323 experience points, a high-level healing potion, magical recovery, crystal reinforcement, armor shield. He reached out and calmly assessed, not too bad. Even though the experience points are not enough to level up, Chunyi instinctively sensed that something was wrong, as if the evil aura hadn't completely disappeared. He kicked the weapon on the ground up and quickly grabbed it, then moved toward the statue to deliver the final blow and destroy it completely. That hateful thing ends here. The blinding golden light pierces through, shattering it into fragments in an instant. The system signals once again, congratulations on destroying the demon god statue and earning an extraordinary reward that slightly surprised him. The red text, along with the detailed description of the new item, a sacred relic from ancient times containing divine power that allows holy judges to change their class twice, appears on the screen, showing a glowing object hovering before me. This is my first encounter with an item related to the dual-class system, and it seems I need to clear this instance a few more times before I can obtain it. As I step outside, Nungtam approaches and praises me, saying, "Not bad the first time, completing this instance with a time of 10 minutes and 25 seconds, ranking within the top 20. Chu-Ni handed her the spoils, hurriedly bargaining. Yi steward said these are all for her. I want to enter the dungeon one more time. Nungung Tam quickly advised, just after finishing and entering again. This dungeon isn't for fun. It really drains your energy. Suddenly Chu-Ni remembered the records set by previous players. He clenched his fist firmly and declared the first time was to explore the way. This time I want a challenge to beat the fastest door clear time and break the top record. Now I feel like I can break through it. She tilted her head and thought for a moment before reminding him. All the top 10 are level 30 professional imposters. To clear the new leaderboard, you need to wait until you're level 27 to challenge it. Jing Ying was unwavering and asserted that I knew my own progress, so she told me to be reassured. Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Ngung Tam simply advised him briefly. Alright, be careful yourself. I won't let you have the rewards from this dungeon. The young one left as a safeguard, and at that moment Zheng Ming suddenly appeared. What's going on here? She exclaimed in surprise. When did Trinmin return? He awkwardly scratched his head. Just 2 months ago. He had taken 2 months to clean out those nauseating alien creatures exhausted. Chung-Yi overheard their conversation and wondered was the space rupture, the one where they cleared out the alien creatures. He quietly entered the new dungeon, still pondering what he had been taught, and upon reaching the mountain range with the wind, he realized that low-level alien creatures could pass through the medium-sized space-time rift. After hearing the teacher say that the country immediately raised the third-level combat alert and dispatched a military convoy to clear the area around the rift. On the other side, Ningxin anxiously inquired if the battle losses were heavy. Jiang Min's face darkened as he recalled the high-ranking comrades we lost. Our team had over 12 members, only 8 of us returned. Moreover, we even have a protective unit, otherwise I fear you might not have made it back. After a moment of silence, she sighed softly. The casualties are 1/3, that's quite unfortunate. Ngung Tam suddenly crossed her arms and gently scolded Trin Min for calling his mother about her kid. This child has such a dangerous mission and you didn't say a word. He replied with a strained smile, wasn't it to look for something small? You hid the mission from her. If you tell her now, you'll definitely get scolded. She shrugged and casually said, this is not something I can control. He immediately clasped his hands together, earnestly begging the other side to cover for him. Don't worry about anything, see, I haven't been hurt right. Instead of replying to him, Ngung Tam turned to look at the person approaching and quickly asked Chuni, why haven't you entered the dungeon yet? Officer Yu, I have already exited the dungeon. Wow, he pointed to the reconfigured dungeon leaderboard, the Divine Rift, Nightmare difficulty top rank for level 23, cleared in 1 minute 59 seconds, then smirked proudly. Look, Ngung Tam muttered in disbelief, less than 2 minutes to clear the Nightmare difficulty dungeon. He is only level 23. Chuni quickly made a new request. Deputy Overseer, I want to try the Deep Abyss difficulty. She sighed softly, her eyes showing clear helplessness mixed with defiance. You're really something, you devil. Go ahead, take my card and scan as many times as you want. At this point, Zheng Ming couldn't hide his astonishment anymore. Hey, aren't you Chungyi, the top new student of Taheng University? 2 months have passed, but your record for conquering the Divine Beast trial is still widely talked about. Students in the school could not hide their admiration. Damn, the record for passing the deepest level of the Divine Virus Service has been broken. 1 minute and 29 seconds, that's hard to believe. 1 minute and 29 seconds, I was still trapped at the first door. Amazing, this is the true strength of the disciple of the vanguard of the King's Society. One person among the crowd immediately added his praise. Have you seen the nightmare level service zone or the previous few days? It only took 59 seconds. I was also stunned. No one could pass through the profession dummy's gate faster than him. Chuni left the dungeon with a cheerful expression, his mind filled with thoughts of the happy days lately. These 2 months have been truly fulfilling. After teacher Wang Hu found out I cleared the Thianvu Guild's dungeons, he directly gave me his accumulation points card to use freely, then checked my profile info. Without the limit of accumulation points, I obviously need to level up as quickly as possible. So in the last 2 months at the Heavenly Mist Guild, I finally reached level 29, and can now accept a specialization quest. Chu Inji secretly planned his next move, intending to contact teacher Wang Hui later to get the Holy Knight's specialization letter. Just then, his phone rang. Got it, it's a recall message from Principal Wang Hui. Your phone is still attached to that cute keychain you were given from Nin, and city's hottest monster pet box. It took me a long time to get this type of fish, you know. After a while, Chungyi arrived at the principal's office. Hello, sir. As soon as he saw your face, Huang Hui immediately praised you. Just as I predicted, gaining 6 levels in 2 months isn't bad. He approached, patted his shoulder, and said something ambiguous. I could have taken you on an outdoor monster hunt to level up to 40 or even 50 faster, but do you know why I didn't do that? He did not hesitate, and replied immediately. Therefore, the Tam Chuyen profession created is without rank, lacking basic training, and cannot fully unleash its true power. Chunyi seriously added, the fake profession only becomes a top expert by relying on oneself during life and death training. Wang Hui cast a spell causing a streak of golden light to flash as he made his remark. It's not easy for you to understand this point. He placed the transfer letter in front of you and began to explain. The world of Strongers is not short of those who rise through resources from their parents, but even at the second transfer, the third transfer is still hard to sustain. If you've reached level 29, you should prepare for the second transfer. Wang Hui continued explaining. The second level Holy Knight is a celestial revelation significantly boosting control of the Holy Light and enhancing the already weak abilities from the first level. But for you, your strength has already surpassed the ordinary. This is the transfer letter. And once your consciousness is opened, the conditions for transformation will become clear. The system interface appears before Chungyi, showing that the Holy Knight's nomination item meets the requirements and activation, can transform the Holy Knight into a celestial revelation. He calmly closed his eyes and focused on absorbing the power from the transfer letter into himself. At this moment, each line of notification appeared, listing the transfer conditions. The top class is Holy Knight, reaching level 29 with 100 Holy Spirit crystals and 100 impressions of repentance. Chungyi scratched his head in confusion. Do you mean the repentance idea from the heretical cult worshipping the evil gods, the demon lord? Do you still remember that thing I obtained from the divine corpse realm of the abyss? Wang Hui heard him ask and answered that only by using expertise can it generate the thought of repentance. It must be used within half an hour after death, otherwise the soul will dissipate. Master, how do you know I have this skill? Wang Hui calmly replied. I hear you've cleared the fiery abyss dungeon and surely obtained that skill. With your strength, 100 Holy Spirit crystals should be enough to gather it. He was a little moved, thinking to himself that the master had already planned the secondary transfer for him. Then he replied to the guy, yes. Wang Hui then continued, so just complete the 4th mission to initiate the second transformation. He also advised Chungyi that recently there was a school-related task involving the demonic sect, which could greatly increase the chances of acquiring the concept of repentance. Go back and see for yourself. He only replied with one word after hearing that. Yes. After returning home, Chungyi immediately searched for information about the tasks on the school's official website. A series of information appeared, making him thoughtful. Tohang University is one of the top 3 universities. The total number of students isn't considered large. Over 4 years, it's just over 5,000 less than a third of other universities. He clicked search while analyzing, noting that Tohang University has high input resources, so it can't recruit many students. Although there are few students, the tasks are diverse, and all of the above are credit tasks. Now I only care about the tasks related to the heretical sect. The result is immediately displayed afterward. The goal of the combat mission is to defeat the level 34 cultist, fleeing with a reward of 400 experience points. The investigation mission involves Longfang City in Sungsun Province, where clues are found and reported for a reward of 100 to 1,000 study points. Chuni sighs, pondering for a long time, as the repentance concept requires 100 rays. The first mission can only be categorized, so he checks where Longfang City is in the second mission. Thinking and acting quickly, he immediately searched for this location. Although it's not a major city, it has the specialty of yue fruits, so it's probably more developed than Lijiang. If heretics are active, the chance to obtain the idea of repentance isn't small either. Chungi clicked to accept the task, but a warning immediately popped up. This has been confirmed as a high-risk level mission. 2 people who took the task have lost contact. Do you want to continue accepting it or not? This situation took him by surprise, yet it was a high-risk mission. He then frowned and analyzed. Similar to the difficulty levels of dungeons, the school's missions are also divided into 4 categories: simple, normal, dangerous, and high risk. A emerald green glint appeared in his eyes, indicating caution, as the high-risk mission had at least a 70% death rate. But none of this made Chungi hesitate. Indeed, any mission involving heretical cultists was never simple, so he needed to prepare himself before heading out. He raised his hand to summon the guiding spider, and the delicate butterfly responded respectfully, saying, "Master, do you have any instructions?" He didn't answer, only silently used his locator skill, and the magic diagram immediately appeared. With detailed information, the skill uses guiding soundless waves to mark the coordinates of empty space beasts, with mana sensing the position and enabling instant teleportation to the designated point. Chungi instructs the guiding soundless waves that if faced with an uncontrollable danger, they can also quickly escape. This time, heading to Longfang City to carry out the mission, there will be an additional guarantee. After finishing everything, Chungi stepped outside the schoolyard and thought that by buying enough mana recovery potions from the school's website he could set off. From afar, 2 female students exclaimed upon seeing his figure, the legendary hero still alive. The other also smiled and praised, not ashamed to be called the leader of the Golden Age. This aura even surpasses that of top students in their senior year. In the exclusive alloy training room of the Institute Director at the War Academy, Ngomang was practicing alone against all 7 robots. While fighting, he asked Tumi, did Chuni leave school to undertake a high-risk mission? She clarified Ngomang's doubt. Yes, the mission location is in Longfang City, Sungsun Province, related to the demonic sect. Ngomang knocked away some robots and said, the Tajiao Du mission, it looks like he's preparing for a second transition. This kid has a mind of his own. Besides, that familiar name also made him feel uneasy. But I think I've already heard that mission in Longfang City mentioned by someone else. Tumi glanced at the information in her hand and confirmed that the initial mission in Longfang City was only at the normal level, but was upgraded to high risk after the level 26 and 28 students lost contact. The Academy predicts it must have a second-degree fake profession to handle this. Ngomang replied with a grin while still fighting the robots. There they probably have some hidden tricks. It might be a bit troublesome for other students, but for Chungi it doesn't really matter. After finishing, he decapitated his opponent, then kicked off with force to propel himself forward. The analysis sequence continued. These 2 victories were gained through a lot of training in the Heavenly Wind Guild's dungeon. Chungi level 29 wouldn't be at a disadvantage, even against a second-stage fake profession, let alone his many trump cards. Ngomang quickly eliminated the robots and decided to change Chungi's class schedule to a leave of absence, leaving the rest unmanaged. Finally, he instructed Tumi to wait and remind him when he returned, and that Lu Trenge's leave must still be followed. The high-speed train is speeding along the railway, a straight route from Tuhang to Longfeng, stretching 100,000 kilometers and passing through many dangerous areas. To reach Vinheng in Sungsun Province, you need to teleport from the Nin, an university teleportation square, 12 times and take 7 high-speed trains. Chungi, exhausted, leans his head against the window and then just needs to take the subway for 2 hours to arrive. Hanging up the phone, he quickly checked for new messages. Chungi, have you arrived yet? He quickly replied. Almost there, just an hour left. Then the person on the other end replied, all right. When you get there, remember to call me. Baina, sitting beside me, praised softly. Your phone's keychain is a Chunitz, a specialty mouse beast, from Nin-An City. Are you from Nin-An as well? Shenqi warmly confirms. So you're the same? With a bright smile on her face, she confides in him. I can be considered half from Nin-An. My grandma is over there, I grew up there now, I can only go during summer vacation. Anyway, Tahang Province is too far from Sungsun Province, so going to Longfang City is just for sightseeing or something. Chuni used the appraisal technique while replying casually. There are some things that need to be done. What about everyone else? Are they coming to Longfeng City for tourism? The results show that both are level 13 pharmacists. Baina didn't realize she was being investigated and remained calm while revealing her details. That's right, we're planning to go to Longfeng to relax in the hot springs. I'm Baina and this is my close friend Lu Kuei. Your rank is high, so I can't tell for sure. It seems like the commander-in-chief is from the combat system. After Chuni's, she started to praise herself. I told you my sixth sense is pretty accurate. I really admire your combat profession. To him, this sounded a bit awkward. The aura between an auxiliary profession and a combat profession is vastly different. Being caught is quite normal. To show my sincerity in deepening the connection, Baina casually took out her phone and said, "Little guy, want a coffee? My best friend and I are both pharmacists. From now on, if you need to buy any medicine, whether it's a healing potion, magic power, or wound treatment, you'll get a 20% discount." Chunyi was a bit embarrassed but couldn't refuse. "Okay, thank you." At last, the high-speed train arrives at Longfeng City. Bakna spoke after getting off the train. Time really flies. She and Lu Kuei pulled their luggage and bid farewell to Chunyi. "If there's anything you need, feel free to contact me anytime." But because she was too engrossed in talking, she bumped into someone coming from the opposite direction. Tavan saw a young girl with a painted face and immediately shamelessly promoted her heretical teachings. The beautiful sister really feels embarrassed. "Look, the Holy Spirit Church might bring endless happiness to everyone." He continued explaining to Lu Kuei. "Our church has had a very special activity recently that manifests the blessings of the gods. If you're interested, you can come and learn more." Even Chunyi isn't spared. This young acolyte notices that his aura is extraordinary. He must be someone favored by the divine. Although these words are just flattery to him, he still glances at the paper handed over by the other person. After reading it, Chunyi's suspicions grew even stronger, and he let out a This attitude made Tavan's face turn pale and forced him to retreat. Then he snatched back the paper and ran away, leaving behind a blessing, wishing that the Holy Spirit and God would protect him forever. It seems Lu Jiet still doesn't know much about the Holy Spirit Church. She reads the paper and says religion is so popular in Longfeng City, but Baina quickly snatches it away and throws it out. That's really unlucky. Lu Qian was puzzled by her friend's strange behavior. "What's wrong? Is something not right?" Baina reluctantly explains in detail about her family's experiences. "She doesn't know, and it's normal that my older brother has been working here for many years. A year ago, Longfeng City already showed signs of religious activity, and at that time, the Holy Spirit Church was considered a mysterious organization. Many people who join the church see their attributes increase and level up, but eventually everyone realizes that although their appearance stays the same, their personality changes completely, as if they became someone else." Bakna continued to share her sad experience. "My older brother was gentle, but after joining the Holy Spirit sect he became hot-tempered. His anger caused the whole family to be frightened. Although the sect claimed it was a sign of loyal followers, I still felt something was off." After hearing her tell the story, Lu Jue wondered what the divine relic actually was. But at that moment, Baina threw the flyer into the trash can with a bored expression. "Let it do what it wants. We can't touch these things." Who could know what exactly is inside it? Chunyi crossed his arms and commented on what just happened. "Although I was here at first, Mountain and Feng also briefly saw the holy light god with awareness, but miracles are not something good. Maybe this is a clue to track down heretical cults, because they often disguise themselves as mainstream religions." Soon darkness covered the entire Longfeng City. At 8:30 p.m., the neon lights from the Hengyang Hospital building shone brightly, standing out in a corner of the street. Everyone gathered on the 9th floor, all talking excitedly. "Can we really encounter a divine relic today?" I also came for the divine relics, without knowing. My neighbor told me that after he encountered a divine relic with a thinking attribute, his power immediately increased by 20, and his strength also grew. Gu Man mingled among the crowd. After hearing this, she mockingly used her reputation to lure people to join the gathering. Though slightly capable, Shang, of course, also recognized this. No need to talk nonsense. The Sacred Spirit Guild became a major religion after just 1 year. Without tricks, how could they have done it? Despite being mocked, he still focused on the mission. That's right, remember to record the entire process of their forgery later. Misassembling clues about the forgery of divine relics is sufficient. Do not investigate too deeply. A plus-level mission mishap means losing your life. Since the fight has escalated to level 19, there's no way he can say he can't do it. Just follow her instructions, only gather clues, and absolutely avoid direct contact. She heard the satisfied reply, and immediately turned to ask her level 18 mechanic. "Twang Twang, the little robot is almost done, organizing right." He smiled brightly in reply. "Rest assured the whole room is under surveillance." Vu Han suddenly interrupted while using the appraisal technique. "Why can't I see that person's profession rank information?" Chunyi stayed within her sight, but the screen kept showing errors. The other three all activated the appraisal function at the same time. I also can't see his level. What about Koman? He is no different from Zhaoling. If we can't see, then neither of us can investigate, which means the opponent's level is at least level 20. Twang Thuong looked suspiciously at the usual gathering of the Holy Spirit cult. How could it attract powerhouses above level 20? Wuhan then continued revealing shocking information. Does he have the aura of a saint on his body? Could he be a member of the Holy Spirit sect? While they were slaughtering the five mouths, Chungyi suddenly shot a cold glare, causing all four to panic, and their blood to seem to freeze in their veins. Zhao Ling did not hesitate to give the order. That gaze terrifies my psyche. A second-tier expert must never draw attention. Wuhan responded softly, and the two men fell silent as if accepting their fate. While the others were evaluating him, Chungyi was also analyzing them. These four people didn't seem to be ordinary townsfolk, but they also weren't relevant to him. His target was the Holy Spirit Church. A sharp bell rings out, cutting through everyone's thoughts, and the atmosphere suddenly becomes deathly silent. Anyone present here is fated with the deity. I, the auxiliary deity Le Tuvian, will lead you to divine grace. Chungyi stands in the back, silently observing. A level 18 and two level 17 seconds aren't very strong. Let me see what tricks they're planning. Meanwhile, Le Tuvian was still speaking endlessly. The City of Faith worships the Lord, whose teachings lead to light and salvation. To the Lord, all beings are equal, and he continuously weaves dreams for his followers. As long as they are sincere, he will bestow blessings. From free training instances and valuable resources like magic power-boosting pills and divine treasures that increase vitality, everything is available. In the end, he launches an irresistible final move. Every month, the church gives each member 8,000 mid-low grade coins for operational funds. This bombshell stirred the crowd into a frenzy. I worked hard for a month and only earned 4,000, but in the church I can receive 8,000 in free cultivation resources. Maybe I can change my fate and become strong. Tuvian kept whispering enticingly to everyone. This is the love of the Lord for everyone, so that people do not have to worry about life's concerns and can devote themselves wholeheartedly to their faith in the Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, the divine power of the Holy Spirit Church is limitless. Next, as the demigod, I will personally demonstrate the great strength of the Lord God to everyone. He steps before the statue unaware of its talent or power, but this is a rare opportunity granted by the deity for us. Seeing the glory of the gods firsthand and feeling the divine grace, Chungyi gazed thoughtfully at the artifact before him, unable to identify it, but sensing the thick magical aura on the statue. Perhaps it was a magical device. The team of Zhao Ling also has their own plans for it. They want to start forging divine deeds, and this time they must gather evidence carefully. Tuvian stood facing the statue, raising both arms and shouting loudly, "Holy Spirit God, Lord, show your power." The eager expressions of the people below made him speak even more passionately, so that these devout followers could witness your magnificent miracle. As soon as the words finished, the assistant shook the small bell in his hand, and with the ringing sound, the statue gradually emitted a gentle golden light, quickly forming a dazzling halo that made Chungyi raise his hand to shield his eyes. I stared in shock at the so-called miracle, taking the form of a female deity, holding a believer in her arms, not knowing who had shouted. What is this? It's like the key to everyone's excitement. The miracle is a miracle. This light is filling my body with power. The silhouette from the statue started chanting a series of incantations. The followers couldn't help but stare in amazement and confirm with each other. Strange, did anyone hear that? The divine relic is even talking. Koman's group is also surrounded by spells, and Tru Wuhan seems to be under a mind control spell. Then Tru Lin suddenly looks at her hands trembling as she says, "I have become a second-tier professionist." This statement left Wuhan standing in stunned disbelief inside the protective barrier. Next to her chi, Lin Koman burst into wild laughter. "These low-tier resources are enough for me to become the strongest warrior, and even damage won't escape my grasp. Mom, I am now a top mechanic in Central Country, enough to make our family proud." She used her own experience to witness this scene as advanced hypnotic magic. Wuhan helplessly stared at the divine artifact as it continued to disperse. The psychic control necklace could only be activated once every half hour. Now he could only wait for it to cool down, wake a teammate, and then forcefully attack. Chungyi is the second person to resist. He grabs the head of someone nearby and begins calculating himself. Dark magic hypnosis. Could it be that the Holy Spirit Church only relies on this method to attract followers? Tuvian looked at the outcome brought by the divine relic and was completely satisfied. It truly lives up to its reputation as a holy artifact bestowed by the Grand Master with an extraordinary effect. He immediately ordered his subordinates behind him to start acting. We just wasted a bit of time earlier, and they are in a rush too. The enchanting bell rings again and sound waves spill out from that side. Soon the entire hall was enveloped by glowing golden waves. As the bell sound faded, deathly aura seeped into every corner of the 9th floor. 5 strangers emerged gradually from the black smoke on the altar, and Tuvian respectfully bowed and saluted the Grand Master. Chungyi's eyes suddenly flashed. "This feeling they are my disciples." Fong Lai immediately asked, "Why is it taking so long for Tuvian to practice?" The man hurriedly clasped his hands and explained, "Lord Priest, there must be a reason for what happened. Promoting the Holy Spirit sect will take some time. He nonchalantly warns that it's just a few consumable items, and next time, don't waste time. Fong Lai reached out and touched the statue, saying, "This time after the sacrifice ceremony, you will officially join the Holy Spirit cult." Receiving the blessing from the Divine Lord Tu Vian was hit with an unexpected joy, and felt extremely excited, thanking the officiating elder. After observing for a while, Chunyi gained insight. Heretics don't appear as demons unless they use dark divine power. Their disguises are indistinguishable from ordinary people, but as a holy knight, blessed by the saint's light, I am highly sensitive to evil energy. The aura of dark divine power on those 5 people is as obvious as ink on white paper. On the altar, Lai Fong continued his hymn to the gods. Eternal Holy Spirit, forever undying, great Lord of gods, the offerings are fully prepared for you. Please rest assured and enjoy. Looking at this scene, my mind keeps drifting away. The new head instructor is only level 27, huh? He must be someone higher up. Let's see if I can gather more information. After all, there are 5 demon cult disciples. It's never enough. In front of the flickering golden statue, Fong Lai and his followers raise their hands and repeat together, "Eternal Holy Spirit, forever invincible." After hearing the phrase 5 times, the divine statue, satisfied, grins widely. It opened its mouth, releasing spiraling waves of shimmering sound. The believers below were exhilarated and thrilled like summer rain meeting a sudden storm. Chunyi silently swallowed his breath as he sensed that their souls were being pulled out. The chant of Eternal Holy Spirit now echoed from each believer around him. His mind kept spinning. The soul is the key to rebirth, whether as a preacher saving others or a warrior saving himself. Ordinary people have weak souls and won't appear after death, but regardless of strength, the soul is always crucial. Chunyi truly sensed the heresy of the sect as the heavenly net grasped everyone's minds, yet this illusion somehow drained their soul energy. He could not forget the violent scene he had witnessed. Those who joined the Catholic Church may look the same on the outside as before, but their personalities are completely different, finally revealing the answer to the recent series of strange events. The person who joined the Holy Spirit Church definitely experienced the greatest change in personality related to the damaged soul. Chunyi silently wondered as he watched the waves of golden light radiating from the bewildered believers around him. What is that statue really trying to do by collecting the souls of these people? Tru Lin, carrying a heart full of resolve, steps into the 9th level, but now she no longer cares about the souls being devoured. Wuhan used all his strength to pull her back, his mind racing. If they continued to wait for Sister Lin, they would all die. There was no way they could just sit and wait for death. Lin, wake up quickly. She's decided to activate the ice spirit spell regardless of everything. Spirit of ice, heed my summoning and gather your power, freeze everything. Watching the thin layers of ice cover Zhao Lin's body, she cheerfully called out, "There's hope now." But her joy was short-lived as the ice melted away in an instant, undoing the ice magic. Wuhan's blatant actions drew Vian's attention, yet someone remained unaffected by the hypnosis. He raised his hand, unleashing a storm of bizarre energy. Hack DM go. Chunyi saw the deathly aura approaching her, and didn't hesitate to unleash the holy radiance palm. But unexpectedly, among the followers, more than 2 people were hit by the attack, and Lu Niem quickly threw out the radiant shield. The sturdy golden shield blocked in front of Wuhan, successfully stopping the magical stream. Having exposed her, she seized the opportunity to launch a fireball of holy light spells at Fong Lai. As the Holy Spirit's high priest, he effortlessly deflected the deadly attack with a simple flick of his hand. After dealing with the little scratches, he immediately exposed her. Illuminating spell, you are affiliated with the top Orthodox Church. Even though you are a level 25 light mage, your defenses are still not easily broken, leaving Lu Niem confused. How is this possible? I have already perfected the divine light spell up to level 15. This skill once quickly defeated a level 26 golden tier warrior. Suppressed by her power, she quickly regained her wits and opened dozens of teleportation scrolls. Now, even a wave from the evil sect disciple can stop her. This is not good. The strength of the evil sect disciple far exceeds what I imagined. I must leave immediately. It's just an easy song to get in and out of. How can Feng Li let her escape from his reach? His initial plan was to sabotage the ritual, yet she still tries to run. You think this is just a place you can come and go as you please. He unleashes the 1,000-scale technique, and filthy sticky mud from the ground snakes up to bind her tightly. Lu Niem quickly stepped back, but 2 cultists behind Fong Lai attacked simultaneously, unleashing wind ring and fireball spells. The golden light raged around her. The power of the light congregation gathers beside me, forming an unbeatable support, and with 2 against 1 she is trapped in a pincer movement, surrounded on all sides. Among the 5 of them, there are actually 2 mages. If there was only one, she could take advantage of their distraction to break a dozen of their scrolls and escape. Even though her calculations are shaky, Lu Niem must continue to fight with all her might. The power of the divine gathers in the light, cleansing evil in the world, but she is not very optimistic. Worse, there is another close combat profession coming this way. If he comes any closer, I will definitely die. She wildly attacks the opponent in an attempt to break through their barrier. At 58 years old, after switching to the hidden profession of a shadow healer, I was directly taken into the Church of Light to be trained. The Holy Spirit sect members are not just eating vegetables and letting themselves get beaten, they fought back fiercely, making me struggle to dodge their strikes. After 4 years of training, his first time outside to train, he originally thought he could destroy this religious operation on his own, but does it have to cost him his life? Chung-yi looked at the battle situation and sighed heavily, then raised his hand and threw the repentant dagger. The Hoang-Duong Hospital building has been silent all this time, but in the blink of an eye, each floor exploded one after another, causing deafening booms. Lu Niam knelt numbly, staring at the destroyed trenches before her, which is the remaining half of the Wuhan building, struggling to support its comrades. Is this finally the end? Tu Vien panickingly points in a direction, warning of another saboteur with such a holy aura. Fong Lai, of course, isn't blind, and he questions Chung-yi. "You are a high-ranking knight of the Holy Light Church." He didn't answer, but immediately condemned him. The heretical cult gathered the worst scum. Lu Niam trembled all over, trying to stand up as if she had her own judgment. 2 mages, a warrior, all above level 25 with magic support, yet they were killed so quickly. Could it be the second-tier professional class Longfeng City must have already caught the notice of the church? Of course, Feng Li was not pleased with the criticism and decisively waved his hand, sending the remaining 2 heretics charging forward, unaware of their limits. When he approached him, Chung-yi didn't even bother to look at the 2 bearded men. He swung his sword once and finished off his opponent. He couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes, using only 1 move. This is impossible. The old decrepit head pounded the table with a clack. He must run at all costs. He decisively kicked the sacrificial pawn Tu Vien forward to block him, not expecting to fall into such a situation, clearly heading towards death. Chun-yi also didn't refuse the prey offering itself and coldly cut through it with a single sword to finish it off. Then he promptly summoned the blue butterfly to lead the 9-leaf spirit bee along. It obeyed the command and shot towards the door of deadly aura before the miasma had even dissipated. Lu Niam shyly stepped beside him, respectfully recognizing his status as a high-level divine functionary. "I am Luminous Mage Lu Niam from the demonic division of the Holy Light Church. The closer I stand, the clearer my heart becomes. If you look closely, the intensity of the Holy Light is more than just terrifying. This really is an incarnation of Holy Light. I can even feel the joyful breath it emits around his body." Chu Ningyi asked curiously, "Why are you from the demonic city branch, and why are you here?" She didn't hide it either, and expressed her gratitude. "I went out for training and took on a mission, so I came here. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I would have been in danger this time." He turned away and walked off indifferently, saying, "It's just a small matter." She hurriedly ran after to confirm. "Who is the god impersonator of the Holy Light sect? I have never seen such powerful holy light before," Chuni said straightforwardly while gesturing with his hand. "I'm not one of your Kwang Min Guild people." It's not that she saw the sacrificial altar in ruins with a snap of her fingers. She blinked and wanted to confirm again. Such dense holy aura, except for the divine staff of the Holy Light Church, who else could possess it? Her small head boldly speculated, could it be the Saint Son? Lu Niam frantically searched her memory. The titles Saint Son and Saint Daughter are preset terms for the top geniuses within the hierarchy of the Bright Holy Church. This is also a kind of authority, allowing them to obtain the top-tier training within the church temple. They are nurtured because they are undefeated at their level, or even capable of surpassing it to kill enemies. To avoid being targeted by heretical sects, the crown prince or princess always hide their identities before emerging into the world. Only high-ranking officials know, and after making that judgment she looked around. "Sir, we need to wake everyone up now, right? Of course you're not free to carry a heavy burden. No need now that chaos has been caused. Let the people from the Public Security Bureau handle it. The situation is complicated. Waking them up casually could cause unnecessary fear," Chu Eun-gi explained, as he approached the body of a sacred angelic disciple. She tiptoed after patting the horse as she said, still thinking everything through, "Master." He clasped his hands together, performing a penance move using the name of the divine to awaken the conscience of the soul. As he finished speaking, a cloud of golden dust fell from his hand onto the corpse, even covering it with fragrant white lilies as the black shadow of death blackened and twisted in response to the call. Then came the twisted spirits floating in midair, and the space echoed with sorrowful sounds. "I am guilty. I repent for the sins I have committed." After the battle, Chuni raised his hand to withdraw his magic, clenching his fist as he was filled with thoughts. "Just the 4, it's still too few. I freed the chief to avoid leaving a trail, and to look for more evil forces. By now they must be catching up." Lu Niam stood silently behind, observing and questioning herself. "Regretting that my foundation is still shallow compared to the saint. If I could cultivate alongside him, I would surely become much stronger, but I just wonder if I have caught his attention." As they keep pondering, the officers from the Public Security Bureau arrived outside. They rushed in, shouting warnings, raising their hands and telling everyone to put down their weapons. Assisting Officer Longfong of the Public Security Bureau, standing among the crowd of soldiers, was a tall man, Vuong Hao, the captain of the Public Security Bureau's action team. He approached Lu Niem politely and asked, "I am Vuong Hao, captain of the action team at the Qi An Bureau respectfully, an impersonator. Could you tell me what happened here?" She instinctively raised her hands to surrender Inge, though responded, "Hello, Captain Vuong," then quickly recounted what happened. The Holy Spirit sect is a heretical cult. They use methods to gather common townspeople here, preparing to extract their souls to offer to the Emperor. Vuong Hao looked visibly worried. So does that mean she stopped them by taking the souls? Lu Nian quickly waved her hands, stumbling to deny, "It's not me, I wasn't involved." She turned to Luni, but he had already vanished. "Hey, where did everyone go? I wonder, Princess, you left me all alone again afterward." Meanwhile, Wang Hao is vigorously directing the cleanup, with the team responsible for evacuating the crowd and ensuring their safety, careful not to cause panic. Team 2 is inspecting the scene and collecting evidence, making sure no suspicious items are overlooked. A mysterious hand suddenly casts a spell, and his voice echoes everywhere. Team 3 begins medical treatment, prioritizing those with serious injuries, acting quickly to ensure their safety. Everyone affected by the magic shows signs of mind control. "Who are you all? What are you still doing? I want to go home." Smash. "Wasn't I just at the gathering earlier? Where am I even right now?" Strange, isn't it? I feel pain all over my body. My head is heavy, as if someone is still pounding inside my mind. Tuong Tuong rubbed his eyes and complained, My head hurts so much." After recovering, he went to ask Han next to his teammate, "Have we succeeded?" "What are you thinking about?" "You guys were hypnotized by the Holy Spirit sect. I was lucky to escape thanks to my magic tools, but I didn't expect there to be 5 experts behind them all, at least level 25 or higher." Hearing this, you must have been completely shocked. "Level 25. So how can we survive?" Now she continued to reply, "He is a second-class divine blessing. One strike to wipe out the Holy Spirit cult." Tuong Thuong was then overjoyed, saying, "I've got a second-tier divine caster's robot. Yes, my robot must have a replay of his battle. We can upload it online. It will definitely cause a sensation." And then he took out the robot to verify it in front of everyone. Before they could watch, the surroundings trembled violently. The crowd of Tuong Thuong stood there stunned, motionless for a moment. In another place, a dark and gloomy atmosphere envelops the area. In the center, a figure is shrouded in magical slime. Fong Lai bitterly spoke, his voice full of hatred. "Damn it, who exactly is he? Why would a character like that appear in Longfong City?" He staggered as he walked, questioning himself repeatedly. "It's not right to say I am one of the Light God Church. I've always been humble in my work, and never attracted the attention of the church's experts. They are all hypnotized, leaving no trace. Where exactly did it go wrong?" Fong Lai threw open the large door in front of him, the sacrificial ritual broken and 4 cultists injured. The nobleman will definitely be furious. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. What should I do? In another development influenced by demonic energy, a blue butterfly carrying hope appeared to change the situation, and cracks also appeared in the wall. Chuan Yi uses his hand to split the crack, revealing a handsome face. The space locator harnesses the power of the Void Beast's sensing aura to determine the coordinates, opening a space fissure, leading to the destination for time and space travel in an instant. Returning to the present, Dupong sees a familiar figure and immediately asks, "Master of the sect, you're back." It's straightforward and gets to the point. "I want to know what truly happened to the 4 treasured disciples whose lives mysteriously vanished." Feng Li hurriedly knelt down to confess. This time, the assassin's action caused an incident, and someone with powerful holy light intervened to cause chaos. The sacrifice also resulted in the killings of our people. That person's strength is too powerful. I am simply no match for him. Doc Fong keeps making things difficult. So why are you still alive? He frantically begged for his life, but I am a criminal deserving of death. Please spare my life, my lord. I am willing to atone with my work and seek more sacrificial items to make up for this loss. It coldly said, "Success is rare, but failure is frequent." After hearing that, he shivered all over. "My lord, I truly gave it my all, but that mysterious person is too powerful. I truly am Chung Yi. At some point, I disguised myself as an apostle to stand among them. I quietly observed the dark aura emanating from the densely black sphere. This is definitely the gathering place of over 100 cult followers. This plot is definitely not just about capturing souls." Duog Fong didn't want to waste any more time and pretended to be unaware. "Forget it, your explanation is useless." Fortunately, even though the sacrifice was disrupted halfway, the ritual was still completed and did not affect the overall outcome. Fong Lai hesitated and spoke timidly. "Sir, do you mean the sacrifice succeeded, but the spiritual energy needed by the master was clearly interrupted and not fully gathered? Could it be that we've provoked the master It couldn't help but roar and scold. Stupid fool, do you think we're still conducting sacrifices all over the city just because of that pitiful bit of spiritual energy? At your wit's end, it turned to another apostle and asked, "For clarification, master. Can you explain a bit more to this fool?" My humble servant reporting. Tu Lin, revealing her evil face, slowly explains, "Great leader, this is a grand plan to destroy the world. Over the past 5 years, the Holy Spirit Church has conducted 307 sacrifices, all at key points within Longfeng City, each sacrifice activating a specific node, and he meticulously explained every detail with Chunyi listening, carefully without missing a word. If these nodes form a network, they will create a magic array that covers the entire city called the Chaos Punishment Array. To carry out this plan, we have planted believers among the city's various classes to spread the doctrine of the Holy Spirit cult among the people. More and more secrets are being revealed, attracting those with ambitions to join the Holy Spirit cult, expanding the influence and providing enough manpower for the plan, while also adding colorless and tasteless magic potions into the city's water supply that subtly weaken the body and mind, making them easier to control. After hearing this, Chunyi was lost in thought. No wonder those imposters were easily hypnotized. What is their true purpose in activating the so-called Chaos Furnace Array? Meanwhile, Tu Lin's voice echoed in my ear, saying, "We have discovered many secret tunnels beneath the city connected to sacrificial sites, all equipped with complex runes and magical seals to channel energy." He continued to reveal the timing. "Tonight, the magic array will activate the souls and vitality of all beings. Still being taken away relentlessly, they follow the passage leading to the great Chaos Lord's seal." The more he spoke, the more his face darkened with guilt. The lives and souls of all the citizens are sacrificed to the great Chaos Lord, as he is about to awaken, bringing endless darkness and chaos to reshape this world. The great Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. He listened, his expression gradually becoming serious. The Chaos Sovereign Demon God then summoned a ritual magic to prepare for battle, risking the lives of the entire city to awaken the Demon God. I will definitely not allow it. At this moment, Feng Lai quickly admits his mistake. "Sir, please forgive me, I know nothing about this." Duanfeng reproached you. "Leader of the sect are so foolish, how can I trust you with such an important matter?" While speaking, it suddenly shouted loudly, "Who's still there?" Chunyi was startled and nearly jumped, his eyes wide open. He targeted where he was standing and cast a spell, causing an explosion that shook the area. Luckily, he managed to defend in time and remained unharmed. As the smoke cleared, Chunyi took a ready stance to fight, activating the Divine Thunder, Heavenly Opening Tiro, Level 1 into a state of Divine Opening Tiro, increasing resistance to abnormal conditions by 50%, boosting lightning, skill damage by 50%, lasting 14 seconds with the lightning sword striking quickly, and delivering massive hybrid damage. Feng Lai immediately recognized the familiar person. "It's you again." Tu Lin didn't hesitate, and immediately cast a spell, summoning the shadow chain slicing technique into her weapon, forming a black sickle with powerful metal-cutting force. He refuses to accept defeat. The Divine Thunder Punishment Ring Level S. Level 1 condenses divine lightning onto his weapon at incredible speed to unleash overwhelming lightning attribute damage. Meanwhile, the two others continued their fierce battle, clashing with purple-gold magic, causing shockwaves that devastated the surroundings. After a while, they temporarily separated, with Chunyi retreating to keep a safe distance. You use magic eyes to analyze your opponent, but can't identify him, feeling somewhat impressed, much better than the previous sect master. He's a second-tier expert no less, and this time you've encountered a worthy opponent. Tu Lin beneath does not allow any pause, wielding his sickle to unleash a deadly move with shadowy wings, scattering black crescent blades from multiple angles to attack the enemy, causing great damage and disrupting their actions. His sickle spin rapidly, forming a magical circle that is absolutely cinematic. He stares at you intently, praising without holding back. "You are only a level 29 Holy Knight, but able to withstand my 3 strikes. You have some skill." Then he coldly executes his next move, wanting to end the opponent, but you can only stop here. The dark vortex centered on himself condenses dark energy into a colossal black whirlpool with a strong pull on all nearby beings, causing prolonged dark erosion. Tu Lin's magic is like sharp blades slicing chaotically everywhere. At the center where he stood, a black hole had already formed, ready to swallow everything around it. Chunyi braced himself against the overwhelming pull. The situation is getting worse. He summoned the Holy Light Guardian, thrust the Holy Sword into the ground to create a focal point. "My dark vortex devours even the light, you're just desperately struggling in vain." The first transformation of the Holy Knight is considered capable, but compared to the second transformation, like ants versus dragons, you're 14 levels behind me. I already see the unfavorable situation, and am full of calculations inside. Although the guardian angel of the gods can resist most of the dark corrosion, this black whirlwind is crazily absorbing my magic and vitality. If I keep losing energy like this, I will eventually be drained completely. Your candlelight can only last so long in front of the mighty the man. I won't give up. I confidently reply my light is enough to crush your game. Behind Chunyi, a brilliant glow shone brightly. Brother Ha determined to come up with a strategy, knowing that fighting his magic power and stamina head-on would not be advantageous. Strike quickly and win fast. At this point, Tulin hesitated for a moment and wondered to himself whether the purity of this sacred light far exceeded that of ordinary holy knights. Could he really be the secret weapon of the Church of Light's apex? But these people are truly too weak. No matter what his background is today, there's no way he'll leave this place alive. Doc Fong, afraid that the long night will bring false dreams, anxiously spoke out. Chief Tu quickly stopped him, but it was too late. He had already completed the transformation. The innate luminous ring of specialization A, the saintly dazzling radiant circle skill, level 11 grade A, and the angelic divine secret technique S+. Then he summoned a beam of light straight at the enemy. Tulin was frightened by what he saw, unable to believe that the chaotic vortex of darkness, merging with the primal chaos, could even devour a level 50 powerhouse. So how could it be so easily separated? No way. All the disciples are willing to kill him at any cost. He wants to use the numbers to crush his opponent. Even though the disciples aren't strong individually, their numbers can certainly wear him down physically and mentally. Tulin shouted loudly to give the order, feeling the pain of Shengshich's dark bonds tightening, as a series of chains shot out to seal him, followed by a rushing water formation, wanting to drown the enemy. Chunyi calmly reached out to draw his luminous sword, his eyes turning sharp, then swung his hand, successfully breaking the water formation. However, the battle was far from over. As the chaos of the wind disciples surged forward wildly, too many to count first, needing to be cleared out. A series of spectacular cinematic moves were unleashed with him ravaging the battlefield alone. Tulin, feeling overwhelmed, quickly retreated to defend, then countered with the Yuan Tom Lian Trom technique. He didn't make many moves, just stretched casually, releasing a strong burst of magic light that knocked back his opponent, and after a moment, the battlefield started to calm down. Tulin was pushed against the wall, Doc Fong angrily cursing a useless trash that even a level 29 holy knight couldn't catch. Fong Lai could only tremble and sigh. What kind of joke is this? How do you fight against such a monster? Chunyi clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing within him, fortunately boosted by transforming into a divine angel with powerful abilities, which, despite being classified as level 29 strategists, actually approached level 40 due to the holy light's suppression of evil forces, allowing him to surpass his level limit. Dufong, filled with anger, released a murderous aura, as red as blood, useless threats. Once the ritual ended, all of you would pay the price. However, seeing the coward collapsing to the ground, it shouted loudly. Sect leader Fong, what are you doing? Fong Lai, overwhelmed with fear, stammered incomprehensibly. He can't be level 29, he must be carrying some hidden item or artifact. My lord, I will take this opportunity. I cannot go up and seek pointless death. Chuninan took the chance when they let their guard down to rush in and fight. The poison wind went berserk, commanding fiercely. You coward who fears death, charge now and block him. But the Rabbit King just stood there, frozen. My lord is still waiting for the right moment to strike. Now is not the time. He focused his divine power with eyes like a hawk, fixed on the two opponents, and then charged sword in hand, pressed against Fong Li. Demonic expert seized the opportunity, grabbing his head with his hand to use as a shield against the bullets. Fong Lai kept holding his dagger's handle. Father, why cough cough? Then it coldly threw the teammate's body aside, continuing to curse at the useless one. Witnessing the inhumane scene earlier, he couldn't help but ask, is he your son? Whether he is or not, dying for the Chaos Lord would be his lifelong honor. Chunyi just wanted to be speechless with it, because that foolish god of mine, even loved ones can be abandoned, truly gone crazy. It replied with a tone partly mocking and partly maternal. When chaos descends, my biological daughter is my child. Chunyi is no match. Don't die needlessly because the city is about to be destroyed. Hearing them mention my name, I couldn't help but wonder. Do you know me? Dufeng did not hesitate to reveal that he was the top scorer in the freshman tournament at the national university and college level, and had been known for his outstanding performance in the exchange matches for a long time. Lost in conversation, Chunyi suddenly sensed something was wrong. It turns out Tu Lin was trying to ambush him, and he quickly swung his sword to defend. This guy's not dealt with yet, and already Doc Fong has a change of heart behind him. He exhales nervously. This is bad. In an instant, Chunyi vanished from the enemy's encirclement, and then suddenly appeared, delivering a sky-destroying strike to Tu Lin, while his Void Beast skill was unleashed in a leap. Then thousands of invisible punches aimed straight at him, a chain of level 9 B-rank attacks. He was beaten to a pulp. La Shicheng. Duangfeng watched the spectacular display and burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, as expected, you stole the Void Beast without even any effort. Without replying, he coldly prepared his next skill. Light Ray Punishment Technique, level 16 grade A. Quickly dealt with Tu Lin, but inside Traningap was wondering if he still could have tamed the Void Beast. After some reasoning, Chunitrak Nich confirmed Director Fong Hak, "You are the traitorous lunatic." He knew he couldn't escape forever, so he finally confirmed and responded correctly. Feng Huo stepped out of the magic circle, boasting loudly, "I will restore the chaotic lord to this world and become one of the rulers of the new world." His eyes were white with greed for power as he staggered forward, threatening those in front of him. "If it weren't for you disrupting the ritual, the Chaos Lord would have awakened 2 months ago. Today, both you and the Void Beast belong to me, one as a sacrifice, the other to nurture the Chaos Host's strength." Chung Yi still stood facing him fearlessly, his mind filled with heavy thoughts. Evil god worship truly boosts one's strength. Fong Hak is a level 49 assassin, but the pressure on him is even greater than Director Enjo at level 52. I activate the Angel Watchtower to greatly boost my strength, but facing him remains very difficult. Suddenly, thousands of sharp stones shot up from the ground, and in a flash he was sealed. Chuni quickly summoned light magic and struggled fiercely amid the rocky terrain. Fong Hak watched the bloody scene with great joy, struggling, and saying that every minute it lasts 5 souls will become nourishment for the Lord of Chaos. He spread his arms wide and summoned a maze of sharp stakes raining down towards the enemy. Fortunately, Chung-Yi quickly defended himself by casting a level B+ Holy Light Barrier spell, causing his attack to suddenly change direction. An Duong watched but couldn't react in time and was hit in the right arm, blood splattering everywhere. Chung-Yi observed the badly wounded shoulder slowly healing, but this was not normal corrosion. It was the power of the evil spirit icon turned into strength. The lingering pain made him grit his teeth and carve away the corrupted flesh, as Feng Hao, lost in dark transformation, cackled maniacally. Aha! His mouth erupts with a huge burst of explosive energy toward him. The wave of power suddenly surging forward couldn't make Chung-Yi retreat or run away. Using only a sword, the hero diverted the energy flow, conquering the sky amidst the roar of the apocalypse. His body swiftly shifts to control the phoenix from behind, standing still and gazing up at the incoming light, with nothing he can do as a pillar of light crashes down like thunder, struck by Chung-Yi's command. Level 16 Ampere's ranked Quang Chi Trungfat ability. Luckily, he has a keen mind to create a timely shield to control my actions. Then you used light punishment to deliver a fatal blow to me, right? The thin lips kept uttering words that made others uncomfortable. The counterattack tactic is very effective, but unfortunately, you forgot I once was the director of the War College. In the corner of the room, iron chains with mysterious red aura, as if possessed by a soul, rush forward to support overturning the table for him. They quickly pull him back to free Feng Hao. Chung-Yi is being dragged towards the stone table, while his ears are filled with his own voice. These combat strategies are all the teachings I gave my students 10 years ago. Unfortunately, he is preoccupied with something more important. The deep abyssal bones are formed from the condensed chaotic energy, especially suppressing divine attributes. Once entangled, they not only seal all light-type skills, but also drain the victim's vitality. While Feng Huo was kneeling waiting for his glorious moment to unfold, struggling wildly, "This is your fate." Chun-He lay on the stone table with his 4 limbs chained and stretched uncomfortably in all directions. "We're in trouble. These chains suppress divine power." Lightning strikes thunderously across the sky, signaling trouble ahead. Fong Hak happily squeezed Chung-Yi's face. The long black claws gouged deep into his skin, causing him excruciating pain and blood to pour out. His face was eager, waiting for humanity's new period of suffering, as he licked away the blood still on his hand. Fong Hak sensed the creeping presence of evil in the air, making his soulless eyes more perceptive. Suddenly, chunks of stone fell from the sky like a midnight storm, but both of them remained intact, as if the falling stones knew to avoid their bodies. Chung-Yi gazed at the faint red shadows slowly taking shape around him. These are restless spirits surfacing due to the malevolent energy enveloping the Yang realm. Fong Hak's mood grew elated like a jester lost in a chaos of delirium. "Listen, this is the sound of the Chaos Lord's footsteps approaching." The thunderclaps crashing down loudly shake the entire realm. The bodies scattered on the ground create a grim atmosphere, fitting for the day of destruction, while Chung-Yi remains stunned by the scene before him. Hundreds of spirits pass by the stone table where he lies, accompanied by 2 familiar faces of Chung-Yi among the anonymous strangers, as emotionless as 2 white candles flickering in the cold. Both of them stand silently with others waiting for the aura surrounding their souls to fade away. The twisting aura spirals around their bodies, turning everything into a motionless stone standing around him. Chung-Yi couldn't help but feel angry at the inhumane behavior of the person whom Fong Hak worships as a beast, while he only responded coldly to others who opposed his own path. This is the necessary price. Someone as foolish as you will never understand. The chaotic situation forces him to stay silent and think of a new plan. Although I could let Void Beast take me away directly, everyone from Langfeng City will surely die, so I have to stop him. Even if I'm not his match, I absolutely cannot be another sacrifice. The glass bottle containing golden liquid is quietly summoned by Chun-Yi. The pre-heavenly divine nectar S+ greatly increases various negativities, resistance, and accelerates physical recovery speed. He gulped down the strange liquid quickly, and his negative resistance increased by 100%. His physical recovery speed also doubled. That behavior looked to Feng Huo like a fish desperately trying to escape in its final moments. Struggling, Chun-Yi ignored the sarcastic words, his back illuminated by a radiant glow that boosted his fighting spirit, and used the name of the divine to awaken the conscience of his soul. Seeing the enemy's confident posture, Fong Hak suddenly looked genuinely confused. What do you want to do? Instead, he kindly decided the sentence for the world destroyer himself. Repent now. Chun-Yi uses his skill to absorb the remaining spiritual energy from the fallen bodies scattered on the ground. His tired, dazed face reflects his effort as he contemplates the 104 repentant thoughts. Inside Chun-Yi's body, two streams of vital energy and internal energy are forced to clash, causing unbearable pain that makes him spit out a mouthful of blood. The celestial saint warriors rise powerfully within him, and the Ice Legion also begins to follow Chun-Yi's call. The two types of energy cannot merge and clash, causing a powerful shockwave inside him. Chun-Yi grit his teeth and force his body to absorb both energies. Fong Hak gazed blankly at the spiritual energy surrounding him. With this power, what more could he want to break through? His dirty mind suddenly jumped to an unexpected quick conclusion. Second transformation. Knowing your intentions, Feng Hao covered his face and burst into laughter, forcing himself to undergo the second transformation. Haha, you really are opening my eyes. It seems you have fallen into despair and become deluded. He demonstrates this ultimate skill to someone who is gnashing their teeth and executing it within themselves. Under normal circumstances, a second transformation requires a large amount of resources to resist the magic crystal. Rare and valuable elixirs are essential items used to strengthen the body and increase power, and strong experts are there to protect against external disturbances during breakthroughs. Right now, you are still restrained by the deep abyss's shackles, suppressing your saintly power confined alone with no energy supply. The brutal war between the two stellar armies makes Chun-Yi's nerves tense non-stop. The power within your body will become uncontrollable, like a wild horse running free, violently crashing into your flesh and tearing you apart if you fail. Although confident, Feng Hao still prepared to cast a spell to bring him down, but you little brat are truly strange. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance wouldn't let you succeed in secondary transformation. Chun-Yi's mind faintly sensed the intense conflict happening within him. The two types of yin energy quietly absorbed into each other, while Feng Hao still swaggered arrogantly. Just die in your second transformation. The final clash quietly marked the end of the lingering pain, as icy spirits gradually turned into sharp crystal shards. The fake angelic beings have turned into blurry golden leaves. The two factions now become items that burn and melt into each other. The pain ends as Chun-Yi reaps the sweet reward on his dark salvation journey. Congratulations on acquiring the exclusive skill of the illusionist. The skill Divine Form Summoning of the God Resurrection of the Spirit has gained an unallocated attribute point above 100. His body, powered by divine strength, also makes his face appear more fierce. Because of his impressive debut, Fong Hak was caught in a whirlwind that slammed into the stone wall. Chun-Yi swung a strike in midair to send energy into his body. His body is frozen solid, unable to resist as Fong Hak's entire body soars through the air from the powerful strike. Thon Trico Shua also took advantage of Chun-Yi's rage to seek mercy. After being thrown high into the air, Fong Hak finally landed on the ground like a lump of rough earth. His eyes widened in shock, unable to believe he had lost half of his lower body, but instead of anger, he grinned with a wicked, terrifying smile. It's useless. Do you think the skills of the second change Holy Knight can harm me? A dense layer of black mist spewed out to fill the hole for him. Chun-Yi is not afraid of that deadly aura at all. No need, your last words are too noisy. He raised his hand to the sky, creating a complex formation above, wielding a level S spell card, using his ordinary body to summon divine punishment and divine power, causing massive damage to dark creatures. After using the skill, his attributes are completely depleted, with a 40% reduction, lasting for 2 hours. His blazing eyes stare intently at Feng Huo, rushing towards him. You are guilty, I judge you. The hero playing the role of the judge personally decides the fate of that cowardly rat. The execution lightning struck like a furious rain, each bolt aimed straight at the traitor. The more he was struck, the more Fong Hak seemed to become more spirited and provocative. You're not going to succeed. My master's power is still here. The tense atmosphere suddenly made him wary as he watched Fong Hak's next move. Like other souls, he dedicates his body to serve the chaos. Suddenly, several black demonic energy chains are released and fly out instantly. They surround him so quickly that Chun-Yi can't respond in time. The chaos emits a deep, indistinct voice of submission, destroying so many things together. Thick resentment like deadly poison seeps into his body through the layer of skin cells, causing him to spit out a mouthful of inky black blood. The uneven ground is covered with a pile of skeletons, echoing with their wails of misery, turning the claustrophobic scene into a true hell on earth. Suffering is the true truth that joins us. AAA. His bloodshot red eyes stare coldly. Chungi has fallen into a version of himself that even he doesn't recognize. Fortunately, his strong willpower helped him regain control of his true self. The chaotic tendrils greedily squeezed his body, shrieking in mind control, becoming a part of my eternity. Chungi's holy power violently reacted, causing some painful backlash to his mind. Ah, you used your skilled fighting techniques to escape from its encirclement. His entire body torn apart by the holy light's power, Chungi confidently wields his sword into battle. The polluted consciousness is far more advanced than mere hypnosis. The hefty sword plunges straight into the heart of the chaos. Unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong opponent. The deep wounds caused a persistent pain that made the shapeless monster groan endlessly, and the open wound exposed the vital essence of chaos. You dare. Chungi paid no mind to that useless anger. I respond indifferently. Why would I be afraid? Holy night. A whisper can drown out the sound of the clash between the evil tentacles and the sacred sword, which specializes in repairing wounds. The powerful glow of divine energy caused the tentacles to vanish into the wind. An explosion erupted as demonic energy vibrated, losing stability and unable to control its true form. Chungi stood lost in thought, casually lowering his shield to rest in the middle of the battle, as a dark blade silently emerged from beneath the ground. He heard a sound behind him and instinctively turned his head, but before he could understand what was happening, Chungi was slashed across the back by the chaos with a sword choking on his own saliva. The swift attack tore blood onto its white teeth. The disgusting tongue licks away that tempting smear of blood. As soon as the blood enters, it swiftly severs the mental chains, sealing its wild instincts. I am very pleased with myself as the Lord of Chaos, a divine being. A divine being cannot be killed by a small human. The fate between you and me was sealed from the start. You will become my slave, and I will grant you the power of a half-divine. Chungi, hearing these filthy words, felt his fighting spirit rise even higher as he healed himself, embracing the power of the half-divine. Let's make a deal. See me as a punching bag and I'll teach you what it means to have the power to kill gods. Also, pretending to be a god or demon has its limits. You are nothing but a clone of the evil god, so only as a human can you be hurt. And your arrogant words will just make people laugh. Suddenly feeling that something was wrong, it hesitated and said incoherently, "This cannot be happening." Chungi held his head secretly, thinking to himself, regretting that this body could only last for 2 more minutes. His time was running out. The miraculous holy power summoned by him creates a towering pillar of light that shakes the entire vast land. The heavenly saint army appears ready to fight at your call, summoned by a level S divine decree. Some archers stand with orders from above. The ancient angel summoning magic inherited from ancient times requires sacrificing 30% of life force to summon angel warriors. Be aware that the angel's presence will drain the host's spiritual energy over time, and a few calm individuals are quietly considering all options. Seeing such a mighty army, the chaos trembles and screams to protect its face. Lowly creatures like you don't even think about stopping me. Under Chungi's silent command, the army's closed eyes now open, initiating purification and executing divine punishment. The command center descends onto the battlefield, unleashing holy light to fulfill the heavenly decree and punish the traitors. A violent explosion and tornado of anger swept away everything nearby, and structures made of stone gradually turned to dust before the tremendous power. The fierce blast wave spread out to the vast forest, causing the trees to shake constantly right at the center of the shockwave caused by the previous tremor. Chungi kneels on the ground in a one-leg kneeling posture, his body covered in wounds and cracked golden streaks running along him. A quick notification appears beside the suspended dark red crystal, indicating it contains the essence of demonic power and may have sustained irreparable damage. Suddenly, a thick, cloudy blood spat from his mouth as his voice whispered heavily. It turned out his entire body had completely collapsed onto the cold stone ground. You even don't consider your clone. In the deserted wasteland with no one around, only mist and dust swirl, as if Chungi has been forgotten by the world. The moon and stars quietly watch over the lonely figure of the unfortunate young man above, thinking he would simply sleep through a long, weary battle. But even as his bones creaked with agony, his hand once again rose bravely. However, given his current condition, even turning over was a luxury. The continuous warning sounds echo as the vital signs remain unstable. Please act quickly. Chungi's vacant gaze closely follows each line of text that appears. The critical life parameters have broken through. The heartbeat now beats 8 times per minute. Blood pressure is 50/30. The whole body has 17 broken bones with internal organ damage reaching 63%. Immediate treatment is required. He put all his remaining strength into unleashing his trump card. the blinding light gathered in his trembling palms, divine and restoring. On the other side, Lu Kuei repeatedly calls out the name of the person lying motionless on the bed, anxious and worried. "Na, wake up." "Bak Na." Fortunately, she is starting to show signs of waking up. Her mind is still a bit hazy after deep sleep. "Aren't we still at the hot spring? Why suddenly now?" She immediately updates the situation to the other party. A divine miracle is truly a divine miracle. At this moment, a brilliant beam of light tore through the clouds outside, bestowing numerous angelic-like beings that excitedly danced around the bodies of the scattered citizens on the street. This phenomenon is the Level 1 divine revival at Level 5 that Chungyi just summoned. It can unleash a divine domain that covers the entire city, purify pollution, and save all souls that haven't dispersed within its range. After the skill ends, you will enter a state of divine exhaustion, and all attributes will reset to 0 for 10 days. In the pitch-black night, the conversation between the Void Beast and Chungyi echoes. You forced the second transition, your veins are all torn, and you activated the rescue skill. This time you're lucky to just be alive. "Oh, why don't I let me lead them?" You could have just gasped and run away there, so what's the difference compared to those heretics? He panted weakly, struggling to say each word. Coughing before deciding on the second transformation, I remembered the college entrance exam, the transfer at school, and at that time I chose the Holy Knight. Images of myself wearing shining armor flooded my mind, filled with self-doubt. Then came the skillful, honest, brave swings of his weapons, with the shining cross symbol representing an unwavering faith in justice, engraved on his hammer of mercy, finally finishing with a powerful downward strike onto the ground, fulfilling his duty and performing his honorable act. Although blood is vomiting from his mouth, Chungyi still maintains a deep faith in his heart. His whole life he has pursued righteousness and justice. This is the true Holy Knight. He struggled to breathe, exhausted. If I only cared about living or dying, then I would be going against my original intention. What's the point of being strong if it doesn't help? Once again, the positioning skill is activated. A blue magic circle instantly appears, where Chungyi is lying down at Tu-Hang University. Just then, suddenly a voice from the cliff above asked Leader, "What's going on here?" Wang Hao frowned as he observed the situation below, while quietly deducing that this kind of large-scale battle is not something we can easily speculate about, but I am certain that a powerful expert used their life force to protect the entire Longfeng City axis during the night. He is the hero of our Longfeng City. At that moment, Chungyi had successfully teleported back to his dormitory. The warning screens all turned red simultaneously, indicating a critical situation. Upon inspection, the soul was injured, life force in imminent danger, divine state exhausted, and all attributes returning with a duration of less than 10 days. Before his vision slowly faded, he managed to utter a heartfelt word. The last thing he saw was the countdown timer showing 23955 seconds. Soon after, his vision gradually returned, and this time there were no more warning system alerts. Chungyi slowly opened his dazed eyes, and suddenly his breath started to produce bubbles. He gradually sat up from the bioreactor. "There are countless medical tubes attached to my body throughout the resuscitation process. I have been unconscious for 2 days. Wang Hui, sitting nearby, suddenly asks, "So you're awake now? What's it like to be on the brink of death? Fighting alone to destroy the evil deity's ritual, so should I say he's brave or reckless?" Chungyi could only awkwardly pat his head. The situation was urgent at that moment. Golden veins run along his body still present, making him struggle to cough and clear his throat as the man explains patiently and thoroughly. "Your entire meridian system is like a torn fishing net. Ordinary healing techniques can only mend your body, so I will place you in the medicinal spring to stabilize your shuming value along with careful instructions and a warning. Immersing 5 long chow pills in this medicinal spring is a priceless sacred cure. You must absorb them all or risk wasting even a single drop." Suddenly, Chungyi interrupted sharply like the teacher and yelled loudly in outrage. This is obviously the teacher's foot wash. Wang Hui just smiles very insincerely to change the subject. "Don't worry about these details. Saving your life might be the most important thing." His face suddenly became serious again as he skillfully opened his electronic panel and explained what had happened during his 2 days of coma. The leader of the Longfeng City Tranquility Bureau team not only preserved the battlefield traces but also collected the remaining samples of the Holy Light. Both of them watched the visual display in the air closely. Looking at this fluctuating graph, Tan Xuatfeng's sword intent and holy power are perfectly aligned. If someone with good intentions were to investigate, they would do so immediately. That's why the situation in Longfeng City was publicly announced as being handled by me. "Master, I don't need to hide behind you. King Song Wang Hui still insists that you are young and of low rank. If they didn't hold back from boasting about your achievements, they might attract the pursuit of heretical followers. Those guys won't spare anyone who threatens them. So I used some special privileges to classify your matter as SSS level secret, and after your 3rd ascension, these honors will naturally be returned to the original owner. the elegant arch of his eyebrows slightly furrowed with displeasure. Zunji recalled the life and death moment of the fierce battle just now and then, promptly declared, "Master, after I defeat the evil god, I found that its true form is merely a crystallization of the evil god's power, and I also summoned it as concrete evidence." Chu Engi was ready to let Wang Hui observe for as long as he wanted. This is the true face of the demon god. It doesn't look special, but it has caused the downfall of many. Just by touching it, you can clearly feel the air of mass soul destruction filled with hatred. They gather into a slimy pile that looks disgusting and tragic. Witnessing this horrifying scene, his anger reached its peak, and even a mere shard dared to cause chaos. Wang Hui immediately gathered a maximum amount of energy into his palm, causing the surrounding space to keep surging. Fong. In just a flash, he successfully covers the cursed crystal stone with a shining shroud and moves to another scene. Hong Lin's trimming movement suddenly froze when he heard the familiar name Wang Hui. The old man hastily stepped back, showing a puzzled expression. "Wang Hui, why is he going there?" Yu Lin honestly reported. The insider informant and trusted disciple of Wang Hui Chunyi arrived in Longfang City to complete his mission, but upon discovering Fong Hok's actions, he immediately contacted Wang Hui, who had just arrived. "Tell all branches to go into deep cover and avoid provoking the military. The enemy will immediately retaliate." "Yes." The old man's gaze remained fixed on the vibrant rose in front of him. "Why does the name Chunyi sound somewhat familiar to me?" The next words from Yu Lin suddenly awakened Hong Ling. 2 months ago, Chunyi had disrupted Feng Huo's plan during the freshman match. At that time, we still suspected he had tamed the Void Beast and kept an eye on him for a while. Only then did the old man realize Chunyi's true identity. "It's him, I remember now, the little brat with some skill." His lips suddenly curved into a sly smile. "Then let's give our little one an unforgettable gift for a lifetime to remember." A clear, confident reply responds. At the same time, the image of a flower being forcefully plucked and unable to be more cruelly severed quietly falls onto the cold floor in the darkness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Fong stands alone in the rain, like a pouring stream before him is a tall, brightly lit villa. His mind is now overwhelmed and filled with doubts about life. That kid came from a shattered place without support from his family's connections, yet he managed to develop such a terrifying power. It's truly unbelievable. At that moment, a strange object suddenly crashed into the window of the building, drawing Lin Fong's attention unintentionally. "Huh, who was that?" Then a piercing sound rang out outside, tearing apart the quiet night. Screaming, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment, unable to process the situation immediately. Inside, a tall, imposing shadow is threatening Chuvan's safety. "The woman and the one I like most, their fear is truly incredible." A raspy voice with white, even teeth sounded extremely fierce. Both of them are women and children at the same time. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Bin immediately gathered black energy into her palm and charged forward, her joy multiplied. But at the decisive moment, suddenly something charged in to interpose, causing a violent collision that sent a cloud of dust billowing from his head, and his movements were temporarily stifled by the unexpected turn of events. It was none other than Ling Feng in his unleashed form, who managed to save the person just in the nick of time. The enemy, seeing this, exclaimed in astonishment. "The Flame Dragon bloodline." The Luke Bin fiercely attacks again, and someone is seeking death. He also was ready to fight at any moment when suddenly a lightning bolt flashed across Chunyi's mind, as if he had just discovered something unusual from afar. He decisively broke free from the medical cord slowly floating in the air amidst the spraying bioessence, with the Void Beast's guidance not on point. Within seconds, Chunyi was back in his full gear. In a stern voice, he issued commands to teleport and locate Chuvan. "Your current expression shows full seriousness." Xiao Koa's life value continues to decline, proving Xiao Van's injuries are minor. "Less talk, just lock on the target." The Void Beast closes its eyes tightly to focus better on sensing the spirit. The butterfly formation quickly revealed itself clearly, in order to avoid future trouble. "I will do my best to protect your body, but after teleportation there's bound to be some damage. Be prepared to pray for good luck." Suddenly the space showed a cracking surface like fragile glass, and Chunyi's figure sank straight down. Soon the tense battle between Ling Feng and Lu Bing was visible, and although he was at a disadvantage, he still caring asked about the situation of the person behind. "Little girl, can you still stand up?" Chu Yun hesitated before confirming. "All right, the other side has made a proposal. Go find her brother quickly. He is facing an equally matched opponent and has suffered quite a few injuries on his face." "Little demon, you really don't know life or death. Is that worth it for a woman?" Lin Fong struggled to breathe heavily. "Is it worth it or not?" Then he unleashed a blazing spark that pierced through the enemy's body without hesitation. "You can't control it." Luke Bin seems to have endured the full fury of the dragons and has truly become dust and ashes. All that remains are desperate, heartbreaking screams. The heat surges and dissipates into the cold night wind. Lin Fong reached out and wiped away the hot blood dripping down his chin, the wet and burning sensation, sharpening his mind amid the chaos. Chu Van hurriedly threw herself into Chung Yi's arms, as soon as the two reunited with her brother. However, it seems he has not fully recovered yet, his face suddenly darkening considerably. She hurriedly narrated the whole story. Finally, you're here. The person just now was too scary, and he injured Xiao Hoa. Chun Yi gently stroked his sister's head to comfort her and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Suddenly his attention was caught by Lin Fong, who was trembling all over in the distance. Why is Shen Lingfeng here? Still, he has enough strength to provoke. Yes, the savior has finally arrived. Your brother truly deserves his position. I even thought that your younger sister would turn into a roasted dove. Chu Van stood between them and defended, saying, "You can't speak about my brother like that. Little sister, your words really hurt me. No matter good or bad, I risked my life for you." However, her stance is still very clear. "I will definitely repay your life-saving kindness, but you are not allowed to say that. Since we were kids, no matter what danger we face, my brother always steps in front of me first. He is the best brother in the world." He struggled to stop the bleeding from the wound in his chest. "Hey Chu, your sister is the one who knows how to be grateful, yet here you are coming to your place, without even a single word of thanks." Droplets of blood slowly drip onto the cold ground, accompanied by these clearly intentional stabs. Is this all the Holy Knight's wind control skills can do? Chu Van was about to protest it again, but Chung Yi grabbed his shoulder to stop him. "Xiao Yan, he is Du Quin An, and has such a good sister, so he's not happy inside. That's why he's talking nonsense here." The two siblings kept performing a scene of throwing accusations back and forth. Although Shen Lingfeng truly saved Xiao Van, this could be a trick to trap him. It's a typical psychology of wanting to obtain something but failing denying its value. Could it really be like that? Lin Feng muttered angrily. "You're so furious you feel like throwing up blood for real, and your words are all over the place. I envy you. Haha, how could I envy you?" Because he pushed himself too hard, he temporarily lost consciousness, his eyes fully blank and pale, like an empty shell. When Lin Feng's body lost balance and fell, the spear pierced through his abdomen, becoming a point of support that held his body suspended in midair. The deep crimson liquid flowed like molten steel as the man slipped down due to inertia. Chung Yi only stared in horror at the entire terrifying scene from start to finish, gently pressing Chu Van's head against his chest to protect her from psychological trauma. My weak voice suddenly echoed again. "Chu Nagi, stop hesitating and save me quickly. I haven't logged out yet, don't just stand there like a piece of wood." He only responded with another taunting remark. "Tham Lin Feng, you're acting arrogant despite being injured. It seems your wounds aren't serious." Let me gently expose Lin Feng's unusual behavior. "Compared to you, I am even more curious why you appeared at my house, especially when I just happened to witness Chu Van being ambushed. Did you know? Recently there's been a popular way called the Hero's Reflection Path." "What is that?" So Lin Feng overheard the lively discussions and visited the former residence of a strong warrior, sensing the traces of their growth left behind. "If we could learn even a little, wouldn't our strength increase?" "What the hell, don't try to trick me. What am I supposed to gain from tricking you? Recently many people have been coming." He casually coughs to cover up some excuse. Is it not okay to just pass by? Do you really think the whole world is just like you?" Wherever he goes, there are always people praising him, and secretly he thinks that the reason for this embarrassment must be something he can't reveal. Chu Yun suddenly feels extremely panicked as Chu Ni's body gradually becomes heavier. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" At this moment he was completely pale from exhaustion, but he still managed to leave a final words of comfort. "Sorry, I scared you." The arm covered with tangled yellow veins is even oozing a thick, sticky liquid. She called out to the other person in a choked voice, her voice trembling. A shrill sound split the silent, deadly atmosphere. Seeing Chung Yi lying still with countless wounds all over his body, Chu Van was terrified and quickly covered her mouth to stop her sobs. Tears welled up in her eyes and slowly rolled down her cheeks. In the midst of chaos, she grabbed the nearby phone like a lifeline, her voice trembling. "What do I do now?" Chu Van just made a call, tears streaming down her face as she sobs and pleads. "Brother, don't scare me. Answer the phone quickly." Suddenly a loud, teasing voice rang out from behind, making Chu Van even more panic-stricken. "Chung Yi, your room is more lively than a battlefield." It turns out the person who just arrived is Vuong Hu. He stepped closer, snatched the phone still in Chu Van's hand and reassured her, "Don't worry, let me handle this." At this moment, Sun Wan hurriedly rushes in from outside, calling out loudly, "Chung Yi, do not worry, just drink this, it will be better." Vuong Hu was also not idle, skillfully channeling energy to heal Chung Yi while constantly grumbling. "Kid, you really know how to torment, pulling you back from the gates of hell, yet you lacked the protective magic to courageously rush into the chaotic time and space. Surviving was a miracle. I'm not a healer. I can only help you barely hold on to your injuries." After a moment of frantic treatment, Chung Yi finally regained consciousness, dazedly looking at the people standing in front of him. "I can't help but wonder. Teacher, how come So Nian and the others are here already? Void Beast knew you were seriously injured from the time stream chaos, and quickly came to find me after bringing you here. At that time, I was still with So Nian and followed her here. This breath is exactly like that of a cultist in Longfeng County, but they weren't looking for you, they were attacking Chu Van. I guess they don't know what's going on in Longfeng County, only because you exposed your face, so they want to take Chu Van to vent their anger. Vuong Hui urgently reports that the military has secretly launched a nationwide purge targeting the Holy Spirit sect. The enemy is in the shadows, while we are in the light. We can no longer stay here. You need to go to Chu family's house immediately. Chu Ni fully agreed and left. Right now your injuries are too severe for any teleportation method, so you can only sit in the shared aerial ship nearby to head to the Chu family. The Empty Light is a Level A safety shuttle, equipped with protective weaponry. It can reach Chu family's territory within 48 hours, and I will inform Chu family's people to meet you at the Empty Light port. So Nian immediately replied, I'm going too this time. I have to go and protect Chunyi. As everyone discussed, a sudden voice rang out. Vuong Hui also seemed to notice the strange sound, so he continued speaking while looking around. We don't know how deep the Holy Spirit Church's infiltration is, so your journey must be disguised as ordinary tourists. The less obvious, the better. Then that bizarre sound echoed again. Hey, can't you see me? Did I disappear? Did I become transparent? Do you all see me as just empty air? I'm wounded too. Wang Hui stepped forward to examine the other person, then ruffled his forehead and chuckled. Well, let me see how your injuries are. Aren't you the little brat who was beaten by Chungyi in the freshman tournament? Lin Fong chuckled sarcastically. Thanks to the principal for his concern. I protest. On what grounds is he sitting in the wheelchair disguised as a noble young master, while someone like me, a descendant of the flame dragon with bloodline, is made to serve him? Unfazed, So Nian stared directly into Shen Linfeng's eyes and replied coldly, risking more with each word. She had no intention of taking you along if you hadn't kept causing trouble. Hearing that, Tham Lin Fong immediately stood up in protest, furious. The principal was summoned urgently and specifically ordered me to participate in this action, as if I wanted to be sure of the Vermilion Dragon bloodline. As he finished speaking, Chu Van suddenly cut him off with excitement. The spaceship is arriving. A thick fog covers the front, completely blocking the view. After a long while, the fog gradually cleared, revealing behind them a massive spaceship that far surpassed all expectations. From the ship, a golden tentacle gently descended onto the ground like a flowing silk, and as soon as Chu Van saw it, she eagerly rushed forward, shouting non-stop, "It's a flying giant octopus." "Hello, flying octopus fairy." She excitedly points ahead and eagerly says to Chunyi, "Look over there, the tentacle is still glowing. That is the light of mana energy charging. The spaceship is stopping here so the mana can be fully charged. Only then can it take off. Moreover, these tentacles have additional functions. When serving as stairs, they act as shields during battles, and they can also emit demon energy projectiles." In the blink of an eye, they stepped onto the spaceship, which inside was a world of luxurious and breathtaking comfort. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced urgently, "Passengers, please note the docking corridor will close immediately after boarding. Those without check tickets, please take the opportunity to verify your tickets." Seeing that Chunyi didn't look well, So Nian worried his wound might flare up again, quickly supporting his arm and kindly asking, "Would you like to go back to your room to rest? Operating the spaceship can cause some discomfort, but there's a special barrier in the room to prevent that." Hearing those caring words, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Chunyi's mouth. He deliberately teased, "So Nian, little Nian, are you trying to see if I've become a child to protect?" That statement made So Nian's cheeks flush red and she stammered to explain, "I didn't mean it like that, I just was worried you might be uncomfortable." Chunyi didn't seem willing to let it go and continued saying, "On the way, here you were worried you would be hungry, then worried about the sun shining on you, and pinched me to make me take medicine." Chunyi looked directly into So Nian's eyes, his tone gentle, yet firm. "I know you're concerned about my health, but you don't have to worry too much." Suddenly, a flickering figure appeared. A girl in Diamrua attire approached, her eyes shining and exclaiming, "So beautiful." Without hesitation, she reached out to touch Chunyi's face. Touching, "Just look at this skin, it's even whiter than snow." Her eyes show obvious greed, both lovesick and pitying. She seduces. "I liked what I saw, and also felt pity. Why not follow me? I will invite the best pastor to heal this disabled body of yours." Hearing those words, the three people accompanying Chunyi all looked surprised, their faces showing disbelief. So Nian quickly regained her composure, her eyes flashing with anger, and immediately swung the whip towards the woman with astonishing speed. Overcome with rage at such shameless behavior, So Nian sneered, her eyes blazing, saying, "Take that dirty hand of yours away or I'll cut it." Dianlei looked at her meticulously cared-for hands and sighed softly with a sorrowful air. She sneered and said mockingly, "The little guard really did attack. I just wanted to invite the young master for tea and a chat. But your master hasn't said a word yet, so what are you so anxious about? Oh, my young master, could it be that the bodyguard is your lover? No wonder I just touched you a little," and her eyes looked like she wanted to eat me alive. "If your sister likes men, just tell her straight. I understand this kind of taste best." When So Nian was about to lose control and surge forward again, Chun-Yi quickly held her hand tightly and softly called her. So Nian Chun-Yi glanced at the prominently displayed warning sign in front of him and kindly reminded So Nian, "She is provoking, you don't fall for her tricks because the sign clearly states that fighting is strictly forbidden on the deck, and anyone who disobeys will be detained and imprisoned in the lowest level of the ship." After comforting Shrone, he turned to the flamboyant woman with a cunning smile. "If the lady enjoys playing, she might as well go to the third-class cabin where there are entertainment options more suitable for her. I'm afraid my body can't handle the warmth of Madame's enthusiasm. She is still watching the four of us, and her intentions are definitely not just to play around." The flamboyantly dressed woman has her own thoughts. Third-class deck cargo carriers are all unskilled laborers. Are they deliberately using the vile and dirty to insult us? Thinking this, she responded, "Little young master, you also know how to ruin the scenery now. I have no more mood to enjoy." Before disappearing, she didn't forget to threaten everyone. "Calls me Madame Hong. There's nothing in this world I can't take. Soon you will willingly serve me." Wherever Lady Hong sets foot, her staff will bow respectfully and fawningly greet her. So Nian just turned around to say something to Chun-Yi, but he quickly interrupted her and turned to ask Tham Lin Fong. "The bracelet on her wrist looks unusual, and there's a trace of moisture on it. Have you ever seen it before?" Tham Lin Fong immediately replied, "I have seen it before. It is the symbol of the Mermaid Trade Guild." Tham Lin Fong also added with extensive knowledge, "Huang." So Nian must not have known that this wealthy financial group in Jiangbei, which outwardly operates legitimate business, has been secretly involved in criminal activities recently, such as targeting those with bloodline-based false occupations who are very beautiful, kidnapping them to become players, and then selling them off. Those poor victims are either raised in decadent noble households or tortured to death in cruel transactions. This woman calling herself Lady Hong is probably a minor leader of the trade guild with a high rank. I heard that the boss of the Mermaid Trade Guild has extensive connections and a complicated background. Even my father warned me not to provoke them easily, so it's best to stay away if possible. And what he's keeping in his heart is that 3 years ago, there was a conflict between the Heavenly Orchid Province, the Mermaid Trade Guild, and the Chu family of Tianlan, with the Chu family losing. Tham Lin Fong hesitated, a worry rising in his mind, wondering whether he should tell Chu-Ni about this. Meanwhile, after hearing Tham Lin Fong's confessions, Chu-Ni pondered deeply, trying to piece together the scattered events. So Lady Hong's words are hard to hear. She intentionally angered So Nian to see her trump card. Assess the value of the goods. The four of us, Chuvan is the weakest. If you want to capture Chuvan, that would be the best point of breakthrough. After a moment of silence, Chung-Yi finally spoke to propose. Tham Lin Fong has been on the boat for 2 days. Can't you stay by Chuvan's side and protect her? Lady Hong is ruthless and may find a way to take her back elsewhere. I'm worried she will attack Chuvan. Hearing that, Tham Lin Fong immediately nodded eagerly. Don't worry, can't I even watch over a little girl like her? The spaceship glides silently through the endless cosmic veil. The cleaning staff pushed her cart along the hotel corridor, and suddenly behind her a blazing red light erupted, tearing through the darkness. A strange beam of light suddenly burst into Son Yen and Chuvan's cramped bedroom, illuminating the entire room. Then the strange light found its way to Tham Lin Fong's room, spreading like blood and gradually consuming every corner inside. So it turns out the intruder was Lady Hong. Her eyes flicked over everyone like a venomous spider sizing up its fat prey. Young master, I have arrived. Her greedy gaze first stops on Chuvan. I've long seen that you carry demonic bloodline, which is quite rare and can fetch a high price. Then Hong Funyan turned to Son Yen, another young girl who is also a rare beauty. Then Lady Hong approached Tham Lin Fong, her hand shamelessly feeling his abdomen before making a coarse comment. That remark of hers was like a cold splash of water in Tham Lin Fong's face, making him feel utterly humiliated. His anger exploded. Your entire family has very ordinary looks. After hurling a vicious insult, he suddenly kicked hard into Madame Hong's stomach. Seeing Tham Lin Fong's fierce reaction, she smirked contemptuously. The anger within Tham Lin Fong still boils, showing no signs of cooling down. He rushes forward again, gritting his teeth and saying, "Who are you calling normal looking?" So neither of them backs down, both charging into a tense direct confrontation. At that exact moment, a strange streak of light suddenly erupted, tearing through the night. Tham Lin Fong clenched his teeth, burning with fury, and continued to relentlessly attack. Lady Hong swiftly dodged the fierce strike, and didn't forget to tighten her opponent with a soft silk scarf. Meanwhile, Son Yen has also woken up and joined the fight. Surprisingly, a wild wolf suddenly appeared out of nowhere and lunged at Lady Hong. As soon as it charged into battle, its snout was tightly wrapped by her silk scarf. Witnessing this perilous scene, Son Yen shouted in panic, "Xiao Kuo." Cornered and desperate, Madame Hong finally saw through everything and bitterly muttered, "Well, then it turns out they've all been deceiving me. Lady Hong's cold gaze fixed on the enemy clutching the flame, she whispered, "Bloodline of the fiery dragon." Then her sharp eyes shifted to Sun Yan and Xiao Ho, her lips curling slightly. "The enchantress bloodline I fear. Besides your beauty, there's more than meets the eye." At that moment, Aunt Chu supported Chung Yi, as he entered bowing solemnly to thank Lady Hong. "To prevent the Tiangkong security system from detecting the movement inside, we can only act now." However, it seems that did not make Lady Hong angry. On the contrary, she sneered and said mockingly, "What of her actions? A little kid with milk on his lips today. I'll show you what true pressure is." Before Madame Hong can make a move, Xun Linfeng rushes forward at an incredible speed. She was not someone easily bullied, and discovering she had been manipulated made her furious. Madame Hong gritted her teeth, her blood-spotted face twisted, her original appearance marred, and her red hair ruined. "The others stay out of this and don't get hurt." Tham Linfeng angrily throws a fiery punch at her, growling fiercely, "You've crossed the line." But unfortunately, what he touched was only a thin piece of silk. It quickly disappeared, rendering his punch aimless. In just a moment, the silk suddenly reformed into a human shape, silently appearing behind him, ready for a deadly counterattack, and a powerful, decisive strike was unleashed straight at Tham Linfeng with enormous force. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yan immediately launched a swift attack against the illusionary Madame Hong. But unexpectedly, as she closed in, she was gripped tightly by the tangle of silk ropes, immobilized and unable to move. Her whole body, from her feet to her torso, was tightly wrapped in white silk threads like a cocoon with no way to escape. Unfazed, Lady Hong let out a mocking laugh, her eyes filled with disdain towards Sun Yan. "Little beauty, how does it feel to be covered in my silk?" As the silk puppet wields sharp strands prepared to attack Sun Yan from afar, she desperately believed she had run out of all options to fight back. A decisive blow strikes heavily along Sun Yan's fragile back. Lady Hong glances at Chung Yi, arms crossed with a smug expression, waiting to see the spectacle. "Little young master, do you still have any way out? Hurry up and use it, or I won't wait any longer. This time you cross the line and I will make you a warning shot." Chung Yi tried to keep his voice calm, analyzing every detail carefully because he understood he was their last hope. Every time the silk puppet attacks, Sun Yan has to use her magic to counter it. If this keeps up, her magic power will run out quickly. The device given by the master can definitely break the space created by Lady Hong, but using just the device, the entire compartment will be blown through. Once the protective shield fails, reinforcements will flood in, so it's better to wait until she gets closer, then use another device to trap her, which would be even safer. As for Sun Yan, she is struggling to fend off the brutal attacks from the silk puppet troupe. Suddenly, her eyes shone with a dark red glow, as if an immense hidden power was awakening strongly. Lady Hong's hand reached out, accompanied by a seductive cloud of pink mist as she continued to lure. "Stop resisting and quickly use my power now." Sun Yan gasped for breath, each hard breath serving as a warning move aside. "Why do you have to reject me like that? I am myself, and you are yourself. Moreover, think about Chung Yi, he is still badly injured right now. Sham Lingfeng is just a useless talker, you're the only one who can protect him. Are you that selfish? You don't even care about Chung Yi's life anymore." Sun Yan struggled to speak as Madame Hong gripped her tightly around the neck. No, she saw that as an opportunity to persuade even more. "Chung Yi has also sacrificed his life for you before, and now he's caught in a trap, yet you pretend there's nothing you can do. Look at him, he can't even stand up and still wants to protect you." She sneered contemptuously before speaking bitterly. "But what about you? If you can't even escape from this old silk, what right do you have to protect him? Abandon suppression and let true demonic power emerge." On the other side, Chung Yi quietly activates a treasure, which in his hand radiates mystical sparks. Suddenly, a piercing explosion shattered the silence enveloping the space. Silk puppets were thrown into the air, and at the same time a sinister laugh echoed everywhere. A familiar figure approaches, blending the innocence of Sun Yan with the seduction of Hong Funan, smiling charmingly as he speaks. Chung Yi hasn't seen him in a long time. Chung Yi was stunned, so amazed he couldn't believe his eyes. Then he suddenly realized that the girl in front of him was her, the bizarre breath that had been inside Sun Yan all along. Even Madame Hong couldn't hide the shock clearly on her face. Her pure blood demon eye glinted with desire, a sinister smile curling on her lips. This is a top-tier masterpiece. Chung Yi is still in shock, still unable to believe what is happening before his eyes. Tham Linfeng also stared at Sun Yan, in amazement, her new beauty and strength making it impossible for him to look away. Chu Van and Xiao Kui were completely speechless, witnessing this extraordinary scene they couldn't find words for. After fully mastering her new power, Sun Yan said coldly, "So you want to hurt Chung Yi, right? Just a lowly level 30 doll maker." She clearly exposed Lady Hong's rank as a level 30 golem master. Madame Hong immediately retorted arrogantly, "It's just bloodline magic. Do you really think you can rebel?" As soon as she finished speaking, she swung a multitude of sharp silk strips to attack Sun Yan. The rare demonic miasma in the Mermaid Fashion Trade Guild could fill a cold storage. Seeing So Nian in a disadvantageous position, Chu Ni couldn't contain his panic and shouted. So Nian responded with a slight sneer, a mocking smile. Her hand moved gently but decisively to touch the flying silks, a confident gesture. Her slender, graceful legs swiftly tore the soft silks into pieces. In a disdainful tone, Sun Yan waved her hand and said insects should stay in their cages. Witnessing the devastating power explosion from her opponent, Lady Hong seemed to suddenly realize something. This is the domain. More precisely, what she is witnessing is the abyssal glyph domain, the innate skill of a pure-blood seductress within this domain, where all of the opponent's combat abilities are simultaneously rendered ineffective. Chu Ni stood silently to one side, his eyes showing extreme shock at feeling that Tu Nian's current breath was 10 times more powerful than before. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Lady Hong frantically unleashed countless silk puppet dolls to try to stop her opponent. A faint smile appeared on So Nian's delicate face as she calmly raised her pristine hand, performing a gesture as if controlling something invisible. At that moment, Madame Hong Lin felt an impending disaster as a terrifying force surged from the earth, knocking her away. What is that? A giant rock hand suddenly appears. I crush her throat with my fist, her face turning red as her hand clenched tightly, more and more fragments of long-forgotten memories appearing in her mind. Soon she coughed up a faint stream of fresh blood and asked, "What have you done to me?" So Nian, with eyes shining with joy, as she witnesses Madame Hong's distress, mockingly says, "Helping you remember your youth, look how adorable you are right now. This is what really frightens people. Haunting memories forcibly taken, draining vitality, and shattering negative fragments into a mental shock on the target." In her ultimate despair, Lady Hong nearly loses her mind, yelling out and searching for the concealed memories, destroying my mind. She couldn't resist the mental torture any longer. Madame Hong, screaming madly, pretending to be innocent. What is this? The bloodthirsty demon is truly a monster among monsters, if the kid you care about ever saw your real face. Hearing those venomous words, So Nian remained unfazed, and even wanted to end this game quickly with her next move, the 2 Yu Yan demon sword technique. A strange energy suddenly surges up, spreading and trapping Madame Hong within an invisible encirclement. Her face changes color, eyes wide with horror, revealing utter shock. Seeing her opponent's terrified face, So Nian couldn't help but let out a sneering laugh of amusement. Hearing Madame Hong's meaningless provocation as if it were a cheap joke, she scoffed and replied, "What's the use of talking so much to provoke me? In my domain I call it temperament." Then So Nian, with a visibly bored look on her face, wanted to accelerate this process and coldly issued a command. "Stop it." The power that So Nian unleashes grows more and more intense, overwhelming everything around her and shattering into pieces. And then on Lady Hong's face, the traces of time began to be etched with her youthful beauty, gradually fading away into wrinkles. In just a moment, her skin suddenly became covered with deep lines like an old porcelain statue, about to shatter, looking fragile and completely lifeless. It turned out that the person who just collapsed was only a sacrificial pawn of Lady Hong. She still sat there calmly, leisurely smoking her pipe, gently exhaling a stream of smoke. She stretched and wistfully twisted her body to shake off the fatigue surrounding her, then softly mumbled with a hint of amusement, "Second Lord of the Dragon Clan, the Chu family." Her scrutinizing gaze on the newly appeared figures suddenly sparked an idea in Lady Hong. Could it be connected to the Chu family, Tian Lan? After a brief pause, she ordered her subordinates to inform the old man, "I will personally select this year's gift." On the other side, So Nian still behaved elegantly, her sweet voice deliberately drawn out, and Chuni Chuvan immediately sensed something was wrong and wanted to step forward at once. "Brother Tham Nian, looks like something is wrong." Tham Lin Fong quickly stops her. "Don't go over there. She's very dangerous right now." Soren, with a changed appearance, stubbornly holding on to Chu Ni. "You promised you'd come find me. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Nian Ni. Chu Ni seemed not to hear his gaze, still indifferent, as he softly asked, "Since when?" So Nian stepped closer, signals for silence, gently stopping Chu Ni from speaking. "So you will remember, right?" A fleeting memory flashes through Chu Ni's mind of his closeness with So Nian. The image of their kiss emerges clearly. He suddenly realizes that she was the one who was by his side. During the moment he nearly turned into a demon. Chu Ni was stunned, his eyes fixed on the figure before him, trembling as he said, "It was then that she held on to a last breath of life so I could resist the forbidden spell and subdue the void beast." Sereni's eyes sparkled with joy as she smiled brightly. "Brother Chung-yi, you remember me now, I'm so happy." Tham Lin Fong suddenly charged from behind with unstoppable force, roaring in fury as he threw Chung-yi aside, and immediately, So Nian retaliated with a lightning-fast punch. "Are you really that angry little vitriol? We are on the same team." Even though I'm dazed and staggering, Tham Lin Fong still tries to respond with a voice full of rage. "Stop pretending in front of me. You are not Kwang So Nian at all, even though you both possess bloodline powers." Do you think I don't know you're a monster? As we argued, he suddenly froze his gaze, dazed as if he had just witnessed something horrifying. He was terrified as he saw, so Nian clenched her fist with destructive power, preparing to strike down. Her voice was cold enough to freeze blood. Do you believe I would rip out your tongue to make it a snack or not? Chung Yi exclaimed in panic. Xiao Nian, wait a moment. Luckily Tham Lin Fong avoided that dangerous attack just in time. So Nian seems intent on not letting Tham Lin Fong go dre him at a staggering speed. This time he willingly took the hit, his body shaken far and wide, his face etched with extreme pain. So you're getting angry just because I mentioned it. Monster. Chung Yi watched as the two of them were so panicked they couldn't stop coughing uncontrollably. So Nian, her sudden fury delivered through a series of punches to Tham Lin Fong's face, left him completely defenseless, her gaze locked onto him like a predator, stalking its prey. Unaware of what she was doing, her hand tightened even more, twisting Tham Lin Fong's hair. So Nian glanced at the strange thing hiding behind him, unable to hide her sarcasm. Your claws are so weak that they can't even scratch Lady Hong, yet you still want to hurt me. VM Long still remains as arrogant and proud as ever. From behind, Chung Yi shouted loudly, throwing something he was holding forward to stop his hand. A bright golden aura suddenly burst forth, which was the holy power shield that can be recharged without consuming demonic energy. In an instant, he deployed the sacred power shield to resist demon energy and physical attacks. After using it once, he needed to recharge it with the source energy given by Principal Wang Hui. Chung Yi struggled to stand up from the wheelchair, his tone extraordinarily gentle, almost begging. Tio Nien Dung Lam Han Bi Thuong. Tham Ling Phong Nhang Chong Quet Fet Mao Chon Hoi Ding Tren Hui Moi Niu, Mai Nye Gyong Noi Han Trong Chang Bao Chung Yi. Chung Yi, everything I do is to save you. If you fall under the influence of the demonic spell, the mission the principal assigned me will fail. I tell you she's not the Kuang, so Nian you know, but a consciousness that intrudes and dominates the bloodline. If she doesn't disappear, Huang So Nian will truly be in danger of losing her life. A useless person like her can't even protect herself, crying like a dog when begging me to go out and save him. Hearing these poison words, Chung Yi clenched her wrist tightly and harshly told her to shut up. More than anyone your heart understands, so Nian better than anyone. Chung Yi roared. She only dared to mock me because she risked everything to save me and ignored her bloodline power. You are not allowed to insult her. Xiaoran is the most resilient girl I have ever met. I support and understand all of her choices. After those heartfelt words, Chung Yi slowly releases her hand, his eyes filled with complexity. Thank you for saving me 3 times. Once in the dungeon, once in the novice battle mode, secret map, and once just now. If I can, I will repay you 3 times over. But can you let Xiao Nian come back? Without hesitation, Chung Yi wholeheartedly expressed his deepest wish. Tell me how I can make her return to where she needs to go. Hearing him say that, the girl paused briefly, then softly said, lucky guy, and unexpectedly. So Nian gently kissed Chung Yi on the cheek. This is the first time you have repaid me. Shen Lingfeng witnessed the scene and quickly covered Chu Van's innocent eyes. At that moment, she gradually vanished into nothingness, but before completely disappearing, a cold voice echoed spoken to Chung Yi. The price of summoning me, she cannot pay. Hearing that, Chung Yi slightly furrowed his brow, an uncertain sense of worry rising in his heart. Every time she lost control, it was to protect him, but in the end, what was the true cost? A moment later, Sun Yen, back to her normal appearance, was safely in Chung Yi's hands. He hugs her and softly calls out Tham Lin Fong. Hearing his name, Tham Lin Fong is startled. What's going on? Can't you see that the old man's face is about to be destroyed? Going along with your assassin team, sooner or later he'll be tricked into the crematorium. Chung Yi paid little attention to his annoyed attitude, and continued, so, what exactly do you mean by mixed blood consciousness? Tham Lin Fong adjusted his tight shoulder and responded, I don't know the details. My old ancestors said that high-level bloodlines are like sealed old monsters, strong hosts, helping or leading them, and they are actually the evil spirits of death. This term made Chung Yi feel very unfamiliar. Demon parasite. Tham Lin Fong didn't hesitate and confirmed. Yes, Daxia, if not, do you think why Kwang Soran has become a different person? Some speculate that this fragmented consciousness is a second insane personality, while others believe that a hidden remnants of an ancient ancestral soul within the bloodline has taken control and reborn in a new body. The specific situation is hard to say, but it can be confirmed that repeatedly using bloodline power beyond one's level will either drive a person insane or cause them to become someone else, and there is even a possible ability where the powers in the body repel each other, tormenting the individual to death. He pondered for a moment, and then continued. So recently, you haven't been focusing because you couldn't suppress the conflicting consciousness, right? However, Chung Yi still wanted to ask Tham Lin Fong if he knew any way to resolve the mixed consciousness. And the answer, as expected, is that if I knew how to save Sister Ning, I would have acted earlier. But suddenly Chu Yun, standing behind him, asked, Brother, you definitely know how to save Sister Ning, right? Her words left Tham Lin Fong at a loss for what to do. I'm the same. Under question from his two cousins, Shen Linfeng felt dizzy and annoyed but responded. He went back to the Chu family to ask the head of the Chu clan. Those old men have lived half their lives. What strange things haven't they seen? Moreover, if the Chu family can't handle it, go to the Kuang family. The Kuang family is big and powerful. They can resolve her small problem in just a minute. At the same time, the sound of hurried footsteps, approaching from outside, could be heard as a team of spaceship guards, with tense expressions, quickly rushed toward the scene of the dispute. As soon as they arrived, they rushed straight in with a serious tone ringing out. Who is still fighting here, and disturbing the peace of Tian Kong Company? The guard yelled loudly, You better come clean to me. The Heavenly Sky Pavilion is not a place where you rich young masters can do whatever you want. Both Chu Yi and Chu Van remained silent, as neither knew how to respond properly. Both of them simultaneously pointed at Tham Lin Fong, a shared idea flashing through their minds. The one chosen to bear the blame was him. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards rushed in to escort him out. Shen Lingfeng struggled and shouted, Are you guys even human for destroying my life? On the lower deck of the Sky Noob, Shen Lingfeng was crying without tears. I am so innocent. What right does Mo Kuang So Nian have to accuse me? When I get out, I'll take her wheelchair too. Time quietly passed and finally the familiar announcement echoed. Tian Kong shop has arrived at the Tian Kong dock, please line up in order. The person who was arrested a few days ago is now standing neatly in front of everyone, and it's obvious he paid a lot of money to be released. Shen Lingfeng glanced at the crowd below and said solemnly to Chu Yi, Well, Chu Hang is still a notable figure of the Chu family, yet he was sent to pick you up, which shows you have quite some face. Indeed, there are already a few people waiting for them at the pier with a young girl enthusiastically waving to greet them. Noticing that Hu Bok beside him was acting overly aggressive, Chu Hang hurriedly reminded him in a low voice, Hu Bok, be modest. Director Vuong has entrusted this matter as a secret, and it must not be discovered by others. As the figure stepping off the boat became clearer, Chu Hang stepped forward to greet him with a friendly smile finally arrived. Ni, you've worked hard, get in the car and rest first. Hearing Chu Hang's affectionate way of addressing him, Chu Yi was a bit surprised, shyly scratched his head and replied, Ni, are we really that close? Sorry for the trouble. Mrs. Hong did not expect to catch up all the way here, her eyes gleaming with greed as she muttered, Chu Yi, top freshman at Tuhang University, direct disciple of Wang Hu. So the Chu family secretly hid such a genius. If I could use him, my status in the trading guild would surely be raised a notch. Sun Yen examined the scene carefully and immediately recognized what it was, softly exclaiming, This is an Esther-level ice spider artifact. Chu Hang chuckled and said, Miss Kuang does have good judgment. What President Vuong said is true, this protective barrier can block all spiritual eavesdropping. Chu Hang was exhausted. Chu Hang also politely waved his hand, saying there was no need for it. Another hand of his kept signaling to the person beside him, as if to say, Don't be so slow, act now. Receiving the signal, she turned to Chu Van with a bright smile. Little Van, I am your older cousin Chu Hu Bok, and this is my first gift to meet you. I hope you will like it. Chu Hang sat quietly to the side, secretly calculating. Although Chu Yi was reluctant to hide his cold ice system, allowing Chu Van to practice her cultivation in the Chu family was a good sign. As long as he can win her over, Chu Yi will naturally be drawn in. Chu Van politely responded to the gift, saying, Hello cousin, thank you. Seeing Chu Van's delighted expression as she opened the gift, Chu Hang couldn't help but feel pleased with deep schemes forming in his mind. Chu Yi's talent was exceptional, supported by Principal Wang Hui and the Tianwu Guild. If he could regularly visit and look after the family, the Chu clan could undoubtedly rise back to the top alongside Chu Yi. Ni, I have already told you that the Chu family's power mainly consists of the clan chief and the Long Ice Tower Elder Council, which the old clan chief governs, holding the inner inheritance and central resources. The Elder Council is led by the third Elder Chu Fong, overseeing the training resources of external disciples. The old clan head and the Elder Council often clash with the clan head, fearing someone coveting your talent and ruining things. He lowered his voice, looking serious. Therefore, the secret rescue plan for you can only be shared with me, and understand Bai Dao and even the guard soldiers on duty do not know. After hearing this, Chu Yi only smirked and casually asked, It's useless. Chu Hang, what kind of place is the ice boundary of Long Yuan that you mentioned? Hearing his question, Chu Hang quickly replied, That is the ancestral land of the Chu family where Shuangya is buried. But he continued to tell with a proud tone that our ancestor once encountered an ice dragon named Shuangya in the far north ice plain, and that Shuangya's entire body was harder than mystical metal capable of cracking, even glaciers. The ancestor spent a year fighting it in the glacier for 49 battles, and finally tempered it using his own blood to seal a contract, making it a mount. Afterwards, the demon clan attacked, and Shuangya carried the ancestor forward. In the final snow demon battle, Shuangya retreated to protect his tribe, using his dragon body to block the entrance of the demon corpse. When the ancestor arrived to retrieve him, Shuangya's dragon body was dead, but his soul still remained. But this is a difficult problem to solve. The ancestor feared that Shuangya's soul might scatter, so he used the dragon spear sword to seal him, sealing Shuangya's soul inside his own dragon body. The ancestor originally planned to come and save Shuangya after finding a way to resurrect himself, but nobody expected that during the chaos his whereabouts would become unknown. Then Shuangya's body and soul also transformed into a secret realm. The conversation on the carriage continued like that, until the wheels crush through the thin first layer of ice, signaling the vehicle has entered a snow-covered road. Chu Hang slowly continues his gaze distant. Now, Banglong Uyen's outer wall is made of dragon scales from Shuang Na. The central ice pillar is its bones and the ice lake is its blood. The secret realm is divided into 3 levels, and any descendant of the Chu family can enter Banglong Uyen to face the challenge. If you can reach the central area, or the 3rd floor, you can go directly into the inner part. Hearing this, Chu Ni immediately interrupted. The soul of Shuangya, are you still actively checking humans now? Hearing his question, Chu Hang responded without hesitation. Of course, in previous years, every descendant of the Chu family could enter the frozen dragon abyss for training, but their bloodline of ice was not strong enough. Most of the Chu family's descendants could only access the outer surface of the frozen dragon abyss. When I was 30, I entered the 3rd level and was already broken 3 ribs by Shuangya's residual soul and thrown out. After my wounds healed, the concentration of my bloodline directly increased by 15%. Chu Hang also made it clear to Chu Ni that as long as he could reach the 3rd level, he would gain extremely great benefits, but there were also risks involved. Zhang Ya did not know the bloodline of the Chu family. 50 years ago, a senior 3-turn expert rushed into the 3rd level and was instantly frozen into an ice column by Zhang Ya's fiery breath. Chu Hong earnestly instructed second brother, you need to reach the 3rd level gate where Shuangya's residual soul is. To subdue the residual soul, you must draw out the lethal power that the ancestor used back then. Only then can Shuangya bow. Chu Ni looked thoughtful and replied quietly, I understand. Chu Hang continues to ask Han when he plans to go into Binglong Yuan. If he doesn't feel well now, there's a secret base near Binglong Yuan where he can temporarily rest. Chu Ni didn't rush to reply, silently observing the system display his divine artifact status depleted, all attributes reset to last only 10 days. With 3 minutes and 52 seconds on the countdown, he silently calculated just enough time as the vehicle stopped somewhere. Gim Trang Noi. No need, we can now enter Banglong Uyen. He and everyone else got out of the car, the cold atmosphere enveloping everything. Sun Yan approached Chung Yi, feeling deeply worried for him, and shyly asked, Can I go with you, Chung Yi? Chu Ying-he politely declined, saying, Stay outside and wait for me, trust me. Then he turned to Lin Fong, and without waiting for Chu Ying-he to speak, he understood his meaning. All right, I understand. I will take good care of this little girl. Chung Yi looked at Chu Hang, not forgetting to thank him. Thank you, Uncle Hang. Then he walked away alone, seriously preparing for what's to come. System notification. The prodigiously innate drought history is recovering all attributes. Chung Yi's name profession expert at level 30, with 12-0 over 1 million points. In Chung Yi's hand, the blurry shape of a sword gradually appears. It is called the Bamboo Blessing Weapon, Lamin Bamboo Blessing, a divine gift. Chung Yi firmly held the sword in his hand, walking with confidence and emanating a powerful aura. Butterflies flutter around a glacier, and wrapped around it is a monster with a snake-like body and shining blue scales. It also has 2 hands holding a sharp dagger. Not just one, but many such creatures have gathered here. They are called Level 25 Ice Snake Humans, with Golden Talent Ice and Earth Surge skills, and a coordinated Ice Serpent Assault. Chung Yi has now arrived, swinging his sword to warm up, and calmly speaks. 10 days without freedom, my bones are almost broken. The ice snakes saw Chung Yi, and rushed to attack, their fangs bared and tongue-flicking like hungry beasts. Chung Yi, unafraid, said with amusement, Use you to get things started. He swiftly struck several of the ice snakes. His attack was very fast, creating a blinding flash amidst the thick smoke and dust. The ice snakes continue to charge fiercely. Chung Yi unleashes his ultimate move, the Divine Windstorm, creating a massive tornado that swallows the ice serpents into one spot. On this side, a piece of ice shows signs of cracking. In the midst of the freezing, snow-filled space, there is a demon with its upper body frozen, coiled like a dragon, and motionless. It is the level 55 Gold Talent Ice Abyss Serpent with skills in Cryo Earth, Shock, and Ice Thrust Chain Shot, distorting the magnetic field. Chuni's tornado is closing in on it. Chuni yelled passionately, determined expression, radiant punishment. The power of light erupts, and a beam of brightness engulfs the monster, causing its massive body to fall behind Chung Yi. He shows no emotion, only walking calmly away. By morning, the snow has stopped falling, and the space becomes brighter and more open. Chung Yi is still here walking while observing this place, which gives him a familiar feeling. The Void Beast appears and explains, "It's because of the icy bloodline within your body, your normal ice profession has long been frozen." Chungi cheerfully greets, "I haven't seen you in a long time," and expresses his gratitude last time you called the master. "I still haven't thanked you." Void Beast straightforwardly replied, "Don't torment me anymore, consider it a thank you. If you die before the 1-year promise." Seeing that it was unsuitable, both sides fell silent and looked at each other. Just then, a group of monsters suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Chungi and Void Beast continue to stare at each other as the Void Beast launches an attack. Void Iron Sand appears with streaks of light cutting through the monsters and destroying them all. Knowing the Void Beast is protecting him, Chungi stays calm and courteous. "Thanks," the Void Beast replied coldly, "just a bastard." But the danger isn't over yet. The monsters from earlier haven't been fully defeated, and they break the ice sheet with their giant bodies, causing the area where Chungi stands to crack apart as he struggles to keep his balance to avoid falling down. It seemed like Chungi would fall, but he managed to jump onto another falling iceberg. In this situation, Chungi decided to jump into the abyss, wondering what he was witnessing before him. Under the ice, countless figures stand there with swords and shields, seemingly warriors. Lin Han sees a skull crowned with a crown glowing with a blue light. It sat there full of majesty and dignity, appearing to be the leader here. Chungi silently admired the demon race. The ice chunks then fell in front of the demon clan, revealing skeleton warriors in armor known as Ice Abyss Bones, level 35 with legendary talent and skills, with fierce bone blades and frozen coffins carrying the remnants of the demon army, defeated by the long bones of the period of demon invasion. Sensing movement, it awakened body, shining with blue light as Chungi stepped out of the ice pile using his detection magic. A small circle appeared before him, assessing the situation. At least 200,000 demon clans, risking everything, even suicide, and you have only reached the 2nd floor of the secret realm, so you must conserve your strength. The skeletons were searching for something when one of them spoke and someone rushed in. Chungi, undeterred, wielded Divine Power Blessing of Lamin, channeling deadly rays of light from his hands that radiated an extremely powerful aura. Chungi confidently said, "The concentration of ice elements here is 10 times higher than outside, enough to bury them." Then Chungi unleashed his power, the rays flickering across the gloomy sky. Sensing the danger, the leader shouted a warning, alerting everyone to be vigilant. Suddenly, the swirling power formed into a tornado from which a giant hand emerged and forcefully pressed down on the demon group, crushing them. Under the thick fog of snow and ice, some remaining skeletons continue to attack. Chungi doesn't stop, his eyes shine brightly. As he shouts freeze, a rapid whirl of power forms with a sparkling ray at the center from above. Countless sharp ice shards grow and encircle the demon tribe. Chungi raised his hand and continued to control the divine wind and storm, suddenly conjuring a powerful gust that swept away shards of ice. The wind blew into the demon tribe, scattering them into pieces, forming tornadoes that carried away many skeletons. The chieftain saw this and became furious, shouting, "You sneaky rats, hiding your heads but revealing your tails. Our clan's battle soul can never be extinguished. How can you let those ants provoke us?" Then the skeletons kept striking their coffins, and the harder they hit, the more strange soul fragments flew out. On the sturdy high walls, a row of skeletons standing in line emits a bluish light. Chungi puzzled, with his eyes fixed on the skeletal monsters, wondering what had happened to them. The skeletal demons unexpectedly fused together to form a huge, horrifying skeleton. The parasitic bone army of the demon tribe, which had died many years ago. Ziju developed skills, transferred their strength to fallen comrades, and resonated life force to revive alongside their allies. He was a bit frightened by the giant object in front of him, and muttered a few words the pieces pieced together. Are these bone spirits invincible? But indeed, there is no information suggesting that killing the frozen bone demon will grant more experience. The large eye in the middle of the fused skeleton's forehead shined brightly, and it suddenly spoke. "Found it." Zhongyi shows a bit of skill, bravely draws his sword, and says, Legend tier is not easy, but I don't believe it." His sword straightens up, and the hybrid skeleton immediately emits a blinding golden light. Zhong Nuo struggled to continue, saying, "Cannot kill the person." The light on the bone tower remained steady, shining evenly like the sun, illuminating all the lands together. The small skeletons started to jump chaotically down below as instructed, each wearing armor and wielding different weapons. The small skeletons fall freely through the middle section. He swings his sword a few times, creating a crackling pattern with a face that remains serious and cold. The symbiotic skeleton watched everything unfold carefully as Chungi leaped into the air to land his feet on the wooden bridge. He moves as fast as an escape, his face cold as he runs toward the living corpse. Chungi halts immediately in front of its wide eyes. He raised his sword and it suddenly opened its mouth wide as if planning some dark scheme. Chungi paid no attention to what it was doing and immediately jumped up, sword in hand, trying to kill the parasitic corpse. Suddenly he was a bit stunned, cold sweat beginning to trickle down. Chunyi recalled the days of the past, his eyes filled with sadness and a touch of regret as he aimlessly gazed at everything around him. The cries nearby keep echoing. Tatu is about to be overwhelmed. Hurry to the rescue. Chunyi walks forward vacantly, a tall man behind him trying to catch up. He walks up, pats Chunyi on the shoulder and says, Chungon catches himself, puzzled, turns around and looks at what? Chunyi's eyes were once again drawn to a young man firing an arrow whose stomach was thrown over him. The deep voice of the large man did not stop taking the opportunity to distract Master Shuangya. A pink and purple vortex appeared before everyone's astonished eyes. It was the demonic teleportation gate. The armored skeletons armed with hammers charged out of the vortex, and the scribes faced the hardships and challenges head-on, ready to fight valiantly. The descendants of the Chu family fight to the death, following orders, absolutely refusing to let the demon race escape from my Heavenland territory. One knight was thrown far away after being hit in the abdomen by a grenade hammer. The huge man continues to fight, fiercely fighting, and speaking, simultaneously sacrificing himself with Tianlan. A giant blue and white dragon appears in the sky. His voice still echoed loudly as he perished with Tianlan. The dragon opened its mouth to reveal a blue object shaped like a gemstone. It spewed out that blue beam of light onto the ground, and everything returned to its original state. Everyone around cheers with joy. Shuangya, the Great One, has arrived. We are saved. Shuangya, Chunyi said, with a slightly stunned and disappointed look, speaking his innermost thoughts. So now am I not the one still on the battlefield from 100 years ago, invaded by the demon race? Shuangya curled itself amidst the surrounding flashes of light. It glares as it swoops down and looks closely at the knights. Suddenly a few swords fly out of nowhere and strike straight into Shuangya's abdomen. It howled in pain and suffering. Skullbone twisted in agony, causing the knights to be thrown into disarray. The people far away looked on in panic as the armored skeleton waved its long sword that stretched dozens of meters. It has started to strike, with that sword piercing through several knights in a row. Chunyi now looks like a wolf, eyes filled with resentment as he roars. The chaotic demon race. The armored skeleton riding a black raven soars swiftly, an ominous voice echoing, "Go die." Before reaching its destination, it was bitten on the crow's wing by Shuangya, causing the skeleton to fall. The remaining crow was of no use either. Shuangya immediately struck down mercilessly. It glanced at the bleeding wounds from where the sword had been pulled out earlier. Shuangya's gaze turned upward to the sky, where a pink whirlpool with a skull in the center intermittently revealed its face. Sunya watched intently, as if sensing something, and then thought that breathing is from a heavenly demon. His thoughts kept echoing. If they let them rush in, the entire Tianlan territory would become a demon realm, and all living beings would become nourishment for the demon race. Furious, Shuangya stamped his foot, shattering the floor into many pieces, and thought, no, they cannot break through. If the demon tide is hard to stop, it will fly away quickly, and while still contemplating, it uses the dragon bone as an offering. Shuangya flies straight to the armored corpse, sitting peacefully in the center of the vortex. It charged straight into the pit, sinking both it and the corpse inside. The vortex sealed its mouth, emitting a dazzling pink light. Chunyi stood there, using his elbow to shield his eyes from the blinding light. His incredible power caused the ground to collapse and shatter into pieces. The door flashed brightly, then gradually shrank, everyone waiting and watching it intently without blinking. After a while, the door faded away and disappeared, and everyone cheered softly, saying, "The teleportation door is gone." They all rejoiced. "The demon race has been driven back by Lord Shuangya. That's great. We have held the Heavenly Orchid defensive line." Only Chunyi stands there, pondering. He just threw the dragon core into the teleportation gate, causing an explosion. The cheers continue to ring out around us. Long live Lord Shuangya. As long as Shuangya is here, Tianlan will stand. He looked at the chaos after the battle, and thought to himself, everything went well. I haven't broken my promise to you. Suddenly, someone called from behind, making Chunyi quickly turn around. Shuangya, a handsome man running over, made him think. He was Chu family's ancestor. Chunyi regains consciousness from his memories as a large, sharp sword swings toward him. Chunyi quickly grabbed his weapon to block its powerful attack, then darted away to avoid the blow, and landed on the ice surface. The light from the monster's side irritated him, causing him to speak up. "What's inside here?" A blue light sphere lying among the bones, revealing an astonishing object within. "Longlan." Chunyi chuckled knowingly and said with confidence, "Why didn't I notice earlier that the movements of these bone demons were too perfect, and their attacks very uniform?" He pondered for a long time before Chunyi confidently confirmed, as expected, they are the masterminds behind Shuangya's tragic death. How could the ancestors of the Chu family allow the enemy to die so easily? The sunlight shone on the motionless skeleton, and his voice rang out steadily. After shattering the central core, it became a perpetual curse, endlessly resurrecting, using Shuangya's dragon scales as energy to control and refine them into tomb guardians for Shuangya. Once someone uses force to rush in, they will be attacked and these bone spirits will regroup after being shattered. Chunyi muttered. As he walked, even a second transition expert would struggle to withstand such a draining battle. No wonder the descendants of the Chu family often stop at the second gate. Instead of attacking, they appear harmless, so these mindless things naturally lose their target. He takes step by step through the thick snow, contemplating that it's truly a very clever and complex way of revenge, using the enemy's body as a barrier and their most vile dying state as punishment. This revenge is even more ruthless than death itself. The cold wind blows, causing Chunyi to close one eye, but he still cannot stop that thought from surfacing. The ancestor of the Chu family remained determined in the freezing snow. One day I will definitely become stronger than you. Chunyi stood on the snowy peak, looking down at Shuangya's enormous skeleton, then threw himself straight down to the ground, but was suddenly pushed back by an invisible force. Chunyi was repeatedly slammed into the rocks, painfully trying to regain his senses, puzzled by what was happening, and asking himself what had just occurred. Who are you? Why did you rush into this place? Is it the chaos imprisoning me in this crack of ice that sent you here? Chunyi forced himself to get up and called out two words, Shuangya. Shuangya is angry, showing her teeth and threatening. Are you here to mock me? The level 30 mobs aren't even worthy of giving me a claw attack. You parasites only know how to absorb the power of the dragon race. Your blood is oozing like those murderers. It roars with anger as it opens its mouth in contempt. You all want to see me go crazy. Rebellious and selfish, you do whatever outrageous thing you want, caring only about my body and trying to turn me into a weapon. Wait a moment, I'm a bloodline of the Chu family. I'm here to… Xiangya's anger grew even more and he started to attack. What more do you want to deceive me for? Trash, I want to cut you into 100 pieces. Its attack forced him to dodge carefully. Chunyi secretly sighed. Hurry up, it opens its mouth wide and shoots out beams of power. You dodge each attack and still try to explain. Xiangya, do you remember anymore? That year you destroyed the Dragon Core to block the teleportation gate of the demon race. You were the hero of the Chu family. Still, Shuangxia didn't listen, and immediately criticized. Nonsense. The Dragon Core is the heart of our dragon clan. How could you extract it yourself? It's clear that you guys stole my Dragon Core and are here deceiving me, pretending everything is a lie with attacks growing faster, and shooting straight down onto the ice, shattering it all. It screams, I want to tear apart everyone who deceived me. Chunyi, despite the pain, still tries to comfort it. Yangna, stay calm and listen to me, do you still remember? It swung its large tail towards him. Go away. Chunyi was thrown far but still stood firm. He silently thought to himself that Shuangya had lost her memory and the long captivity had caused her suffering, blaming everything on the person nearby. Her mind was completely in chaos, truly worthy of being the demonic pet of the ancestors' contract. 100 years later, the remaining dragon soul power still makes others apprehensive. He frowns. Though injured, he refuses to surrender, believing that his rank and strength are inferior to Shuangya, but there's no way he's going to give up here. If I can reach Bing Longyuan, I will definitely not return empty-handed. Chunyi revealed a glowing cross shape on his forehead and shouted as a challenge. Are you angry? Then come here and fight. Fight until you remember and give up. He cast a spell to summon a blazing golden energy, and the massive forces of Chunyi and Shuangya collided fiercely. It then expelled a huge surge of power charging straight at him, raising a cloud of white snow dust. From the white smoke, Chunyi brandished his sword and charged forward. Come on, the ancestors of the Chu family can form a contract with you. I can also let you recognize your ancestors. The continuous slashes of the sword flickering to another side, Linfeng casually enjoys her dragon-shaped ice cream. Linfeng constantly munches on Chu family's exclusive ice cream stick and says, I've been standing here for 3 days and 3 nights. I'm practically a stone pillar of longing already. So Nian annoyedly glances at him through the glass window, so you don't need your tongue anymore. Linfeng's face darkened, her teeth grinding as she continued to spout nonsense. So now you are Huang, so Nian right. Suddenly Huiabak Hot Hai rushed in, quickly kicking open the door and shouting, Something's wrong, you guys need to leave now. They asked confusedly, what happened? She didn't answer the question but immediately barged inside, rambling on and on. Since she hasn't arrived here yet, my father told me to make you leave this place quickly. Where is Xiaoyan? Linfeng kept asking impatiently. What do you mean? Explain it clearly. Heibok tightly grabs, so Nian's hand a look of worry on his face as he says, This can't be discussed. Follow me immediately. She calmly responded to the request. Without her words, we wouldn't be able to provide a solution at all. Furthermore, Chunyi is still in Banglong Uyen, so I absolutely cannot leave here easily. That's right, Tham Linfeng, I'm not totally inept. Whatever trouble has happened, I will definitely help if I can. Hui Biaozhao hurriedly gestured and explained, No, I didn't mean anything else. This isn't something you all can handle. If you don't leave now, it really will be too late. Chu Hang's attack struck directly passing by Lady Hong and catching her off guard. He said seriously, Hong Funyan, the territory of the Thienlan Chu family does not allow you to be so arrogant. Lin Fong and So Nian transformed their forms and powers with thin, sharp silk threads wrapping skillfully around Madame Hong's fingers. She scoffed and said contemptuously, Chu, hang to suppress the bloodline of freezing your strength, isn't even a third of level 40, and you still want to stop me. Chu Hang shields Chu Van from behind, trying to speak calmly. Even if the Chu family faces difficulties, outsiders are not allowed to touch our guests. He thought that Chu Yi was still in a critical breakthrough period at Long Yuan Ice, and he must not let Lady Hong ruin things. At worst, risking damage to his meridians from freezing, he had to delay until Chu Yi came out. Where is she planning to go? Lady Hong casually leans her shoulder against the doorframe as her voice rings out again. It's been a long time, girl. All three of them understood. Lin Fong and So Nian were so shocked they froze, gasping in unison. She is still alive. Half an hour ago, in a spacious, luxurious yet somewhat traditional room. Madame Hong and a few others are sitting and chatting with Elder Chu of the Chu clan leading the conversation. Madame Hong speaks first. This is Han Tui Tin of this year. A different voice rings out. If you could just let Lady Hong go, I will send someone to pick it up. Next to them are shining treasure chests containing rare consumable items of energy crystallization. Another elderly man, Chu Fong, the third elder of the Chu family, called out loudly, Is anyone there? Bring it here. Besides him, there is Chu Hang. A group of people carried up treasures, and the mysterious snow silkworm seed could be integrated when forging equipment to enhance its hidden effect. The mystic ice gem can temper weapons and also cause cold paralysis. He continued speaking to her, saying that, according to last year's promise, the talent, artifacts, and treasures are all prepared. Lady Hong smirked and quickly retorted, That's not enough for just these, she said with a sarcastic tone. Miss Hong, what do you mean by that? Our Chu family spares no effort each year to gather valuables for exchange with you. The item she holds is a divine cold frozen spear requiring level 30 and basic attack attribute plus 350. He thought to himself that the ice attribute attack bonus was only 120. Lady Hong is greedy. Her demands keep increasing every year. What trick is she planning this year? She broke the treasured item and said, I'm tired of this kind of flashy-looking goods. This year I will exchange for a different type. If the Chu family head agrees, Han Tu Yujing will suffice for the whole year. The elder of the Chu family politely asked, What does Madame Hong want to exchange Chu? Hang silently suspected that something was off. Lady Hong replied softly, A living person. The elder asked again, Who is the living person? She replied calmly, Chu Yi. Hearing that Chu Hang lost his composure, what he replied calmly, Lady Hong is joking. How could a living person be traded? But deep down, Chu Hong was worried. Why would Lady Hong care about Chu Yi? She shamelessly replied, saying, Just joking, you're really funny. Saving your clan's life and making such a good deal isn't that great. The patriarch of the Chu family then resolutely said, Lady Hong, please go home. Chu Yi is a junior of the Chu family, and definitely cannot trade. Lady Hong coldly ignored him completely, only flicking her nails and replying, If you refuse to hand over the person, can your Chu family survive for 2 more months? The elder then turned to speak to the clan leader, saying last year 3 children died prematurely because their bloodlines froze. If the supply of cold spirit essence is cut off, the old man worried that Mamet Trading Company has a mineral deposit producing cold spirit essence. The Chu family, due to the thinning of the bloodline curse of freezing, not only needs to use Han Tui Tin to quickly strengthen the concentration of the Han Bang bloodline for rapid cultivation, but also needs Han Tui Tin to improve the freezing condition of the bloodline. Therefore, the Chu family cannot help but continue to exchange a large amount of resources from the Mamet Guild each year. In the end, he revealed, Don't say anymore. If the bloodline is cut off, the Chu family will definitely not resort to selling people to save themselves. The elder of the Chu clan, hearing that, responded unwillingly, Clan leader, even if you don't think of us old folks, you have to consider the children in the clan. Chu Yi is a genius without question, but he is still too young and cannot save the Chu family. Hearing this, he was displeased and stood up, shouting, Our Chu family can only rise again if we survive. If we're gone, there's nothing left. The old man still spoke in a low voice. Chu Yi has never been protected by the clan. He shouldn't be made a liability by it. The elder still shouted, Master, the children can't wait any longer, but the old man firmly insisted, Lady Hong, please be so kind as to leave now. He thought to himself, what a fool. Lady Hong forced herself to choose between Chu Yi and the Chu family, clearly seeing a bright future ahead for Chu Yi. If she couldn't protect Chu Yi, the Chu family wouldn't be able to support her. Lady Hong's expression turned cold as she said, Very well, if the Chu family wants to protect Chu Yi from today on. She rose to leave with her attendants, uttering cruel words to cut off the supply of Han Tui Jing, causing the Chu family and your old man to perish together. Returning to the present, Lady Hong says to Hu Bai, Thank you, young lady, for guiding the way. The tough silk threads of Lady Hong wrapped tightly around Hu Bai's neck, causing her to cough and lose consciousness. She lay motionless on the floor, recalling the wicked incident, and sneering. The Chu family clan leader daring to signal Chu Hang in front of me. Does he think I am blind? So Nian quickly ran over with concern, and Hubok Lin Fong, not willing to give up, shouted louder. This time I will let you die at my hands. Her support team lunged forward, their bodies entangled like silk threads, but Lin Fong remained undaunted, striking repeatedly. The others rushed toward Sun Yen, and with just a few blows, she shattered them into 100 pieces. Fragments fell all over the floor as Lin Fong began casting a spell. The man transformed into a wall of fire to protect the other two, she smugly said. 3 days apart and you've already learned to coordinate your attacks. It seems you've practiced a bit and I find you more and more interesting. Lady Hong thought to herself the enchanting girl and flame dragon both showed signs of breakthrough. She spoke. You could also be considered geniuses, but unfortunately, the treasure was right in front of you, and in the end you have become nothing more than dust. Sun Yen helped Hubok up, while thinking to herself that she had to focus on protecting Hubok even if it limited her movements. Hadn't this woman been eliminated last time? Why is she appearing at the Chu family? She was lost in thought and didn't notice a thread approaching her step by step. Hubok can't call her that. The rope gets closer and closer, but Sun Yen still doesn't notice. So Chungi at Chu family isn't actually surrounded by the ropes binding her. Lady Hong's voice rang out. It's just that her combat experience is a bit lacking, since even Lin Feng was tightly entangled by the ropes from the ground. She continued, I am the young lady of the Thick family, a genius, but also useless coming from your clans. Now, get ready. I will personally deal with you. The cord pulling So Nian away, she continued. Demon girl, where did your power from before go? Lin Feng was slammed hard against the wall. My bloodline loves your flames, little fire dragon. The two of you are being pulled up high and can't move. Lady Hong mocked. If you want to surpass the Hu Qian level, you're a little short, and she asked seriously. Tell me, where is Chungi? I don't care what you say, let me out or I swear I'll burn you to ash. Madame Hong slowly approached the curtain and said, I heard Chungi's sister risked her life alone by charging into the Quangfong mountain range to save him. With her, I don't believe Chungi wouldn't come out. He shouted in anger. You are not allowed to touch her. Chu Yun is hiding behind the curtain, but Hong Funyan has already spotted her. The voice again sounded from behind the curtain. Can you see my brother in the distance? Sony silently refused to stand still, and still shouted with all her might. Let me borrow your strength once more. Hong Madam is holding many red threads in her hand. This time she's genuinely furious, so now you'll see what true suppression really looks like. Immediately, a series of puppets controlled by Lady Hong rose up in unison with the giant-bodied puppets frantically attacking forward. Blue veins appeared on Chu Hang's face. He says it's really been tough because Chu Yi didn't hesitate to use so many puppets. As the puppets approach, Chu Hang jumps high while holding a chain and loudly shouts to Quang, So Nian and Thamlin Fong go take Chu Van and Hu Bak away. I will hold them off here. Madame Hong shouted to stay alive when she saw him try to escape. Sony Nian was holding Chu Van in her arms, and Lin Fong was clutching Hu Bak tightly while shouting. Now Chu Yi is holding a sphere of energy in his hand, looking at the monster before him and shouting, remember you move forward and land a powerful blow to the enemy's head. For me, the Holy Book's combined attack. Then Chuni quickly dodged to the side, and another wave of power immediately swept past. Chuni extends his hand forward using a single move to counter the opponent. Holy Light Cross, he shouts, for the demon. Before being struck, all the monster's eyes could see was the approaching figure of Chunyi. It weakly called out Master. A fist full of immense power soared forward, and after the attack everything fell silent, leaving only swirling dust in the air. Chunyi stepped down to the ground, and coldly said, everything is finally quiet now. The giant beast asked him, who are you? I am Chunyi, the descendant of Chu Fam. He sat down on the ground to let his body gradually recover, then began recounting the crimes committed by the monster. 100 years ago, you destroyed the teleportation gate of the demon tribe with your life trading the peace of Tianlan, and my ancestors were your masters. Chu Fam, your body and soul have been sealed here alone, searching for a way to save you, but he has also disappeared. Chunyi smiles and extends an invitation. Follow me from now on, I will make you happy. Your soul is trapped here, and gradually losing its sanity. I can't help but use some tricks to restore you. Upon learning everything, the dragon closed its eyes painfully and replied, so that's how it is with the dragon core shattered. There's no way to bring you back to life. He can't believe it. It's been 100 years, and the master has already. Then it looked directly at Chunyi and asked, are you here to find me because of the soul spirit? Shuangya explained that I can see your foundation has been damaged and pure energy is needed to restore it. The possessed soul will make you taste the despair of Vaningyi Fei Tam with your body torn apart countless times. Are you willing to accept that? Chungi replied without hesitation. I am willing to accept that true suffering is not physical pain, helplessness, and weakness, but the inability to protect the ones I love. After hearing this, Shuangya couldn't help but admire. The young master of the Chu family is truly capable. He sends a surge of power toward Chunyi and Jia Ling. Stop here. A tornado of orange color is swirling, suddenly engulfing the flashes of lydium blue. The frozen blood vessels seem to be gradually recovering, and a green mist is emanating from Chungi's entire body. Inside his body, the ice covering the blood vessels starts to break away. Chungi clenched his eyes shut, gritting his teeth, his face showing intense pain. Xiangna immediately calms him down and urges him to hold on, saying, "Your meridians are shattered. If you don't find me, you won't survive for another month." The blue sparks are also moving to restore Chungi's bones. The internal cracks and deep wounds were gradually healing, but Chungi had to endure excruciating pain. Blood is flowing from his eyes, nose, and mouth, and that green light keeps flowing in to heal Chungi's heart. Chuvan smiled her face, showing clear joy. The rest of the Halan group felt the same. Sora Nian squinted, surprised as she looked behind her. The pitch-black night seemed to be torn apart, revealing a faint figure standing in front of the giant dragon. A series of notifications appeared one after another, confirming the fusion of the Eternal Dragon Soul at 100%, the recovery of the Foundation, and an increase of 500% in Elemental Fire attribute power. Now 2 dragon horns appeared on Chungi's head, and congratulations on completing the perfect hidden second transformation mission with the reward of the Long God domain skill. Duongnya asked him to take my place, and he promised to protect Thien Lan. Madame Hong used the tangled cords on her hands to tightly bind the body of a girl. She stepped forward, loosening the silk cords, and causing the girl to fall straight to the ground. Lady Hong threw the red silk in her hand toward Chu Van, and softly coaxed, "Good girl, come here, I won't hurt you." Chu Van's body was bound with the bright red silk. Hong Funan ordered, "Good girl, take me to meet your brother." At that moment, a dirty hand reached out and grabbed her ankle. "Get lost." Madame Hong looked down at the one grabbing her ankle with contempt. Xiao Viet-Long was about to die, yet still defiant, acting as if he were a protector of Hua. Lin Fong used his last bit of strength to prevent Madame Hong from taking Chu Van away, not allowing her to touch her. Madame Hong contemptuously said, "You're like a mourning dog now, unable to protect yourself yet still want to protect others. It's truly laughable." Even though Lin Fong is exhausted, he still fiercely protects Chu Van. "What the hell do you understand? Tham Lin Fong, even if I have to die, I won't let you touch a single strand of her hair." Lady Hong coldly orders, "Release her." Lin Fong shouted not to let go. Seeing him struggle like that, Madame Hong sharply stepped on his hand, clutching her foot. So what if that's the case? Despite the pain, Lin Fong still refuses to let go or loosen his grip. At this moment, tears streamed down Chu Van's face as she heartbreakingly begged Brother Tham, "Let go, don't worry about me, please let go quickly. Your brother won't blame you." Lin Fong opened her mouth and shouted, then bit down hard on Mrs. Hong's leg. "Keep holding on." Chu Van shouted, "Hey Tham, Madame Hong has indeed gone mad." She forcefully kicked Ling Fong backwards. "Crazy woman." Lin Fong braced himself with his hands on the ground to stop after that kick, and Chu Van called out anxiously. Master Tham Hong Madam touched his chin silently, thinking this young guy is tougher than expected, capable of making the proud blood dragon seamate obedient wholeheartedly. Chungi truly is a person of great worth. Madame Hong flicked her finger dismissively. "I have no interest in someone who doesn't know life or death. If she hurriedly reincarnates, she would use a rope to strangulate Lin Fong, then goodbye forever." The rope starts to tighten around Lin Fong's neck. He spares his eyes, opens his mouth wide, and shows clear pain on his face. Chu Van screams in fear. Brother Tham, run quickly. Seeing Lin Fong appear to be unconscious, Chu Van cried out loudly, turning to beg, "Madame Hong, please don't, I beg you don't hurt him, I will go with you." At this moment, a huge pressure suddenly appears, affecting Lady Hong as well. She nervously said, "The pressure is terrifying." As soon as she finished, a huge blast of power surged toward Hong Lady. Chungi, with golden wings and 2 dragon horns on his head, suddenly appears and saves Chu Van. Chu Van, in disbelief, calls out, "Brother." Chungi looked at Ling Feng's battered body covered in wounds and quietly called out, "Tham Ling Feng even." So Nian is pierced through with many tangled cords. Xiao Nian Chunyi looks at Understand White and Chu Hang lying unconscious on the ground. Understand White Uncle Hang. He gently blows out a puff of smoke. Instantly, Chungi's eyes begin to change, one turning yellow and the other blue. He unleashes his power, transforming into a chain of iron divine thunder and divine punishment radiating around him. Lady Hong's eyes widen, licking her lips, her face filled with excitement as she sees Chungi appear. Many puppets, all bearing the appearance of Lady Hong, appeared in her hands. "Chungi, at last you are free." All the approaching puppets are easily destroyed by Chungi. Lady Hong did not know when she appeared behind Chungi, and she advised him to obediently go home with her. Chungi did not answer, but forcefully stepped down, causing the ground beneath to shatter instantly. A surge of power then sliced across Lady Hong's neck. Chungi carries his sister in his arms, his strength pushing the opponent back. Lady Hong, frightened, thought to herself, such terrifying power. Apart from the destroyed puppets, some of Lady Hong's high-level puppets still remain, but they are struggling to dodge Chu Ni's attacks. The level 20 puppets are fine, but the elite level 30 puppet and the level 40 guard puppet are costly to produce and require my utmost effort to craft. But he let my dry soldiers have no strength to fight back. After thinking, she immediately jumped forward. Lady Hong threw out a bundle of tangled strings, eyes wide with fury, screaming crazily. "This is impossible. You are only level 30. There's no way you can surpass level 15. It only makes me want it more," she ordered one of her puppets to trap him. The tangled ropes form a huge red sphere, trapping Chu Ni and Chu Van inside. Madame Hong remains confident in her new move, holding a device that impedes, and she says, "Even if you can fight above your level, so what?" After saying that, she and the puppet lunged forward to strike the red sphere. Despite being trapped inside, Chun-gi was unafraid, calmly shouting "Thunderstorm." Immediately, a massive explosion occurs, shattering that enormous sphere. The shockwave from the blast keeps spreading outward. Only the area where Chun-gi stands remains calm. Madame Hong quickly came up with another plan. This is no longer a power that rank can compare to. The situation is dire. I'll retreat first. Chun-gi coldly stepped closer to her and shouted "Duangnya," realizing the situation was unstable. Madame Hong quickly shouted, "Wait a moment." She issued a threat to Chun-gi. "Chun-gi, if you dare to hurt me, the Trade Guild Momi will never forgive you. This is the highest bounty order of the Merchant Guild. As long as I tear it apart, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will be hunted to death." Hong Lady was sure Chun-gi would be frightened, so she continued to threaten. "I doubt you want the Chu family to get involved too, right?" The dragon's deadly gaze is fixed directly on her. Madame Hong trembled and thought what kind of devilry this was. Knowing she had faced a formidable opponent, this time she clasped her hands in a plea, quickly begging for mercy. Chun-gi misunderstood. It was all a misunderstanding. When the dragon clenched him tightly, Madame Hong quickly explained, "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have hurt Chu Van or caused Kang So-nyan and others to get injured, and I definitely shouldn't have crossed you. Just forgive me, and give me a way to survive, and I am willing to offer all the Han Tui Tin I have. I am willing to share the Han Tui Tin mineral vein of the Thuong Hoi Mi with Chuga." Chun-gi suspiciously asked about the mineral vein. Madame Hong confirmed. "Yes," she said, "that vein produces Hanyu Tin only once every 1,000 years, enough for the Chu family to use for 100 years. Just think, with this mineral vein, the Chu family won't have to suffer the agony of bloodlines freezing. I can focus on my cultivation, so why bother competing with someone as insignificant as me? To survive," Madame Hong even said, "I could become your subordinate, just say the word, and I would climb mountains of swords and walk through seas of fire without hesitation." But deep down, she thought that as long as the puppet string touched her, she could move and change instantly to return to the Trade Guild's residence. Just a little more time, just a little longer. After hearing what she said, Chun-yi clenched his lips tightly and thought to himself how someone like Madame Hong could suddenly beg for forgiveness unless there was a trap. Without hesitation, he immediately rejected her offer. No need. True experts are not threatened or coaxed. Lady Hong was stunned and incredulous as she spoke. Chun-yi swung his arm, unleashing a massive wave of power. She hurriedly used her ropes to create a shield in front of her. But Chun-yi's strength easily shattered that shield. Madame Hong stared in disbelief at what was unfolding before her. Before being hit, she could only think that this is not an ordinary holy night, clearly divine beings shining with holy light. It's truly unbelievable. After finishing Madame Hong Chu, Ni laid Chu Van on the ground, using his strength to break free from the ropes that restrained her, and then spread his arms to catch her. Gazing at the unconscious girl inside, Chu Ni gently said, "I'm home." Ling Feng couldn't believe it, thinking that even with all his effort, he still couldn't defeat him. Chun-yi only used a few moves to defeat her, so what did he do to finally win, I wonder? He stared blankly at Chun-yi approaching him, finally able to resemble him. Chun-yi bowed his head and placed his hand on his chest, expressing gratitude and saying thank you. He sincerely appreciated Lin Feng for risking everything to protect my sister. After hearing that, Lin Feng suddenly smiled, then burst into loud laughter, saying, "Then hurry up and treat this old man, my blood is almost dry." In another scene, the Chu clan leader was lost in thought, standing in front of a huge painting. The painting in front of him is a portrait of Chun-yi. At that moment, someone called Chu Tok Trung. Chief Chu looked at Chun-yi behind him and said, "You're here. This is our first official meeting. Let you see this calamity as my incompetence. As the clan leader, I truly feel ashamed." Disregarding the politeness, Chun-yi cut straight to the point. "No need for formalities. I want to ask why Chu family needs Han Yuxing. The Chu family must have absolute strength to protect Chu Van, or I won't let Chu Van return to the Chu family. Did Chu Tok Trong guess that Chu Hang told you this?" Chu-yi replied that Chu Hang had mentioned this before, but not in detail. He secretly observed Chu-yi and was very surprised. This child just went through a fierce battle, yet his aura was steady like a deep lake. The coldness in his eyes is 100 times more intense than that of the young boys raised in warm homes. The head of the Chu clan said that this not only reduces the awakening rate of the Chu family's icy bloodline, but also causes the descendants of the Chu family to have weak physiques, unable to withstand the backlash of the bloodline's freezing effect. Every year, someone from the Chu family dies from bloodline freezing. Chuni's younger sister Chu Yun once fell ill with the mildest form of bloodline freezing, which could be treated with extreme cold ice chain. Most of the Chu clan's descendants can only suppress their bloodline freezing with cold toxin crystal, and the Chu clan leader continued. Hong Lady is relying on this weakness to dare to increase offerings each year, and this time she is even more excessive, trying to use you to exchange for cold toxin crystal. His cold voice continued to echo. The tribute was cut off before the old man could finish. Chung-yi interjected, starting today there's no need to pay it anymore. Clan leader Chu tapped his cane and looked in a direction before beginning to analyze it for Chung-yi. Expelling Mistress Hong can only solve the immediate trouble. The Merchant Alliance forces behind Madame Hong are very strong and hold Kwanghan Tui Tin. We have to beg. Chung-yi announced a major news: Madame Hong is dead. As he finished speaking, Tok Truong Chu's face immediately changed. He stared in disbelief and shouted, "What did you say?" Faced with that shocking news, the clan leader Chu trembled and whispered that she was a second-tier Koi Loi Master level 45, with hundreds of puppet guards, making it impossible even if you broke through in Banglong Uyen. Chung-yi calmly explained she was too overconfident, bringing no reinforcements, and moreover, Banglong Uyen allowed my ice system skills to level up 3 times. Chung-yi concentrates and presents Shungya to Chief Chu, and more importantly, I awakened Swangya in Banglong Uyen. Chief Chu's eyes widen with joy as he asks Swangya has woken up. Does it still remember the ancestors? Chung-yi, on behalf of Shuangya, replied, "It remembers it has restored my body and helped me defeat Lady Hong. Its dragon soul is very weak, so I sealed it inside my body and won't awaken it unless necessary." Hearing this, Chief Chu lifted his head high and kept laughing loudly. He was so joyful that he threw the empty stick to the ground, then suddenly knelt down, clasping his hands in reverence before the portrait. "Ancestor, can you hear me?" Even at a young age, he earned Shuangya's recognition. His spirit and opportunities are even beyond what the ancestors could have imagined. The young one is promising, thought Chu Patriarch proudly, initially believing he was just exceptionally talented, but now realizing he can truly reach this level. He raised both hands to the sky and shouted happily, "My family will not be forsaken by heaven." Chuni, holding the staff, nervously suggested, "Let's stand up first." After he was helped up by him, the clan leader Chu smiled and said, "I apologize for being rude just now, I was too excited." Then Chung-yi suddenly said, "Please tell me the inside story of the Commerce Guild." He thought to himself, the demon sect has taken notice of Chu Van. I can't always keep Chu Van by my side. If I can help the Chu family resolve the troubles with the Trade Guild, that would be the best place for Chu Van to find safety. Chief Chu no longer concealed the truth from Ngi at this point. He stroked his beard and began to reveal what he knew. The Mamet Trading Post is just a small shop on the corner, run by a low-level martial artist named Lu Tuyen, who makes a living smuggling ore. The turning point was during the winter 10 years ago when Hakfong Kok experienced a 100-year blizzard and the entire trading route was frozen. Lu Yuan brought a few accomplices into the mountain, but only he emerged after half a month. Since then, he has suddenly possessed endless Cold Tin Huyan Bang Nok, Lu Shuang Thok, and even 100-year-old Quang Tin Gan, which is rarely seen. Clan leader Chu showed Chungi a wooden box. Lu Yuan claimed to have found a mineral vein, but no one knew how he gained the mining rights. Over the years, some people have tried to sneak into the cave to explore, but it's not that they got lost, it's that they froze outside the cave. No one has ever seen the so-called cave entrance before. After hearing this, Chung-yi realized a problem. It was too much of a coincidence. The expression on the clan leader Chu's face grew very serious. He continued, "It's still a coincidence that it's at the back. 3 years ago, we could still buy a stable amount of Han toxins from Duthwang, although a bit expensive. It was enough for emergencies within the tribe. But that spring, Duthwang suddenly disappeared collectively, and there was no place on the market selling Han Tui Tin. That was when we were worried, and Madame Hong came right to their door with a proposal. Madame Hong said they have mineral veins and Banglong supplies at half price, with the main condition that the Chu family helps them deal with a few minor issues." Chu Ni hesitated and said, "Small trouble." Clan leader Chu recalled past memories and explained bluntly, stating that the purpose was for the Chu family to suppress the smaller clans in Tianlan province that refused to submit to the trade hall. He continued, most of these small clans had bloodline flaws, and the trade hall, to supply resources for their cultivation, paid the price of giving up their most gifted descendants, but those children never returned home after leaving. Those families resent the trade guild, but fear that the guild will cut off their resources, so they can only vent their anger on the Chu family, the guild's underlings. Over the past 2 years, Chu family descendants going out have often been secretly harassed. This move by the trade union is to completely isolate us without any rescue. After hearing this, Chungi stroked his chin and began to speculate about the true conspiracy behind this story. First, they disrupt the way, then use low prices to show goodwill, and also manipulate the Chu family into clearing out the alien races, ultimately turning the Chu family into a target for attack. Clan leader Chu confirmed yes. Afterwards, each time the merchants deliver goods, new conditions are added. We clearly know it's a trap, but the children in the tribe, waiting for Han Yuetin to save them, can only close their eyes and accept it. He takes out a Han Yuetin and shows it to Chunyi. Look at this. It's the Han Tui crystal that the trade guild stole last year. The Han Tui crystal from 3 years ago was still a pure blue, but over the past 2 years it has gradually picked up a bit of black. Chunyi reached out and took the Han Tui. Elder Chu continued explaining. Madam Hong says it's natural impurities from deep within the mineral veins, but our medic believes these Han Tui tin have been corroded by something else. When Chunyi touched the cold core, a surge of golden smoke suddenly appeared around his finger, spreading continuously outward. Strangely, behind the golden aura, there was also a dark black aura, but soon after, the black aura was dispersed by the golden one. Chunyi thought to himself, the demonic energy is very faint, giving me a very familiar sensation. I must have encountered a similar breath somewhere before. Suddenly he remembered something. There was one thing Madam Hong once said to me. Clan leader Chu interrupted him. Wait until the great master wakes up. Your Chu family's words are just empty talk. Chunyi guessed that the great master was not Lu Tuyen, but Tok Truong. Chu immediately denied it. With so many rare treasures, and making Lady Hong a level 45 repair master, willingly become a pawn, there must be someone truly in control behind the scenes. Lu Tuyen still doesn't deserve it. Chunyi clenched his fist, and said, I know now. Madam Hong is dead. The Commerce Guild will not let this slide. The consequences I caused, I will bear them myself. Hearing this, Patriarch Chu shouted emotionally, why do you say such a thing? You are the bloodline of the Chu family with the same lineage as your ancestors. The old man patted Chunyi on the shoulder and affirmed your matter is also the matter of the Chu family. When stormy times come, the Chu family will stand with you. Chunyi smiled, took the hand on his shoulder, and said, I understand your goodwill, but you turned your back and walked towards your teammates. I have never been alone. Ling Feng closed his eyes and complained, truly slow to act, Tai Tam informed him. Ni Cha, the headmaster, said there's something at your place, just pack our box and toss it over here. Chunyi's teammates are all level 23 spiritual mages, level 24 sorcerers, and level 24 warriors. Seeing this, Chunyi couldn't help but be surprised. It's been 2 months, and you've actually made quite a bit of progress. Estim's hearty laugh and pounding his chest, saying, Of course we follow second brother so we can't cause any trouble. Ha Lan placed her hands on Lin Hai's shoulders, her eyes seemingly hiding something, and said, On the way Lin Hai also said she wanted to ask you about ice magic, so why are you already so afraid? Just after meeting Lin Hai clasped her, hands in front of her chest, looking shy and hesitant. Ngi, standing out even more with your flawless, handsome face amidst the lush greenery of the campus, you smile gently as you lead the way, urging us to move quickly because of the urgent situation. The crowd behind continued to follow, while the old man leaning on his cane watched silently from behind the lively chatter. The old man's eyes looked kindly at Chunyi's group and he softly said, Chunyi, you really are very much like your ancestor. The noisy crowd is chatting among themselves. I want to bring some snacks to eat on the road. Is Blackwind Mountain cold or not? I have a pair of very nice shoes that are perfect for snowy areas. The young master is not afraid of the cold. Our family has a very strong cold resistance ability. Chunyi stood outside, lost in thought, suddenly feeling useless, but then his eyes seemed to brighten a little, a look of contemplation appearing clearly within them. If it had been before, I would definitely have sneaked in there alone. The map appears with the route clearly marked after all. Hakfong Kok's demonic aura is ineffective against me. If I encounter an opponent much stronger than myself, I can also leverage the power of the Void Beast to retreat. The image of a man holding a girl in his arms appears. After killing Madam Hong, aside from the normal mission activation, the system's movement had not appeared for a long time, as if an enforced order had completely sealed off this personal path of action. A bright yellow system panel appears before you, notifying of the mission deadline activation. Along with your teammates, uncover the secrets of the Trading Guild. The reward for the mission is an S+ skill book per participant. Chunyi then Tron lies in bed, dressed only in underwear, panting heavily. The glowing system panel floats in front of him. The system is called the strongest support system. It would be meaningless to organize without purpose. Maybe this time it's not about the mission itself, but a common bond with my teammates. In his mind, he images his teammates badly injured and unconscious, always thinking they are strong enough. You can protect everyone you love, but forgetting that you must be strong enough yourself is the real weakness. His eyes flashed with dangerous intent. Hearing Mrs. Hong's arrival made me realize that Master Hung is powerful, but can also fall asleep sometimes. If no one is around at those moments, even a dog would come and bite. Thiet Tam shouted to pull him back to reality. If Ni doesn't leave, it will truly get dark. Seeing her anxious, So Nian approached. Chuni, are you okay? Ni closed his eyes and replied, I'm fine. Let's go. He turned to everyone and said loudly, let's head to the teleportation formation. Before the door closes, someone responds. It's about time, and now there's someone else interfering. Shouldn't we have a meal first? I'm hungry now. I see your comrades marching straight ahead, but still looking back, waiting for your smile. He is proud that Wei Zhitong is brave and courageous. Tong's Halin boasts, but is detailed. Tham Lin Fong firmly stays silent, full of enthusiasm. Duong Lin Hai is embarrassed but resilient. Xiao Nian is gentle and persistent. They are all good teammates, the foundation that allows Commander to sleep soundly without worry. Teammates are not a burden. Time passes quickly, and a day later everything has changed. The mountains are covered in white snow, but in contrast, the fiery red bones are spreading everywhere. Dark Wind Gorge. At the end of the year, Black Wind Gorge will be covered in snow with thick, blood-tinged fog inside, and few can make it out unscathed once they step in. A military-style vehicle speeds across the snow-covered ground. But what's even stranger is that the hub of the merchant guild here is not guarded, and Lu Yuan doesn't seem concerned about the secret inside the canyon being discovered. Chu Ni's team stood together, everyone wearing thick coats. So Nian said, it's right here. The public map only marks the inside of the basin, which is empty. He calmly puts his hands in his pockets and guesses. Chu Ni reaches out and summons a blue butterfly, giving it a command to quickly locate. Yes. The skill information panel appears. The positioning skill uses your own magic power to create a magical formation that marks the coordinates of space. Void beasts can also rely on their sensory abilities to locate them, tear apart the void, and arrive instantly at the designated location. He deliberately raised his hands to his face to breathe in the hot air. This damned place seems to have prickles carried by the wind. Hearing that, Chu Ni thought to himself, that's right, but it's 3 times colder than Banglong Uyen. He activated a skill that caused himself and everyone around to emit a golden hue. Bestow the blessing of the bamboo weapon of courage. Bless Lamin the gift of the divine, the blessing of protection. He reminded everyone to stay vigilant. Lin Fong looked at the light on his body and secretly admired it. This was the first time he received his skill enhancement. Just as rumored, his information panel appeared with his name Tham Lin Fong, class Frenzied Warrior, level 22 strength, 204 plus 61, increased by 30% speed, 190 plus 57 increased by 30% physique, 27 plus 63 increased by 30%, willpower 170 plus 51 increased by 30%. When someone is discussing skills, combat power increases significantly. It will be a good opportunity to try it out later. The tiny, seemingly soul-ridden wires gradually approach the foot of someone in the back team, and Lin Hai is yanked away in a panic, raising her hands to cry out for help. What's going on? Oi Fong Chung Yi holds Lin Hai close to him with his other hand slicing through the cords into a perfect golden line. He lifts her up like Princess Kyo from the ground. Lin Hai awkwardly said, thank you, Yi. Lin Fong looked at the strands of hair growing out from the mountain wall, continuously wriggling in suspicion. What kind of monster is this? It somewhat resembles Lady Hong's puppet strings. Could she still be alive? Chuni stepped forward with a serious expression, sending some of his spiritual energy into the wire in front of him. The cords covered in spiritual energy and electrified contract. They're not puppet strings, but the tentacles of a living creature. Chuni turned around, and Halan used her spiritual technique to leap over the wall a little. Halan unleashes her technique, her whole body floating up with glowing talismans surrounding her, embodying the essence of the celestial and earthly mysteries of the divine sect and the foundation of all creatures. She clasps her hands together and pushes forward. The talismans in that direction fly over and stick to the cliff face ahead, forming rows after rows. The talismans, arranged in the shape of a bagua, emit a dazzling golden light. Halan shouted loudly as the formation activated her whole body, levitating with gusts of wind. Everyone's faces showed concern. They all share the same thought: could this entire snow mountain be? The mountain vanished, and in front of Halan, terrifying tentacles entwined with hundreds of eyes gazing horror-struck. These things suddenly had tentacles flying in circles like arrowheads. Seeing that, Halan quickly drew a symbol in the air, thunder faintly rumbling talisman commands, chanting defending against the evil spirits and protecting the formation. A giant talisman appears before her, blocking the attack of the tendrils, the spirit guard talisman cloud. After intercepting the attack, black streaks emerge on the talisman. From those black streaks, the talisman gradually eroded and vaporized. The talisman was destroyed. Halan quickly rises to dodge the tentacles rushing towards her, which are covered in a sticky substance capable of absorbing spiritual energy. She silently thought that spiritual talismans rely on spiritual energy to control, and this item heavily restrains her actions. Zhao Li was momentarily startled by the scene ahead. as the tentacles surrounded Chunyi's group. Everyone stayed alert and prepared, while Lin Feng was unexpectedly surprised by all of this. Lin Feng angrily conjures a fireball, his hair changing color and fluttering like flames ready to burn everything down. Disgusting. The flames roll like waves toward the tentacles, advancing fiercely. It seems the flames have no effect as the tentacles keep reaching out. Lin Feng clicked his tongue at the sight. Among the tentacles, terrifying eyes appeared along with shadowy figures like puppets, human-looking figures surrounding the perimeter from all sides. Their bodies were entwined tentacles with black faces and glowing white eyes, advancing soullessly and terrifying to behold. Taemin eagerly prepares to fight, and just in time, Sonyoon beside her with a cold expression ready to draw her sword at any moment. Chunyi intervened, and a golden light appeared along his hand with a notification showing divine talent, Sword Heart S+. Holy Light Protector, he voiced his thoughts and allowed me. You all just stay still, no need to move. It seems they are afraid of the holy light. With the sword in his hand, he charged like a storm, swiftly taking them down before they could react. After eliminating most of the enemies, Chunyi observed that there was no reaction to the weapons, which effectively resisted physical attacks. He called out loudly to Thiet Tam and Son Yen. Tief Tam and Son Yen, weapons in hand, rushed forward after hearing Chunyi's call with him, assigning them their roles. Tief Tam engaging directly in breaking the defenses, and Son Yen following behind. The three of us will hold the three corners of the formation, push in together. Thiet Tam is excited. Now it's my turn to shine. Chunyi orders the others to stay inside the light. None of you are allowed to go outside. Lin Feng was displeased, slightly dissatisfied, and pointed to himself, eager to join the battle. Wait a moment, I am a battle fanatic, I don't just know how to use fire. Lin Feng summoned a sharp red spear surrounded by sparks. He laughed with delight. Zhang Yi approached Lin Hai and Ha Lan and Tham Lin Feng, and we were all together. Lin Hai and Ha Lan observed the enemy's weak points from the rear, then turned to respond in unison. Lin Feng jumped quickly backward, creating dazzling golden rings. The young master is also arriving. Tief Tam jumped up, raising her huge axe high towards the eye and the black tentacles of the breaking wall. After the blade sliced into the tentacle and gradually vanished, she smiled happily. This move was effective. Next to Lin Feng and Son Yen, he also fought fiercely, thrusting his spear at the monsters like chunks of meat and shouting loudly. The young master's strength was undeniable, while she swung her sword to cut the monsters in half. Chunyi thrusts his golden sword powerfully, causing the monsters to vanish while Lin Feng and Thiet Tam keep attacking non-stop. The black tentacles writhe and coil together, and Chunyi quietly observes that the monsters and the ropes seem impossible to cut through completely. As she slices into one, a new monster jumps out or crawls from within the mountain slope. A dark object swiftly passes by Lin Hai like a gust of wind, but with her agility she quickly glances and pauses briefly. It's Lin Hai. Returning to where Chunyi is fighting, waving and calling out loudly, Ni. Chunyi approaches Lin Hai, extends the token in her hand. Brother Ni. On the monster's body, the badge identified it as being from the Thien Lan Khan family. Next to Halan, a piece of cloth with carved words was found. Analyzing the object before him, he guessed it was likely from one of those smaller clans, probably sent to find someone from the Hak Fong Kok. These silver threads not only absorb demonic and spiritual power but also seem to drain life force, even altering the skeletons in the end. Realizing something, he assumed a stance, swung his sword forcefully behind him, with the source of the silver cords located on the mountain, each monster's cords connected to the wall. From that position, Chunyi swung his sword vigorously across in front of him, not to cut the monster, but to sever the cords, creating a crack in the ground along the sword's path. Let me see if there's something hidden inside. The symbols on the surface of the stone fragments are quickly shattering and falling down. Chunyi's team stands unharmed within the shield as hail falls right above them. The smoke from the collapse gradually dissipates, revealing the scene more clearly. Lin Feng and Thiet Tam suddenly froze, their pupils dilating in surprise as they gasped. The smoke was dissipating, revealing beneath their feet half-buried and half-floating skeletons on the ground. Surrounding them are massive ice blocks, each reflecting their images inside. Thiet Tam slings his weapon over his shoulder, puzzled, realizing just now that it was an illusion. Chunyi steps forward, his image reflected on the ice blocks. He denies it is an illusion. Standing facing the ice, he declares his conclusion: it is a disguise for the entrance to the dungeon. Chunyi explained Blackwind Gorge is not a natural mountain range but a hidden instance of a large type fused with Lam Tin, and this fusion is so perfect that no one has discovered this secret. Everyone listened intently. Chunyi raised his hand thoughtfully and analyzed. No Lu Yuan discovered this secret, and the Thuanghoi dared to leave Blackwind Gorge unguarded because they knew the instance itself was the best protection capable of turning intruders into nourishment. Lin Hai realizes that all the monsters we encountered earlier were actually people who came in and transformed. Chunyi didn't deny his hand lightly touching the ice, creating gentle ripples. The first door's monster was a mountain, and those who entered and died would become part of the mountain. From where he touched, a light gradually flickered. He warned everyone to prepare. The second door monster is coming soon. The shattered mirror wants to ambush us. Chung-yi orders Lin Hai to add 2 layers of ice-earth defense. Don't give them a chance to seize the opportunity. She quickly responds clearly. On each broken piece, reflecting the worried and vigilant faces of the entire team, Chung-yi gazes ahead with concern, waiting to see what is coming through the gradually dissolving fog. Out of the fog, a figure is gradually approaching him. In another area, Lin Hai is surrounded by towering trees. She looked around anxiously and called out, "Ngilan, where is everyone?" Lin Hai held tightly to her staff, watching cautiously around her as the scene shifted to Lin Fong. His upper body is naked fists, clenched in anger. What disgusting demonic creature is this? Now he's heading to Ha Lan, who is hiding behind a pillar with a large talisman in her hand, the mysterious world of heaven and earth, the fundamental essence of all spirits. Moving to Son Yen, she is standing on a transparent plane, gripping her sword and shouting loudly. On Thiet Tam's side, she is swinging her axe among the graves, breaking through the mountain's defenses. The move drops a person who looks just like Thiet Tam, catching the powerful shock and causing the ground to crack and shake violently. She yells in anger, "Illusion magic! The Reaper can even learn my strength." The person facing her with a face identical to hers but a soulless expression repeats exactly what she just said. "Magic trick, even my old man's strength has learned it." Txin dismissively spat out in disgust. So disgusting. She withdraws her axe from the similar axe and clenches her remaining hand into a fist, swinging it forcefully. The clone swiftly throws a punch again. At that moment she kicks powerfully from behind, catching the clone off guard. Hit with overwhelming force, the clone flew backward and crashed into the tombstones, shattering them into pieces. Thiet Tam approached, sneering in contempt, "Stupid fool, unable to understand fake movements." The clone, half-conscious among the wreckage, keeps repeating, stupidly clueless about her fake moves, while Thiet Tam looks down from above, arms crossed, frowning helplessly. She only knows how to buy complete attack formations, not how to borrow strength or transform techniques. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted, and Thiet Tam stood defensively, covering her face with her hands as the duplicate launched an attack, but was blocked by her. While fighting the clone, Thiet Tam realized that she could feel her opponent's learning speed increasing, so she had to fight quickly to win fast. The scene shifts to Lin Fong, where a brilliant light pierces down onto the ground. "Long, your dragon scale arm is being pushed away again. Why not stop learning and start throwing a tantrum over the flame dragon claw of the young master instead?" The clone jumps over, but Lin Fong quickly dodges out of the way. Lin Fong now looks half-dragon, his weapon blazing like fire. "Today I will show you the difference between the genuine and the fake." He launched a powerful strike, but the clone quickly dodged. Suddenly, a similar spear appeared in the clone's hand. Lin Fong sneered and quickly countered back. He advanced toward the spear in his hand like a flaming drill. "If you want to learn the move, then I'll let you master it completely." The blazing spear grows larger and more powerful, aiming at the divine strike. The two spears clash with a blinding flash of light, causing the ground around them to crack and shatter in all directions. The clone threw a horizontal move from the pile of wreckage, but Lin Fong quickly ducked to dodge. Lin Fong firmly grasped his spear, readying for the next attack. Following the momentum of his spear, spinning in a circle, a ring of fire forms around it, blocking the clone's attack. The clone steps forward slowly, bringing the tip of the spear to touch the fire ring. He skillfully dodged each ring of fire with an expressionless face. The spear pierced directly into Lin Fong's chest, causing blood to splatter. Lin Fong's whole body shines brightly, his face darkening with glowing eyes. You can also restore completed techniques, but you can't keep up with the transformation of the fiery dragon force within my body. As if he didn't feel the pain, he reached out and clenched the spear deep in his chest. The clone still had a blank face, staring intently at him. Lin Fong shouted, "You fools and idiots." Behind him, the golden whirlpool blazed brighter and brighter, with the image of the dragon clearly visible, making him look like a god about to strike down the villain. Elsewhere, the talismans fly swiftly like sharp blades, causing a huge explosion and a cloud of smoke that obscures everything. Ha Lan, battered and holding a talisman hidden under her clothes, looked nervously at the smoke, when suddenly 3 talismans formed into shapes darted towards her, making her startle and turn away quickly as they caused a massive explosion, her clone's face remaining emotionless. Ha Lan sneered as she ran around, saying, "I thought you were quite capable, but Taoist talismans aren't for someone like you." She kept moving and suddenly bit her own hand, drawing blood. Talisman of Taoist magic requires borrowing the spiritual vein of heaven and earth. You only mimic the form but cannot embody the spirit. Around her, the condensed raindrops shine and float in the air. "Look at this rain, this wind. They are all part of your inner peace." She shouted loudly, "You have no heart and do not understand the reverence and power of the way, so you cannot use the natural order of heaven and earth. The copied talismans are many, just empty shells. The raindrops quickly fly toward the clone. The clone also bit her hand to copy her technique, but only tentacles emerged from the bite wound. The clone opened its eyes in panic. This could not be. The entire clone's body was pierced through with tentacles emerging horrifyingly. The scene shifts to a massive tree, where Lin Hai sits battered and wounded, while the clone beside her stands defiantly behind a barrier blocking her attacks. Lin Hai, don't struggle anymore. Even if I restore you, you won't be able to fight back. She looked down at her injured legs, silently analyzing that in just 10 minutes you went from reconstructing sound appearance and basic skills to being able to actively attack, even setting traps just for me. Your growth speed is astonishing, but if you're a dungeon boss monster, there's no way you wouldn't have a way to break through. The clone launches wave after wave of attacks, and Lin Hai can only evade quickly for a moment. The clone, full of pride, says, "See, you're still dodging." Casts out a series of ice spear attacks mixed with seduction. "Sister Lin Hai, come to my side so we can be together." Lin Hai looked at those ice needles and realized there were no icy patterns. Suddenly she jolted, as if she had just realized something. "I understand now." The clone bravely steps forward. Lin Hai, holding her staff with both hands, shouted, "I've been suspicious from the start. How strong must a skill be to fully restore another's power after decades? Turns out you're only mimicking the outer layer, but can't replicate my precise control over the elements." Blood keeps dripping from her body. The confusing clone asks, "What do you mean?" Lin Hai places her hand on the trunk, creating runes along it. Behind the tree, a blazing blue flame erupts like ice element. Beginners can only summon water orbs. Advanced practitioners can condense water needles. But you use ice element to the point that not even the basic bone patterns are present. Understanding of the element is clearly very crude. But you won't learn, it's not just about details. From that crack do the ice shards reach straight at the clone's face, Lin Hai shouted. The power of a full element mage is to make elements cooperate. Lin Hai furrowed her brows and stared open-mouthed at the scene before her. In front of her were numerous magical array formations of various kinds. A faint voice echoed, "Magic is not a fixed technique, it is an element of understanding. I believe I can give you time. You can also recreate these spells." Then a dazzling flash of light suddenly appeared. "But why should I give you time?" The imposter Ling Hai was instantly erased by that flash of light. Nearby, Chuni is also confronting his doppelganger, the Holy Wind and Fire. Their swords clash directly. Because of that collision, a massive explosion erupted. From within the dust, two blinding beams of light suddenly flashed. Chunyi was surprised and thought that using the Holy Light Cross skill, combined with the previous skill, just 0.5 seconds apart, with a force that deviated by 0.1 degrees, from the previous move his simulation accuracy was constantly improving. When facing his opponent, he noticed one point. Even though there was no mechanical start in the move, it was more interesting that his clashes could sense that he was still exploiting his weak points. Thinking quickly, Chunyi charged forward with his sword, unable to ignore the rapid growth he had achieved through training. The two clashed repeatedly in the air, their strength seemingly matched, neither willing to admit defeat. Why is the simulation half a second slower? So it turns out that when reproducing skill attributes, the delay increases more significantly. Will your data file merge with other information and cause chaos? Chunyi clenched his teeth in anger and coldly looked at the person who looked exactly like him in front of him. Chunyi feigned to lower his sword to the ground. Chunyi coldly said, "You don't like talking, instead you just sound like a machine." He asked coldly, "What do you want to take from me?" The imposter Chunyi stroked his chin and muttered absently, roughly smiling in a wicked way, just wanting to see how far your body reconstruction could go. In the face of Chunyi's strength, the imposter confidently declared, "I know everything about you. You can't kill me." Chunyi responded with contempt. "Is that so? The country I was born in has an ancient saying." He gestures forward, golden threads swirling around him as Chunyi continues his boastful words, risking a bite on his tongue. By now, a large hole has appeared in the fake's stomach, and his body is starting to crack and break. "You knew all along." Chunyi calmly explained that from the start of the fight, this mirror has been reflecting on me, and every delay of yours creates a rebound effect on the mirror. Therefore, everything you have learned comes from my direct observation of this mirror. Although you hide it intensely, using continuous attack techniques to attract me and weaken its presence, he coldly reminds you not to forget that everything about you is known by me. Lin Hai stared in shock as Chunyi slowly stepped out of the smoke. Lin Hai hurriedly ran over to him. "Nyi, you finally came out." Lin Hai is extremely anxious and hurriedly urges Chunyi, "Please go and save Nian now." Chunyi anxiously asked what is wrong with little Nian, as at this moment. So Nian is confronting the evil spirit within herself. She smiled and said that she was still holding back, continuously provoking. So Nian, to the point that even her own bloodline power dared not absorb it. "Are you still considered a female prodigy with such fear? Let me help you." Soren thought to herself, I absolutely cannot lose control again. But the mysterious voice told her that you can't dodge her next attack. So Nian tries to suppress her desire, at least to stay alert, and complete this mission with Chun-Yi. The mysterious voice continues to echo. Chun-Yi will be very disappointed if he sees you defeated. He keeps tempting, so Nian telling her, I am your true strength. Soren closed her eyes tightly and shouted, Get out of here, my power. I say it's my nature. The demon sword threw forward and said, It's my nature. Then you should try blocking me with your untrained hands that dare not release this bloodline. She swung a dagger, but So Nian managed to dodge and the demon's blade narrowly missed. Although that attack failed, the demon continued to fight on without giving up. Look how obvious the distance is, she laughs, listing all the hidden fears that So Nian is concealing. The things you fear too much, the way Chun-Yi looks at you, the fear of losing control, while I fear nothing at all. Another sword is thrust and So Nian jumps up to dodge again. No matter how skilled your swordsmanship is or how powerful your magic, if you don't dare to use your bloodline fundamentally, you're no different from an ordinary fake. That demonic pressure keeps pushing, So Nian's limits. Yes, in your memories, your Chun-Yi said that kindness is not a weakness. She asked, but your kindness is still being suppressed by me. Once I crush you, will he still remember the useless kind person you once were? Si Nian muttered. I can't. Listen carefully, this is the fate you imposed on me to let me out. But it's just a clone that doesn't understand anything, thinking that holding a little demonic power gives her the courage to cause trouble. I can tear her apart, or protect you. Lin Hai nervously told Chun-Yi that after killing the clone, they would return to their original place, and then discover that these mirrors could show each person's fight with the clone. Nern is clearly stronger than us, so why is she still suppressed by the clone? Halen explains that the longer the time, the stronger the clone becomes, and it will even develop its own consciousness. Nian is still in great danger now. Linfeng found it very confusing, unable to hear their conversation, but from the situation it didn't seem right. Why is she willing to endure not using her bloodline power? Chun-Yi silently believes he knows better than anyone. Xiao Nian is still struggling with her own inner conflicts. Her suppression is not due to a lack of power, but because she has lost control multiple times before making her afraid to use her bloodline strength. The advantage of the regenerative body is that it has no taboos. It can unleash all its power without any restraint. Linfeng, furious, slammed his fist into the mirror and then started hitting out. Why be so polite to that fake? Tayat Tam increasingly feels worried. What should Ni do now? Is it possible to smash this mirror? Chun-Yi didn't answer, but thought to himself that the world inside the mirror might intrude into Xiao Nian's consciousness, and forcibly breaking the mirror could harm her. He stepped forward and said normally she can't be saved, so we just have to break through reluctantly. Chun-Yi warned the others, the farther you stay away, the better. Then he transformed and reached out to smash the mirror in front of him, leaving Lin Hai and the others stunned. He thinks this is about forcibly destroying the second body's energy core, using damage to the copy to save Nian outside. The demon presses So Nian to the ground and contemptuously tells her to look at her pathetic state. So Nian weakly coughs and looks to the side in fear, as something around her seems to be flashing brightly. That beam of light rushed straight at them, and then the demon dissolved into nothingness. So Nian squinted, tiredly sat up. Outside the mirror, Chun-Yi reached out his hand, smiling gently to soothe her. Don't be afraid, I'm here now. After hearing this, So Nian bit her lip, her face full of sorrow. Just then the space around her suddenly changed, as if something was breaking apart. So Nian stared in horror at the scene before her, sword in hand, desperately breaking the wall that held her captive. But once she escaped, she turned her sword and attacked Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes, silently called out to So Nian. To prevent her from getting hurt, he only managed to raise his fist to block her attack. But with just that one strike, So Nian was easily pushed back. The others, seeing that, were also stunned and speechless in disbelief. After the collision, So Nian fell straight to the ground, causing the ground behind her to shatter completely. Chun-Yi thought seriously that the holy light would burn her to ashes. What happened? Her body shouldn't be afraid of holy light. So Nian charges forward again with her sword, and Chun-Yi uses holy light to respond to her. Chun-Yi withdraws the holy light, realizing that lightning and holy light could harm Xiao Nian. Then he raises his hand and releases a stream of blue smoke. The stream of smoke forms thin, bright cords that tightly bind So Nian's hands and then her legs, locking her body in place. This is the only way I can think of to limit the movements without hurting him. Chun-Yi stepped closer and called, Xiao Nian, look at me. Suddenly, the surrounding walls started to vanish. This scene left Chun-Yi's group all feeling confused. Fragments of the wall gradually reassemble into the face of a stranger, then an angry voice echoes, disrupting the dungeon's rules and initiating the sequence to erase the core. That face belongs to the Silver Mark, name level 20, with the necromancy talent, Silver Mark spit skill, split clone, as a thorn killer, the Nam Hoa soldier, at level 30, with a gold talent, the Lava Clash skill, hardening magma, the war, trampling the puppet Kot Dang at level 34 with a gold talent spine thorn-piercing vine wrapped around the Bone Warrior at level 23 with the necromancy talent. The skill shreds and seizes the will, sealing the Water Demon level 33 with a golden talent with a regeneration acid spray. Lin Hai jumps in to hold off the monsters and easily cuts them in half with her sword, but after being sliced apart, their bodies are gradually sewn back together. Lin Hai shouted, "It's still merging, Silver Thief is still forcing them to be stitched up." Ha Lan took out a talisman and began to cast a spell. Bin Din Fire Command, banish evil and break illusions. Spirit Talisman ignites the curse. Immediately the monsters begin to burn. Thiet Tam runs forward with her axe, swinging her weapon directly at her opponent's head. Thiet Tam throws his axe, forming a spear that sweeps through all the monsters in its path. Lin Fong sneers, coldly catching a monster with his bare hands. Chunyi thought to himself that these silver threads must also be manipulated by something. He looked directly at Sonyan, believing that the core logic of all the dungeons is choosing the strongest, just like the first door where the loser is controlled by silver threads and turned into a monster. Although I forcefully disabled the energy failure button of the second door, I couldn't completely free Tio Nian's mind during the mental check. Numerous silver threads existed around, so Nian's body and the bloodline of Mima was unstable, allowing the dungeon to exploit the situation and cause her consciousness to be controlled by silver threads. The one controlling all of this sees himself as the greatest threat and cannot unleash all the monsters to clear the final boss of the copy as himself. Chunyi summoned his power, determined to capture the mastermind behind everything. The type of person who relies on mental power to manipulate everything, their true body, usually well hidden and not easy to reveal, but to completely free Xiao Nian, we must force the final boss out. He looked at So Nian and said, "Sorry Xiao Nian, what I am about to do might make you a little unhappy for now." A wall sank straight into the ground, then another wall appeared beside it, merging together to form a box that enclosed Xiao Nian inside. Chunyi, standing outside, coldly watches the box, then turns to Ha Lan, who uses a Toa Ki Fu to shield Chunyan's energy. Ha Lan shouts, "We're here." She took out 3 talismans at once, ready to follow Chunyi's plan. The 3 talismans spread out in 3 directions with a barrier in the middle, which is the order to prohibit action. Lin Hai shouted while fighting the monsters, "Second brother, there are too many monsters. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on anymore." Lin Fong also began to feel uneasy, more and more of them. He continued, "This can devour and evolve with each other." Chunyi silently thought that they couldn't kill them all. The dungeon released all the monsters, and if they fought back, they wouldn't last half an hour before running out of energy, while he also had to focus on protecting them. After thinking, he closed his eyes tightly and gathered a surge of power in front of his chest. So now is not the time to preserve the life formula. To resolve this, the most direct and powerful method must be used. Chunyi warned the others. Everyone stepped back and used their strongest windshield to protect themselves, remaining completely focused without distraction regardless of what they see. Lin Fong, Lin Hai, Ha Lan, and Thiet Tam shout loudly in unison. Lin Fong reassuringly said, "I know, just focus on doing your own thing." At this moment, Chunyi is engulfed by a huge wave of power. Soren looked out from inside the box as the surrounding energy surge spread outward, causing the monsters to suddenly freeze and then gradually disappear before the enormous pressure. Their bodies dissolve to reveal the threads inside. Jaitan yelps in disbelief. "What the hell is that? Are those monsters not disappearing but gradually merging back together into one? Is this a dungeon trying to fuse all the monsters into a single entity?" Lin Hai said, "My magic of gratitude. Its energy is like a spiral still at the center of the silver ring. Its intensity is twice that of all the monsters combined." Before Chunyi sighed, and from the sky, a series of dazzling beams suddenly appeared. Godly Summon at level S appears a pair of giant white wings covering the sky, a person in silver armor, aiming a bow directly at the enemy. Many silver-armored knights stand behind Chunyi. Lin Fong pointed in that direction with wide eyes and asked, "Is this little brat Chunyi capable of summoning such high-level allies?" Jaitan continued, "Is this the ultimate skill of the Holy Knight?" Lin Hai thought to himself how terrifying the energy was, so much so that even the chaotic dungeon space froze in an instant. After being slowed down by Chunyi's power, the giant monster roared once more. Chunyi clenched his teeth and thought to himself that summoning angels for a moment cost him 30% of his life value. And each second the angel exists, he expends his mental energy. After this, he must definitely upgrade the divine summon skill to lower the cost. He shouted orders for the holy knights to eliminate all monsters. Immediately a series of arrows were shot. The arrows headed straight for a single target, the giant monster. The monster raised its hand to block the arrows, but under that immense force it was quickly defeated. That beam of light still shows no signs of stopping, and continues to rush forward. Lin Hai laments, "Too powerful, such immense strength has exceeded the limits of the instance copy." Ha Lan feels worried, but Brother Ngi can't hold out much longer. Summoning spells of this level are devastating to mental energy. After dealing with the monster, Chunyi let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at So Nien. Leaving those to the angels is enough. I have only one goal. Thinking that he walked straight toward her, he unleashed a burst of power and commanded count to 3, and then leave, or I will destroy this place in 1 second late. Suo Nien pursed her lips coldly and looked at him while Chunyi began counting. 1, 2. When the countdown reaches the last number, a giant shadow appears behind So Nien, so Chunyi confirms it. The boss you said would finally reveal its face indeed did. I knew it. When I saw that the boss's body was blackened, Chunyi realized it had been contaminated by a shadow creature. The mind corruptor is contaminated at level 50 with legendary talent skills unknown. Chunyi coldly looks at the boss of the dungeon. The Mind Guard observer looked at Chunyi with some interest, saying that after so many years of others entering here, he is the youngest among the strong, yet his aura is even more formidable than the older ones. The Devouring Heart fake used a lot of spirit silver to control So Nien. Chunyi clenched his teeth and raised his hand to cover his eyes. The mind-devouring feeling approaches and confirms to Chunyi, don't be so tense. I'm not here to fight you. Instead, I want to give you a choice. After hearing this, Chunyi widened his eyes and stared in disbelief at the scene before him as many treasures appeared simultaneously in front of him. The purification essence contained pure cleansing energy that could eliminate all cursed states, calm the mind, and suppress the savage bloodline power, stabilize abnormal physiques, and the Azure Dragon Seal contained fiery, raging energy that could directly merge into weapons. To increase fire damage by 50%, the Mystic Iron Core high-density metal mineral includes space wave technology to craft a backup shield, reducing cooldown time by 15%. Spirit stones contain life breath and can be embedded in defensive items for automatic health regeneration. The healing profession's effectiveness doubles the group shield after summoning releases protective energy within a 10-meter radius for 10 seconds, revealing enemy weaknesses for an hour and allowing you to see through their level and flaws. Lin Hai excitedly said, if the dragon spirit wants to resonate on my ancient dragon scales, one punch won't be enough to blow those monsters apart. Ha Lan also felt very happy when she saw the item she wanted. The healing and defense system really is a great achievement. Chunyi thought, coldly pulling the eternal relic from the Chu family to purify this affection. Before that item, he also hesitated a bit, but Tin Tom D was completely created out of carelessness. Wei Chenjia was moved as he put his arm around Chunyi. Look how uncomfortable she is. A single drop of Tin Tom Ya can let her sleep peacefully for several nights, without fearing her bloodline will explode again. It tries to persuade Chunyi, these are just appetizers. You can come closer to me. Prove that you have passed the dungeon challenge. This is your reward. Take the reward and leave this place. In the face of those temptations, Chunyi realized they were seducing him. If I choose to stop here, I could indeed instantly gain significant benefits, but I remember the battles to the death with my teammates, the mission limits, and uncovering the secrets of the Moment Trading Guild with my friends. These things are indeed very tempting, but it seems you have misunderstood something. He drew his sword and struck the enemy with a single blow. I didn't come to Black Wind Grotto just to take the reward. I say this while attacking. The system's mission is fine, my teammates' enemies are not a problem, and even the Chu family's curse can't be solved through your charity. Are you planning to give up the reward so easily? Chunyi asserted. You are familiar with everything around me, and even know the Chu family's curse, so it's hard not to suspect this is a trap aimed at me. Chunyi's body begins transforming as he mumbles, I want you the purification spirit and the calm mind knight. I declare coldly, you must die. After the long deity might, Chunyi rushed forward with his sword and cut Long Mind Fake in half. The ground suddenly shattered as Veitam Jia spread his arms and merged into the earth below. A giant stone monster appears in front of Chunyi. Veitam Jia immediately strikes the ground with a powerful punch, causing the surrounding rocks to shake and shatter instantly. In an instant, everything seemed to be overwhelmed by this chaos. Chunyi quickly escaped and avoided falling into the deep abyss. But when he saw So Nien, it seemed she was less lucky than him. She fell without any warning. In the panic, So Nien shouted Chunyi, and hearing her call, Chunyi also lost his composure. Soren Chunyi quickly rushed toward her, catching her swiftly, but as soon as he touched her, he fell into the void. Seeing that he immediately understood, was this an illusion to confuse me? Furious, Chunyi directly struck the evil spirit, only to realize it was not at all panicked, but instead sneering. Just this much of a skill. Chunyi ngethay the chitram giong daplay mochaw ngoy thulabiat lian. Fetam giabat daw rachiu moy trong machuanobat daw loylen mot ang sang mautrang nu samset. I initially wanted to reward you and let you go, but I truly cannot see through it anymore. I finished learning, try it with them. Then it lunged forward and those images shattered instantly. But suddenly the malevolent spirit noticed something. What was it? I've never fought you one-on-one before. As soon as those words finished, a blue dragon appeared, and the soldiers behind Chunyi also kept firing arrows. Zhuangya also boldly advances with the soldiers all targeting the shadowy monster to drive it into a cloud of dust. In an instant, its image gradually disappeared. No, an explosion followed, shattering the surrounding rocks into pieces. Suddenly, the dust ahead obscured everything. Unexpectedly, shards of glass appeared, leaving Chunyi extremely surprised. These shards of mirror haven't disappeared yet. Through a piece of glass, Chunyi sees the image of a man kneeling. This image reminds him of someone. As Chunyi tries to reach out, suddenly a golden energy envelops him. The timeline begins to go back. 10 years ago at Blackwind Peak, a man was kneeling before something. The black tentacles covering the man are suddenly accompanied by a voice saying, "You want to save your daughter." The man, though scared, still tries to respond. The best priest of Tianlan said, "Without the Huyan Bongnok for 1,000 years, it will not survive until spring. I heard your legend at the black market and specially invited you to the blessing hall." The monster was very pleased. "This blessing spell works perfectly. I can give you enough assets to buy herbs throughout the city, but you must help me with 3 things. Hearing this, the man trembled with fear as he clenched his trembling hand and tried to speak. "What is it?" Suddenly, countless gemstones fell from above, along with the monster's demand to use these assets to attract more people to Black Wind Cave. "The vitality of the weak is the nourishment that sustains me. The soul of the strong can become my gatekeeper." The man, with an incredulous look upon hearing this, wants to kill them. The monster let out a loud laugh and brought its sharp teeth close to his face. "Don't be nervous, they came here voluntarily, didn't they? Anyway, no one could resist the temptation of a night of wealth." So when he returned, he told his friend that in Blackwind Gorge they had unearthed a mysterious crystal that could exchange for 1000 mid-low disciples. The friend wondered if there would be no shadow left if they didn't go in there last year. Lord Vuong sent a team here, and not even bones remained. The man then tried to persuade them, saying, "They took the wrong path. I found a mineral vein, and still need more people. Work with me. The ore I dig up will be shared 3 ways." As a result, more and more people were killed by monsters with the man's help, causing him to become so afraid that he vomited non-stop. Tears kept falling from him along with regret. This is karma. Creating karma means they are greedy themselves, and the monsters see nothing wrong with that. Do you think they went to Blackwind Gorge for nothing? To help you, he only wants to profit by stepping on others' bones. And it's not enough. He keeps trying to lure others in. "Elder Feng, the price is negotiable, but I only need your help to spread the word." Not long after chaos broke out in his house. "What's happening, boss? The North City Guild says that if we don't give up at least 80% of the benefits, they won't let us proceed. We have no support. Relying only on these thugs could lead to all of us being killed." The man was extremely angry upon hearing this. This only made him more cruel despite the pleas of others. "Boss Liu was a petty man. I was blind to it. Please forgive me. From now on, whatever you say, the North City Guild will comply. I was wrong. Boss Liu. From now on, whatever you say, I will do." He listened to the frightened screams of the others. "Please have mercy on me, and I will no longer feel remorseful." The way he stands in front of the monster is no longer filled with fear. Lord Lu Yuan expressed his opinion very clearly. "I want to establish a trading guild that outwardly appears to mine and sell ore." Silently, they also selected the person who met the standards to enter the nest. The monster, of course, did not refuse. "All right. What should I name it?" The name he gave was Dream Mermaid Beauty, and this time the monster was a bit puzzled as to why it was called that. Lu Yuan quickly replied, without much thought, "I have previously been to the sea and encountered those sea monsters. They look like fairies and sing beautifully, but can also hypnotize people into jumping into the water, causing their boats to hit the rocks. That time I was the only one left alive holding onto the boat." The monster immediately spat out something that looked like human bones after hearing him say that. That guy is quite lucky too. Not long after, his business made a lot of progress. Boss, here is the list of products cultivated over the past month. Han Tuitin has enough offerings for the Chu family and an additional 17 sets of nutrient residues in the jar. Lu Yuan was very satisfied as he took the list and replied, "I understand he has examined it carefully and thinks the quality of this nutritional order is a bit poor. Next time, let Lady Hong choose more carefully and don't let any miscellaneous items be submitted." The assistant respectfully answered after hearing this. Yes, and not only that, Lu Tuyen also offered a higher price, with this year's prices increasing by 2%. These are the things Chunyi has experienced over this period. This surprised me a bit. These shards somehow recorded the karma of 10 years, so clearly. The shards of glass continued to fall thicker and thicker, swirling into a whirlwind in Chunyi's hand. A purple gem quickly appeared in his hand, and the blue dragon from earlier showed him that this was the core of the instance. Owning it is equivalent to owning the entire instance dungeon. Even many large guilds might not have one. Now you have a huge advantage from this. Obtaining the Prison Eye Core unlocks 30% of the control over the instance, allowing you to manipulate the fundamental rules of the space. Swangya also told him more useful information in the future. You won't have to worry about resources. The dungeon is a gold mine, a money-making machine. Kid, your luck is very good. Now try using your mental strength to sense the dungeon and its connections. Chunyi immediately focused his mind, gradually absorbing the energy. Surrounding him are rings of energy, creating an incredibly stunning scene. Lin Hai is carefully catching, so Nian, who is also affected by this energy. The circle of power grows bigger and wider, and Chunyi also tries to focus more, seeing more and more. I feel like I can see every blade of grass in the copy, even without using my eyes. It seems I can control everything inside the copy. As the power surged, a small figure appeared nearby, and Chunyi's eyes gradually closed tighter as if he were lost in his thoughts. But what he saw next was Chuvan standing right in front of him. "Why are you here?" Chuvan turned to him softly and said, "I was worried about you. I found the route on the internet and came here." Chunyi, hearing this, was filled with anger and helplessness. "Uno, say a word." Chuvan nervously apologized to him, and Su Na also came over to add in. The young lady's courage is impressive, and her luck is quite good. Now she can control the dungeon, so even if you keep her here, nothing will happen. In this situation, I can only advise her to behave and be obedient, or I will take her back. As soon as I finish speaking, I am immediately sent to the mission deadline alongside my teammates, uncovering the secret of Trade Guild M, with the reward being an S-rank skill book for each member involved. Now completed part of the system's reward. Chunyi's friends were also surprised to see Chu Yun. "Why are you here?" Tham Lin Fong, who is also quite cautious, reminds her that it's very dangerous here, and questions why she's coming through this way. This is not a place to play. As he finished speaking, Chunyi threw the notice and handed his sister over to him. "Sham Lingfeng, protect my sister well." Sham Lingfeng swiftly catches her and agrees immediately without hesitation. "Do I even need to say this? What is this?" Without waiting for Chunyi to respond, all the information appeared on the screen. The Bloodlust Rage Level 1 forms hematite orbs using the blood energy from the enemy's body. The blood conglomerate pearl will gather to form the soul blood sphere and be thrown at the enemy, causing intense blood energy and an explosion. Seeing this, Shen Linfeng thought it was about to be a horrifying disaster, and Halan stood far away, also surprised to hear this news. What Chunyi quickly handed her another book, one for everyone. Halan stared at the book in her hand, unable to believe her eyes. "This truly is a level S skill book. It's so valuable, why are you giving it to us?" That's also what Halan wanted to ask. "Chunyi, do you know how much this is worth? On the black market, each one costs 7 million middle-tier coins, and you have to fight for it to get one." Chunyi considered this an insignificant matter, and the reward was hidden to pass through dungeon gates according to their professions. Tham Lin Fong gasped and immediately asked him, "So you're giving us this much that even our Tham family only owns 3 level S skill books?" Ha Lan found this reward too enormous and precious for himself. "We went in with you to do some errands. How could we take such a valuable item? This clearly is very powerful." The level 1 second True Hoan Tam Tuyet Tran will curse all enemies inside, having their health, and Chunyi still tries to persuade her to accept this gift. The dungeon run is a team effort, and the credit can't be mine alone. Linghai still feels unworthy of this, but it's such a precious item, and even with career restrictions, selling it can bring in a lot of money. What she is holding is the level 1 Forbidden Zone element that creates a spatial barrier. Summoning element crystals collide, causing a second explosion that inflicts heavy damage on the enemy. Is money more important than life? Besides, the road ahead will only get harder, and I can't let everyone risk their lives with me empty-handed. DM Shen Lingfeng, he eagerly accepted this gift. Very interesting. Next time, no matter who you're dealing with, I'll charge in alone. Chunyi, after hearing this, just coughed and didn't say anything. Thiet Tom happily hugged the book in her hands. "This is my first S-rank skill book. In future dungeons, I'll go in first." Xia Lan is on the side extremely excited, and I will master the 3 absolutes formation. I definitely won't cause any trouble. Obviously, Lin Hai feels the same as the other two. I do too. Tham Lin Fong couldn't resist bragging to Thiet Tam, "Look, absorb the enemy's blood energy, and then use it to create an explosion." How awesome is that? Even Thiet Tam couldn't help but retort back at him. "I can directly kill low-level enemies. You still have to save your strength. You're too weak." What she is holding is the level 1 Quang Lan Tron Dia, which creates shockwaves when slammed on the ground. Enemies within the affected area suffer heavy damage, with lower-level ones directly defeated. Chunyi, hearing them keep bickering, couldn't help but step in to interrupt. "Fine, we've agreed. First master your skills thoroughly, then go meet the big shot hiding deep inside." Tham Lin Fong, hearing this, started to boast. "Watch me, I can learn it immediately in 10 minutes. Thiet Tam immediately retorted. "Are you bragging? 5 minutes and I can master the basics." Ha Lan, standing beside, also spoke up. "Let's get ready too, don't let them compare us." Suddenly a hand grasped Chunyi's shirt. So Nian looked at him with a very happy smile and praised him. It seems he can always bring everyone together on the same page. Seeing her praise, Chunyi forced a weak smile and said, "Maybe because we are teammates, I almost forgot about this. The item I brought out is the Tin Tomdik, a remedy to suppress bloodline power and stabilize an unusual physique. This is what I want to give to So Nian. Your bloodline issue can't be fully resolved for. Now take this just in case you need it." And not stopping there, he gazed into So Nian's eyes with a stern tone and said softly, "Little Nian, I will do everything to prevent you from falling into despair." So Nian, overwhelmed by his words, couldn't help but cry, and Chunyi, panic-stricken, was confused, wondering if he had said something wrong. So Nian then blushed and leaned into his chest, softly saying, "I trust you, Chunyi." Right now, many researchers are gathered at the top headquarters of the trading company, and the large stone in the center is emitting a very strange energy. This energy source suddenly attacked the researchers, but they didn't seem aware of their current situation and still moved closer to it. One of them looked at a man and asked nervously, "Boss, look." The man calmly replied to him, "The core of the Ice Crystal Dungeon and the one in Blackwind Cave have been connected for 10 years, and this is the first time such chaos has occurred. This person is Lu Yuan, whom Chunyi has met before. The great figure guarding Blackwind Cave is as solid as iron and steel. The people rushing in there are just nutrients delivered to the door. Lu Tuyen, but now there's chaotic energy. Could something unexpected have happened inside?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he witnessed something terrifying. A researcher was thrown against the wall by that energy source, suffering immensely. The others nearby were also knocked down in the chaos, and one person couldn't help but say, "It's ruined." Lu Yuan also felt that something was about to happen, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to send a message to Lady Hong, telling her to go to Blackwind Gorge to investigate what exactly is causing the chaos. The subordinates dared not delay. "Yes, sir." Lady Hong was still disheveled and chaotic at this moment. She winced in pain as she clasped her wound. Damn that holy night. If I hadn't been focused all along and had spent a lot of money on resurrection tools long ago, I would have already died this time. Unfortunately, the resurrection tool can only recreate the body and cannot bring me to a peak state. Now, just manipulating the golem formation is impossible. Even mobilizing over 1,000 corpses is beyond their strength. They've only been able to heal their wounds at the stronghold for half a year. No one dares to leave here. Yet as soon as she thought of this, she received a report immediately. The boss ordered her to immediately investigate the abnormal energy of Blackwind Canyon and quickly report the results. This news hit Lady Hong like a thunderbolt. Going to Blackwind Peak right now, this situation might have already exceeded her abilities. The unusual energy in Blackwind Peak, could it be that Chunyi is still up to something? Encountering him in his current state would mean certain death. But if the Shang Guild finds out I am seriously wounded, that bunch who care about my position like hunting dogs smelling blood will definitely rush in to tear apart the power I've worked so hard to build. I've put in so much effort to reach this position today, I absolutely cannot let it all go to waste. But she couldn't ignore Lu Tuyen's orders, and with anger, she was forced to get up and obey his command. Like a drifting reed, life is not in my control preparing the carriage. On Chunyi's side, he is still trying to absorb the power. Strange details kept appearing in his mind. The prison was still guarding the dark creature. The secret of the dark creature must be hidden in these fragments. Finding it means understanding the enemy's fate, but one thing inside it drew his attention. Chunyi slowly reached out and touched it because he was extremely curious. As he did, he felt himself plunged into an abyss where many demonic hands seized him. Chunyi's image also begins to appear through shards of glass. The scene becomes hazy, all surrounding him. He closes his eyes tightly, beads of sweat running down with a faint layer of bones around him, and a shining gem at his waist, while a shadowy dragon stares fixedly at the gem. Chunyi opens his eyes, purses his lips with worry, overwhelmed by chaotic news, and something is still holding him back. His eyes are as sharp as a knife, emitting an emerald glow, focusing his will, trying to find signals amidst the storm by listening and observing closely. Chunyi felt like the noise filter was too distracting. An image of a man lying on his back with tentacles wrapped around his body, even shoved into his mouth, appeared among the shattered memories of offerings. A large fragment in front of him shows an image of a gate, like a black hole pulling giant stones from the ground into a passage. On another shard, there is a picture of monsters of various shapes snarling and roaring as a territory opens. A series of shards rush forward one after another, blazing with bright light, forcing Chunyi to raise his hand to shield his eyes. He suddenly jerked, widened his eyes, and gasped as if he had encountered something horrifying. Cold sweat kept dripping down his face. He is holding a stone, his eyes full of thought. Seeing his condition, Suangya beside him asked, "What did you see?" "Why does your face look so terrible?" Chunyi said slowly, but his eyes still looked vacant. "The passage I understand now, blaming the demonic aura in Hantui Tin for making me feel a strange familiarity." Suangya isn't quite sure, asking again, "What do you mean?" A few months ago, I fought the demon race and secretly entered the central crack in the Howling Mountain Range. The energy here is exactly the same as theirs. Swangya gradually realized that what he meant was that the demon race saw the ones inside the crystal instead. The image of a huge mouth full of sharp teeth with tentacles around it, smiling eerily staring at the earth. Yes, and it's even worse than I imagined. Through analyzing the imprisonment crystal's memory, I discovered that the dark creature is actually a gateway to another world still forming. It will transfer the resources from the other dimension to Lam Tin, allowing the Commerce Guild to voluntarily offer sacrifices to the living, what's called providing life force, but actually using them as offerings to open the true passage. The monsters covering the entire space wait in terror for prey. Once enough life energy is absorbed, a complete door can be opened, allowing a large number of demons to flow through. Swangna slightly lowers her head, and then turns to ask Chunyi just like 100 years ago. "Are you afraid?" Chunyi said, without taking his eyes off the gem in his hand. It's not fear, but caution and excitement won't solve the problem. They are determined that having just experienced a fierce battle, their newly acquired strength is still unfamiliar, and their condition is not at its best. His face is full of resolve, his hand clenched tightly, and he proceeds without hesitation. It's not about bravery but foolishness. It's not that they are invincibly strong, but that both I and they need time to become stronger than we are now. Master Na agrees with his thoughts but still has some doubts. Caution is the first vital step for hunters to survive. So, how do you plan to help them adapt? Sitting still won't develop their skills. Chunyi held the gem up to his face, his eyes full of danger with a subtle smile. Of course, it didn't mean sitting still. Don't you think this entire prison is the perfect training ground? After saying that, various images appeared, suggesting I could manipulate it or create opponents for simulation, allowing everyone to safely experience the power and skill of level S abilities, and even impose some restrictions to test them. Master Nya listened to the plan and he chuckled. That's interesting. Chunyi approached his teammates and announced loudly, "The plan is changing. We will temporarily hold back from going deeper inside." Lingfeng looked back in confusion and asked why Chunyi was explaining his reasons, because the item inside was very powerful, even stronger than any enemy we have ever faced. "I don't want anyone to get injured or face worse consequences because of insufficient preparation. I am sharing my plan before the upcoming battle. Before the final move, you all need to undergo special training." Tam clenched his fists and placed his hands behind his head in confusion. What kind of training is this crazy place doing? On the contrary, hearing this, Lin Fong became even more excited, his eyes shining, fists clenched. Special training? What kind of training? An imaginary scene appears. Chu Ingyi's expression, emotionless, controlling a puppet to attack. "I will follow the dungeon energy flow to create an opponent that models the real strength of you all, even stronger than one tier. The goal is only one: to approach real combat by using all your potential and fully mastering the newly gained strength." The more Lin Fong listens, the more excited he becomes, jumping up and grinning, widely imagining fighting simulations. "This is very good. I will be the first." Lin Hai anxiously raises his hand to stop him. "Tham Lin Fong, your wound has just healed, and it seems you are very eager for the training." Lin Fong shows through his hand that he's completely healthy, with only a small wound that has long since healed. Chunyi confirms seriously. "Tham Lin Fong, this isn't a game. The pain and pressure of the simulation battle are real. I will adjust the difficulty based on your reactions, and you may die many times." Lin Fong, instead of feeling anxious or afraid, seems even more determined and eager, not even hesitating. Chunyi sighs in relief and smiles with satisfaction, seeing his teammate undaunted and full of anticipation for his plan. He unleashes his power, the gem rises with swirling golden streams into the eyes of everyone watching, and the light envelops Lin Fong completely. He stands there without a trace of panic or change in expression, the smoke turning purple and dissipating to reveal Lin Fong's figure in a space like a cavern, followed by a figure wrapped in bandages and wielding a sword rushing forward with swift agility. Lin Fong, with his sharp senses, immediately spun around. A notification appeared simulating a haunting pursuit level 35 golden talent, shadowy skills blocking a fatal blow. All his hair changes color like flames, his long pointed ears resemble those of a troll, and large horns grow on his head. With a half-beast appearance, Lin Fong gathers a fireball in his hand and throws a flaming fist at the opponent. The fire punch made contact, but the enemy vanished, like a blur dodging the attack. Seeing that, Lin Fong's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He continuously attacked in all directions, but the enemy dodged so quickly that he spun wildly. Lin Fong clearly saw the enemy's strength, angry, powerful, and very annoying. Suddenly a sword slashed across his neck, making it bleed. Lin Fong was stunned by that unbelievable speed. Such speed, Lin Fong threw a powerful punch again, but was quickly dodged by the bandaged man. Outside, Chu Ngite-dan channels his power to maintain the formation, his eyes intently watching the reflections of Lin Fong's battle, so he can also sense the residual energy from the battle. This allows for adjustments to the simulation and scene. Tham Lin Fong is not familiar with the obsession system, so he first needs to reduce environmental disturbances, wait for him to adapt, then increase the difficulty. In the battle, when the enemy tried to approach Lin Fong, they spit fire like a dragon to burn him. After being scorched by the dragon's flames, the ice-encased target melted away into ashes. But that's still not enough. Lin Fong cast a disdainful glance behind him, knowing they still needed to lead the team. Outside, Chung Yi told everyone around as the power poured more and more into the gem. "Are you ready? Halan Lin, Hai Thiet Tam." So Nian were enveloped by that energy, each showing determination. They were transported away, only Chuvan remained hugging the small wolf on that road with her face slightly blank, looking around aimlessly. Her eyes and the wolf watched Chung Yi with anticipation. Understanding her thoughts, he straightforwardly says, "Don't even dream about it." Rejected without mercy, she looks disappointed, her mouth trembling. Since she couldn't be transported away, Chuvan sat there building a snowman. Shina looked toward Chunyi, who was watching, and asked Kid, "How does it feel to manipulate this crystal?" From the jade in his hand, the image of everyone's battle clearly appeared before his eyes, very magical, as if holding a key that was both heavy and perfectly fitting. He looked at the object in his hand, and shared his feelings after using it. It's faint, but you can truly feel a connection deepening every time you build and maintain it. The link to this space becomes clearer. The power to manipulate seems to have increased a bit more. Snowdrop is satisfied but keeps a stiff mouth as if you also have some talent. Remember, this is like a new arm growing out of you. Only through frequent use and training can you gain full control. Once you can command it with 100% mastery, every tree, every blade of grass in this prison dimension will obey your will. As the two were talking, Chuvan beside them was performing a bowing ritual with the snowman, who had just responded. Chuvan looked up, her eyes no longer innocent but filled with deadly intent as she decapitated the snowman. The person next to him kept talking, showing the true power of the dungeon master. Chung-Yi confidently declared before the majestic green dragon, "I can do it." Chuvan gasped for breath as she ran to the spot where the snowman's head had fallen, crouching down to hug a large snowball the size of her body right beside an ice wall. The reflection of a group of people approaching can be seen in the ice wall. Chuvan's eyes widen in terror, cold sweat dripping down her face. Chuvan fell backward, her face filled with terror. The wolf pup beside her growled menacingly. She shouted, "Kaka." Chuni quickly appeared in front of her and shattered the ice wall without any unnecessary movement. After smashing the obstacle in front of him, he looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Chuvan got up, clutching his arm tightly, overwhelmed with fear, and pointed ahead. "It's her, she's coming. That evil woman in the red dress is inside the bed." Both of them are looking at the ice in front of them. She confirms that she is inside the mirror. The scene shifts to the entrance of Blackwind Peak, where a woman in a red floral silk kimono, her eyes showing clear fatigue. Behind her are sturdy figures wrapped in red cloth. She orders, "6 of you, go ahead and scout, stay hidden and don't let yourselves be detected." The path ahead is blanketed in snow, looking so dangerous as if something is hidden behind it. Sensing a strange aura, Madame Hong suddenly raises her hand to stop. Wait a moment. The two from the front enter the mine while the two circle around to the back and sneak in through a crack. She looked down, exhausted and worried. The other two were protecting me. Chung-Yi silently observed and thought that his mental power connected to the depth of the glass prison of mysterious systems, allowing his sensing ability to extend even to Blackwind Gorge. Just like how Blackwind Gorge is equipped with all the cameras, no matter how many tricks she has, she cannot escape from his grasp. His gaze was cold, reflecting the image of the intruders. She still hasn't died. Her breathing is extremely unstable, probably using a secret technique to revive but not fully recovered. He turns to gently pat his sister's head to comfort her. Her condition's so bad it's almost unbelievable she's completely fallen into the trap herself. "Xiaoyan, don't be afraid, I'll show you a game." Chung-Yi said thoughtfully, the cat catching the mouse. Lady Hong is hiding and observing something's off. It's too quiet. With her instincts, she seemed to sense something, and had the feeling of being watched everywhere, as if the entire mountain valley was monitoring her. She had to find the unusual source before reporting back to the boss. She ordered the two with red bandages to advance. "You go ahead and make sure to hide your figures." The two with red bandages run quickly along the ice wall, while Lady Hong below exclaims, "So the first gate has been completely destroyed." Standing there, observing the split ice surface, she guesses it's like being cut in half by a sword with some familiar residual energy still lingering. The tentacles emit a faint golden light, and try to wriggle as if hoping to be saved. Huangji's teeth clenched, as she saw the sight as tendrils coated in golden light sprouted from the ground. She looked at the bracelet on her wrist, considering her options. Maybe she should inform her boss first, so he could handle it. No, doing that would reveal her condition, and she wouldn't be able to complete her mission. It's best to contact the hidden surveillance point inside the crater, to check the situation first. If we can locate Chung-Yi, that would be better. But unlike expected, her bracelet kept flashing red, signaling a failed connection. A failed connection. She couldn't believe it. The highest secret intelligence of the trading guild was also blocked. Is this a space for interference? No way. Madame Hong closed her eyes, her hands displaying red threads like puppeteers' strings trying to control the puppets. The puppet strings rely on soul energy connection and are unaffected by the strange energy curtain. Although since entering the canyon, a certain pressure has always existed that greatly hampers the connection. The red threads cover everything faintly visible but still perceptible through the bandaged red figures. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light made the two red-banded men turn back. At the same time, she suddenly spit blood in suspicion, and the connection vanished. The two with red bandages continued to climb over mountains and cliffs, when suddenly two powerful forces tore them apart like glueless ropes, causing her to turn pale in fear, and the others to wonder if Chung-Yi truly possessed spatial powers, or if there was more than one intruder. Mrs. Hong gritted her teeth in intense anger, her fist clenched, and in an instant she defeated 4 combat puppets, even without time to react. With her current condition, she was absolutely not confident in beating him. In the sky, a girl with 2 pigtails looked down in surprise. Why does her face look so pale? Sister Hong. Lady Hong swiftly turned around to confront the question. What are you here for? The person next to you quickly drops to the ground. The temple service passing by here, Imji looks pityingly. You were paralyzed before due to illness, and I was the one who helped retrieve those offerings from the sect. My task this time should also be taken over by me, right, Madame Hong? Madame Hong is angrily doubting. Did you kill my puppet? Yingji is displeased, softly stroking her braid. What is Lady Hong saying that people can't understand? It seems like she's in big trouble, doesn't it? Hurry back to heal your wounds. Maybe only one intruder was involved. Don't die here now. Lady Hong's face grew paler, yet her sharp tongue remained as fierce as before. Kitch smiled mischievously and said, Maybe I've been following you for too long. I'm used to hearing it. Madame Hong and her puppets run in the opposite direction. All right, go ahead and continue your reconnaissance first. Suddenly a chunk of ice falls right in front of Lady Hong, making her lean back. She quickly retreated backwards in panic, the mimic gazing up at the sky with surprise mixed with suspicion. From the sky above, dozens of people like her are falling down. Are there that many clones? When the clone attacks, she quickly dodges and screams. How come you even have puppets like that? Hey Lady Hong, please explain a little. Lady Hong over here looks bewildered, her reflection in the ice sheet appearing exhausted and fragile. Screams echoed through the ice, her face blank. Miss Hong, please, I beg you to spare me. We are the best of friends. Why did you push me, Lady Hong? You would even kill your own people for the sake of your status. On this side, Yingjing is still fighting against the increasingly powerful and screaming clones becoming stronger. Unlike the dead puppet in front of her, what kind of powerhouse did Madame Hong use to refine her? The girl keeps using different techniques to block the attacks of the puppets, but before long they quickly learn her skills and fight back. Angered, terrifying waves of power radiate around her. Staring fiercely at those puppets, she gritted her teeth and said, Defeated by you, imposters. How could I still have a place in the guild? Then she raised both hands, releasing a massive surge of power. She grabbed the nearest puppet by the neck and shouted, I have endured quite a bit of hardship compared to Lady Hong. Then the remaining puppets swiftly fell to her in a single strike. Meanwhile, Lady Hong saw the illusion of those she had once harmed, her voice echoing darkly. Hong, don't be fooled by those riches. Do you have forgotten the corn cake we had back in the slums? Please spare me, I won't say anything. I can leave this place immediately and never return to Tinlan province. Your subordinates have kidnapped my fiancée and say that if I don't cooperate, they will strip her and parade her through the streets. If you act lightly, I will definitely reveal everything I know. You must not be reckless. My 10-year-old son is still waiting for me inside the mansion. If you kill me, he will be an orphan. I beg you to consider the child's feelings and let me keep this life. Even if you have to turn into a prostitute, just seeing it grow up is enough. Even if you keep my body intact so I can bow my head to my mother and die, would that be okay? Madame Hong, you would kill even your own people for status. Lord Liu offers you wealth and honor, and yet you value that more than our 20 years of friendship. In the final scene, there's a woman with a gentle smile stretching out her hand towards you. That little one must be hungry, right? Wipe the blood off your face and come with me. From now on you'll be named Hong. Madame Hong's tears burst forth as her voice choked up. Mother, but in an instant the woman's face changed, her eyes full of hatred, and she charged straight at Madame Hong. When you were little, I thought you were just stubborn, saving good food and clothes for yourself, but I didn't expect you to be ungrateful and even hurt me. I've taught you, but everything you use now is on me. Lady Hong immediately blocked the blow and pushed her out. She threw out red cloths, tightly wrapping a huge skull to control it. Madame Hong panicked and shouted back at the words from the people just now. Now I can live in a house with a floor paved in gold tiles where others kneel to bring me bird's nest soup. A Hong who was given corn cake has already died in the cold winds of the poor area. I put in so much effort to secure the business in Tianlan province. How could I leave hidden dangers behind? If I could only keep my body intact to fulfill my filial duties. Wouldn't all these years of my reputation in Tianlan province have been just a joke? Instead of believing in your temporary honest gesture towards Buddha, it's better for you to see with your own eyes her paying the price for your stubbornness so that you will remember. Facing me, you've always caused trouble for those around you. Going to become a courtesan, do you also deserve to say such words? My place is not a charity. I won't allow you to pay the price you're dead. He became an orphan, and it's also someone like you who personally harmed him as a mother. What does that have to do with me? Lord Liu bestowed wealth and honor upon me, but those were not given freely. I used my intelligence and strategies to earn them, which is much more real than the 20 years of hollow drifting affection you speak of. Calling me ungrateful was something you yourself fostered. If you truly valued me, you would have thought of ways to move forward with me, instead of protecting your pitiful, peaceful life. Tell me not to have illusions. Clearly you can't keep up with my pace and still want to drag me into the mud. She shouted her final words as she controlled the skull to unleash a huge surge of power. It shattered the figures in the previous illusion, which also seemed to be her haunting nightmares. The energy beam shot through the mirror and burst outward, but the mirror reflected the light back, causing it to rebound. Suddenly, an illusion appeared behind her, nearly getting killed by those reanimated enemies. Now it's your turn to give me an explanation, right? Lady Hong tightly bound her with cloth. The previous energy source has now returned. A flash of light, and she steps into another illusion. This place is desolate and ruined. This is my memory. How can I be here? Behind Madame Hong, a monster opened its huge mouth as if to swallow her whole. She angrily turned around. Damn it, still not stopping right. But behind the previous monster, it had disappeared, leaving only a mirror there. The maze statue also has illusion magic. It's just a trick to trap me. Strands of red threads gradually escape from her arm, her eyes cold. Wanting me to admit defeat is not that easy. Gradually, the puppets created by Lady Hong began to appear with the guard, manifesting as a level 35 protective puppet. She orders to smash these mirrors before the puppet can cut the mirror. The mirror reflects its image, creating a black clone of the puppet that appears from its shadow. The puppet seems to sense something, glances behind, and a fierce fight quickly erupts on both sides. The clashing sounds of punches and strikes make even an outsider's hair stand on end. On the other side, Lady Hong panic-stricken, as she sees her puppets suddenly turn on each other and start fighting. Stop, stop, what's wrong with you? You are my puppets, listen to my order and stop fighting. Seeing the armor on the puppets breaking apart, she shouted loudly. Stop, I said stop, no matter what she says. They continue to fight crazily. In the end, they finally stopped, but they were covered in wounds. Lady Hong trembled and asked, what do you all want to do? Then suddenly a puppet looked at Lady Hong with a strange smile, and finally everything disappeared. Her spirit was as tense as a guitar string, fearfully glancing around. It wasn't magic, but control. He could even control her puppets. What kind of power was this? Lady Hong was sweating with worry, trying to think. Chungi's ability to control Hak Fong Kok far exceeded her understanding, and now she was utterly alone. The only plan left was to run. She had to escape immediately, and inform her master about the situation here, so he could find a solution. Madame Hong runs quickly toward the old path. He must have a way. The ground beneath her feet cracked into multiple fissures. She looked down in horror, and realized the path from before had disappeared. It had turned into an icy bridge. The slippery surface causes Lady Hong to slide straight down below, and the rope used for control also snaps. After a while, she finally stopped, only to crash directly into a solid wall. Lady Hong looked up helplessly, the puppet strings being disturbed, and he's still not done playing with me. Now I am a bug caught in your web, a toy in your hand. Do whatever you want. Chuni, if you're so brave, come out and kill me, don't hide like a coward. Outside, he used his illusion control to see Madame Hong's miserable face. Chuni shouted inside so she could hear struggle, as if you were once a sacrificial victim you look down on, feel this desperation. He manipulates the mirrors so she can see how she looks now. This corridor was specially designed for you. Madame Hong begins to negotiate with Chungi. Chungi, the strength of the Merchant Guild exceeds your imagination and he still has a trump card. Let me go, and I can help you plead with the guild leader, Liu. He replied calmly, showing no interest. No longer the initial composure, she shouted. Chungi, the army of the Merchant Guild is coming, you can't imprison me. Even the Trade Guild has only one. Chungi, you can't control everything. Let's see how you'll try to stop me. She unleashed a great power, shouting so everyone outside could hear, even if I die, I will destroy this place. The explosion left Madame Hong battered in the smoke and dust, feeling as if she had lost something and staring blankly. When she snapped out of it and looked down, she immediately realized her legs were completely gone. Chungi's voice now sounded cold. Want to die? I haven't agreed to that yet. Madame Hong gently stroked her head, her helpless smile accompanied by tears streaming down. Are you really a demon? Just kill me directly then. He responds indifferently. Isn't watching the prey struggle in desperation what you enjoy most? So now it's yourself who desperately wants to die. Your kind of person really has double standards. If you can control Black Wind Cave, then the woman earlier was also killed by you, right? She lowered her head and muttered, "You want to replace my position just like she did." Are Chu Hang and Chu Hu Bok still in the Chu family? She instinctively looked up at the sky, as if she could see the person outside with a confident tone. Yes. A direct affirmation aimed at Chu Van made her flinch slightly, feeling uneasy. And the person's younger sister is also here. At that moment, chains emitting a faint blue light appeared all around, rushing straight toward Madame Hong, making her quite tense. The chains immediately lifted Madame Hong's battered body, forming a tight web that kept her trapped in the center. Chu Ni's tone was gentler, but his face remained expressionless. Then he glanced at the sister standing behind. "Tu Van, don't look anymore. I'll handle it very quickly." Chu Van hesitated briefly before turning around, then bravely stepped forward and told her brother, "Leave it to me." Chu Ni looked back with a surprised expression. Little Van, she clenched her hands tightly. "I was afraid of her because she wanted to kidnap me, harm my brother and Tu Nyen. But if I always keep fearing her, she will forever be a nightmare for me. I can't keep being afraid like this. Let me go." Chu Ni gently stroked Chu Van's hair and softly said to her, patting her head to comfort her, "All right, I will be by your side." After saying that, he immediately transported both of them in front of Madame Hong, who was bound in chains all over her body. She looked eager as if she had predicted this. "Are the little girl and the others here?" Lady Hong sneered and looked at the two brothers in front of her, feeling protected by others. "Do you also want to come and kill me?" Her face twisted into a crazed smile as she shouted loudly, "Do you dare not?" Mrs. Hong struggled fiercely, causing the chains to tighten around her and burst blood vessels. Her leg wound continued to bleed heavily from being restrained too tightly. A few drops of blood splattered onto Chu Van's face. She brushed away the blood on her face, as if also brushing away her own fear. "Ugly woman." Chu Van quickly forms an ice crystal and declares, "I'm not afraid of you." Lady Hong smirked, relying only on this old and broken thing. "Back then you hid behind Chungi, tears streaming down your face. I still haven't forgotten. Now you're daring to point a weapon at me." Chu Van was unaffected by her words. She controlled the ice crystal from her hand to pierce through her, causing the chain to shatter as well. Even though she was severely injured, she still yelled crazily, "I am Madame Hong Chuni, and the Chu family originally belonged to me." Madame Hong smiled as she held a shard of ice crystal in her hand. "How could she possibly lose to your little girl?" Lady Hong throws a sharp ice crystal directly at Chu Van. "Stay dead." Chu Ngi watched Bang Hong shout loudly, "Little Yun." A surge of power radiated from Chu Van. She was not afraid, and immediately shrank the ice crystal, not allowing you to appear in front of my elder brother again. After finishing, Chu Van directly shattered the 1,000 crystal fragments. Immediately afterward, countless ice crystals pierced through Madame Hong's body, splattering blood everywhere, her eyes rolling back white, and then tiny shards of glass chased after her, quickly absorbing the blood inside her. The boss battle energy absorption of Madame Hong has been completed. The control level of the Glass Dungeon core has increased to 35%. Additional guards have been added, and Hong Chu Mi Ying has been recorded in the boss database. Chu Van softly said to Chu Ngi, as her hand held the ice crystal from behind, "From now on, I don't want anyone to use me to threaten you anymore." Feeling her sister's fear, Chu Ni gently hugged her from behind. "Yeah, it's all over now. You did very well, little Van. You've grown up." Hearing her brother's words of comfort, Chu Van teared up and held his hand. Chu Ngi continued quietly praising his sister, while Madame Hong quietly disappeared, no longer the little girl who was always protected. Meanwhile, a map full of red dots hangs on the wall, and a man sits on a chair observing it. At the same time, a girl steps out from the shadows and quietly stands behind Lu Yuan. His voice was indifferent. "I know anyway her value no longer matters. This infiltrator is not an ordinary one." Lu Yuan frowned at the compass in his hand. The secret has already been exposed. The Black Abyss Compass, a level of death tool forged from the bones of demons, and the Crystal of Deep Abyss. Heart core is embedded with the remnant soul of a demon lord. Whoever possesses it can borrow a fusion tool with the tyrant's energy, greatly increasing their dark energy level. Seeing the dense flashes of lightning on the compass, Lu Yuan called out, "Dark Hunyu." Immediately, a group of people appeared, kneeling on one knee and waiting for his command. Their eyes seemed ready to do whatever he asked. The shadow evildoers include Black Dark Spirit level 41, Soulless Bone Summoner level 42, Dark Warrior level 43, Dark Blood Swordsman level 42, and Alluring Assassin level 40. Lu Tuyen sat on the chair coldly holding his chin and said, "Hak Fong, Kok is in chaos. I need to go handle the aftermath. Our master is still sleeping peacefully, not allowed to be disturbed. Use the fastest speed to eliminate the intruders." Lu Tuyen raises his hand, and red pills appear in the air for each person ready to activate their potential, with blood essence pills if needed. The boss reassures the shadow beast will surely make sure the intruder never returns. He suddenly shouted useless trash. Lu Yuan stood up and waved his hand, causing a stream of purple energy to surround those people. Go away. His voice lowered into a commanding tone, breaking the chaos to find the culprit. A blurry image appears in a place that looks like the endless hell beneath the underworld where burning flames scorch flesh, and suddenly a grumbling voice echoes. It's too noisy. Behind Lady Hong, dozens of people are tied up, their hands tightly bound behind their backs and unable to move. The next scene unfolds, showing her kneeling reverently before a man. This month she has presented 177 people to her master. Then all the fragments of memory shattered as if they never existed. Chunyi angrily cursed, that damned storm guild. His cold blue eyes emitted a faint blue light, and a sudden surge of murderous intent rose from the depths of his gaze like a tide. That female assassin was not absorbed by the dungeon when she died. The information about Madame Hong's death has surely been leaked to the trading guild. I'm afraid Lu Tuyen is still on his way here to kill him right now. As for the mercantile guild, using living people for sacrifices and trading with demons, these pieces of evidence are best handed over to the master. He raised his hand and activated his screen, the only one capable of swiftly mobilizing power to stop Lu Yuan and completely eliminate the guild. Wang Hui on the other side answered quickly. Chunyi, why are you contacting me at this time? Did something happen? Chu Eungi reports the situation openly and clearly. The situation is urgent. I discovered the secret at the heart of the Mamet Trading Guild in Blackwind Valley. I am carefully reporting everything. The Mamet Guild uses living people to nourish the dark creatures in Blackwind Cliff, but still secretly hides some things. The situation with the prison of Heart Mirror can't be fully revealed to the master for now, so I have to pass the information I uncovered to Madame Hong. Thinking about it, Chunyi lied without blinking, recounting the information he got from Lady Hong, and it can be certain that this dark creature is an immature foreign gate. The purpose of the sacrifice was to accelerate the formation of this door. Once it matures, monsters will pour out continuously, and Zhongsha Nation will face the threat of 100 years ago again. Hearing this, Wang Hui showed no expression, and coldly crossed his arms before asking, what is the current status of the dimensional door? An Trung reports honestly that it has absorbed too much energy, and is now in its hibernation digestion phase. This digestion process is our final limit. Once completed, the door will be thoroughly reinforced. After understanding the entire situation there, Wang Hui immediately nodded and ordered his team. Understood. I will immediately use my highest authority to contact the military. They will send elite troops as fast as possible to block Blackwind Gorge, and all of you must withdraw immediately now. This is an order. Chunyi still seems a bit hesitant. Master but hadn't finished speaking when streaks of blood-red lightning began to appear in the sky, and Dao Chuan immediately encountered problems with the connection device between him and Wang Hui, completely severed. Lu Yuan has arrived much faster than I expected. The others in the team responded quickly to this unusual phenomenon, and soon appeared as summoned by Chunyi. Serini looked up with a bit of doubt, but still wanted him to confirm. Ngi didn't answer her question but turned away to call everyone over to see the prism. Everyone come here now, there's an emergency. In the magnifying glass, it's the image of Lu Tuyen's group approaching from afar. Ngim tuk toisa gyut moing waithot koide. Kak ving ho kide. He brought along 5 subordinates above level 40 himself, level 46. The gap is too big, fighting head-on would be impossible to win. I'll get you out of here first, I'll wait for the army to arrive. He hadn't finished speaking when Ling Feng yelled, no, I won't go. He scratched his head worried for Chunyi but unsure how to soften his words. If you want to leave, then take them and go. I am a man, training is not about turning around and running away. Besides leaving you here alone to be a hero. Dream on Chunyi doesn't bother to be grateful and instead gives a serious lecture. Tham Lin Feng, this is not the time to be angry, the level gap between 40 and 26, but not only Lin Feng, even a gentle girl like So Nian, also protests Chunyi. I will stay behind too. Not only she but everyone else firmly spoke up, united in wanting to help. We are a team, no one should bear danger alone. We also want to help and we can't just keep relying on you to protect us all the time. We all have obtained S-rank skills, staying here will definitely be able to make a difference. Chunyi shows no hint of being moved at all. The dead fish-like face stretched out in a look of disapproval at them. This brave bunch may not be highly ranked, but their courage really is a headache. He also no longer interfered, but before agreeing, he kept giving instructions and last-minute warnings. Alright, since everyone has decided to stay, I will readjust the plan. I will forcibly distort space to separate Lu Yuan and his subordinates, splitting the 5 of you into different areas with each person handling one individual. Although I will be there to assist, you must remember this is not a drill but real combat. You must use all your strength, and most importantly, avoid a deathmatch. Your first goal is to buy enough time until the army arrives. Once you can't hold on any longer, call for help immediately, and I will move you out right away, understood? Even though he is tall, he doesn't let their team lose heart. Instead, he boldly encourages them. It's been a long time coming. Yes, I understand, rest assured, leave it to us. At this moment, Lu Yuan slowly approached, and when he saw them just standing there peevishly, he suddenly lost his temper. A dark cloud erupted behind him. Whatever creature that doesn't know life or death, get out of here for me. Chunyi spread his hand and began to open his own cubic space. Almost at the same time, the group on Lu Tuyan's side was surrounded by golden light strands, and a strange, ceiling pattern gradually appeared beneath their feet. Feeling the aura of his subordinates fading, Liu Yuan saw through it with a single glance. The space was warping. Soon after, the illusion was teleported to a desolate space. Soren had been waiting there, and upon seeing the enemy appear, she jumped forward, raising her great sword high. But her sword strike only managed to damage a non-physical illusion. The true form of the illusion remains completely safe. Turns out this little thing is actually a girl. She smirked her face, showing no worry or fear, only arrogance because of her level 40. Unfortunately, just a tiny level 26 cannot do anything to me. Suang Nian didn't reply a word. The massive sword in her hand spun rapidly, the tip shooting forward like a bullet, but only piercing another layer of illusions. Yet she remained undaunted, her violet-pink eyes growing colder with even greater resolve. Soren's wrist flicked strongly, her body turned again to strike another blow. This time she hit the true form, and the image strike could only grasp the sword with her hand, but her tone still carried a hint of admiration and appreciation. Can you see through my chaotic shadow body? But the shadow clone calmly stands on flat ground, making it hard for So Nian to keep her composure. And even though she's not an expert assassin in using strength, a level 40's power is astonishingly formidable, yet fighting it would certainly not be so easy. Chunyi watched the entire battle from afar, closed his eyes, and silently gave her instructions. Xiaoxin, don't resist. Her speed and strength are far beyond yours, but you can use your sensitive sensing power to lock onto her position and then force her to appear using the sword formation. The advantage of an assassin lies in concealment. Once she can no longer hide herself, her power is greatly diminished. The image burst was repeatedly attacked by So Nian until it became furious, and this time it chose not to dodge, but to launch a direct suicidal attack. Faced with the deadly flying shards, So Nian simply pressed her sword into the ground, everything around her slowing down to an extreme degree. The steel shards hit her sword and were pushed back again. A circular seal appeared beneath, So Nian's feet expanding outward. The ghost soul in her own form began to disrupt the battle, using the spirit ghost sword shadow formation. To explain this sword technique, the level 1 ghost shadow sword array summons sword spirits to attack enemies, and can also create a high ratio of pressure to induce poisoning, triggering a final strike when the spirits vanish. So no matter how many illusions the Phantom Strike creates of her fake body, they all get cut down by the U-Soul Blade Phantom without leaving anything behind. She still arrogantly opened her mouth, but the level 26 battle array was already shattered by her sword spirit slashing across her body. The illusionary attack froze in shock, unable to believe as a sharp pain pierced through her chest. What? It was then that she finally started to feel fear as she looked at the strange formation before her. Every second she stayed inside, her speed would slow down, and she couldn't maintain the perfect stealth anymore. Moreover, as she felt the wound on her mouth gradually being corroded, her face suddenly turned pale, and she broke out in a cold sweat. That damn girl smeared poison on her sword. But then the shadow clone suddenly burrowed underground, as if she could pass through any terrain. Soon after, she resurfaced again. With a perfect body without a single wound, my level is high, but my assassination skills are suppressed and can only counter in this direct formation pushed to the brink of death. Anicap speaks on his own, his body continuously rushing towards So Nian. This central formation must belong to that damn girl. Killing her will break the formation. She swung her hand to stab right into her stomach, her mouth cruelly shouting, as if she had already secured the victory. At this moment, Yingxi was still oblivious to the situation, arrogantly looking down on the level difference. Look, being inferior rank doesn't matter, but then, So Nian suddenly grabs that girl's wrist and pulls it out of her stomach, causing her to be utterly shocked. What are you doing? So Nian held her tightly, ignoring the blood, soaking her clothes. At this moment, the blade above her seemed to be grasped by dozens of hands simultaneously pointing straight up into the sky. So-chan stared intently at her ending this game, with the ultimate move checkmate, the Soul Reaper sword. At the same time, on another battlefield, the ground was now full of long, deep holes as if someone had just turned it over. A deafening crash echoed as Lin Feng's fierce dragon claws were completely blocked by the enemy's sturdy steel shield, but he remained undaunted, instead, seeming to be fueled by a surge of reckless energy. My old man's flaming dragon kneel is actually to see how many of your shields it can block. The two hidden states of his are instantly revealed: bloodthirsty frenzy, red flame fist. Lin Feng's opponent is a blonde-haired man holding his shield with one hand and fiercely stabbing with a spear in the other, shouting and cursing. Deep insight. Lin Fong quickly uses dragon energy to create a shield blocking the spear tip. In an instant, the battlefield was divided into two different strengths, but Thach Kai's spear tip seemed sharper than Lin Fong had expected. Although he tried to block it, the attack couldn't be finished and only prolonged it, and instead he was gradually pushed backward. Lin Fong, he is a level 43 Dark Warrior with both physical defense and strength enough to withstand the attack. Facing him head-on will surely lead to defeat. Use the Dragon Fury to burn him, wear him down, anger him, it's your chance in his moment of fury. Thach Kai seems to be confident of victory. He smirks and begins to mock with a look of condescension. It's the first time I've encountered someone with even rougher movements than mine. Their powerful and decisive techniques hide their vulnerabilities and they are still young but already at level 26. Unfortunately, Thach Kai exerted his muscle strength once again and pushed his spear forward. If it comes to a test of strength, I won't lose. Remembering Chungi's warning, Lin Fong started to change his attack direction. As he just retracted the dragon shield, he immediately threw a powerful punch down to the ground. I won't risk my life with you. Seeing this rare opportunity, Lin Fong charged forward without hesitation, exploiting the opening mouth open just as Chungi advised to attack. Long Tuk, realizing the attack was too dangerous, quickly thrust his spear, forcing him to dodge aside. Long Tuk then disappeared. Thach Kai, growing crazier, stomped his foot on the ground, then forcefully pivoted using his heels as leverage to launch himself forward. Lam Lam, wielding a shining spear, roared, leaving the gap intentionally exposed. Do you think a level 43 fight will be that simple? Thach Kai sensed the danger from Lin Fong and hurriedly thrust his spear forward. Die. It's a pity that Lin Fong is luckier than a little hero. His body agilely dodges each thrust while still managing to curse. I spit on you, obedient little turtle. I almost fell for your tricks. But that's just on the surface. A few times he barely avoided that spear and felt worried deep down. A long time has passed and the absolute gap between levels and strength has become clear. If this keeps up, my blood will eventually run dry. Finally, the unlucky moment arrived, and Lin Fong was no longer agile enough to be knocked back by Thach Kai, but it was Chungi, who had been waiting silently for this moment. All along, his strength had just leveled up, but his defense had crumbled. Watching Thach Kai charge forward without giving anyone a moment to breathe, still laughing arrogantly. The harder you hit, the more excited I feel. Lin Fong's hand reaching out, this is the moment for him to return all these wounds. Didn't you say you like using strength to force me? Today I'll show you what it means to settle a blood debt with blood. After entering a state of madness, Thach Kai was unable to see through that attack, and instantly, the entire battlefield turned into a pool of dark crimson blood essence. The blood poured down from the sky, as if rising from the ground to cover everything. After a shout from Lin Fong, blood droplets, the size of bao buns, started rushing in from all directions. He couldn't dodge in time, or rather he was completely unable to avoid being covered by these droplets of blood. Feeling his strength gradually being drained, his pupils started to contract in panic. They are still draining his life force and strength. Thach Kai crushes the blood sacs like leeches on his body. His fury intensifies as he becomes even more frantic and roars. What kind of evil technique is this? Lin Fong didn't bother explaining, and just stood there laughing happily. Iron Turtle, even a hard shell is useless. Try tasting the flavor of your own power. Then he muttered, and recited the 4 words Duk Hu Yet Chi No, which is a power that absorbs blood energy to form blood orbs that can cause violent explosions. Duk Hu Yet Chi, No level 1, absorbs blood energy to form a blood mirror pearl from the enemy's blood essence. The blood mirror pearl gathers and forms a soul blood pearl that is thrown at the enemy, capable of causing a violent blood energy explosion. So all the blood soul orbs attached to Thach Kai's body exploded simultaneously, forming a thick layer of red bones, covering the entire area outside the original space. While outside, Chungi was busy observing everyone's situation through binoculars in each separate space. The first 4 pieces of space debris with his help are progressing smoothly, but trouble is starting to arise on Halan's side. A skeleton broke through her protective barrier and rushed quickly to tear Halan apart, but fortunately, Chungi outside detected this in time. Halan is in danger. He channels his power into his polyhedral orb, beginning to protect her from afar, the Guardian of Light. Immediately, a strong radiant barrier appeared around Halan, blocking the dreadful hand of the skeleton. Moreover, with the power of holy light, it could easily purify that white skeleton, making it scream in pain. In the end, the unlucky skeleton could only turn into scattered bone fragments beside the Guardian sphere that Chungi casually created. Halan felt grateful but still refused to give up and kept fighting for her friends. Thank you, I can still hold on. Chungi did not respond quickly, scanning the situation of his teammates in the remaining 4 directions and managing to hold 5 front lines. The drain on his mental energy was even greater than expected, but luckily, others were temporarily not in life-threatening danger. In the 6th space zone, your sister Chu Yun is completely safe, playing happily with the puppy, which makes Chungi feel more at ease. Still very safe here. Now it's time to deal with the biggest trouble, that being the contents inside the largest telescopic lens right in front of him. There, Lu Yuan's attacks grew more fierce, cutting down 10,000 soldiers effortlessly. To stop his advance and buy time for his allies to defeat the enemy, Chuni had no choice but to call Pei to help the Guardian in front. Hundreds of monsters of various sizes and species crawl up from underground, extending their twisting long arms to tear through the earth, resembling a writhing mass come to life. The number of guards appearing is increasing, happening everywhere within a 1,000-meter radius. They all have one sole mission, the task you ordered to stop him. In the midst of this dangerous land, a single foot steps forward with ease, Lu Tuyen hands in pockets, eyes sharply glaring at the writhing tentacles on the ground, with utter disdain. His body began to radiate a terrifying aura, an overwhelming pressure that shook the surrounding land, causing the air to become suddenly suffocating. As the dust settled, the figure of Lady Hong gradually appeared there. Her eyes flashed with a blood-red glow filled with death. She charged forward with red aura strands and shadowy figures behind her, called the Crimson Guardian Phantom Shades. Lu Yuan sighs and says, "All right, Lady Hong." He raises his hand to shoulder, level his eyes cold and stern. "Even in death you refuse to be at peace." Purple spiritual energies shoot out to quickly control Lady Hong and push her backward, forcing her body down onto the ground. Lu Tuyen continued, "Don't hide behind and play the game anymore. Come out and face death." As he finished speaking, a strange compass appeared in his hand, and bloody red spiritual energy surged before Lu Tuyen's calm face. They gathered together to form a giant blood-red spirit figure right behind him. Lu Yuan raised his arm to shoulder height, and the magical construct lifted its arm in response. Lu Yuan then struck downward in a gesture, shouting loudly, "Ah!" The magic projection strikes with a devastating blow, destroying a vast area in front of him with loud explosions, and as everything shatters, Chu Ni's body suddenly rises into the air, immediately launching a counterattack. A dazzling golden light suddenly shone from the middle of his forehead, then a barrier appeared in front of Chu Ni, blocking the attack just now. Lu Yuan looked up and said, "A level 30 rookie can withstand 50% of my strength, and the secret on your body is even more intriguing than I imagined." The shield in front of him slowly dissolved after blocking a fairly powerful strike. In an instant, he leapt into the air and appeared right in front of Chungi. As soon as Lu Tuyen launched his attack, Chungi's figure instantly shifted to behind him. Lu Tuyen frowned, turned around and said, with suspicion, stealing the prison glass key and using it to this extent, "Should I praise you as a rare genius or deem you an idiot who doesn't know life or death? Master Lu, you overpraise me. Compared to your great achievements, sacrificing lives to nurture the gate of the otherworldly realm, my humble tricks are not worth mentioning. I secretly think that if I had known those monsters couldn't stop Lu Tuyen, sending them out was just to buy some time. That bitch Madame Hong is a useless fool. Before dying, she revealed quite a few secrets to you. It seems he doesn't know he holds the prison lock crystal, which can reveal memories from the past." Lu Yuan raised his hand to gather spiritual energy, his face excited and threatening. "Hand it over, and I can make your death a little easier, maybe even give you a chance to struggle for me. A talent like you dying is a pity." Chungi then transformed and sneered, "So, you've been a dog so long that you've even forgotten the spirit of being human. You don't dare. Isn't everything the Thuong Guild does just to spread false rumors before the owner wakes up to hide the secrets?" Chungi's voice continued. "The owner is not prepared, and a lackey like you doesn't have the connections to see the light." After listening, Lu Tuyen's face twitched with anger, veins bulging, his brow furrowed fiercely. He swung his hand and shouted loudly, "I will tear your soul out and make you experience living worse than dying." Just before Lu Tuyen could act, a blazing golden formation appeared above his head. Then the dazzling beam of light descends sharply. Lu Tuyen quickly raises his hand, using his power to try to block it. The golden magic avatar appeared, raising its hand to summon a sword, then lifting it high to strike down, aiming directly at Lu Tuyen, who was inside the red barrier. Lu Qing, with blazing red eyes, shouted Hellfire Crimson Flow, drawing on immense dark energy to create a device with a built-in destructive energy flow and corrosive properties. Chu Ni watched from afar as a bright spot appeared and expanded inside the red sphere, activating level 5, Righteous Judgment, opening a divine magic formation as a radiant sword descended from the sky to ambush the enemy within. Ultimately, a righteous angel launched a long luminous spear, instilling devastating harm. Lu Yuan's voice echoes deeply in the space, striking first truly a natural combat instinct. Unfortunately, in front of absolute power, this bit of cleverness means nothing. Just before the attack hit, Chungi clasped his hands in front of him. Shards of mirror-like glass appeared with Lu Tuyen's face reflected on them. Then the shards were shattered by a surge of fiery red spiritual energy. The deadly strike is coming. Chungi must jump up and retreat to avoid it finally landing at a distance from the impact point. Chu Yi winced in pain blood at the corner of his mouth as Lu Yuan coldly declared, "Very well, a level 30 ant yet you managed to injure me. Let's end it here." He performs the fusion temporarily seizing the Demon Lord's energy, greatly leveling up all attributes. With his blazing red magic statue behind him, Lu Tuyen comments, "The fact that you could force me to use the power of the primordial compass means you're quite proud of yourself." He raised his hand and declared destruction. Chuni's eyes widened in astonishment as the incoming aura created a powerful pressure wave. Lu Tuyen's palm force strikes directly at him, causing devastating destruction. Chu Yi's body is forcefully pushed back and sent flying uncontrollably. When the main energy dissipates and the dust clears, he slides on the ground, crouching with his hand to steady himself so his body doesn't fall. Zhang Yi looks up and silently considers that level 46, combined with the deadly device, the very nature of his power has already undergone a transformation. Even though my profession is designed to counter his dark energy under such a difference in levels, I can't be sure of winning. He frowned deeply, full of determination, and shouted, "Steelheart." So it turns out that in that other dimension, she's in a vulnerable position with a sword swinging toward her neck, and Chu Yi hurriedly intervened, knocking the sword away to eliminate the threat. "So you've always used the prison eye to maintain your 5 space illusions. I knew your signal was just a bluff that couldn't attack for long but couldn't break through your home base's defenses. They want to go outside, but it will take time. With your distraction, how can you possibly defeat me?" Chu Yi stood up and replied coldly, "You don't need to worry." He silently thought to himself, while maintaining the 5-dimensional mirror and fighting Lu Tuyen. His mental fatigue was overwhelming, so he had no choice but to risk it all by recapturing some of his mental energy from the mirror and fully activating the prison